Chapter 1. Li Yunpeng slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness, which had drifted far beyond a realm of reality, gradually returned to his corporeal form. Before him lay a disarray of documents, while the computer monitor emitted a blinding white light. Squinting slightly, he noted the time, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Where am I? As his awareness coalesced, memories began to resurface. He recalled that the previous night, he had arranged to play video games with friends until dawn. During a ranked match, after achieving an overwhelming lead of 35-0, he was unexpectedly turned around. In a fit of rage, darkness enveloped him, leading to his loss of consciousness. He struggled to prop himself up, but could only manage to lift his head slightly before it thudded heavily onto the desk. He felt utterly drained of strength. What is happening? In that brief moment of raising his head, he realized he seemed to be in an office, surrounded by numerous individuals engrossed in their tasks. Did I not resign already? Am I dreaming? Ding. System initializing. An electronic voice echoed in his mind, empty yet profound. Yunpeng jolted in shock. Who the hell is trying to scare me? The voice paid him no heed and continued. Greetings, host. You are on the planet Tuyu, within the Blue Dragon Nation. A biochemical virus has been detected and is currently proliferating here. In 48 hours, the virus will undergo its final evolution, and a portion of humanity will transform into zombies. That we are providing you with a red alert vehicle system and have eliminated the virus within your body. Strive to lead humanity to survive, young man. Upon the conclusion of the system's announcement, Li Yunpeng pinched his thigh, the sharp pain confirming that this was not a dream. What the hell? I just became an heir to a demolition business on Earth in 2019, and now I find myself in this merciless apocalypse. Is this rebirth meant to prevent me from attaining wealth? Is being an emperor so difficult? Why must I be thrust into this dystopian nightmare? Li Yunpeng felt a deep sense of despair. He was familiar with the concept of an apocalypse, having encountered numerous novels and films that depicted it as a scene of unimaginable horror, marked by a tsunami of zombies, and survivors struggling like wild dogs, with humanity's darkest facets laid bare. The world resembled a hellish purgatory, and he wondered about the capabilities of this so-called system. If it proved to be weak, how could he possibly survive in such a dire situation? Yet, the reality was set. He had no choice but to forge ahead. Now, regarding this vehicle system, what exactly can you do? Hurry up and explain to me how I ended up in this cursed place. This is a terrible predicament. Losing a rank match isn't entirely my fault, clearly. The jungler was too reckless. This system comes equipped with a base vehicle. Please pilot the base vehicle to locate an open area for deployment. Its functions will be displayed within the base. After relaying this information, the system pinpointed a location in Li Yunpeng's mind, situated not far from his current position. Great, as if I didn't have to rely on you. With my years of keyboard warrior experience, I could easily obliterate you with words. After resting on the table for a while, Li Yunpeng felt a semblance of strength returning too. His body slowly rose to sit upright and surveyed the office in its entirety. Spanning several hundred square meters, rows of makeshift desks were huddled together, teeming with people, yet the atmosphere was remarkably quiet, as each individual diligently attended to their own tasks. He switched off the monitor, and his reflection appeared on the dark screen. A gaunt young man with sharp features, tousled hair, deep-set eyes, and pale skin devoid of color. This was evidently not the person he used to be. Yet, he possessed not a single memory of this individual. Perhaps it was for the best that he lacked memories, sparing him the burden of familial ties in this new world. He sipped some water, feeling significantly rejuvenated. It seemed that his earlier weakness was a result of the virus wreaking havoc within him. Now that the system had eradicated the virus, his body was swiftly recuperating. Li Yunpeng, you dare turn off your computer during work hours? What are you thinking? As he became engrossed in this newfound self-awareness, a sudden bellow erupted from behind him, jarringly breaking the tranquility of the office. All eyes instantly turned towards him, some with sympathetic glances, others with hushed ridicule. Li Yunpeng turned to see a balding middle-aged man with a protruding belly, his eyes wide with anger and his expression contorted in fury. A glance at the name tag revealed him to be Ma Fun, the sales director. Director Ma, am not feeling well and would like to request a leave of absence, Li Yunpeng replied, feeling the urgency of his situation. He had no time to squander here. He needed to locate that so-called base vehicle immediately. Ma Fun, seeing him motionless in his chair and unperturbed by his fury, stepped closer, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You want to take a leave? You haven't met this month's performance targets. Even if you were to forego sleep today, you must complete your tasks, or you will not step foot outside this company. Though Li Yunpeng was not well acquainted with his past, he thought, in this dire situation, you still concern yourself with performance metrics? As a leader, I do not expect your care, yet you seek to exploit my frail condition for your own gain. You are leveraging my life to achieve your targets. He brushed aside such thoughts, thinking, isn't this merely work? The apocalypse is upon us. What does work matter now? Li Yunpeng rose to his feet, fixing Ma Fun, who was a head shorter than him, with a steely glare. If you refuse to grant me leave, then I suppose I can resign instead. A palpable silence fell over the office. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all present stared in astonishment at Li Yunpeng, typically reticent, recluse, daring to confront the director. Had he lost his mind? Ma Fun was taken aback by Li Yunpeng's audacity to threaten resignation. If he did not reclaim his authority now, how could he manage his subordinates in the future? He advanced a step, forcefully pushing Li Yunpeng back into his chair, snarling, "You want leave today, you little brat? If you resign, you won't see a single cent of your salary." With the apocalypse looming, Li Yunpeng was indifferent to the salary. However, he had not anticipated Ma Fan's readiness to resort to violence as he attempted to rise again. Ma Fan abruptly shoved his head back down, forcing him into the chair once more. Li Yunpeng, in a state of frailty, suppressed his rage and spoke in a low voice. "Director Ma, I shall forego my salary. If that is acceptable, I wish to leave at this moment." That Afan scoffed derisively. "Oh, forego your salary? I fear you might starve on the streets. Pathetically poor, your girlfriend has run off with someone else. You are nothing but a complete waste. If I were you, I would have drowned myself in a puddle by now." Yes, soon as the words left his lips, laughter erupted in the office. Li Yunpeng's face flushed with indignation. "Let us discuss matters at hand. I warn you not to insult my dignity." Upon hearing Li Yunpeng's admonition, Ma Fan chuckled, mocking, "Do you even possess dignity? You are worse off than my dog, which at least is well fed and clothed. Look at yourself, dressed like a beggar, slurping instant noodles in the office. I am embarrassed for you," as he spoke. Ma Fan occasionally ruffled Li Yunpeng's hair. Furious, Li Yunpeng swatted his hand away. "Try touching me again and see what happens." "Hey, you dare defy me?" Ma Fan rolled up his sleeves and struck Li Yunpeng on the head, saying, "I will touch you. What can a useless person like you do about it?" After enduring repeated public humiliation, Li Yunpeng, despite his frail condition, could no longer contain himself. Blood surged to his head as he seized a glass cup from the table and swung it forcefully at Ma Fan's head. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by Ma Fan's anguished cry. Blood mingled with tea, staining his white shirt as it trickled down his neck. The surrounding colleagues recoiled in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. They quickly regained their composure as they realized the leader had been struck. In a flurry, they surrounded Ma Fan, expressing concern for his injuries while simultaneously reproaching Li Yunpeng for his apparent madness. Li Yunpeng, exasperated by the sycophants around him, grasped a sharp shard of glass and shouted at the incessant chatterers, "Get lost! Anyone who dares obstruct me will meet the same fate as Ma Fan." Though his colleagues were quick to adapt their words to the prevailing wind, none dared to step forward and confront the fierce Li Yunpeng. Ma Fan, clutching his throbbing head, grimaced, "Li Yunpeng, you will pay for this." Li Yunpeng dismissed his threats and, seeing no one to impede him, let out a cold snore as he exited the office. Once he departed, the office gossipers commenced a new round of speculation. Dazed from the blow, Ma Fan, amidst the cacophony, groaned, "Stop the noise and get me to a hospital." Only then did the crowd hastily assist him, rushing toward the hospital. Upon stepping out of the office building, Li Yunpeng surveyed the towering structures and bustling throngs around him, feeling a headache brew. In a world on the brink of collapse, being trapped in such an environment would be a true nightmare. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message. "Brother Pong, I heard you struck Ma Fan. You need to be cautious. His cousin is a formidable character, and in Wuzhou, no one dares to provoke him. How could you have offended him? Perhaps it would be wise for you to lay low for a while." Yunpeng's phone contained no saved contacts, and he could not ascertain the sender of an enigmatic message, leaving its authenticity in question. However, he dismissed such concerns. After all, his cousin was none other than the King of Heaven, and whether he could survive the impending apocalypse in 2 days remained uncertain. Despite his dire circumstances, Li Yunpeng could not afford to dwell on trivialities. He hastily followed the system's guidance to a road behind the company, where indeed, a behemoth of a vehicle awaited him. It resembled a heavy truck, measuring about 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, with a high ground clearance. Its numerous tires, each with a diameter of approximately 2 meters, supported a cabin fortified by a 50-centimeter thick crash plate at the front. The rear featured a cargo compartment that appeared to be welded together with steel plates, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. That a parking ticket clung to the windshield wiper, a testament to the diligence of the traffic officer, even in such chaotic times. How dedicated the traffic cop is, issuing tickets even now. He mused, though he knew this citation would remain unaddressed forever. Approaching the cockpit, Li Yunpeng gazed at the towering tires and exclaimed, "System, how am I supposed to operate this? I can't even climb up. Please hold on." Initiating the red alert battle vehicle, came the response. As soon as the words left the system, the metallic colossus roared to life, its engine growling with formidable power. The cockpit door swung open, and a ladder extended downwards. Climbing the steps, Li Yunpeng entered the cockpit, which was strikingly futuristic. On the passenger seat lay a small box labeled Commander Basic Gear. Unable to resist his curiosity, he opened the heavy metal box, and his pupils dilated in shock. Inside lay a handgun Colt 1911, a classic firearm that he recognized from frequent visits to weapon forums accompanied by 3 magazines, totaling 21 rounds of ammunition. The thrill of holding a real firearm ignited an exhilaration within him. He carefully grasped the pistol, its cold metal weighty in his hands. The golden bullets were neatly arranged within the magazine. After toying with it for a moment, he slid the magazine into the handgun and secured it at his waist, placing the remaining 2 magazines into his pockets. Finally feeling a semblance of security, he then scrutinized the cockpit, having never operated such a large vehicle before. After a prolonged examination, he remained perplexed. How does one operate this vehicle? At 5 meters wide? I am fortunate that this road is not congested otherwise. Occupying 2 lanes would surely lead to a fine. After some exploration, he discovered the vehicle was automatic. Engaging the drive gear and gently pressing the accelerator, the steel beast began to move, albeit slowly yet steadily. The dashboard indicated a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and he pressed the accelerator fully to inch closer to that limit. In this unfamiliar world, on his first day, he was uncertain of his destination. As he drove, he searched for a suitable refuge for survival in the impending apocalypse. The company appeared to be situated within an industrial park, adjacent to a riverbank. While the buildings on this side were densely packed, the opposite bank was relatively open. After much contemplation, Li Yunpeng resolved to cross the river, believing that the waterway might offer some protection against the encroaching zombies. Time was of the essence. And in this unfamiliar terrain, aimless wandering would hardly yield a more suitable location. It would be far wiser to reserve time for diligent preparation. Having made his decision, Li Yunpeng no longer hesitated. Upon reaching the opposite bank, he veered off the paved road. The vehicle's off-road capabilities were exceptional, and after a few minutes of driving, he found an appropriate spot to halt. At that moment, a system notification chimed. You have arrived at a suitable location. Would you like to deploy the red alert battle vehicle as a base? Please note that reverting will incur substantial points. Yunpeng contemplated briefly. The surrounding area was desolate and barren. The sudden emergence of a structure would likely go unnoticed in the short term. Even if discovered, it mattered little. Disputes could be drawn out for days. After the apocalypse commenced, who would dare challenge him? He would deal with him swiftly. Deployed, yes. Soon as the words left his lips, he felt the scenery before him transform rapidly, accompanied by the sound of machinery at work. The cockpit was encased in steel, and the entire cabin split and expanded. Although he remained in the driver's seat, he soon found himself in a vast hall. Li Yunpeng's mouth fell agape, large enough to accommodate an egg. As he murmured, "This is incredibly sci-fi. Congratulations, host. The Red Alert base has been officially activated. You are awarded 3 guard soldiers. The current level of the base is level 1. Commander, please strive to eliminate zombies and rescue survivors. Meeting certain conditions will allow for base upgrades and unlocking of additional facilities. You may currently use points to construct the following facilities. Barracks upgradable. Can summon guard soldiers. Max capacity 500, cost 2,000 points. Walls upgradable. Can construct red brick walls. Height 2 meters, thickness 1 meter, cost 100 points per meter. Arms factory upgradable. Can produce basic equipment, cost 2,000 points. Machine gun bunker. A defensive structure, cost 5,000 points. The first 3 facilities are upgradable, but it seems the machine gun bunker is not, indicating that no upgrades are available for it. Regardless of the course of action, personnel are essential. I choose to construct the barracks, Li Yunpeng declared. Apologies, constructing the barracks requires 2,000 points, which you currently lack. What the hell? Li Yunpeng hastily checked the points panel in his mind, and indeed, it read 0. He then inquired, how can I acquire points? System. Eliminating zombies, mutated creatures, etc. will yield a certain number of points. Killing hostile humans will provide a small amount of points. Additionally, before the apocalypse begins, money can be exchanged for points at a 110 rate. Great, the apocalypse hasn't even started, so who am I supposed to kill? Looks like I'll have to exchange money. I should check my bank account later. For a fleeting moment, Li Yunpeng entertained the thought of robbing a bank, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, he was just an ordinary person with no experience. It would be utterly foolish to get caught by the police before even securing any money, only to face the apocalypse from behind bars. It would be far better to be reborn instead. Report, Commander. Guard soldiers 1, 2, and 3 are here to serve. Please provide your instructions. Suddenly, 3 imposing figures emerged from a base, startling Li Yunpeng. Clad in camouflage uniforms and equipped with combat boots, they slung M16 automatic rifles across their shoulders and stood before him, executing a precise military salute. Their mere presence exuded an intangible aura of intimidation. It dawned on Li Yunpeng that these were the 3 guard soldiers dispatched to him by the system following the base's establishment. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and inquired, "Which one of you is the leader?" The trio of soldiers remained motionless, offering no response. Li Yunpeng, taken aback, pondered the peculiar situation. System, are these 3 not capable of understanding human speech? The system replied, "The guard soldiers are biomechanical beings, endowed with combat awareness and military skills. They lack emotions and the sensation of pain. Ordinary soldiers will merely obey commands and do not possess the capacity for complex thought." Oh my, could this be the fabled emotionless assassin? Li Yunpeng, maintaining an air of composure, cautiously distanced himself from them and inquired, "They will not attack me, will they?" The system reassured him, "Rest assured, host, all troops produced by the base will be 100% loyal to you." Upon hearing this, Li Yunpeng felt a sense of relief and commanded, "Soldier number 3, I order you to guard the base. No one is permitted to approach. Soldiers 1 and 2, leave your weapons at the base and accompany me." "Yes," the 3 soldiers replied in unison, saluting with precision. Their synchronized movements and adherence to protocol clearly indicated the result of years of rigorous training. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of satisfaction as he organized his affairs. He departed from the base accompanied by 2 robust soldiers, and on the journey back to the park, the sight of his imposing escorts instilled a newfound confidence within him. In this impending, chaotic world, he found his only reliance in the system, uncertain of how drastically this world might transform by tomorrow. As an ordinary individual confronting the looming apocalypse, he harbored a flicker of apprehension, despite the presence of the system. Upon returning to the vicinity of his company, Li Yunpeng visited a bank branch with his identification card to check his account balance, which revealed a meager sum of just over 2,900 yuan. He also took the opportunity to change his password. How disheartening it was to possess only 2,900 yuan in savings, enough to construct merely a barracks. While the summoning of soldiers would necessitate further funds, faced with the terrifying prospect of the apocalypse, the necessity for soldiers was paramount, alongside the urgent procurement of substantial food supplies. Although the guard soldiers were bioengineered, they still required energy and sustenance. The dwindling human population would surely not suffice. Where could he possibly acquire more funds? Despite having 3 soldiers at his disposal, the risk of robbing a bank was far too great. A quick search online revealed that this world lacked any form of online loans, leaving him with the more traditional option of borrowing money. He scrolled through his phone, finding it devoid of any marked contacts, leaving him puzzled about the thoughts of this world's version of Li Yunpeng, who seemed to possess neither family nor friends. With little time left for contemplation, he summoned the system within him, exchanged 2,000 points. The system responded, 2,000 yuan has been deducted from your bank account, and your current points total is now 2,000. Li Yunpeng squatted at the entrance of the bank, unlocking his phone to download every available map application, simultaneously confirming his current location. He found himself in the southern region of Xihai province, specifically in Wuzhou City, situated merely a few hundred kilometers from the provincial capital, Nanzhou City. This predicament, indeed, commenced in a hellish mode. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of anger. In this apocalyptic world, the denser the population, the greater the danger. This was common knowledge. Just then, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw a frail young man holding some food, standing 2 paces away. Upon noticing Li Yunpeng's gaze, he spoke, "Brother Peng, I heard you had a confrontation with Muffin today. Did you see the message I sent you?" It was only then that Li Yunpeng realized that the message warning about Muffin's cousin had been sent by this person. However, he had no recollection of this individual whatsoever, so he inquired in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The man rolled his eyes and replied, "Pringu, I am Lu Zide, your colleague and roommate. Have you lost your mind from that fever?" Regardless of who he was, Li Yunpeng did not recognize anyone in this world. And he continued to ask, "What do you want?" Lu sighed, exasperated, lifted the food he was holding and, with a look of heartfelt despair, exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretch. I came to bring you sustenance. I buy you meals every day, and you pretend not to know me." Li Yunpeng had essentially grasped the situation during his illness. It was this roommate who diligently brought him meals, fostering a sense of fondness towards Lu Zide. "Haha, look at you. I was merely jesting. Yet you took it to heart," he remarked. Lu Zide shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Penggu, can we still joke around? It seems you are recovering well. This morning, you were still swaying as you walked." Li Yunpeng pondered to himself, "Were it not for my unexpected arrival in this realm, the Li Yunpeng you are familiar with would likely have already met his demise." He spoke, "It's nothing. I have completely recovered. Come closer. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zide shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, and replied, "Brother Peng, it's best to refrain. What if you were to infect me? Please, share your thoughts from where you stand." Li Yunpeng, feeling speechless, thought to himself, with such a timid disposition, "I wonder if you will soil your trousers when the apocalypse arrives the day after tomorrow." Noticing his reluctance to come closer, Li Yunpeng did not press the matter but instead stood his ground and spoke. "Could you lend me some money?" Lu Zide inquired. "How much do you wish to borrow?" "Whatever you have, lend me that amount. Don't ask what it's for. I just need it for 2 days." Li Yunpeng placed a bet on his relationship with Lu Zide. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Zide replied, "Brother Peng, you have never asked me for a loan before. I know you are a trustworthy person. Over the past few months, I have saved more than 10,000 yuan. I can lend you 10,000. But let me make it clear that you must repay me in 2 days, as I need to pay for my software training course soon." Li Yunpeng felt a certain astonishment. It seemed that this young man shared an extraordinary bond with the former Li Yunpeng, daring to lend a sum as considerable as 10,000. In the future, he could offer him a modicum of assistance when convenient. As for the matter of tuition fees, that was conveniently disregarded. Why pay at all? In his mind, he mused that merely entrusting it to him would suffice as payment. However, he could not express such thoughts aloud. "Rest assured, I will ensure that your tuition is not delayed." After Li Yunpeng made his promise, Lu Zide straightforwardly transferred the money to him via his mobile phone. Just then, an irritating voice emerged from the side. "Detsi, you're such a fool. At a time like this, why are you lending money without any interest? What do you gain from it?" Lu Zide turned to see the speaker and, feeling somewhat annoyed, replied, "Pan Hui, are you just bored? It's my money. I can lend it to whomever I please." Li Yunpeng quietly inquired, "What is the background of that fellow across the way?" "That is Pan Hui, a colleague from the company, who secretly engages in usury and flaunts his wealth as if he possesses 5 million, Lu Zide replied. He pondered to himself, has Penggu truly lost his mind? How could he not recognize anyone? Li Yunpeng's eyes darted, and he said to Lu Zide, "All right, give me a call. We must ensure our lines of communication remain open in the coming days." Although perplexed, Lu Zide followed his instructions and dialed the number. Allowing the phone to ring twice before hanging up, Li Yunpeng saved his number and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Detsi, please wait for me here." He then walked towards Pan Hui, calling out to him from a few meters away. Pan Hui turned and inquired, "What do you want?" Li Yunpeng smiled faintly and said, "I would like to discuss a matter with you. I have heard that you are lending money. Could you lend me some?" Pan Hui pondered for a moment before responding. "Lending money is not out of the question, but you have offended the leadership and your job security is uncertain. The risk in lending to you is considerably high. Thus the interest cannot be the same as usual. If you borrow 1,000, you must repay 2,000 by the second month." Li Yunpeng inwardly cursed, deeming this fellow truly unscrupulous, more predatory than a loan shark. Yet, given the current circumstances, one could easily promise to repay 1,000 with 2,000, or even 200 million, for it was all mere promissory notes. "Very well, no problem, lend me 2 million, Li Yunpeng declared. Pan Hui regarded him as if he were a fool and turned to leave. Hey, don't walk away." Pan Hui paused, stating curtly, "I have no time for your nonsense. You certainly don't appear to be worth 2 million. Clearing his throat, Li Yunpeng inquired, "Then how much do you think you could lend me?" Pan Hui assessed him briefly and replied, "The maximum I can lend you is 10,000. Li Yunpeng, I originally thought those who engage in usury were quite formidable, but it turns out they are merely cowards. Brother Hui, in this day and age, what can one do with just 10,000? You need to add another 10,000. Pan Hui hesitated. 2,000? That's excessive. You must draft a proper IOU and record a video, should you dare to default, Not only will I ensure you cannot survive in Wuzhou, but I will also pay a visit to your family. All right, no problem. Li Yunpeng, adhering to Pan Hui's instructions, meticulously prepared all necessary documents before proceeding with the transfer of funds. After diligently organizing all the vouchers, he cast a cold glance at Li Yunpeng and then turned to leave. Li Yunpeng gazed at the funds in his account, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. With Lu Zide's contribution of 10,000, he now possessed a total of 30,000, equivalent to 30,000 points. However, a portion would need to be allocated for purchasing supplies. Nevertheless, this was still a significant sum. Points were akin to soldiers, far superior to the meager 2 or 3 individuals and 4 or 5 firearms he currently had at his disposal. With 30,000 points in hand, Li Yunpeng decided against borrowing from others. A group of sycophantic colleagues would hardly lend him anything. Unable to conceive of alternative avenues, and with time pressing, he could not afford any delays. Once all matters were settled, Li Yunpeng sent the 2 guard soldiers back to the base and followed Lu Zide to their shared apartment. It was a modest 2-bedroom unit, the walls adorned with a simple coat of paint that had begun to yellow, with traces of mildew festering in the corners. The place lacked any decent furniture, and the only appliances present were a water heater and a fan. After dinner, Li Yunpeng lay in bed. The exhilaration of acquiring funds swiftly overshadowed by the impending apocalypse looming ahead. Previously, he had only witnessed such scenarios in films and novels. Now, he was to confront this reality firsthand, which left him feeling somewhat distressed. Under the weight of immense pressure, Li Yunpeng's sleep was anything but restful, passing the night in a state of half-consciousness. Even in his dreams, he found himself calculating fund allocations and emergency plans. The following morning, as dawn broke, Li Yunpeng rose, weary-eyed, refusing to squander any time. Upon returning to the base, he enlisted the help of 2 individuals, intending to visit the wholesale market. However, he needed to arrange for transportation first. Fortunately, there was a construction site nearby, and with 500 yuan, he persuaded a driver to assist him in transporting goods. The wholesale market was bustling with activity, predominantly filled with merchants procuring supplies. Li Yunpeng located a rice shop, purchasing 80 bags of 50-kilogram rice for 120 yuan each. He would have liked to buy more, but the limited funds required prudent allocation. He reserved 20,000, spending the remainder on essential items, fruits, and vegetables, and even acquired a telescope. He opted for a cheaper brand of cigarettes for the time being, as every penny should be directed towards strengthening the base. Armed forces would enable him to procure anything in this impending apocalypse. With all preparations complete, he contacted the construction site driver, who arrived with a truck to transport the rice to the base. The sprawling base resembled a grand vaulted factory, accompanied by an array of peculiar facilities. Although the truck driver was curious, he refrained from asking questions, unloading the rice and departing with his payment. The world was on the brink of an apocalypse, with an increasing number of individuals afflicted by strange ailments. No one wished to linger outside for even a moment longer. Li Yunpeng gazed upon a substantial pile of rice, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It was sufficient to sustain a dozen individuals for 3 months. This was the extent of what he could achieve at present. He had contemplated the possibility of safeguarding the granary in anticipation of the apocalypse. However, the inherent risks were undeniable. Any unforeseen circumstances could render his efforts futile. It was imperative to establish a stable foundation from the outset, with future actions to be determined by the unfolding situation. Li Yunpeng sat atop a sack of rice, perusing the interface as he converted his remaining 20,000 yuan entirely into points. He then addressed the system, "Construct a barracks." The system responded, "The construction will consume 2,000 points. Please select a location for the build." Instantly, a map centered around the base materialized in Li Yunpeng's mind, illustrating a radius of 500 meters. He opted for a spot adjacent to the base, which was highlighted in green, signifying it was suitable for construction. Silently invoking build, a dual-arch connected structure suddenly emerged beside the base, accompanied by the barracks attributes in his mind. Barracks, consuming 1,000 points, allows the summoning of guard soldiers, with a maximum summoning speed of 3 per hour and a current level cap permitting the summoning of 500. Guard soldiers, the primary combat unit produced by the Red Alert base. These bioorganisms can be infected after being bitten by zombies. Attributes: they possess no pain, lack emotions, and are driven solely by combat awareness, allowing for basic communication and unwavering loyalty to their host. Standard weaponry: an M16 automatic rifle, accompanied by 2 magazines containing a total of 60 rounds and a military bayonet dagger. After reviewing the barracks description, Li Yunpeng grasped the essential attributes and noted he still had 20,000 points remaining. He began to contemplate his next moves. An armory was necessary, as the supply of weapons and ammunition must be secured. The summoned soldiers came equipped with a rifle and 60 rounds, which would prove insufficient. The construction of a machine gun bunker could wait. Securing personnel was paramount. Li Yunpeng then expended 2,000 points to construct a weapons factory adjacent to the barracks. The weapons factory allows for the exchange of various military supplies by consuming points. Handguns require 50 points, while ammunition costs 5 points per round. Grenades are priced at 100 points, combat uniforms at 50 points, and individual rations at merely 1 point each. The M16 automatic rifle can be acquired for 100 points. To his dismay, Li Yunpeng discovered that the factory could also produce individual rations. However, he realized that relying solely on these rations was not sustainable. Rice remained essential, especially as it could serve as a form of hard currency in the post-apocalyptic world. The walls are priced at 100 points per meter, and observing his base, which spans 30 meters per side, he recognized that encircling it would require an insufficient amount of points. Constructing just one wall seemed futile, indicating that in the early stages, he might have to face the harshness of vulnerability. Li Yunpeng ultimately summoned 11 guardsmen, exchanging 1,400 rounds of ammunition, precisely exhausting the remaining 18,000 points, leaving the points display on the panel at 0. The summoning of the 11 guardsmen required over 3 hours to complete, while the ammunition was swiftly delivered from the armory. Having concluded all these tasks, it was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with just 24 hours remaining until the onset of the apocalypse. Taking advantage of the time to summon soldiers, Li Yunpeng meticulously disassembled and reassembled his firearm, as this skill could prove vital for his survival. However, the frailness of his physique posed a challenge. After firing just a few rounds, the formidable recoil of the military rifle nearly shattered his scapula. It was evident that he needed to prioritize enhancing his physical fitness at the earliest opportunity. Yet, at this moment, he could not engage in strenuous exercise. He must maintain his peak physical condition to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Li Yunpeng consumed a ration pack, which included compressed biscuits, dried vegetables, dried fruits, and a small bottle of vitamin drink. Although the taste was less than palatable, the nutritional balance was commendable. After satisfying his hunger, he reclined in the commander's lounge of the base for a brief respite, habitually extracting his phone to browse the news before sleep. A piece of global news captured his attention. Li Yunpeng understood that the signs of impending doom became increasingly evident as the end of the world approached. If everyone could endure the initial wave of the apocalypse from the safety of their homes, the situation would be significantly improved. A larger number of surviving humans could unite to eradicate the zombies. With this thought in mind, Li Yunpeng resolved to compose an article for the internet. Regardless of whether anyone would believe him, he felt it was his duty, as a fellow human, to do what he could, thus leaving no regrets. He swiftly registered an account and articulated everything that was about to transpire, urging people to remain indoors before 2 p.m. the following day and detailing necessary preparations. He included survival skills that seemed plausible from films he had seen in his past life, information on zombie weaknesses, and strategies for collective resistance against the undead, and then published it on the largest forum in the country. Unfortunately, there were too many similar sentiments circulating online, and his article sank without a ripple. The sole outcome was a phone call from the local police station summoning him on charges of illegal rumor-mongering and inciting panic, threatening detention. However, considering the minor nature of his offense, they merely advised him to turn himself in. Li Yunpeng, however, was not foolish enough to comply. Offering a few vague reassurances before ending the call, he had done what he could. He was no martyr. Belief was a matter of personal choice. His own safety was paramount. With this, he set aside his phone and turned in for the night. When he awoke again, a group of soldiers was stationed at the entrance of the barracks. Upon seeing Li Yunpeng emerge from the base, they swiftly formed a line in a matter of 3 seconds. Along with the 3 soldiers he had previously sent, the 14 military personnel stood tall and imposing, their rifles held at a diagonal, embodying discipline and strength. These 14 guard soldiers represented his lifeline, bolstering Li Yunpeng's confidence. He distributed 100 rounds of ammunition to each soldier, bringing their total to 160 rounds each, which was essentially standard for wartime readiness. Having exhausted his points and unable to construct a base, Li Yunpeng surveyed his surroundings to better understand his environment. The base was situated on the east bank of a river, with his company's compound across the water, densely populated. To the west lay the urban area of Wuzhou, home to over 1 million people, a significant threat. Fortunately, the vast river acted as a barrier, likely to offer some protection. The east bank was an undeveloped reserve, with only a few scattered construction sites and minimal human presence. 5 kilometers away were scattered villages and towns, housing several tens of thousands, while a city lay several hundred kilometers further east. Overall, the situation was not particularly dire. Li Yunpeng commanded his soldiers to use shovels to construct 4 2-meter-high earthen mounds at the corners of the base, establishing defensive positions atop them. This arrangement not only provided a broader field of vision, but also enhanced their overall perspective. The sun's fading light glimmered on the river's surface, creating golden ripples, while a gentle breeze swayed the weeds, resembling waves. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, this would be a scene worthy of admiration. Li Yunpeng gazed with satisfaction at the 4 defensive positions towering over 2 meters high, and summoned his soldiers for a brief mobilization meeting. Tomorrow, the apocalypse is set to unfold, and many humans will transform into bloodthirsty monsters. Should any of these creatures be detected near the base, immediate action must be taken to shoot for the head. From this moment forth, each defensive position must be manned by at least 1 sentinel, with all personnel rotating shifts around the clock. If anyone approaches, a prompt report must be made. Understood. The guards responded in unison, and soon 4 soldiers ascended the positions, diligently surveying their designated sectors. Li Yunpeng sat by the river, igniting a cigarette while perusing the map on his phone to assess the situation in the nearby villages. At that moment, a notification caught his attention. Just 5 minutes prior, 30 top-tier medical experts from around the globe had jointly released a statement indicating that patients' conditions were deteriorating, and the aggressiveness of the illness was escalating. They warned that being scratched by an infected individual could lead to contagion, urging humanity to prepare for a prolonged struggle. The brevity of the official news, consisting of merely 2 lines, instilled a sense of foreboding within Li Yunpeng. For the general populace, shorter news often signified graver circumstances, and the timing of such an announcement could only herald catastrophic consequences. He understood that by tomorrow afternoon, an apocalyptic scenario would unfold. Following this news, the public would undoubtedly flood the streets in a frantic rush to procure supplies, a far more perilous endeavor than remaining indoors. The gravity of the situation had escalated, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Initially, he had anticipated that if the majority of people stayed home, the dangers posed by the first wave of outbreak would be manageable. However, it now appeared that the situation had dramatically shifted. If the apocalypse were to commence with the entire populace outdoors, the implications would be unfathomable. Li Yunpeng lay on the rooftop for 20 minutes. Once again, a sentinel emerged from the barracks. His ranks swelled to 15, slightly augmenting his power. Although the road before him had grown quiet, the park continued to echo with haunting cries. The first reshuffling of the apocalyptic world was underway. This was merely a glimpse of the scene before him. Similarly harrowing spectacles unfolded across the globe. Those driven into the river by the undead, some with enough stamina swam to the opposite shore, while others vanished without a trace. The fortunate few who reached the bank naturally beheld the base nearby, cautiously converging towards it. Upon entering, they were similarly cautioned by Li Yunpeng and quietly huddled against the foundation walls. Having narrowly escaped death, their energies spent, they gathered in silence, some weeping softly. As dusk approached, Li Yunpeng observed the river for any new survivors, descending from the rooftop to count the meager group, no more than a dozen. The 6 corpses on the ground remained unattended, prompting Li Yunpeng to coldly remark, "It seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. However, I can understand. With so few earlier, it is now your collective responsibility to remove the bodies and dispose of them in the river." The group exchanged glances, yet none stepped forward. Li Yunpeng continued, "If you choose not to act, you may leave at once." A middle-aged woman with an arrogant demeanor and a sharp countenance stepped forward, casting a sideways glance at Li Yunpeng. "Young man," she said, "your rank is not particularly high, yet your words are rather abrasive. Shouldn't such tasks fall to you soldiers?" Her challenge seemed to galvanize others, who began murmuring in agreement, emboldened by her apparent influence. Li Yunpeng, observing someone posturing arrogantly, chuckled softly and remarked, "Firstly, I am not a soldier. These individuals are my private militia. You are under my protection and are obliged to serve me. Otherwise, I shall not hinder your departure. In a society governed by law, how dare you assemble a private armed force? Do you believe I would hesitate to report you?" The middle-aged woman paused, realizing her phone had no signal. Yet, accustomed to her haughty demeanor, she quickly altered her tone, asserting, "I do not care what type of militia you claim to be. You had better provide us with the necessary supplies. Otherwise, when I return, you will surely regret it." This woman seemed oblivious to the apocalyptic reality, and Li Yunpeng, displaying a modicum of patience towards those newly thrust into this world, stated, "I care not for your previous affiliations. I shall say this once more, either comply or leave." The middle-aged woman, unaccustomed to such indignity, screamed defiantly, "I refuse to leave. What can you do about it? You think you can intimidate me? You, a mere country bumpkin, have yet to grasp the survival rules of this world. You recklessly offend others and will ultimately find yourself unaware of how to meet your demise." Li Yunping was startled by her sudden increase in volume and quickly glanced around, anxiously saying, "Could you please lower your voice?" In the vast emptiness, the woman's voice was particularly jarring. If it attracted a horde of zombies, it could spell disaster. "Who are you speaking to in such a manner? Truly uncouth. How did your mother?" A middle-aged woman scolded loudly, her tone sharp and utterly unrestrained. Li Yunpeng swiftly drew his pistol, pointing it at the woman's head, and urgently warned, "Silence at once. Go ahead and pull the trigger, if you dare. Do you think I've never seen a gun before?" At that moment, a nearby soldier approached and reported, "Commander, zombies are gathering near the base." Li Yunpeng, filled with rage, shouted, "Shut your mouth at once, or I will end you." The woman, hands on her hips, retorted loudly, "If you have the guts, go ahead and shoot. What a coward you are. Surrounded by armed individuals yet afraid of those lunatics. You are nothing but a..." Li Yunpeng felt a surge of urgency as he turned to see dozens of figures racing towards the base. The woman continued to shout curses, and with a steely resolve, he acted decisively. Bang! The woman's voice was abruptly silenced, her eyes wide with disbelief, a gaping wound in her forehead, and a large portion of her skull blown away. Blood and tissue spilling onto the ground. She could hardly fathom that, in this modern society, someone would dare to commit murder in public. Blood splattered across his face. It was his first kill, and his stomach twisted uncomfortably as he struggled to acclimate to the reality of his actions. The sight of their leader collapsing lifelessly sent shockwaves through the crowd, their faces paling in terror. Li Yunpeng had no time to consider their fear. He hastily ascended to the rooftop. As he surveyed the scene, panic gripped him. Zombies were approaching from three sides, save for the riverbank. That damned woman. Li Yunpeng cursed inwardly, realizing that in the current predicament, cold weapons would be ineffective. A quick estimation revealed there were around 70 to 80 zombies, and additionally, more were sprinting across the bridge from the opposite shore. "Attention, guard troops. All personnel to the battlements. Open fire upon entering range to eliminate the zombies." "Understood." The soldiers of the guard replied in unison. Then several groups ascended the battlements, pulling back the bolts of their rifles and preparing to shoot. Before long, zombies entered within a 400-meter range, and the soldiers decisively opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted around the base, but the distance was too great, and the zombies moved with alarming speed. Often, dozens of shots failed to strike their heads. Hitting their bodies merely caused a brief hesitation in their pace. As if nothing had happened. It was only when the targets approached within 200 meters that accuracy began to improve, and the gunfire intensified. At the speed of the zombies, they could cover 200 meters in just over 20 seconds. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of urgency within him. Although numerous zombies were being dispatched with precise shots to the head, an ever-increasing horde continued to surge forward. The echo of gunfire reverberated around him, and soon the zombies across the river began to converge as well. Cursing the woman in his thoughts, he exchanged his points for a rifle and took aim from the rooftop. However, the zombies, appearing no larger than a chicken egg and moving erratically at a distance of 200 meters, proved to be a challenging target. In his first attempt, he emptied an entire magazine without even grazing one, realizing that he could not assist in the battle. He shifted his focus to assessing the situation while checking the points panel. Within mere minutes, his score was nearing 10,000. He hastily exchanged for an additional 1,000 rounds of ammunition, knowing that such intense consumption would quickly deplete the supplies, with each person requiring over 100 rounds. "You lot, if you wish to survive, bring bullets to the soldiers at the front lines. Reload those magazines now," Li Yunpeng shouted. The survivors, witnessing the relentless onslaught of zombies from all directions, began to panic, finally grasping the brutal reality of the apocalypse. They scrambled from the entrance of the armory, clutching bullets as they rushed towards the four positions. With the assistance of the survivors, the soldiers could focus on combating the zombies, while designated individuals busily refilled the empty magazines. At that moment, another soldier emerged from the barracks, and Li Yunpeng felt a wave of relief. With this soldier's reinforcement, each position was now manned by 4 warriors, and it was apparent that the zombies were closing in, now only about 100 meters away, with an unending stream of them joining the fray. This situation was untenable. The sheer number of zombies would inevitably breach the base's defenses. In close combat, the base would likely fall within mere minutes. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of anxiety as he incessantly flipped through the system panel. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could erect a wall. His points had soared to over 20,000, prompting him to silently recite construct wall. Instantly, a mental image of the map materialized in his mind. He swiftly drew a square with a side length of 50 meters, encircling the base, and confirmed the construction. Before the survivor, who was nervously assisting the soldiers with their magazines, a dazzling sight unfolded. A 2-meter-high, 1-meter-thick crimson brick wall abruptly emerged, enveloping the base. The sudden appearance of the wall startled everyone, leaving them in a surreal daze, questioning the nature of their reality. With the wall in place, Li Yunpeng felt a slight sense of relief. He descended from the rooftop, ascended the wall, and steadied his rifle, joining the fray. He focused on the zombies that were nearest, though his aim remained somewhat imprecise. Nevertheless, in a scenario where ammunition was of no concern, 2 or 3 magazines could suffice to fell a single creature. As the battle raged on, the number of zombies on the other 2 fronts gradually dwindled, while the side facing the bridge continued to witness an unrelenting influx of the undead. Li Yunpeng assigned 2 individuals to each of the other 3 walls, gathering everyone at the wall on the side of the bridge. In the face of the relentless tide of approaching zombies, the automatic rifles continued their barrage without cessation. As the undead drew ever closer, with most within a mere 50 meters and a few already reaching the base of the wall, a chilling sweat broke out despite Li Yunpeng's swift eliminations. Should any of the zombies manage to scale the wall, the defense would be instantly compromised, and the horde, unimpeded by gunfire, would swiftly engulf the base. Li Yunpeng experienced for the first time the chilling proximity of death. He turned his head and beheld a swarm of zombies surging towards the bridge, while more of these creatures emerged relentlessly from the direction of the park. Continuing in this manner was untenable. It was only a matter of time before they would succumb. The machine gun fortress, yes, the machine gun fortress. Li Yunpeng hastily constructed 2 machine gun bunkers at both ends of the wall facing the bridge, utilizing 10,000 points for their creation. Each circular fortification, with a diameter of 2 meters, appeared to be constructed from reinforced concrete and featured 360-degree firing ports. Each bunker was equipped with an M60 general-purpose machine gun, accompanied by 2 ammunition belts, each containing 100 rounds. Li Yunpeng redeemed an additional 10,000 rounds of ammunition to ensure a steady supply of firepower. From the other 2 walls, he withdrew 2 soldiers to man the machine gun bunkers. The firepower of the machine guns proved far superior to that of rifles, shredding the bodies of the nearby zombies with overwhelming force. However, the consumption of ammunition was equally significant, with a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute. They managed to push back the horde of corpses to over 100 meters within 5 minutes. Li Yunpeng ordered the machine gun teams to cease fire, maintaining their positions as a precautionary measure. With his points nearing 100,000, Li Yunpeng showed no hesitation, expending 50,000 points to redeem another 10,000 rounds of ammunition, while the survivors tirelessly transported supplies to various positions. In the ensuing battle, the primary responsibility for inflicting casualties fell to the rifles. Not only were they more precise, but they also conserved ammunition. The machine guns were reserved for when the zombies approached too closely. The summoning of soldiers continued unabated, and when another soldier emerged from the barracks, Li Yunpeng's ranks swelled to 17. Fueled by a fervent resolve, he thought to himself, "I refuse to believe that you zombies outnumber my bullets." With each shot fired, his confidence grew, and the balance of power shifted, making the extermination of this zombie threat an inevitable outcome. An hour later, as his forces reached 20, the closest zombies had retreated to over 200 meters from the base. The intense gunfire gradually diminished in frequency. After nearly 2 hours of fierce combat, The zombies crossing the bridge had become sparse. Li Yunpeng ordered a cessation of fire, and the personnel in the machine gun bunkers returned to the walls. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution, as the persistent gunfire continued to attract more zombies from afar. Nightfall was approaching, bringing with it diminished visibility, making accurate aiming increasingly difficult. Li Yunpeng commanded his soldiers to eliminate the remaining zombies with bayonets, thus preventing the attraction of new ones. As the gunfire ceased, the number of zombies emerging from the park noticeably diminished. The warriors readied their bayonets, and with the wall as a barrier, the zombies could not reach them, allowing the soldiers to dispatch the undead with ease. Each zombie that charged towards the wall was swiftly dispatched with a single thrust. Once the last of the advancing zombies was brought down, Li Yunpeng slumped against the wall, feeling utterly drained. The soldiers appeared to be in better spirits. Yet the dozen or so survivors fared no better than him. Some lay on the ground, others leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, unable to discern whether it was fatigue or fear that overwhelmed them. They had finally endured the first wave of the outbreak. Li Yunpeng reflected on the moment when the zombies surged like a tide. He had harbored doubts about their ability to hold the line. After catching his breath, he surveyed the battlefield. From the base to the bridge, a gruesome carpet of bodies lay strewn about, some still emitting wisps of smoke, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. The survivors, upon witnessing the horrific scene outside the base, were immediately seized by nausea, clutching the wall and retching uncontrollably. Li Yunpeng felt a similar queasiness in his stomach. Though he had steeled himself for such sights, he suppressed the urge to vomit, unwilling to let the survivors perceive any weakness. Otherwise, the authority he had just established would be undermined. As night descended, the number of soldiers increased to 23. After assigning soldiers to guard duty, Li Yunpeng leapt down from the wall and exchanged some personal rations at the armory, distributing them to the survivors. Having exerted themselves throughout the afternoon, their stomachs were empty, and they regarded Li Yunpeng with a hint of reverence as they lined up to receive food, before sitting to devour their meals ravenously. The soldiers took turns returning to the barracks for rest. Li Yunpeng opened the base's main gate, ignoring the hopeful gazes of the survivors as he entered alone. Securing the door behind him, he removed his combat uniform and sank onto the sofa, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him as he reflected on the day's events. His hands trembled slightly as they rested on the armrest. He sought to dispel the fear born of life and death struggles and calm the exhilaration of having survived. Only then did he open his attribute panel, revealing a balance of 150,000 points. After expending nearly 50,000 bullets, he estimated he had eliminated over 2,000 zombies. The data appeared satisfactory. According to records from World War II, an army well supplied with ammunition typically required over 1,000 rounds to take down a single enemy, though this was partly due to humans' instinct to evade. Thus, averaging 25 bullets per zombie was considered reasonable, given their swift movements and the diminutive size of their heads from a distance of a few hundred meters, making it challenging to track their erratic trajectories. Nevertheless, Li Yunpeng felt a sense of relief. He had ample ammunition at his disposal, with over 150,000 points, if all were used to summon soldiers. He could enlist 150 warriors. However, one must also consider comprehensive development. First, summon 50 soldiers, setting this process within the system. The barracks will automatically generate soldiers until the full complement of 50 is achieved. Open the map surrounding the base and construct a machine gun bunker at each of the remaining 2 corners to bolster firepower. The perimeter wall, measuring 50 meters on each side, is rather insufficient. This area could serve as a private domain in the future. Additionally, a larger outer wall should be erected, effectively adding another layer of security. After some contemplation, it was decided to allocate 80,000 points to build an outer wall with a perimeter of 200 meters. Although the 2-meter height of the wall is not particularly imposing, it is certainly better than having no barrier at all. Upgrades should allow for an increase in height later on. Beyond the outer wall, another 20,000 points were spent to evenly distribute 4 machine gun bunkers along each side of the wall, leaving only a few hundred points remaining. Li Yunpeng felt no sorrow. The points stored within the system were lifeless. Strengthening the foundation of the base was the true path forward. Otherwise, if one were to perish without having fully utilized their resources, it would be an utter tragedy. Once everything was in order, Li Yunpeng regained his composure and, despite his fatigue, stepped out of the base. The number of soldiers indicated 25. Upon his emergence, the survivors, who were resting on the ground, stood up with a palpable sense of tension. Li Yunpeng addressed a man in his 30s who had just delivered an impressive performance. "What is your name?" "Hello, sir. My name is Zhang Tao," he replied somewhat nervously, while awkwardly rendering a salute that was a curious blend of military formality. Li Yunpeng waved his hand and said, "Zhang Tao, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the logistics team, temporarily overseeing the survivors who joined today." "Yes," Zhang Tao replied, somewhat exhilarated. After a fierce battle, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances at hand. In this harsh apocalypse, receiving the acknowledgement of the settlement's leader would undoubtedly afford him a more comfortable existence than that of the average person. Li Yunpeng spoke solemnly to everyone. "I understand that you are filled with curiosity about the base and have numerous questions. However, I implore you to set aside these thoughts. As long as you adhere to the rules and comply with the management of the base, I shall ensure your safety. Otherwise," Li Yunpeng did not continue speaking. He merely cast a glance at the middle-aged woman who had been shot in the head. A chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers, and they all promptly declared their unwavering obedience. Li Yunpeng instructed the crowd to continue their rest, then took a round to inspect the perimeter walls. Standing atop the inner wall, he gazed at the extensive outer walls, feeling a sense of relief. There were even corpses of zombies lying between the inner and outer walls, which would have to wait for tomorrow's cleanup. He reported to the commander, inquiring whether it was necessary to arrange for night vigilance. Li Yunpeng gazed in astonishment at the guard soldier before him, marveling at how this individual communicated with greater fluency than others and exhibited a capacity for independent thought. He quickly accessed the attributes panel and discovered that this soldier, designated as number 7, had leveled up to rank 1. Now recognized as a squad leader capable of commanding a team of 30. Squad leader number 7, I instruct you to arrange personnel for round-the-clock duty. Should you encounter small groups of zombies, resolve the issue with bayonets. Report any substantial hordes immediately. New survivors are to wait outside the city until dawn. Yes, sir. Rest assured, number 7 replied with a standard military salute, watching as Li Yunpeng departed. After a brief survey, Li Yunpeng felt a sense of satisfaction. The base now boasted 2 formidable walls, and by the following morning, the number of soldiers would swell to 50. Upon returning to the base, he indulged in a hot shower, washing away the grime of battle, and reclined in the bedroom specially prepared for the commander. Although modest in size, it offered a profound sense of security, encased in thick steel plating. The base was equipped with its own power system, capable of meeting the electrical demands of all facilities. After a day of heightened tension, he allowed himself to relax, and fatigue swiftly enveloped him from all sides. As his consciousness began to fade, he envisioned transforming the base into an impregnable fortress, impervious to the onslaught of countless zombies. In his dreams, he traversed the seas, rescuing innumerable souls, leading his mighty army to victory against all odds. What Li Yunpeng was unaware of was that, in reality, he had inadvertently saved many lives. A group of individuals, hiding in the supermarket of the park, was on the brink of being overrun by zombies. It was the gunfire from the base that diverted most of the undead, allowing these people to escape their peril. On the first night of the apocalypse, the once brightly lit city was shrouded in darkness. As the power generation equipment ceased to operate due to a lack of fuel, only scattered glimmers of light remained, which did not symbolize hope, but rather became a gathering haven for the zombies. In the tranquil and serene surroundings, Li Yunpeng slept soundly until 10 a.m. the following day, finally awakening with a sense of fulfillment. Goodness, it's already 10 o'clock, and I haven't fed the survivors yet. Li Yunpeng hastily arose, splashed his face with water in a careless manner, and stepped out of the base. The glaring sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the scene before him. A throng of soldiers congregated near the barracks, their numbers overwhelming. Observing the inefficiency of counting heads, Li Yunpeng swiftly checked the attributes panel. Combined with the existing 25, he now had a total of 50 soldiers. However, he noticed the absence of survivors. The 6 corpses of zombies and that of the middle-aged woman were nowhere to be found. Just as he pondered this mystery, Zhang Tao entered through the gates with the survivors, each face ashen, with one woman still covering her mouth, retching. Did you dispose of the bodies? Li Yunpeng inquired, astonished. Zhang Tao promptly responded, Yes, Commander, we shall strive to adapt to this apocalyptic world. Li Yunpeng nodded in approval, acknowledging the commendable effort. Well done. There are individual rations at the entrance of the armory. Go have a meal before resuming your duties. Upon hearing the mention of food, the crowd beamed with joy. slightly bowing to Li Yunpeng before proceeding to collect their breakfast. Number 7. Li Yunpeng called out loudly. At your service, Commander, Number 7 replied, hastening from the ranks to stand before Li Yunpeng, awaiting orders. Are you capable of leading 50 soldiers? Li Yunpeng inquired, reporting to the commander. I can manage that if there is no combat. However, in battle, I can command a maximum of 30 warriors, Number 7 responded. Very well. After you have eaten, arrange for some personnel to assist the survivors in disposing of the bodies from within the walls into the river, Li Yunpeng instructed. Understood. Number 7 acknowledged before departing to fulfill the command. Li Yunpeng, having dined, ascended to the rooftop of the base, equipped with a telescope to survey the surroundings. From the direction of the park, the intermittent howls of zombies echoed, intertwined with the anguished cries of humanity, an ominous sign of the ill-fated souls who had been detected by the undead, with their fate all but sealed. In other directions surrounding the base, a few zombies had begun to meander aimlessly, yet they did not draw closer to the stronghold, instead wandering about the desolation. While zombies possess sight, it seems to have deteriorated over time. Their hearing, however, remains acute. A mere sound can guide them to their prey. After observing for a while and perceiving no immediate threat, Li Yunpeng leapt down from the rooftop. Venturing to the school at this juncture would be unwise. With only a handful of soldiers, safety was not assured. At the first gunshot, amidst the park's treacherous terrain, they could easily be overwhelmed by a horde. It appears prudent to accumulate additional points to summon more soldiers, while also taking this opportunity to strengthen his physique and undertake minor renovations to the base. Number 1. Number 2. Li Yunpeng called out loudly. Present. 2 figures vaulted down from the wall, standing before him. You too. Head outside and eliminate the solitary zombies wandering nearby with your bayonets. Do not return until you have reached level 1. Understood. The duo saluted before turning to depart. Li Yunpeng expressed his sentiments. A system-produced force is truly remarkable. Regardless of the treacherous paths ahead, it will unconditionally execute orders without any superfluous discourse. Possessing such an army, he is confident that he can carve out a significant place for himself in a post-apocalyptic world. Li Yunpeng's primary objective in sending the 2 individuals to eliminate the zombies was to ascertain whether they could level up. Having merely 1 squad leader was insufficient, as the demand for junior non-commissioned officers would be substantial in the future. Undoubtedly, officers from the Loyal Guard would be the most suitable to command the grassroots military forces. He had no intention of allowing ordinary individuals to meddle excessively in military affairs. True security lay in having control of the firearms in one's own hands. He then called out, Zhang Tao. Having just finished his meal, Zhang Tao hurried over upon hearing Li Yunpeng's call. Li Yunpeng stated, after dinner, you all will assist the soldiers in clearing the corpses from the outer city and preparing to construct a temporary camp. Sleeping outdoors is not a viable option. Encountering rain would pose significant challenges. Yes, Commander, I shall attend to it immediately, Zhang Tao replied succinctly. To erect shelter, construction materials are indispensable. There are several nearby construction sites, sparsely populated yet abundant in supplies. Li Yunpeng resolved to explore the vicinity, hoping to discover any surviving workers. After arranging for a contingent of soldiers to remain behind, Li Yunpeng commanded the leader of Team 7 to accompany him, leading a squad of 30 guards equipped and ready for reconnaissance at the nearby construction site. He himself carried an M16 rifle, along with 3 magazines, and a sidearm secured at his waist, clad in combat attire that exuded vitality. 29 soldiers dispersed around Li Yunpeng, with the leader of Team 7 steadfastly by his side. Cautiously, he unlatched the gate, and they silently ventured forth. The construction site lay to the east of the base, an expanse of barren land, thus harboring few zombies. Occasionally, a wandering undead would approach, swiftly dispatched by the vigilant soldiers with bayonets piercing their skulls. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at the entrance of the construction site. Peering through the crack of the door, they observed a tranquil scene within, with merely a dozen zombies meandering about. Li Yunpeng concealed himself at the threshold, scrutinizing the area for risks. Satisfied that it was safe, he rapped the butt of his rifle against the door, the sound quickly attracting the attention of the nearby zombies. Awakened by the noise, the undead abandoned their lethargy and charged towards the gate. The door had been secured with ropes, preventing the zombies from breaching it. Li Yunpeng instructed the soldiers to maintain their watchful stance, as he intended to personally eliminate these creatures. As the leader of the base, it was imperative that he gain experience in such matters. This presented an excellent opportunity for practice. Unlike long-range shooting, the act of thrusting a bayonet into a zombie's skull at close quarters is a feat not easily accomplished by most. The visceral sensation of a blade entering flesh delivers a profound visual impact. Li Yunpeng steadied his firearm and took a deep breath. With a decisive thrust, the blade pierced the grotesque visage of the zombie. The sensation of the serrated edge tearing through flesh and entering the skull was nauseating. As he withdrew the blade, a spurt of dark blood erupted forth, and the zombie, with its bloodied maw agape, slowly crumpled to the ground. Resisting his inner revulsion, Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth and dispatched the remaining 15 zombies with ruthless efficiency. His palms were slick with sweat, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, but Li Yunpeng had acclimatized to it by the previous day. He ordered his soldiers to open the gate and move the pile of corpses aside, allowing them to enter the construction site. This area appeared to be designated for a residential complex, with all necessary building materials at hand and an array of machinery scattered about. Li Yunpeng instructed his men to form teams of 3 to clear out the remaining zombies from the makeshift shelters, discovering numerous car keys in the pockets of the undead, predominantly for vehicles within the site. Upon completing the sweep, they found no survivors in the construction area, indicating that the onset of the apocalypse had caught most unprepared, leading to their untimely demise at the jaws of the undead. Li Yunpeng selected an off-road vehicle and, accompanied by 4 soldiers, returned to the base, leaving the remaining personnel to organize construction materials and load them onto trucks. The roar of the vehicle's engine attracted the wandering zombies nearby, but Li Yunpeng paid them no heed, driving straight back to the base where soldiers stationed at the outer wall would handle any pursuing threats. The hunters, designated as Number 1 and Number 2, had returned from their expedition to eliminate zombies and, as anticipated, had both been promoted to the rank of first-class sergeant. Li Yunpeng assembled a team of 20 for Unit 1, with Unit 2 serving as his backup. After a successful hunt, his score reached an impressive 10,000 points, prompting him to summon 10 soldiers. The bodies between the inner and outer walls had been thoroughly cleared, and Li Yunpeng directed the remaining soldiers and survivors to transport building materials to the construction site. With little else to occupy his time, he began to jog around the inner wall, acutely aware of his frail physique, which seemed inferior even to that of an ordinary student. Given the relatively stable environment, he pushed himself to the limit, collapsing in exhaustion only to rest briefly before rising once more to continue his run, toiling throughout the day. It was not until his hands trembled from fatigue, weighed down by the rations, that he finally ceased his efforts. As dusk approached, the returning team brought back an array of mechanical equipment and building materials, filling the space between the inner and outer walls. With the arrival of vehicles, the survivors would have a more comfortable night, able to shelter within the cars rather than sleeping exposed under the open sky. Li Yunpeng devised a plan to construct 2 rows of dormitories on the outer walls, segregating the sexes to accommodate a greater number of survivors. Upon examining the system, he discovered that the Red Alert war vehicle stood at level 1, with the requirement to ascend to level 2 necessitating a staggering 50,000 points and a population of 5,000. Cursed be the system, which demands population for upgrades. It feels as though I am being compelled to rescue more souls, he mused, relishing the prospect of solitary ease. The system interjected, Commander, please be advised that verbal abuse towards the system will result in point deductions. This is your first warning. After a week's rigorous training, Li Yunpeng's sore body had largely recuperated, now in a much stronger state than before. During this period of physical enhancement, he dispatched soldiers daily to hunt solitary wandering zombies, subsequently utilizing the accrued points to summon more soldiers. This virtuous cycle had culminated in a formidable assembly of 120 guardsmen. Notably, 1 soldier had been promoted to squad leader, perfectly filling 4 squads. Through prolonged baiting and extermination, the national road surrounding the base was now devoid of zombies, thoroughly cleansed. Clearly, it was time to venture into the park. The necessity of population for upgrades rendered remaining at the base utterly futile. Relying on the hope that those individuals might escape on their own was unrealistic, Li Yunpeng contemplated, resolute in his decision. He assigned 1 squad to guard the base while preparing to lead the remaining 90 fully armed soldiers towards the park, each equipped with 200 rounds of ammunition and 3 grenades. Upon stepping through the base's gates, he inhaled deeply, acknowledging that the unknown and perilous awaited him, and resolved to confront it starting today. He dispatched 10 scouts to pave the way, proceeding with the remaining guardsmen in silence. dispatching any encountered zombies with bayonets while striving to minimize noise. The group swiftly arrived at the eastern gate of the park, whereupon Li Yunpeng ordered his guards to conceal themselves along the wall. Peering through a crevice into the park, he observed a multitude of zombies within. It appeared that many had congregated in the vicinity, making stealthy entry into the park implausible. However, a direct assault filled him with trepidation. After much contemplation, he resolved to scale the wall at the northeastern corner of the stadium, which was notably vacant of zombies and adjacent to the park's dormitories. Should the operation proceed smoothly, they could reach the dormitories without alarming the undead. Li Yunpeng stealthily led his troops through the gate, making their way to the northeastern corner. The soldiers formed a human pyramid, sending a small squad ahead for reconnaissance. Only then did Li Yunpeng step onto the makeshift ladder and scale into the compound. Once inside, all soldiers adopted a crouched stance, vigilant in their watch, as the overgrown weeds provided a natural barrier. Before long, the entire unit had infiltrated the area, and Li Yunpeng, noticing the absence of any lurking zombies, cautiously approached the dormitory. Just as the dormitory loomed close, a sudden commotion erupted. A figure on the 5th floor spotted the team. A girl at the window waving a towel and shouting, "The army has come to rescue us. We're here. Damn it." Li Yunpeng's entire body trembled as the urgent cries for help echoed from above. In an instant, the previously listless bodies of the nearby zombies jolted to life, charging wildly towards him. At this moment, there was no turning back. Charge! Li Yunpeng let out a fierce roar as he pulled the gun's bolt, charging towards the dormitory entrance. At that moment, dozens of zombies had already gathered beneath the dormitory building. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yunpeng was the first to fire, unleashing the firepower of over 90 rifles, swiftly clearing the zombies at the entrance. A squad charged in, rapidly eliminating the undead on the ground floor, while 2 other squads flanked the main door, providing crucial fire support for their comrades. As one squad of soldiers burst into the dormitory, they were confronted by zombies surging from all directions, with some even leaping down from the staircase, leaving no time for a shot to be fired. In an instant, 2 warriors were overwhelmed by the encroaching horde. Although their comrades swiftly dispatched the assailants, both soldiers bore bite wounds, their arms marred by darkened flesh surrounding the gashes. With the influx of guards into the dormitory, the remaining zombies were gradually eradicated. Li Yunpeng quickly directed a portion of his troops to stack tables and debris at the entrance, creating a barricade against the bloodthirsty and frenzied zombies. Bolstered by rifle fire, a substantial pile of furniture soon formed at the doorway, temporarily halting the advance of the zombies outside. Only then did Li Yunpeng have the opportunity to assess the wounded soldiers. The ordinary guards exhibited no signs of pain, their expressions calm. However, their eyes were gradually turning red, a harbinger of impending transformation into the undead. Clearly, they were beyond salvation. Number 1. Present. Li Yunpeng spoke with great difficulty. "Let us send these 2 brothers on their way." "Understood," replied the leader of Team 1 succinctly. The bio-warriors were all too aware that a bite from a zombie could lead to infection. The 2 soldiers had already lost consciousness. The leader signaled to his comrades to pull the 2 aside, rendered a military salute, and then resolutely fired, striking their heads to bring their lives to a swift conclusion. Li Yunpeng experienced his first loss of soldiers, a heavy burden weighing upon his heart. Although they were bioengineered beings, they were still his comrades in arms. He commanded each unit to methodically search through the building, eliminating the zombies within the dormitory. Subsequently, he led a small team to the 5th floor in pursuit of the person who had just called for help. After clearing the zombies from the 5th floor, he knocked on the door of the room from which the cries had emanated. The occupant, cautious, first opened a small window in the door. Upon seeing the soldiers outside, they felt a sense of relief and opened the door, rushing out with an overwhelming surge of gratitude for their survival. Slap. As the woman who had cried out the loudest emerged, Li Yunpeng suddenly struck her with his hand. She was taken aback, covering her face in shock and looking at him with a sense of injustice. "Do you realize that your shouting cost me 2 comrades?" Li Yunpeng admonished, his expression stern. It had only been a week since the onset of the apocalypse, and humanity's compassion still lingered. Upon hearing that 2 soldiers had perished because of her, the woman felt an immense pang of guilt. "How can you, a soldier, resort to violence? Where is your commanding officer?" A haughty young man interjected. The woman felt a surge of disdain at his words. This man had persistently pursued her, flaunting his wealth and looking down on others. "Chao Chun, you should not speak so recklessly. It was indeed my fault." Li Yunpeng was momentarily amused by the outburst, Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing this, Chao Chuan became incensed. "You wretched fool. Do you dare to challenge my authority? Believe it or not, I could have your military rank stripped away." Li Yuping was seething with rage. This insolent fool had crossed the line, and now he would pay the price. He seized Chao Chun by the collar and thrust him against the window, his voice low and menacing. "I will grant you one final opportunity to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you shall not witness the dawn of another day." Chao Chun felt a twinge of fear within, yet considering his family's formidable background, he could not afford to lose face in front of the woman he admired. I refuse to apologize. Just you wait." Li Yunpeng did not wait for him to complete his charade. With a swift motion, he cast him down from the building. After a cacophony of zombie roars, Chao Chuan had no opportunity to mutate and was swiftly devoured. "What is your name?" Li Yunpeng inquired, turning his gaze. I am Lu Hui," she stammered, startled, trembling as she spoke softly. In her heart, she wondered if this man, who could kill without a second thought, would also take her life. "Lu Hui, what was the situation in the park when the apocalypse first began?" Li Yuping asked. Observing that he did not pursue further reproach, Lu Hui candidly recounted that day. The news urged the public to prepare for a prolonged struggle, and then everyone in the park rushed to the supermarket to seize food. Chaos ensued, and everyone lost their minds. According to Lu Hui, the supermarket had amassed a considerable crowd. Before long, the reports from various team leaders corroborated her account. There were only a handful of survivors in the entire dormitory. It was reasonable to deduce that the others had all flocked to the supermarket in search of sustenance. Li Yuping arrived at the side facing the supermarket, hiding behind the narrow gap of the window to gaze outside. The ground below was heavily besieged by zombies. With no fewer than a few thousand of them, shadows flitted across the second floor of the supermarket opposite, as numerous pairs of eyes turned towards the dormitory. Having all taken note of the recent intense gunfire, Li Yuping suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure and broke into a grin. That rascal Moffin was still alive. Truly, good people do not live long, while evildoers linger for a millennium. Although the supermarket was merely 100 meters away, it felt as if separated by thousands of zombies, an insurmountable chasm. After contemplating by the window for a moment, Li Yunpeng summoned the squad leader to assign tasks. 2 squads retained their grenades to prepare for an assault on the first floor, while the remaining squad, armed with all the grenades, awaited orders by the window. Once everyone was in position, Li Yuping grasped a metal basin, opened the window, and began to strike it forcefully against the sill. Clang, clang, clang. The zombies swiftly gathered beneath the dormitory. After 5 minutes of striking, the horde had stacked themselves in several layers against the wall. Throw. With a single command, dozens of grenades were hurled downwards. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly. A single grenade held little potency against the zombies. After all, the primary lethality of a grenade lies in its shrapnel. If the shrapnel does not strike the head, it might not even take down a single zombie. However, a concentrated barrage of metallic fury was an entirely different matter. The simultaneous detonation of over 50 grenades in such a confined space wrought significant devastation within a designated area, incapacitating those who survived with severed limbs or being hurled away. The relentless zombie horde, undeterred by death, surged forward despite the explosions. After tossing more than 200 grenades, the once dense throng of zombies began to thin. An opportunity presented itself. Advance! At the command of Li Yunping, the 2 squads of guards stationed at the entrance on the first floor immediately opened fire and then dashed out of the dormitory, racing towards the supermarket. Li Yunpeng observed the opening of the passageway below and swiftly led his guards and survivors down the stairs. The soldiers who had surged ahead were already at the supermarket entrance, forming a human wall to carve a path towards the cafeteria. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yunpeng dashed forward, becoming the first to reach the supermarket's entrance. He then crouched down and began firing, providing cover for the retreating soldiers behind him. The intense gunfire melded into a cacophony, and after the loss of 5 brave soldiers, everyone finally converged at the supermarket's threshold. In the midst of this fierce combat, the rolling shutter door was suddenly opened from within. Li Yunping, alongside his comrades, fought while retreating, and as the last soldier entered the supermarket, the shutter door was forcefully closed. Deprived of firepower, the zombies soon approached the entrance, pounding against the shutter with resounding thuds. Li Yunpeng promptly directed the soldiers to barricade the door with shelves, and after a considerable time, the zombies, having lost their target, eventually fell silent. Li Yunping turned to examine the young man who had just opened the door. He was tall and robust, with a steady gaze that suggested he was both bold and composed. "What is your name?" Li Yunpeng inquired from his seat. "I am Wu Gang," he replied succinctly. "Well, it takes courage to open the roll-up door. You are quite remarkable. What is the situation here?" Li Yunpeng asked. "Are you referring to the first floor or the second?" Wu Gang responded. Li Yunpeng found the situation in the supermarket perplexing. Was there truly a disparity between the first and second floors? What could possibly be the explanation? He inquired. Wu Gang pondered for a moment before responding. On the day of the apocalypse, Ma Fun, along with the management and security personnel, relocated the majority of the edible supplies to the upper floor and subsequently sealed the entrance. The remaining individuals were left to endure the hardships on the first floor. Li Yunpeng had no doubt that Ma Fun was capable of such actions. Since fate had brought him face to face with this predicament, he was determined to address it thoroughly. However, he deemed it prudent to first ascertain the circumstances on the first floor before taking action. Li Yunpeng was accompanied by a contingent of soldiers as he commenced his inspection of the ground floor. The windows were obscured, casting a dim light over the area. The men appeared listless, while the women had disheveled hair, gathered in small groups. Upon his approach, their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. A cursory count revealed approximately 200 to 300 individuals scattered throughout the space. "Detsi?" Li Yunpeng spotted a familiar face amidst the crowd. Lu sighed. Hearing someone call his name, looked up in confusion and saw a young man dressed in military attire, who appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than his dear friend, Li Yunpeng. "Peng, brother Peng, is it truly you?" Lu Zide inquired uncertainly as he slowly rose to his feet. Li Yunpeng approached and said, "It is I. You, my dear fellow, are quite resilient. It is fortunate that you are alive." Upon seeing him, Lu Zide burst into tears, exclaiming, "Brother Peng, I feared I would never see you again. The outside world is filled with monstrous creatures, akin to zombies." Li Yunpeng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Fear not. Follow me closely, and all shall be well." Lu Zide nodded solemnly. Although he was perplexed by how his former colleague had transformed into an officer, it was ultimately a positive development. As he drew nearer, he noticed the bruising at the corners of Lu Zide's mouth and the swelling on his forehead. "Detsi, what happened to your head?" Li Yunpeng inquired. Lu Zide sighed and replied, "Ma Fun has taken a fancy to Wang Shiyan. After several unsuccessful attempts to entice her, he resorted to forcibly taking her. A few of us were injured while trying to protect her. That beast Ma Fun. He neglects his subordinates and has utterly lost his humanity." Li Yunpeng erupted in anger. He then asked, "What did he use to lure you?" Lu Zide explained, "Ma Fun moved most of the food upstairs, while Wu Gang distributed the remaining supplies evenly among us. We are barely surviving on what little we have. 3 days ago, Ma Fun suggested that women could exchange their bodies for food, and soon, some, driven by hunger, went upstairs to trade. However, none of the women who went up ever returned." Li Yunpeng was taken aback by Wu Gang's ability to maintain fair distribution under such dire circumstances. With the situation becoming increasingly clear, he grew weary of lengthy explanations and ascended the staircase towards the second floor, where he found the path obstructed by several shelves. Li Yunpeng summoned a small team, swiftly dismantling the shelves with remarkable efficiency. Ascending to the second floor, he encountered a scene of utter chaos. Various food wrappers lay strewn across the floor, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of tobacco and alcohol. In the corners, several scantily clad women huddled together, while many individuals appeared to be in a state of inebriation. Li Yunpeng furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings, spotting Director Ma Fun concealed among the crowd. "Director Ma, come here," Li Yunpeng called, gesturing towards him. With keen eyes shimmering brightly, Ma Fun approached, bowing slightly in deference. Before he even reached Li, he extended his arm, offering a cigarette in advance. Li Yunpeng took the cigarette, and Ma Fun eagerly rushed over to light it for him. Li Yunpeng took a deep breath and said, "Director Ma, why are you suddenly so courteous?" Ma Fun smiled obsequiously and replied, "Serving the commander is only right, isn't it?" With a chuckle, Li Yunpeng remarked, "Oh, Director Ma, your memory seems to be rather poor. Have you forgotten me so soon?" Upon hearing this, Ma Fun began to scrutinize the young man before him. Clad in military attire, the youth appeared somewhat familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. Yet he could not quite place him. You. Bang. Li Yunpeng kicked him to the ground, laughingly scolding, "What are you? You're nothing but a pig-headed fool. Just a week ago, weren't you the one insisting I achieve my sales targets? Weren't you the one trying to prevent me from going to the hospital?" Upon seeing him, Ma Fun finally recognized that it was none other than Li Yunpeng. A wave of astonishment washed over him. How could this man, who was supposedly one of his salesmen, lead such a formidable group of soldiers? Li Yunping forcefully hurled the cigarette butt to the ground, then rose to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon Ma Feng. While vehemently berating him, "You are nothing but a beast. As a leader of the company, you disregard the lives of your employees, using your resources to tempt and demean women. This is merely the beginning of the apocalypse, and you have abandoned all moral and legal principles." Ma Feng writhed on the ground, moaning in agony, while a group of disheveled lackeys and security guards stood frozen in shock. Although they usually displayed bravado, confronted by armed soldiers, they had turned into mere cowards. Li Yunpeng vented his frustrations for a while before turning and descending the stairs. Addressing the crowd, he exclaimed, "Bring forth a few women. There are still some upstairs who are not dressed." Upon hearing his words, the onlookers paused, hesitating to move. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the throng, her delicate features and graceful figure enchanting, despite her pallid complexion that exuded a certain morbid allure. Silently, she picked up 2 outfits and ascended the stairs. "Betsy, who is that woman?" Li Yunpeng inquired. Lu Zide replied, "Brother Peng, what's going on? You don't even recognize Wang Shiyan? She is the most beautiful woman in our district." Li Yunpeng thought to himself, "I have never encountered anything like this. I only know one person since my arrival." Shortly after, Wang Shiyan assisted several women from upstairs, followed by a sycophantic young man who incessantly chattered beside her. "Shiyan, I swear I am not allied with Ma Feng. I came up here merely to plead for your sake and procure some food." Being close enough, Li Yunpeng caught the last part of the young man's words. He found the voice oddly familiar and, upon reflection, recognized it as that of the lone shark, Pan Hui. "Keep your distance. Your mere presence repulses me," Wang Shiyan remarked, her face contorted in disdain. Upon ascending the stairs, she grasped the plight of the women and realized the depths of depravity they had endured. "What a coincidence, Pan Hui," Li Yunpeng quipped mockingly. Pan Hui, noticing he was being addressed, turned to see who had called him. Li Yunpeng?" he exclaimed, astonished by the fully armed figure before him. "Indeed. I still owe you a total of 40,000 yuan in principal and interest." Pan Hui's eyes darted, and he replied, "Oh, Brother Peng, let us not speak of such matters. Simply take care of my brothers moving forward." With a smirk, Li Yunpeng retorted, "Now, get back upstairs." Initially amused, his expression quickly shifted to one of sternness. Pan Hui, caught off guard by the abrupt change in demeanor, dared not say more and retreated upstairs, glancing back nervously. Once the women descended, they buried their faces in their laps, stifled sobs escaping them. After some time spent comforting them, one woman began recounting the events of the past few days. Following the onset of the apocalypse, Ma Feng and his cohort, upon witnessing the world overrun by zombies, understood that survival was unlikely. They then lured several women upstairs, intending to appease the desires of a multitude of men. The women who ascended not only left unfed but also endured torment for days. Ma Feng had long coveted Wang Shiyan's beauty, but initially refrained due to her father's position as the vice president of the group. It was only yesterday that he recklessly attempted to seize her, only to be thwarted by Lu Zide and his companions. Li Yunpeng ascended the stairs once more, while Ma Feng and a group of individuals sat on the ground, trembling with trepidation. "Everyone downstairs, come up. All the food is available for consumption," Li Yunpeng proclaimed. The survivors, having endured days of insufficient sustenance, instantly surged forward, indiscriminately devouring biscuits, instant noodles, and snacks, stuffing whatever they encountered into their mouths. Li Yunpeng's action stems from a concern that when the time comes to flee, these individuals may lack the stamina. Thus, ensuring they are well fed and hydrated will undoubtedly bolster their strength. Li Yunpeng surveyed the situation outside, then crouched before Ma Feng, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he spoke. "Director Ma, the time has come for you to make a contribution to your colleagues." Ma Feng, seated on the ground, trembled as the smile of this young man sent a chill down his spine. The supermarket was surrounded by a throng of zombies. Someone had to divert their attention in order to create an opportunity to break free. Li Yunpeng continued, "I offer you a chance at survival. Take your subordinates and depart from here. I shall not pursue you." Upon hearing the prospect of escape, Ma Feng immediately clutched at Li Yunpeng's trouser leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Commander, please spare me. Outside, there are monsters that devour men. Venturing out means certain death." Li Yunpeng kicked him aside, glanced at the situation below, and then turned back, speaking in an undeniably authoritative tone. You have half an hour to prepare. After that, you will either choose a direction to flee, or I shall have someone throw you down from the upper floor." Ma Fun and the others instantly turned ashen, fully convinced of Li Yunping's capability to carry out his threat. Consequently, the group huddled together, deliberating their options. "Wu Gang," Li Yunping called out, and Wu Gang hastily dropped the food he was holding and rushed over. Li Yunping instructed him, "Have everyone prepare. We will break through in 40 minutes. "Understood. I will inform them immediately," Wu Gang replied, turning to leave. However, Li Yunping grasped his arm once more and cautioned, "One thing to bear in mind, do not carry too much. During the escape, if anyone falls behind, I shall not wait for even a second." Wu Gang nodded in acknowledgement before departing to notify the survivors to get ready. Li Yunping instructed the squad leaders to gather their soldiers by the main entrance on the first floor, ensuring their weapons and ammunition were adequately prepared for a breakout. He stood alone by the window, scrutinizing the situation. Most of the zombies had congregated between the supermarket and the dormitories, while a greater number in the distance had been drawn in by the previous explosion, approximately several hundred meters away. After observing for half an hour, Li Yunping approached Ma Fun. "It is now time for you to set forth and save yourselves," he declared. However, Ma Fun and his group remained motionless, as if they had not heard him at all. Li Yunping had anticipated this situation. These individuals would not shed tears until faced with the inevitable. He drew his pistol, chambered around, and picked up a tattered piece of cloth from the ground to muffle the sound. Then, he pointed the weapon at Ma Fun and declared, "I will count to 3. Should you fail to act, I would not hesitate to end your lives right now." 1. The onlookers, taken aback by the fierce intensity in Li Yunping's gaze, sensed the gravity of the moment and trembled in fear. 2. Li Yunping had already pressed the muzzle of the gun against Ma Fun's forehead. Just as he was about to utter the word 3, Ma Fun trembled in fear and hastily exclaimed, "I'll leave. I'll leave. Do not pull the trigger." Faced with certain death, he thought that escaping might offer him a glimmer of hope. After casting a glance at his companion, he proceeded to descend the stairs. Li Yunping shifted the gun's muzzle, directing it towards others, and those who found themselves in his line of sight instinctively shrank back, following him down the stairs. Ma Fun, accompanied by a group, reached a corner on the first floor, pried open a crack in the window, and peered outside for a moment. He turned back and said, "Today we find ourselves in dire straits. However, there remains a glimmer of hope. The number of zombies outside is scarce. If we move stealthily, we can escape through the east gate. Beyond the bridge lies a sparsely populated area, which may offer us a chance at survival." The others understood the gravity of their situation. They were all in the same boat, having committed numerous misdeeds under Ma Fun's leadership. Their fates were now intertwined, leading them to express their willingness to follow Ma Fun's lead. Observing their willingness, Ma Fun continued, "If we manage to survive today, we shall be brothers forged in the fires of adversity, and regardless of age, we will treat each other as equals henceforth." "Agreed." The crowd echoed in unison. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, one individual, slightly bolder than the rest, was the first to climb through the window. After surveying the surroundings, he called back to indicate it was safe, prompting the others to follow suit. Ma Fun had indeed chosen a favorable path. The zombies had congregated around the supermarket and dormitory, leaving their current route devoid of any undead. With bated breath, the group cautiously made their way towards the east gate. Li Yunping observed a group of individuals stealthily evading the zombies, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. He removed the tattered cloth that had been wrapped around the muzzle of his firearm and extended it out the window. Bang! Bang! The sharp report of the gun startled Ma Fun and his companions, who were cautiously making their way forward. They nearly lost control in fright as the gunfire roused the zombies, inciting them into a frenzy and swiftly causing them to detect the presence of Ma Fun and his group. "Run!" Ma Fun bellowed, abandoning stealth in favor of a hurried dash forward. His sudden movement drew the attention of even more zombies, who shrieked and pursued them relentlessly. "Ah! Holy sh!" Panic seized the group as they sprinted eastward, their souls nearly escaping them in terror. Those still reeling from intoxication lagged behind, and were the first to be overwhelmed by the ravenous undead, consumed before they even had the chance to transform. Though Ma Fun, with his protruding belly, was at the forefront of the flight, he found himself gradually outpaced by those around him. Anxiety gripped him as he saw himself on the verge of being left behind. In desperation, he seized the collar of a man ahead, yanking him backward with force, causing the unfortunate soul to tumble to the ground. Without a backward glance, Ma Fun surged ahead. "Ma Fun, you The man barely had time to utter his protest before a pursuing zombie tore into his neck, leaving him unrecognizable in mere breaths. In his final moments, he could hardly fathom that the very person he had just been evaluating had betrayed him so swiftly. Li Yunpeng observed everything with a cold gaze from above. Ma Fan was the kind of person who, by nature, sought to ascend by trampling upon all those around him, willing to sacrifice everyone in his vicinity for a mere glimmer of hope. As he witnessed the zombies gathered at the supermarket entrance being lured away by Ma Fan and his group, Li Yunpeng descended to the first floor and addressed his followers. Team 1 shall serve as the vanguard. Team 2 will provide supplementary firepower and guard the flanks, while Team 3 will bring up the rear, encircling the survivors as we break through to the base. Understood. The group responded in unison. Everyone, heed my warning. If anyone falls behind, you must fend for yourselves. I shall not send anyone to rescue you. So proceed with utmost caution, Li Yunpeng cautioned. Wu Gang organized the survivors, who nodded in comprehension upon hearing Li Yunpeng's words. Let us depart. With a grand gesture, Li Yunpeng signaled, prompting an aide to open the rolling shutter door. 2 squads surged forth, and Li Yunpeng kept Lu Zide close by his side, closely trailing the lead teams. The survivors, sandwiched in the middle, followed closely behind Li Yunpeng, while a squad of guards took up the rear, stealthily exiting the supermarket. Although the zombies at the entrance had been drawn away by Ma Fan and others, a portion from farther afield was still lured in. Upon spotting the gathering of humans, they lunged forward with ferocity, prompting the soldiers in the front line to fire their weapons. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 as the surrounding zombies were instantly attracted to the noise. Li Yunpeng and his companions swiftly made their way toward the eastern gate of the compound. Fortunate that the number of zombies in the east was scarce, allowing for minimal resistance. However, the encroaching zombies from the north and south sides drew ever closer, compelling even Li Yunpeng to fire his weapon while advancing. The soldiers of the guard displayed remarkable coordination, instinctively dividing into 2 groups to alternate their fire, thus avoiding any gaps in their defense. Nevertheless, 2 instances of zombies breaching the ranks occurred, resulting in the loss of a dozen survivors and 2 soldiers. Though they were swiftly eliminated, the vanguard reached the eastern gate first, finding the area devoid of zombies. Those stationed on either side of the grand entrance turned to provide support for the team behind them, with the front line offering cover fire. The remaining members were finally able to escape the compound with relative safety. Quickly, follow the bridge and run toward the base on the other side. Li Yunpeng shouted to the survivors, indicating that the number of zombies converging in the park was overwhelming. The front line of zombies was held back by gunfire, while those behind effortlessly vaulted over their fallen comrades like a surging tide, an awe-inspiring sight. As soon as he finished speaking, the survivors summoned every ounce of strength to dash frantically towards the opposite shore, lamenting that their parents had not blessed them with an extra pair of legs. I won't leave. I will help you, Lu Zide declared, gritting his teeth. In the face of such urgency, although Li Yunpeng felt a surge of emotion, he kicked him in the rear and retorted, Get the hell out of here. You're of no help. Pungu. Scram. Upon reflection, Lu Zide realized that he was indeed no asset in this situation. His legs trembled at the mere approach of the zombies, rendering him a burden. Resolutely, he turned and followed the other survivors towards the shore. After sending Lu Zide away, Li Yunpeng proceeded to assign tasks. Segmented defense and orderly retreat, he shouted, leading half of his soldiers towards the bridge, while the remaining troops held their ground to fend off the oncoming horde. Once Li Yunpeng and over 40 soldiers assumed their firing positions at the bridge's head, the soldiers behind began their retreat. The task of holding back the zombies fell to the soldiers at the bridgehead, while those withdrawing moved past to establish a defensive line at the bridge's tail. The number of zombies bursting through the gates was increasing, and due to the narrow entrance, many became congested against the courtyard walls, piling upon one another and directly climbing over. Li Yunpeng gazed upon the overwhelming tide of zombies before him, his hand gripping the gun trembling ever so slightly. As the scene was utterly staggering, he felt like a mere leaf afloat on a vast sea, poised to be engulfed at any moment. The terrain was barren, and the firepower of the guards was but a drop in the ocean against the relentless horde of the undead. Retreat! Li Yunpeng shouted and sprinted towards the end of the bridge. The troops at the bridge's terminus had just arrived at their position, hastily assuming shooting stances. Leading his soldiers, Li Yunpeng retreated along one side of the bridge, allowing the soldiers stationed at the rear to establish their firing lines and ushering the zombies onto the bridge. In the confined space, the guards maximized their firepower, However, as the ammunition dwindled to half, prolonged resistance became untenable. Li Yunping crossed the bridge's end and raced towards the base. Outside the base's walls, 30 soldiers had already taken their shooting positions, eagerly awaiting the zombies to enter their range. Li Yunpeng, leading his team, halted midway to provide support at the rear of the bridge. At that moment, the bridge was teeming with zombies, densely packed in layers, at least 2 or 3 deep. Many of the undead were forced over the edge, plunging into the river below, sending up splashes like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. From a distance, the scene resembled a massive wave surging forth. As the guards at the rear of the bridge emptied their magazines, they retreated swiftly. When the two teams converged, Li Yunpeng did not pause. He sprinted towards the base with unbridled urgency. Were it not for the soldiers occasionally turning back to fire and create obstacles, he might not have outrun the horde. Upon reaching the base, the zombies were already within 50 meters of his heels. Instantly, the walls erupted with gunfire, and the machine gun bunkers unleashed torrents of flame, effectively suppressing the throng of corpses. Upon entering the base, Li Yunpeng collapsed onto the ground, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Engaging in combat with such a vast horde of zombies for the first time had his heart racing with exhilaration. After a brief moment to collect himself, he steadied his rifle and ascended to the wall. Peering through his binoculars, he observed the relentless tide of zombies surging from the park to the base, a veritable throng pressing against one another. The students who had fled to the base were still in a state of shock, yet there was no respite for them. Li Yunpeng immediately exchanged for 200,000 rounds of ammunition, subsequently utilizing his remaining points to summon soldiers. He rallied everyone into action. The men were tasked with transporting ammunition, while the women prepared fresh magazines for the warriors. As the battle raged on, the women stationed atop the walls gazed upon the approaching wave of undead, their faces blanching with fear, their hands trembling as they loaded bullets. They were acutely aware that the next moment could herald their doom at the hands of the very creatures they sought to repel. In this dire hour, Li Yunpeng, without hesitation, recognized that every additional person contributed to their collective strength, and thus he shouldered his rifle and joined the fray. All machine guns unleashed their maximum firing rates, delivering a relentless barrage of 500 to 600 rounds per minute, pushing the front line of the zombie tide back to approximately 100 meters. The fallen zombies sprawled across the ground, creating layers that gradually formed a wall of corpses. Yet, despite this temporary impediment to the onslaught, the elevated position of the body pile complicated their shooting, rendering it nearly impossible to hit the zombies lurking behind. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware that a new wall of corpses would soon rise closer to the base. The relentless tide of zombies advanced inexorably, threatening to encroach upon their stronghold. His predictions proved accurate. In merely half an hour, the undead were halted a mere 80 meters from the base, and a new wall of bodies began to form, while the soldiers managed to summon only one individual. This situation was untenable. If things continued this way, the wall of corpses would soon be upon them. The dual barriers had indeed slowed the zombies' advance somewhat, and with firepower still available on the outer wall, Li Yunpeng promptly ordered 3 squads to withdraw to the inner wall for vigilance. Following this strategy, the outer defenses would certainly crumble, leaving him to fervently hope that the remaining number of zombies within the compound would not be excessive. After an intense battle lasting over an hour, the nearest zombies now loomed less than 20 meters from the base, their bodies forming a towering pile exceeding 3 meters in height. Li Yunpeng urgently commanded the survivors to cease the supply of ammunition for the outer wall and to ensure that the inner wall was adequately stocked. If they waited until the zombies reached the base of the wall before retreating, they would surely find themselves overwhelmed. The soldiers, heavily equipped, were slower than the advancing undead, making immediate withdrawal imperative. The troops stationed at the machine gun positions could not return. Once the gunfire ceased, the horde would descend upon them in an instant. And if they breached the ranks, annihilation would follow within mere minutes. The machine gun nest continued its relentless fire as the others retreated to the second line of defense. Li Yunpeng issued a daunting command. For the first time experiencing the brutal reality of war, sacrifices must be made to secure precious time for his comrades. After delivering the order, Li Yunpeng leaped over the wall and sprinted towards the inner wall of the base, with his fellow soldiers closely following suit. With the loss of rifle firepower, only 4 machine guns continued to unleash their wrath. As Li Yunpeng and his soldiers raced forward, they had just scaled the inner wall when the sounds of the machine guns gradually ceased. He understood that the valiant soldiers of the guard unit, who had fought to buy them time for retreat, had perished. With sorrow set aside, He commanded all soldiers to prepare for battle, holding on to a flicker of hope in his heart that the zombies might halt their advance upon losing their targets. Yet, this fleeting dream was soon shattered as the outer wall was relentlessly besieged by the howling undead, the distance between the inner and outer walls barely 100 meters. Fire! Li Yunpeng let out a thunderous shout and was the first to fire. The two machine gun bunkers outside the inner wall, along with more than 100 automatic rifles, erupted in unison. The zombies that surged over the wall were swiftly gunned down, creating a thick layer of corpses at the base of the wall. At this critical juncture, Li Yunpeng felt no fear or panic. Instead, he mechanically pulled the trigger, eliminating the zombies that appeared before him. Due to their proximity, some stragglers managed to reach the base of the wall. Li Yunpeng assigned 5 soldiers to stand guard against the approaching zombies, a strategy that was far from wasteful. Should a zombie breach their defenses and infiltrate their ranks, it would spell disaster. Before long, several layers of bodies accumulated between the inner and outer walls, filling the central space to a height almost level with the wall itself, rendering it ineffective as a barrier. However, to Li Yunpeng's surprise, the mass of corpses provided him a brief respite. The zombies, stumbling over their fallen comrades, advanced clumsily, their pace significantly slowed, which afforded the soldiers excellent shooting conditions. In a dramatic turn of events, the tide of battle shifted at the last moment as Li Yunpeng shouted, "Fire with all your might." There are only a few zombies left. As daylight began to fade, the gunfire gradually subsided, and the soldiers shifted to precise shooting. The battle raged from noon until dusk, and no more zombies emerged from the compound. Li Yunpeng shook his sore shoulders, feeling a sense of relief. They had finally overcome this hurdle. After dispatching the remaining few hundred zombies, the battlefield, thick with smoke, was strewn with corpses. In this fierce engagement, Li Yunpeng lost nearly 30 soldiers and expended 300,000 rounds of ammunition, annihilating over 10,000 zombies and rescuing more than 300 survivors, thus advancing their progress. The zombies near the industrial park had been virtually eradicated, leaving the vast area open like a maiden unadorned, inviting Li Yunpeng to claim its resources. It was likely that there were still trapped survivors in the dormitories, but that would have to wait for another day. Though the battle was brutal, it had fundamentally addressed the initial survival issues of the base. Not only had they cleared nearby threats, but after accounting for the millions of points expended, the panel now displayed a remaining balance of over 500,000 points. Alleviating their concerns for the time being, Li Yunpeng leaped down from the wall, and over 300 weary and disheveled survivors, exhausted to the point of collapse, gazed upon him with eyes filled with reverence, instinctively parting to create a path for him. Even Lu Zide's gaze was transformed, imbued with a newfound respect for the strong. He struggled to accept the reality that his former comrade and colleague had led a group of elite soldiers into the compound to rescue the people. Li Yunpeng paid no heed to the expressions of those around him. After the fierce battle, his body ached all over, and the tension that had gripped him throughout the day left him utterly fatigued. He exchanged several thousand individual rations and placed them at the entrance of the armory, assigning 2 soldiers to distribute them accordingly. Then, he entered the base alone, took a shower, and lay on his bed, too weary even to move a finger. While his body yearned for rest, his mind continued to race, contemplating the next steps for development. The current scale of the base was still far too small. It was imperative to elevate its status swiftly. There were more survivors hiding in various corners of the facility, and with the zombie horde vanquished, it was crucial to bring them out before the undead returned to roam the city in a few days. Survivors who had not had a full meal in a week consumed their individual rations with fervor, and once satiated, their exhaustion became even more pronounced, many collapsing onto the ground to sleep. Wan Shurian gazed blankly at the gate of the base, her mind occupied with thoughts of the frail yet imposing man. He had entered the building and never emerged, not even extending an invitation to anyone, including Lu Zide, who seemed to have a relatively good rapport with him. Unbeknownst to her, the resolute man she remembered was now lying in bed, a half-eaten biscuit still in his mouth, as he dozed off clutching a bottle of vitamin drink. Li Yunpeng was utterly exhausted, reflecting on the fact that he had never felt such fatigue even during the long night spent tirelessly working at the club in his earlier days. The following morning, Li Yunpeng gradually awakened and opened the gate of the base, revealing a scene outside where a multitude of people lay strewn across the open ground in disarray. He felt no embarrassment. Despite the rudimentary conditions, surviving in this brutal post-apocalyptic world was an immense fortune. Moreover, they had been provided with a secure refuge. The survivors, having endured a harrowing escape from death, understood the precariousness of their current safety. Upon seeing Li Yunpeng emerge, they all rose from the ground and stood quietly. Li Yunpeng cleared his throat and announced, "Today, our primary task is to clear the corpses between the inner and outer walls, and subsequently, to construct the building. Each individual must adapt to the conditions of this post-apocalyptic environment. I do not wish for anyone to disregard my words. Otherwise, while I can rescue you, I can just as easily cast you out." The crowd dared not oppose him, having finally found a place to call home. The survivors were deeply intimidated by the notion of expelling Moftin and his group as bait. Li Yunpeng was not one to show mercy. Even Wan Shiyan was not exempt. He treated her no differently despite her beauty. In this world of desolation, one must endure certain trials to reveal the true nature of each person. After breakfast, Li Yunpeng organized a small squad of soldiers to assist the group in transporting the corpses. They parked the truck, previously acquired from the construction site, nearby. Thousands of zombie bodies were piled together, creating a truly shocking scene, with countless heads and severed limbs haphazardly stacked. Many survivors, unable to approach, retched violently at the sight. Wang Shiyan, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never even encountered death, let alone handle zombie corpses, and she was left heaving bile. Even the first group of survivors, including Zhang Tao, appeared pale. They had previously dealt with 6 corpses, but what lay before them was an entirely different reality. Lu Zide approached Li Yunpeng and whispered, "Brother Peng, do you think I could?" "No," Li Yunpeng interrupted firmly. Li Yunpeng interrupted his baseless fantasies with an expressionless demeanor. Lu Zide exclaimed, "Damn, you are heartless." Ignoring Lu Zide's glum expression, Li Yunpeng turned and ascended the city wall. This was for his own good. In this apocalyptic era, there existed no absolute sanctuary. Sooner or later, one must confront the harsh reality. He stood upon the wall, coldly gazing at everything below, disregarding the pleading eyes of the women. Although the base required an increase in population, he refused to harbor the useless. He wouldn't even dare to touch a corpse. In the event of a crisis, a panic could ensue, leading to chaos within the base itself. Li Yunpeng bellowed, "You may procrastinate, but you shall not partake in the next meal until the bodies are disposed of." He commanded the guards to pile the food at the foot of the city wall while maintaining a vigilant watch with their firearms. Upon hearing his words, though reluctant, the crowd steeled themselves and prepared to act. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, leading the charge as he ascended the heap of corpses, suppressing the urge to vomit as he dragged a zombie towards the cargo truck. Witnessing his initiative, the first batch of survivors hurried to assist, lifting the body onto the vehicle. Wu Gang, observing that the initial group had begun, called to his companions and stepped forward to help transport the corpses. With a leader in place, the remaining individuals, driven by the prospect of their next meal, had no choice but to join in the grim task. The men typically worked in pairs. Although initially overwhelmed by fear and revulsion, they gradually acclimated after several attempts. The women, however, displayed a different demeanor, mustering their courage only in groups of 4, 3 of whom wept as they labored. Meanwhile, a dozen or so survivors remained unmoved, with the women sobbing on the ground while the men looked on in terror, unwilling to touch the bodies. Li Yunpeng, upon witnessing the situation, felt a sense of satisfaction. He then turned and called out, "Number 1, come here." The leader of Team 1 jogged over and stood at attention, saying, "Commander, please give your instructions. Make a note of those who have not contributed. They are forbidden from eating lunch or dinner." "Understood." Number 1 saluted, then summoned the team members to carry out Li Yunpeng's orders. The several survivors who had not lifted a finger dared only to steal furtive glances at their industrious counterparts, trembling in a huddle. Throughout the morning, everyone worked diligently to load all the bodies between the inner and outer walls onto trucks, transporting them outside the base for cremation. As thick smoke billowed into the sky, the survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the end of the task, the men had become largely numb, while the women, despite their pallid faces, managed to refrain from crying out in fear. Once the base was cleared, the survivors lined up to receive their rations. The few who had shirked their duties attempted to blend into the line amidst the commotion. However, having shared a common ordeal, the other survivors looked down upon these timid souls who sought to gain without effort. Those brazen enough to cut in line were promptly pushed aside, leaving the group of 10 or so with no choice but to obediently take their place at the end of the queue. They had hoped to slip through unnoticed, craning their necks to see how much longer it would be until they could receive their food. At that moment, Team 1's leader approached with a group of soldiers. The guilty individuals lowered their heads or turned aside to avoid detection. Unbeknownst to them, Team 1 had already assigned personnel to keep a close watch on them, their every move under the soldiers' scrutiny. By the command of the commander, those who did not participate in the base cleanup are prohibited from eating. Please leave, the leader of Team 1 declared sternly. However, the individuals, faced with the choice between dignity and hunger, chose the latter, ignoring his words. Seeing this defiance, Number 1 wasted no time. With a swift motion of his hand, his soldiers surged forward, pulling the offenders from the line. Some individuals, facing the crisis with extreme cowardice, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation in the aftermath and soon began to resist. Why are we not allowed to eat? We have also contributed, one shouted indignantly. Hearing this, Zhang Tao and the others who had arrived earlier exchanged knowing smiles. They were all too familiar with Li Yunping's style of leadership, and to invoke threats in his presence was a fool's errand. Li Yunping happened to overhear and slowly approached, casting a glance at the person who had called out. It was a lean, middle-aged man, sporting a center-parted hairstyle and narrow black-framed glasses, with a pair of small eyes darting about. What is your name? Li Yunping inquired. I am Zhao Hai, sir. Other matters can be discussed, but we must be allowed to eat. Li Yunping, weary of his prattle, addressed the soldiers beside him. Commanding, cast them out. Without hesitation, he turned and strode away. The soldiers, obeying the order, promptly seized a group of individuals and began to escort them towards the gates of the base. As they approached the threshold of expulsion, the captives struggled fiercely, their cries echoing in desperation. Yet, against the formidable strength of the guards, all resistance proved futile. A dozen souls were mercilessly hurled from the confines of the base, their eyes fixed upon the securely locked gates, filled with a tumult of anger and regret. While the majority of the survivors harbored no dissent towards Li Yunping's actions, a minority lamented his perceived ruthlessness. After all, unarmed and ordinary folk faced dire peril beyond the base, rendering such an act tantamount to a death sentence. Regardless of their individual sentiments, one consensus prevailed. It was prudent to heed the directives of this young man, referred to as the commander by the soldiers. Li Yunping approached the entrance of the armory, retrieved 2 individual rations, and summoned Lu Zide from the ranks. The 2 stepped aside, and Li Yunping handed him one of the provisions, saying, "Detsi, do you think my actions are cruel?" Lu Zide accepted the ration and replied, "Brother Peng, I feel as though you have transformed completely from the person you once were." Li Yunping pondered to himself, how could that be? He was fundamentally different from him. Then he spoke, "Detsi, we are in the apocalypse. Any mindless tolerance will lead us to catastrophic consequences. The reason I have you working with the other survivors to clean the base is to help you adapt swiftly. This world is no longer what it once was. Everything shall begin anew. If you wish to survive, you must be willing to change." Li Yunping, after speaking, patted his shoulder and walked back to the base alone. Lu Zide stood still, clutching his rations, deeply contemplating the words of Li Yunping. The world had indeed changed. Monstrous creatures lurked outside, devouring all in their path, and every semblance of order had crumbled. Perhaps Brother Peng was right. He clenched his fists, resolutely making a silent vow. Li Yunping returned to the base to assess the current troop deployment. After more than 20 hours of continuous summoning, the number of soldiers had reached 180, with a remaining score of 400,000. To recruit a full complement of 500 soldiers, 320,000 points were required. The military and civilian personnel at the base consumed approximately 500 points worth of food daily, amounting to 15,000 points over the course of a month. The remaining points were insufficient to support another battle like the one fought yesterday. Ultimately, Li Yunping summoned only 120 soldiers, bringing the total troop strength to 300, while reserving over 200,000 points as a contingency against unforeseen circumstances. Having devised a plan for point allocation, Li Yunping began to contemplate the rescue of survivors within the park, deciding to postpone action until 2 days later when the troop strength would reach 300. The construction of housing within the base needed to be expedited. Otherwise, it was impractical for the survivors to sleep on the ground daily, especially with the looming threat of rain and inclement weather. He summoned Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, assigning them to divide the survivors into 2 groups, each led by one of them to oversee the construction of houses. Upon receiving their assignment from Li Yunping, both men were filled with elation, silently vowing to excel, viewing this as a challenge bestowed by the leader of the base, an opportunity that would surely yield benefits if executed well. Time was of the essence. After lunch, the 2 leaders guided the survivors in house construction. Among the survivors were engineers from a construction company tasked with designing the structural framework of the buildings. As the houses were being built for their own benefit, the survivors, under the direction of Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, displayed remarkable enthusiasm, having grown weary of sleeping under the sky and on the ground. While the survivors busily erected their homes, Li Yunpeng ordered 3 squads of soldiers to construct 2 warehouses adjacent to the outer city wall. One would serve to store food, while the other would be designated for weapons and ammunition. The inner city was to become his exclusive domain, replete with vital facilities, necessitating a distance from outsiders. Amidst the relentless work, the construction progressed astonishingly quickly. Within 3 days, 2 rows of houses capable of accommodating hundreds had been completed. Although still in their raw state, they at least provided shelter from the elements. Li Yunpeng stepped out from the inner wall, followed closely by Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, surveying the fruits of their labor from the past few days. The survivors they passed greeted him with respectful bows, to which Li Yunpeng responded with a slight nod in acknowledgement. 2 rows of houses flanked the road between the inner and outer wall gates, breathing life into the previously desolate base. As they reached the center, Li Yunpeng noticed Wang Shiyan, covered in dust, laboriously moving bricks. She was oblivious to his arrival until a companion nudged her, prompting her to turn and see Li Yunpeng. Flustered, she hastily set down the red bricks and, imitating her peers, greeted him. Though her father held the position of vice president in the conglomerate, marking her as a quintessential second-generation affluent individual, she remained unpretentious. After her graduation, she diligently joined the company as an intern, and aside from those in higher management and a select few acquaintances, others regarded her as an ordinary colleague. Li Yunpeng observed her, her body covered in dust, yet it could not conceal her graceful figure. The fine features of her oval face were adorned with a mixture of dirt and sweat, lending her an enchanting allure. Her elegant nose and sparkling eyes resembled a crystal-clear spring. He had heard from Lu Zide about Wang Shiyan's circumstances, but he was taken aback by how swiftly this woman, hailing from a wealthy family, adapted to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, revealing no trace of complaint. "What was your field of study?" Li Yunpeng inquired. Wang Shiyan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question, but responded candidly, "I studied accounting and just graduated this year." Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I happen to need someone to manage the supplies for daily living. You can take the lead and organize a few individuals to be responsible for it." Wang Shiyan seemed a bit bewildered and replied, "Oh, all right then. Who should I ask to assist me?" Li Yunpeng, observing her endearingly foolish demeanor, couldn't he help but smile. He turned to Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, instructing, "Select a few honest and dependable individuals from your teams to assist Wang Shiyan." "Understood." Both men responded eagerly, fully aware that Wang Shiyan's stunning beauty and the supreme authority of the commander would undoubtedly lead to some unspoken developments between them. They regarded Wang Shiyan's situation as a matter closely tied to Li Yunpeng. The surrounding survivors cast envious glances at Wang Shiyan, recognizing that aligning themselves with the commander was akin to achieving instant success. Wang Shiyan, overwhelmed by the attention, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson. After Li Yunpeng finished his instructions, he turned and returned to the inner city. The soldiers had been summoned, totaling 300. Following several fierce battles, there were now 20 officers at the squad leader level. The 10 most senior among them were selected for reallocation based on their sequence numbers, and he instructed squad leader number 7 to gather the troops. With the exception of those on duty, all assembled in the open area in front of the base for a meeting. The guards moved swiftly. In less than 5 minutes, 270 soldiers had formed an orderly line, standing like sentinels before Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng solemnly declared, "I hereby command that all team leaders promoted to level 1 shall henceforth adopt the surname Li. For instance, the leader of Team 1 will be addressed as Li Yi, and so forth. As you command." The assembled soldiers responded in unison. Li Yunpeng continued, "I hereby formally appoint Li Qi, Li Yi, Li Er, Li Bai, and 7 others as squad leaders, each assigned 29 soldiers. I also designate Li Erqi, Li Sanwu, Li Shilu, and 7 others as deputy squad leaders." "Understood." The crowd saluted in unison, accepting their orders. Subsequently, Li Yunpeng commanded the soldiers to return to their respective defense zones. Alone at the entrance of the base, he gazed at the departing 300 elite troops, feeling a surge of power and command. Yet, the thought of the billions of zombies threatening the world sent a shiver down his spine. Li Yunpeng constructed 2 warehouses along the inner side of the outer wall, one designated as a supply depot and the other as a readiness storage facility. Ever since Wang Shiyan took over the supply depot, Li Yunpeng no longer had to worry about the survivors' sustenance. He exchanged a substantial amount of resources to stock enough provisions for everyone to last a month within the warehouse. The readiness storage facility, meanwhile, is perpetually guarded by a small squad of armed soldiers who sternly warn any approaching individuals that lethal force will be employed without hesitation. Li Yunpeng exchanged 20,000 rounds of ammunition and 100 rifles, which were stored in the armory for routine combat readiness. Wang Shiyan's team comprises individuals of impeccable character, all of whom were selected by mutual consensus, with Lu Zide notably among them. However, he was not part of the elected individuals. Wu Gang, aware of his close relationship with Li Yunpeng, deliberately reserved a spot for him. Li Yunpeng referred to Wang Shiyan's team as the logistics department, responsible not only for the distribution of food but also for the consolidation and storage of collected supplies, which would be dispensed as needed. The remaining individuals would retain a small portion to continue the renovation of shelters, excavate drainage ditches, and construct essential infrastructure such as public latrines, while the majority, under the leadership of Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, would venture outside the base to remove the corpses. Failure to address the decaying bodies could lead to the outbreak of a plague, a dire situation indeed. The survivors exhibited less resistance this time. Larger heaps of bodies were incinerated on-site, while scattered remains were gathered and set ablaze. Those previously expelled from the group, some unable to withstand hunger, sneaked out in search of sustenance, ultimately losing their lives. The remaining individuals dared not stray even a step from the base, relegated to leaning against the gates, imploring those inside for a morsel of food. Among them was Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Wu Gang emerge, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Brother Wu, please grant us some food. My comrades are on the brink of starvation." Though Wu Gang felt a pang of compassion, recognizing the shared humanity among them, he was bound by Li Yunpeng's orders prohibiting the distribution of food. He feared disobeying such commands would jeopardize his hard-won position. "Zhao Hai, you are defying the commander's orders. I cannot assist you," Wu Gang replied. Zhao Hai, with a feeble hand, let it drop, hesitating momentarily before suddenly clinging to Wu Gang's thigh, wailing, "Brother Wu, I beg you to intercede with the commander on my behalf. I am willing to transport the bodies. Grant me another chance. I do not wish to die." Seeing his desperate plight, Wu Gang felt conflicted and after a moment's contemplation said, "Rise, and I will inquire on your behalf. However, the commander's decision is beyond my control." Upon hearing that there was a glimmer of hope, Zhao Hai immediately ceased his sobbing, eagerly exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Wu. As long as you save my life, I will regard you as a father from this day forth." Wu Gang felt a twinge of distaste at Zhao Hai's obsequiousness. Nevertheless, having made the promise, he knew he could not retract it. He offered a few perfunctory words before turning back to the base, only to be halted at the inner gate by a guard. "Captain Qi, I have a matter to discuss with the commander. Could you kindly notify him?" Wu Gang said with a smile. Li Qi glanced at him expressionlessly and said, "Wait." She then turned and returned to the base to report to Li Yunpeng, who was currently exercising. Li Yunpeng, panting heavily after completing 50 push-ups, stood up and wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "Bring him in." "Yes." Li Qi turned and exited, approaching Wu Gang, thoroughly searching him from head to toe before allowing him to pass. Li Yunpeng sat on a chair, holding a cup of water as he sipped tea. Wu Gang approached and stopped 3 paces away from Li Yunpeng, bowing slightly as he said, "Commander, there is a matter I wish to report to you." Li Yunpeng stated, "If there is something to discuss, please speak directly without beating around the bush." Wu Gang chuckled and replied, "A few days ago, the group you expelled still has several individuals lingering outside the base, and they are on the brink of starvation. Among them, Zhao Hai expressed a desire for an opportunity to atone for his past misdeeds, offering to assist with the transportation of corpses. Wu Gang merely conveyed the message, and Li Yunpeng had not witnessed Zhao Hai's obsequious demeanor outside. Considering Zhao Hai's wish to reform, granting him a chance seemed reasonable. It would be interesting to see how he would perform. Thus, he responded, "You may handle this matter as you see fit, for I am not well acquainted with him." "Understood. Commander, I shall take my leave if there is nothing further." Grateful for the authority bestowed upon him, Wu Gang was pleasantly surprised that his appeal had indeed found favor with the commander. "Proceed," Li Yunpeng instructed. Li Yunpeng dismissed Wu Gang and continued his training. For such trivial matters held little significance for him. It was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary individual to stir any waves beneath his watchful gaze. With the augmentation of military prowess, he no longer exhibited the same level of caution as before. Perhaps this was the confidence bestowed by strength. Emerging from the inner city, Wu Gang encountered Zhao Hai, who was peering curiously into the base's entrance. Eagerly, he inquired, "Wu Ge, what news?" Wu Gang glanced at him, uncertain if his response was right or wrong, and replied matter-of-factly, "The commander shows kindness and is willing to offer you an opportunity. However, your future performance will determine its worth. I have a portion of rations here. Once you distribute it, return to your tasks promptly. I shall oversee your efforts personally. Should you fail to meet the commander's expectations, I will take it upon myself to deal with you." Zhao Hai and his companions hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "We dare not, we dare not." They joyfully accepted the food from Wu Gang's hands, ravenously consuming it, finishing off a small bottle of drink in a single gulp. Once they had eaten, Wu Gang remarked, "Finish up quickly and return to work. You have hardly eaten these past few days. A few of you can lift a corpse. I primarily wish to observe your attitude." After satisfying their hunger, Zhao Hai and the others hesitated, yet the pangs of hunger were unbearable, leaving them frantic and desperate. Life and death hung in the balance, with only a few breaths to cling to existence. Murmuring among themselves, they began to approach the nearest corpse. As they neared, their stomachs twisted in protest. Nevertheless, they clamped their mouths shut, desperately suppressing the urge to regurgitate. After a moment of adjustment, they timidly extended their hands, eyes shut tight, reaching for the zombie's remains. With the slightest touch, they recoiled instantaneously, repeating this hesitance several times before they gritted their teeth, dragging the corpse towards the bonfire. Wu Gang found their comical antics amusing. Some individuals possessed such timidity that they could frighten themselves to death. It appeared that these individuals were willing to fight for their survival, ultimately transcending their limits when faced with the threat of death. Once the first step was taken, subsequent actions became simpler. Although Zhao Hai and his companions still felt weak in the knees, they had at least conquered the mental barrier. By evening, they finally earned the right to return to the base alongside other survivors, clutching their distributed food, tears streaming down their faces. Zhao Hai felt a profound sorrow. He had never endured such suffering, fighting desperately just to secure a meal. After more than a week of rigorous training, Li Yunpeng felt that his physical condition had significantly improved. The corpses of zombies near the base had been thoroughly dealt with, and the fundamental infrastructure of the base was being constructed in an orderly manner. The largest project involved digging a well. Although the water from the river could be boiled to eliminate viruses, the thought of the unknown number of zombies that had contaminated it was utterly repulsive. Each day, 2 teams ventured out to hunt the solitary zombies surrounding the base. This not only ensured the safety of the base, but also provided Li Yunpeng with an income of 20,000 points daily. Li Yunpeng recently exchanged over 100,000 points he earned in the past few days for 28,000 rounds of ammunition, thereby further fortifying the armory. Additionally, he intends to clear out the remaining zombies in the park area. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, the consumption of ammunition is bound to be significant. Li Yunpeng summoned all the squad leaders to the base to allocate the upcoming responsibilities. 3 soldiers from the 3rd squad were assigned to guard the base, while the remaining 210 soldiers were to be led by their respective squad leaders to the park for the purpose of eliminating zombies and rescuing survivors. Li Yunpeng issued a command that firearms were to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. They were to rely on bayonets to prevent attracting nearby hordes of zombies. The soldiers acknowledged his orders and dispersed accordingly. This time, Li Yunpeng opted not to participate directly. As the commander, he chose to evade unnecessary risks. Over the past few days, 2 survivor engineering teams had constructed 4 6-meter-high watchtowers at the corners of the base. These newly built watchtowers were quite sophisticated, featuring not only shelters from sun and rain, but also parapets, firing ports, and machine gun positions, all providing an expansive view. Each watchtower was manned by at least 3 soldiers, with shifts every 6 hours to ensure a continuous 24-hour alert. Li Yunpeng ascended the lookout tower, wielding binoculars to survey the situation. As sporadic gunfire echoed, the guards began to clear the zombies from the premises. An hour later, survivors began to emerge in haste from the eastern gate of the compound. Meanwhile, the system panel started to reflect casualties among the soldiers. This was an inevitable occurrence, as the internal environment of the building was constricted, with various unforeseen circumstances arising. Even though the guards exhibited exceptional skill, there were moments when Faced with the relentless onslaught of the undead, even the most meticulous plans could falter. Though Li Yunpeng felt a profound ache in his heart, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events, compelled to continue summoning soldiers to maintain a force of approximately 300. After 2 days of relentless efforts, the consumption of points had reached an astonishing 500,000. While this figure may seem substantial, the ammunition expended in a single battle could easily surpass 1 million points. Compounded by the necessity to expand the base, which required an immense allocation of points as well. The guards valiantly rescued over 600 ragged survivors from the far corners of the compound, most of whom were teetering on the brink of death, barely sustaining themselves on the scant food they had managed to preserve. Upon arriving at the base, they were momentarily disoriented, regaining their senses only upon witnessing the fortified walls and heavily armed soldiers. During their harrowing ordeal, they had refrained from making even the slightest sound, fearing it might attract the attention of the zombies. Many sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably, while the earlier waves of survivors in the base silently rejoiced at their own fortune, having arrived at the onset of the apocalypse or shortly thereafter. They had not yet been subjected to the full brutality of this new world. Li Yunpeng was oblivious to how long this group had gone without food. He commanded the soldiers to transport a sack of rice and instructed Wang Sherdin to have it cooked into porridge for the newly arrived survivors. Upon seeing the food, the newcomers resembled famished wolves, their eyes glinting with insatiable greed. Wu Gang quickly organized the personnel to maintain order. Those who recklessly lunged towards the food were directed to the end of the line. After a considerable amount of chaos, they managed to arrange the hungry individuals into 2 orderly queues for the distribution of food. Wang Shiyan, witnessing the desperate throngs vying for a bowl of porridge, was once again struck by the brutal reality of the apocalypse. She felt a profound sense of gratitude for the relative happiness of life within the base. Although the food was monotonous, the people relished it wholeheartedly, no longer compelled to fight for a mere slice of bread or to barter their bodies for half a bun. The starving individuals who received their portions squatted to drink the porridge with fervor, then returned to the end of the line to wait once more. With a bowl of porridge to sustain them, they no longer exhibited the same impatience, merely standing on tiptoe to count how many more would be served before their turn arrived. Li Yunpeng ordered that each person should consume no more than 2 bowls, fearing that without such limitation, some might indulge to the point of fatality. That night, the famished souls, with their bellies filled for the first time since the apocalypse, experienced a night unbroken by hunger. While they envied those with shelter, they understood that as newcomers, sharing accommodations was unlikely. Fortunately, it was summer, and sleeping outdoors for a night posed little inconvenience. Those who had not enjoyed a restful slumber for days soon succumbed to sleep, finding an unexpected sense of security even while lying on the ground. However, in the dead of night, a cacophony of cries erupted within the base, jolting Li Yunpeng awake. His face drained of color. Was it another horde of zombies? Grabbing his weapon, he dashed outside, only to find the patrol teams on the walls maintaining their usual vigilance, with no sign of danger. Relieved that it was not a zombie attack, he calmed his nerves. The original residents of the base were also roused from their slumber. Stepping outside their doors, and upon realizing there were no zombies, they exhaled in relief. Following the sound, Li Yunpeng discovered that some of the newly arrived survivors were intermittently crying out in fear. With a stern countenance, he bellowed, "Be quiet. It's the dead of night. Why are you crying?" His commanding voice silenced the crowd. Upon further inquiry, he learned that these new arrivals, having previously lived in constant fear, had not dared to sleep deeply. Now, in the safety of the base, many succumbed to profound slumber, only to be haunted by nightmares of zombies tearing at their throats, their bodies rent asunder in their dreams. Li Yunpeng felt utterly speechless. The cacophony of noise in the dead of night rendered sleep impossible. Fortunately, the nearby zombies had been largely eradicated. Had this been the initial onset of the apocalypse, such disturbances could have led to catastrophic consequences for the base. With a stern expression, he addressed the group, "You lot, sleep in groups of 5. If anyone has a nightmare, the person next to them must cover their mouth. Should I hear any wailing or howling from your group again, I will have you expelled." The refugees, intimidated by Li Yunpeng's commanding voice, fell silent, understanding that being cast out would jeopardize their survival. After delivering his warning, he returned to the inner city. Indeed, the remainder of the night passed without further outcries. Whenever someone stirred and muttered incoherently, those around them promptly muffled their mouths with clothing before rousing them, fearful of provoking the powerful figure within the inner city. When morning arrived, Li Yunpeng opened his eyes. Though he had temporarily secured a refuge in this post-apocalyptic world, he remained perpetually on edge, acutely aware of the looming dangers. The constant vigilance was a stark contrast to the peace and prosperity of his previous life. Particularly poignant was the sense of isolation, as if he alone were an outcast. As the overseer of the base, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a certain distance from the populace. Too much familiarity would undermine his authority. After all, he had once been an ordinary person, yearning for companionship. The more secrets one harbors, the greater the burden of suffering. This line of thought, however, was swiftly banished from his mind. Indulging in self-pity served no purpose. His foremost objective was to strengthen himself and transform the base into an impregnable fortress. Otherwise, should a horde of zombies descend upon them, all would perish. The population of the base had already surpassed 1,000. Upon consulting the system, he discovered that to upgrade the barracks to level 1, a population of 2,000 was required. After all this time, they had only achieved half of that goal, and the surrounding survivors had nearly been scoured clean. It appeared that the time had come to venture further afield. Li Yuping tidied up briefly and summoned Wang Shiyan, Wu Gang, and Zhang Tao for a meeting. Upon seeing Li Yuping, Wang Shiyan felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Occasionally, she overheard discussions suggesting that the esteemed commander had taken a particular interest in her, which was why he entrusted her with such significant responsibilities. Initially, she dismissed these comments, but as they became more frequent, doubts began to creep in. Could it be that the commander truly harbored feelings for her? Li Yuping noticed her flushed complexion but paid it no mind. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Our base's population has now exceeded 1,000. Relying solely on individual rations is no longer feasible. Henceforth, I shall arrange for those without tasks to venture into the gardens to gather essential supplies. I will assign 2 squads of guards to accompany them. For those unwilling to participate, they shall receive merely a bowl of porridge each day, sufficient to stave off hunger." Zhang Tao immediately rose and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, Commander, I shall personally lead a team to collect the necessary provisions." Li Yunpeng was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Tao had been among the first to arrive at the base when the apocalypse began, and he had remained there ever since. Yet now he had the audacity to venture out personally. In truth, Zhang Tao understood that survival in the post-apocalyptic world inevitably required confronting such challenges. Currently, he was fortunate to have earned the commander's favor, and he knew he must cherish this hard-won opportunity. It was imperative to take the initiative. Hesitance would surely lead to being supplanted by others. Wu Gang, observing Zhang Tao's eagerness, also stood up and declared, "I will lead a team as well," ensuring the completion of the tasks assigned by the commander. Among the 3 administrators present for the meeting, Wang Shiyan, seeing both men express their intentions, bit her lower lip and rose, steeling herself to say, "Commander, I too." Li Yunping, feeling a slight headache, promptly interjected, "Please take a seat. What purpose do you serve by joining this commotion? With merely a handful of subordinates, what resources can you possibly procure? Given the current surge in population, your department must ensure adequate logistical support." Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet she obediently replied, "Oh, all right." Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, witnessing Wang Shiyan's endearing demeanor, struggled to suppress their laughter, enduring the moment with great difficulty. Li Yuping observed the 2 individuals suppressing the twitch at the corners of their mouths, and with a sharp glare, he commanded, "Do not just stand there foolishly. Bring back everything that can be of use to me." Understood. The 2, as if granted a reprieve, saluted and hurriedly departed. Once they left, only Li Yunpeng and Wang Shiyan remained in the inner chamber. Wang Shiyan, feeling somewhat anxious, sat fidgeting with the hem of her garment, at a loss for what to do. Li Yuping felt a sense of curiosity as he inquired, "Shiyan, do you have any matters to attend to?" It was only then that Wang Shiyan realized her oversight and replied, "Oh, no, nothing important. I'll take my leave now." She swiftly stood up, performed a hasty bow, and hurriedly exited. This woman is rather perplexing, Li Yunpeng mused as he observed her flustered departure. After organizing the logistics for resource collection, Li Yunpeng summoned all the squad leaders. 10 robust figures stood in a line, unwavering as mountains. Having advanced to level 1, their minds had become more agile, indistinguishable from those of ordinary individuals. Li Yunpeng stood before them and declared, "Next, we shall embark on an exploration beyond our confines. Today, let us assign our respective tasks." The squad leaders, transitioning from a relaxed stance to a rigid posture, listened intently to the orders with grave expressions. Li Er, you are responsible for the security of the base. You must not allow even the slightest error. Should anyone disrupt the order of the base, and if warnings prove ineffective, take decisive action. Yes, rest assured, Commander. The two responded in unison. Li Yunping nodded and continued, Li Shilu, Li Sanhua. You two will lead your respective teams to escort the supply collection unit. Yes, we assure you the task will be completed. Li Qi and Li Bai. The four of you will accompany me to explore the eastern region. The remaining two teams will patrol 1 to 2 kilometers from the base to ensure its safety. Understood. They all responded in unison. Then it's settled. Prepare accordingly. Upon issuing his commands, Li Yunping watched as the squad leaders swiftly prepared for action. In a short while, his team, each equipped with 200 rounds of ammunition, 5 grenades, and 3 days' worth of rations, stood poised at the entrance, ready to embark. The onlookers within the base, witnessing over 100 fully armed soldiers stationed at the gate, felt a twinge of curiosity about the impending operation. Nevertheless, the sight of these soldiers instilled a profound sense of security, and the gazes of the people were imbued with respect. Before long, Li Yunping, clad in combat attire with a slung rifle and a tactical backpack, strode forth with an imposing presence, exuding valor and strength. Observing their commander preparing to deploy, the crowd called out in greeting. An elder, with a serious yet caring tone, implored, Commander, please exercise caution and return safely. A spirited young man, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Commander, allow me to accompany you. I yearn to serve. Meanwhile, an infatuated young woman declared, Commander, I wish to bear your children. Li Yunping embodies the very essence of the base. The first 2 groups of arrivals wholeheartedly support him. Although he can occasionally be ruthless and unyielding in his actions, the survivors who have endured the trials understand that the commander acts in their best interest, aiming for their survival in a post-apocalyptic world where adaptation is paramount. Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, the commander does not exploit his formidable strength to intimidate the vulnerable. In this harsh new reality, acts of violence against women and the elderly, as well as the plundering of resources, occur incessantly. In stark contrast, the base resembles a veritable paradise. The inhabitants gradually discern his character and are resolute in executing his orders, while the commander remains indifferent to light-hearted banter that poses no harm. Li Yunping waved to the crowd and strode to the front of the line, declaring, Let us depart. The entire contingent marched in unison, following Li Yunping as they headed eastward towards the base. The onlookers kept their gaze fixed until the procession vanished from sight. Li Yunping dispersed his troop, with one team leading the way, another following closely behind, and 2 flanking teams guarding the sides. After traveling east for over 10 kilometers, the vigilant forces skillfully avoided any large groups of zombies they encountered from a distance, efficiently dispatching the scattered few with their bayonets. The journey was uneventful, and upon rounding a bend in the mountain, the forward reconnaissance team returned with 2 soldiers who approached to report, Commander, we have discovered a village ahead. Realizing there was a village, Li Yunping promptly gathered his forces and cautiously advanced towards it. He crouched at a distance outside the village, using binoculars to observe the interior, only to find, after a thorough inspection, that there was not a single zombie in sight. How peculiar. Could it be that this village was devoid of life in this apocalyptic era? Li Yunping surveyed his surroundings and noticed a few humble dwellings along the edge of the farmland outside the village. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Li Qi to gather a team for a thorough cleanup, as they intended to set up camp here for the night. Shortly thereafter, Li Qi approached, signaling with gestures of safety. Li Yunping led the group forward, and it appeared to be a vegetable greenhouse belonging to a farming household. When the apocalypse struck, this place was deserted. The furnishings inside remained undisturbed, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. After establishing a system of sentinels in the shadows and light, Li Yunping ascended to the rooftop to survey the village. This settlement, home to several hundred residents, seemed unnaturally quiet. Li Yunping pondered within himself, considering the vast expanse of the village. Before the onset of the apocalypse, its permanent population must have numbered in the thousands. Even if all had succumbed to transformation into the undead, there should be some trace of their presence. Yet now, not a single living soul could be found, nor any sign of zombies. It was indeed a most perplexing mystery. Li Yunping ascended to a vantage point, surveying the village layout, which diverged markedly from the ordinary. At its heart stood a quaint 3-story building, flanked by 2 main thoroughfares that intersected in front of it. The remaining structures radiated outward in a systematic manner. To enter the village, traversing the main road undoubtedly presented the most convenient and expansive option, allowing ample time for any necessary adjustments in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Conversely, should one choose the narrow, winding paths, an unexpected occurrence might leave little room for reaction. Ideally, one would seek the guidance of a local to elucidate the peculiarities of this strange hamlet. Yet, with not a soul in sight, where could one possibly find a familiar local to shed light on the situation? Although Li Yunpeng commanded over 100 soldiers, the peril of annihilation loomed if they were besieged by thousands of zombies in a treacherous terrain devoid of defensible positions. Initially contemplating dispatching 2 soldiers to scout the village, his intentions were abruptly interrupted by the crack of a gunshot that shattered the tranquil atmosphere. The bullet struck the roof a mere meter away from Li Yunpeng, sending a shower of dust and debris cascading into his mouth. Li Yunpeng leapt down from the rooftop with a swift motion. The soldiers surrounding him had already formed a battle formation. Cover the gray White House at 11 o'clock? Li Qi commanded without hesitation. The fierce sound of gunfire erupted, and the targeted house was instantly riddled with holes, dust swirling in the air. Ugh! Li Yunpeng spat out the dirt from his mouth. Stop! Everyone halt! Damn it! There are villagers in the area. Commander, allow me to lead a team inside to deal with them. Li Qi volunteered eagerly. Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment, remaining unhurried. Since they dared to strike after having seen them, it was evident that they possessed some form of assurance. Did you notice the 4 entrances and exits of those 2 main roads? Divide into 4 teams and encircle this village for me. Understood. Li Yunpeng discreetly shifted to another concealed vantage point, continuing his meticulous observation of each dwelling. He noted that the majority of doors stood wide open, while only a few in the heart of the village remained firmly shut, reinforced multiple times with robust wooden planks. Who could inhabit such places? Before long, a figure emerged within his line of sight, hunched over and curled into itself, hastily moving from one house to another, proceeding with utmost caution to avoid drawing attention. The presence of activity indicated that the zombies within the village had either been eradicated or lured away. Li Yunpeng felt a wave of surprise. Aside from himself, there was someone capable of eliminating the zombies, which suggested a formidable presence. He observed for an hour, during which individuals cautiously flitted between the various dwellings. Through careful scrutiny, he concluded that this was indeed a human settlement, but the circumstances within remained unclear. Concluding his observations, Li Yunpeng commanded, "Order the squads guarding the exit to assemble a team for a tentative assault. We must ascertain the enemy's firepower before proceeding." Understood. Although aware that the inhabitants were armed, he had no knowledge of the number of weapons or personnel, nor their tactical proficiency, making intelligence gathering imperative. Before the guards could act, a sudden cacophony erupted from the village, amplified by loudspeakers. "Is that you, Li Yunpeng? Don't think that just because you have 100 or so men, you can swagger in here. I will end you." Li Yunpeng was taken aback. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. The sound, tinged with electronic effects, momentarily eluded his memory. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" "Ha ha ha, Li Yunpeng. Thanks to you, I nearly met my demise. However, I am blessed by fate, having survived my way here from the park. Aren't you quite the formidable one? Come on in if you dare." Upon hearing this, Li Yunpeng suddenly recalled the incident in the park's supermarket, where he had driven Ma Fan and others away to divert the zombies' attention. It was nothing short of miraculous that this fellow had managed to escape. "Ma Fan, don't think that your tricks in this village intimidate me. If you know what's good for you, come out. Otherwise, I shall lead my men in." "Ha ha ha, bring it on. Whoever dares not show up is a coward," Ma Fan retorted. "Fine, just you wait," Li Yunpeng declared with a fierce tone. "Pfft, all you can do is talk big." Ma Fan dismissed his threats with disdain. Li Yunpeng contemplated for a moment, resolving not to be provoked by Ma Fan's words, and decided to proceed with the plan methodically. "Li Qi, take a team to scout the village. It is imperative that we ascertain the opponent's details, including their personnel, firepower, and hidden strategies." Understood. "We will ensure the mission is accomplished." Li Qijing saluted and then selected a few capable subordinates, discreetly departing from the ranks, their whereabouts unknown. Although not a professional scout by training, the reconnaissance skills of the guardsmen were certainly on par with those of ordinary scouts. Li Qi and his companions moved with remarkable agility, landing silently as they stealthily infiltrated the village. In various concealed locations, they discovered hidden sentries, swiftly neutralizing them with ease. Seizing the opportunity, they captured a few unsuspecting individuals in secluded spots, and through Li Qi's subtle interrogation, they quickly gleaned some preliminary information. Despite its modest size, this village was intricately fortified, being situated on the periphery, Its inhabitants had little knowledge of the affairs in the central area. In the heart of the village lay a wide, circular avenue, dividing it into inner and outer zones, where the sentinels held only limited awareness of the happenings within. After dispatching the captives, Li Qi led his team onward. Their progress through the outermost perimeter was remarkably smooth, as the militia's visible and hidden sentries were virtually presenting themselves as easy targets for Li Qi and his team. The 10-man squad navigated through the narrow pathways between the houses, advancing directly towards the village's center. Before long, they encountered a broad road over 30 meters wide, blocking their path. The expansive visibility of the road made it nearly impossible to cross without drawing attention. However, the village's most critical secrets likely lay within this central area. In order to fulfill the commander's orders, Li Qi promptly began to devise a plan. He divided the team into 3 groups, one to create a distraction, another to provide cover, and the third to proceed with reconnaissance in the central region. Understood. The soldiers responded in hushed tones. The 3 groups sprang into action. And moments later, an explosion erupted from another direction, capturing the attention of everyone on the opposite side. Recognizing the opportunity, Li Qi commanded, Group 2, provide cover. The rest, charge with me. Yes. With that, Li Qi bent low and sprinted towards the other side of the road. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath their feet. Instantly, everyone assumed a defensive stance. Turning around, Li Qi discovered that one of the soldiers had stepped on some contraption. What the hell? A landmine. Does this wretched village possess such sophistication? He cautiously examined the device, only to find it was not a landmine, but rather an apparatus of unknown purpose. Li Qi let out a sigh of relief when suddenly, a piercing alarm bell rang out. Goodness, the alert system. At that moment, they found themselves in the middle of the street, and Li Qi reacted instantly. Prepare for battle. However, a mocking voice echoed from the 3rd floor across the street. Ha! Battle, you say? Have you even considered what lies beneath your feet? Li Qi and the others swiftly turned their weapons, aligning their sights upon the man before them. Remarkably unperturbed by the imminent threat, the man maintained his composure, which sent a chill through Li Qi's heart. He promptly signaled to the soldiers to investigate. The guards proceeded with caution, and indeed, they discovered scattered loose soil in several areas. Gently clearing it away revealed bundles of detonators, all interconnected by fuse wires. At this moment, the man across from them nonchalantly spoke. So, what will it be? Will you not lower your weapons? Otherwise, I shall send you to the afterlife. As he spoke, he casually waved the remote control in his hand. Li Qi gritted his teeth, remaining motionless as he internally deliberated whether it was feasible to incapacitate his adversary's hand or the remote control before he could activate it. To his astonishment, the man seemed to see through his thoughts. Do not attempt any tricks. We possess multiple remote controls. Should you disable the one in my hand, the others will trigger an explosion instantaneously. Li Qi, the man, fearing that the night would stretch into a multitude of dreams, pointed at him and declared, You, and those few individuals concealed behind you, lay down your weapons and come inside. Stepping onto someone else's landmine. Even with the most rigorous military training, Li Qi and his companions found themselves at a loss. However, relinquishing their firearms was out of the question, for they wielded military-grade automatic rifles. Should these weapons fall into enemy hands, it would pose a significant threat to their commander. Even in death, they could not allow these individuals to succeed. Damn it, are you still hesitating? Do you believe I won't detonate the explosives right now? The man's patience began to wear thin. Li Qi raised her hand slowly, and indeed, the man's gaze settled more than before. As her arms reached halfway, he suddenly shouted, Everyone disassemble your firearms and toss them aside. The guards obeyed the command without hesitation. With a clatter, all began to dismantle the weapons in their hands. And within mere seconds, the rifles were reduced to mere components. Wait, what are you all doing? The man asked, bewildered. Throw them. Li Qi commanded emphatically. With a swoosh, a multitude of crucial firearm parts and magazines were hurled across the street. What the hell? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? The man seethed with rage, realizing that this group was carelessly dismantling their weapons right in front of him, as if stepping onto a landmine. Bring them in. Lock them up. From the lower level of the 3-story building, a throng of armed individuals surged forth, each one aiming their weapons at Li Qi and her companions. Li Qi fixed her gaze upon the individuals before her, noting that the firearms they wielded were predominantly rudimentary, homemade gunpowder weapons, likely designed to discharge steel balls or pebbles. However, one should not underestimate these makeshift firearms. Despite their inferior accuracy at long distances, they could effortlessly take a life at close range, bolstered by their possession of weaponry. This group advanced, encircling Li Qi and her companions. "Move!" they shouted, cursing as they forcefully ushered the 7 of them into the inner courtyard. As Li Qi walked, she discreetly lowered her head to observe her surroundings, hoping to find any opportunity for escape, so she could relay information about the terrain and topography of this place. In Li Qi's team, apart from 3 members responsible for diverting attention who managed to escape, the remaining 7 were captured due to their presence in a landmine zone. The situation was swiftly reported to Li Yunpeng. "What? Where did they acquire so many explosives?" In response to the commander, it was revealed that they employed detonators intended for mining operations, indicating that this area must have once been a mining site. Li Yunpeng began to weigh the situation in his mind. If the adversary had already deployed a substantial amount of explosives, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Although his weaponry was more advanced, he was still unfamiliar with the terrain and had no knowledge of where the landmines were buried. To rush in recklessly would undoubtedly result in severe casualties. Therefore, he decided to dispatch a small team to maintain vigilance across the road where Li Qi had been captured, awaiting his command. The other teams would regroup, and once they formulated a strategy, they would concentrate their forces to launch an assault and eliminate the enemy. Understood. The team responsible for surveillance swiftly sent a report back. "Commander, we have discovered numerous firearm components near the ambush site, likely discarded by Li Qi and his associates before their capture, presumably out of fear that the weapons would fall into enemy hands." Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth, resolutely determined to rescue Li Qi. In the afternoon, all the teams had nearly assembled, and Li Yunpeng stood at the edge of the broad road that separated the inner and outer districts, gazing towards the opposite side. The central area of this village resembled an isolated island. Logically, such a large village should be inhabited by many people. It was inconceivable that not a single zombie could be seen. How had they managed that? According to reports from the members of Li Qi's team who had returned, the opposite side was a minefield. Li Yunpeng commanded, "Bring forth 2 grenades and toss them into the center of that minefield." Understood. 2 soldiers promptly pulled the pins from their grenades and hurled them towards the designated area. Boom, 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 boom. The initial explosion was followed by a series of even more powerful detonations, sending dust spiraling into the air and enveloping a vast surrounding area. Success. Li Yunpeng silently praised the effectiveness of the grenades. This action had indeed resolved the issue posed by the enemy's hidden mines. In the wake of the explosions, a palpable confusion emerged on the opposite side. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yunpeng ordered his subordinates to eliminate several exposed enemies until the area finally fell silent. Li Yunpeng glanced at the sky, which was already nearing dusk. If they acted swiftly, they might resolve the situation before sunset. "Everyone, follow orders. Clear the path with grenades and let us advance." Yes. Across the street, the guards had already established a stronghold, providing covering fire for the advancing soldiers. Anyone who dared to show themselves on the opposite side would be met with a hail of bullets. Soon, a small squad dashed across the street, securing advantageous terrain and shielding their comrades behind them. Li Yunpeng, accompanied by the remaining soldiers, traversed the road in succession and regrouped behind a makeshift shelter. Just as he steadied himself, a multitude of improvised incendiary bottles were suddenly hurled from the front. Once amassed in sufficient quantity, these devices could ignite a small area into a sea of flames, leaving 2 guards severely scorched by the searing blaze. Li Yunpeng muttered a curse under his breath, drew a hand grenade, and hurled it towards the courtyard from which Molotov cocktails were being launched. His soldiers, emulating his actions, swiftly followed suit. And in the blink of an eye, a dozen grenades were sent flying. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries. "Brothers, watch out for the detonators. Charge forward and annihilate them." Understood. The guard troops advanced in units along the base of the wall, occasionally eliminating enemies who dared to peek out with precise shots to the head. Li Yunpeng surveyed the situation, realizing that there were essentially no obstacles remaining. Eliminating this band of miscreants was merely a matter of time. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 7 in the evening, with only a faint trace of sunlight lingering on the horizon. "Brothers, move swiftly. We know the terrain well, and darkness will be to our disadvantage." Understood. However, before the command could be disseminated, a sudden roar shattered the tranquility of dusk. Roar. This sound was all too familiar to Li Yunpeng. Good heavens, zombies. "Quickly, everyone. Gather around me," Li Yunpeng shouted loudly. In such a labyrinthine alley, Encountering a horde of zombies would truly spell disaster. The firearm in his hand would be rendered utterly ineffective by the terrain, with every corner concealing the potential for zombies to surge forth and invade their ranks. Upon hearing the guttural cries of the undead, the soldiers of the guard immediately ceased their offensive and retreated in an orderly fashion. After all, the safety of their commander outweighed the imperative of vanquishing the enemy. Soon, zombies began to materialize in the vicinity. The soldiers tasked with guarding various intersections were fiercely engaged in a desperate defense against the onslaught of the ravenous undead. Li Yunpeng, observing that a considerable crowd had gathered, promptly issued the command, "Retreat, evacuate the village." Acknowledged. The guards detachment established segmented barriers, providing cover as the commander withdrew in phases. During the retreat, Li Yunpeng found himself perplexed. Where had this horde of zombies emerged from? After toiling in the village for so long, he had not encountered even a trace of the undead. Yet, just as he initiated an assault on the central area, a swarm of zombies surged forth from the village, an occurrence that could not possibly be mere coincidence. Could it be that these individuals possessed the ability to command the zombies? How could that even be conceivable? Meanwhile, the fierce gunfire from the rear began to dwindle. Li Yunpeng and his companions had just withdrawn from the village when they were abruptly met with a cacophony of anguished screams emanating from within. Almost instantly, the zombies began to retreat in a wave-like manner. This series of events left Li Yunpeng utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? They appeared and vanished at will. Was there truly someone orchestrating this? There was no room for doubt. They possessed the ability to command the undead. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated from behind Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng was entirely focused on what lay ahead, completely oblivious to the presence of someone approaching from behind. The guards swiftly turned their weapons. "Halt! Who goes there?" Li Yunpeng turned his head and beheld a group of approximately 20 individuals, all of whom were women. The leader, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit, exhibited a statuesque physique, with a thick ponytail and an oval face adorned with makeup. Yet, upon closer inspection, her facial features suggested a remarkable beauty, particularly highlighted by her piercing, profound eyes. What captured the most attention, however, was the recurved bow slung across her back. Judging by the limbs and string, its draw weight must be considerable. Observing the others, it was evident that most wielded compound bows. Those familiar with archery understand that compound bows are easy to operate and offer high precision, requiring less stringent technical skill. In contrast, recurve bows demand extensive practice to achieve a comparable level of accuracy. Li Yunpeng understood the situation clearly. It appeared that this woman clad in leather was indeed a master of archery. However, in these turbulent times, he would not concern himself with her background. Strangers, particularly those who bore weapons, were strictly forbidden from approaching him. "What were you scheming while lurking in the shadows?" Li Yunpeng exclaimed coldly. The woman in the leather jacket gradually unfastened her recurved bow, set down her quiver, and slowly raised her hands. "Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. I have observed that you are at odds with Huang Hu and his faction. Thus, I have revealed myself, for I too hold a grudge against him." Li Yunpeng raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons and avoid inadvertently harming this woman, who appeared to be an ally. "Speak of your circumstances. If you cannot persuade me, it would be prudent to depart from here swiftly." The woman clad in leather spoke. "I am known as Huafonger, a senior member of a women's archery club. These sisters behind me share the same affiliation, and prior to the onset of the apocalypse, we were engaged in a membership event." Li Yunpeng nodded. In the apocalyptic world, this group of archery experts was indeed the most fortunate. Bows and arrows, silent yet deadly, possess significant lethality, and the arrows could be reused, making them ideally suited for survival in such dire circumstances. "How did you come into conflict with the people here?" Upon Li Yunpeng's inquiry, one could distinctly perceive the animosity etched upon the faces of the women before him. Huafonger spoke up, stating, "Huang Hu is the leader here, a man of lewdness and cruelty, who has captured one of our sisters. Our objective is to rescue her and eliminate Huang Hu." Li Yunpeng had a general understanding of the situation, yet he remained unconvinced by them. "Are you aware of the circumstances involved?" Huafonger nodded. "Aside from the leader, Huang Hu, there was also the deputy, Ma Fin, along with dozens of lackeys. Moreover, there were nearly 100 innocent villagers in the vicinity. Do you comprehend how they were able to exert control over the zombies?" Li Yunpeng shook his head, indicating his ignorance, yet he found the matter exceedingly intriguing. He kindly requested Miss Hor to elucidate further. "This group, in their quest to dominate the zombies, had captured an entire family, coercing the parents through their children to sever their own arteries, thereby luring the zombies into the underground vault. Upon encountering foes, they would unleash the horde, repelling the adversaries, and subsequently employ the same method to draw the zombies back. What on earth? Li Yunpeng was utterly astonished. Goodness, how long has it been since the apocalypse began? And humanity has already descended to such depths? These scoundrels are truly despicable. Therefore, let us join forces and eliminate the Huanghu gang together. Li Yunpeng glanced at her, pondering that indeed they shared a common enemy. However, no one had stated that having a mutual foe would prevent one from striking a treacherous blow from behind. Ahem. Very well then, let us proceed this way. You all may set up camp nearby while I contemplate a strategy. This group of scoundrels possesses a considerable amount of explosives. To charge in recklessly would likely lead to misfortune. All right, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to summon us. Understood. After Huofeng'er and her companions departed, Li Yunpeng found himself at a loss for a viable plan. He opted instead to move a chair into the courtyard to watch the sunset, allowing his mind to wander. Beneath the blood-stained sunset, his silhouette stretched long, and as the evening breeze blew, he suddenly exclaimed, "What on earth? Did I eat something that upset my stomach?" Li Yunpeng hurriedly dashed towards the restroom. Fortunately, it was not far from the base, situated at the village's public lavatory. He bolted inside, and within mere seconds, he emerged at an astonishing speed, akin to a 100-meter dash. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! This is utterly dreadful." The scene within the latrine was beyond verbal description. Amidst the chaos lay two grotesquely dismembered corpses of zombies. There was no choice but to resort to makeshift measures. Li Yunpeng crouched amidst the grass, his heart racing with lingering trepidation. The recent spectacle had been truly terrifying. Suddenly, with the confidential document in hand, an idea sparked in his mind. What if that scene could be transported to the village? Li Yunpeng's eyes sparkled with determination as he thought, "These scoundrels. Have you chosen to hide? Very well. I shall transform your location into a veritable hell on earth." With this thought igniting his resolve, he hastily pulled up his trousers and dashed back. "Assemble. All personnel, assemble." The guards swiftly gathered in one place, while Fire Phoenix, stationed at a distance, noticed the commotion and looked on from above. Li Yunpeng was rallying the troops, animatedly discussing tactical maneuvers before them. "Sisters, it seems they are about to take action. Let us be prepared to coordinate at a moment's notice." Understood. Li Yunpeng elaborated on his ideas, causing the expressions of the squad leaders to darken. However, regardless of the nature of the commands issued by the commander, they would resolutely comply. "Do you understand?" "We understand." "Very well, let us proceed." Subsequently, the guards split into two groups, one to construct makeshift catapults, and the other to gather projectiles from the public restroom. They toiled until the midnight hour, only then reaching a semblance of completion. Huofeng'er and her companions lay in the grass for several hours, yet the anticipated action did not materialize. The group, weary from their prolonged position, felt their knees and backs ache, and their posteriors grew cold. "Captain, perhaps we should inquire about the situation. I feel as if I'm about to succumb to my monthly cycle if we remain like this any longer." Huofeng'er responded. The ground was still quite chilly at night. "All right, you all wait here. I will go and ask." Just as Li Yunpeng concluded preparations, he noticed Huofeng'er approaching, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Is there something you need, Captain Hua, at this late hour?" "Commander Li, we have been waiting for several hours and would like to inquire when the operation will commence." Li Yunpeng? Action? What action? Huofeng'er, you've been toiling for several hours. Are you just fooling around? Li Yunpeng suddenly realized. "Oh, I see. You are referring to this matter. However, you may not be well suited to participate in this operation tomorrow morning." Huofeng'er furrowed her brow and replied, "Director, who says women are inferior to men? I kindly ask that we refrain from gender discrimination." Upon hearing this, Li Yunpeng realized there was no alternative but to comply. "Very well, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. As the sun rises, our endeavor shall commence." Huofeng nodded in agreement, stating, "I shall ensure that the team is well fed and ready, so we can embark on a vigorous undertaking at that time." With that, she turned and departed. Li Yunpeng extended his hand, feeling an overwhelming urge to caution her against dining. However, upon reflection, he pondered whether such a remark might lead others to misconstrue his intentions as overly protective of women. Ultimately, he decided against voicing his concerns, reasoning that since she had made her choice, she must possess the requisite skills. There was a collective arrangement in place. with sentries assigned and shifts scheduled accordingly. Understood. A night devoid of conversation passed, and by dawn, before the mist had fully lifted, Li Yunpeng rose to survey the village's condition. To his surprise, Horfonger had also risen early, bringing her team nearby. Commander Li, why must we wait until 8 o'clock? Li Yunpeng replied, only at 8 o'clock can the power of the cannonball truly be unleashed. Horfonger was utterly bewildered. What sort of cannonball was this? How could its potency be tied to the hour? Was he mad, or was she losing her sanity? Noticing that Li Yunpeng had nothing more to say, she refrained from further inquiries. Instead, she stood by, reapplying wax to her bowstring and inspecting the various components, all while engaging in some warm-up exercises. After all, with an 80-pound bow, one could easily sustain injury if not cautious. This particular draw weight was a testament to Horfonger's extraordinary talent, thus far. She had yet to encounter another woman capable of wielding an 80-pound bow. Time swiftly progressed to 8 o'clock in the morning, the blazing sun evaporating the mist. While the temperature rose rapidly, Li Yunpeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Everyone, get ready. Yes. The guards took their positions, unveiling their camouflage. While Horfonger looked utterly bewildered. What is this? A catapult? Are we playing with Stone Age weaponry here? Upon closer inspection of the so-called projectiles on the catapult, there were barrels, pots, basins, and various other items, all covered with lids. Is this some sort of Plants vs. Zombies? Commander Li, are you certain this isn't a joke? Li Yunpeng was taken aback, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. This was a serious biological weapon. One need only take a look to comprehend its gravity. Upon receiving permission, Horfonger, accompanied by her team, approached with considerable skepticism. She lifted the lid of the shell, and an immediate silence enveloped the scene. Within the container, a green gas swirled upward, accompanied by the presence of some extraordinary organisms. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Wow. Horfonger and her companions regurgitated their breakfast, inadvertently contributing to the biohazard scenario. Subsequently, the group of over 20 individuals resembled a moving fountain, sprinting and retching as they expelled their previous meal. Li Yunpeng pinched his nose and muttered to himself. What was that saying? Curiosity killed the cat. Ha, ha, ha. Then, addressing everyone, he commanded, launch. At that moment, Horfonger finally grasped why Li Yunpeng insisted that the bomb's efficacy depended on the sun being high in the sky. The higher the temperature, the more potent the stench. Soon, clusters of biochemical bombs soared across the road and landed in the heart of the village. Before long, a cacophony of curses erupted from within. Who the hell is defecating on the roof? I'm going to die here. What the hell is this? Is this some sort of joke? In no time, the center of the village was enveloped in a chorus of insults and retching, creating a chaotic uproar. Some with weaker constitutions fled, expelling their bile, utterly devoid of any combat capability, and were easily captured by the guards. Horfonger and her companions wiped away their tears, momentarily stunned. While the method was somewhat beneath contempt, the effectiveness was undeniable. Without losing a single soldier, they could simply wait for the enemy to emerge. Li Yunpeng is truly a talent, someone exclaimed. However, the good times were short-lived, as the number of fleeing individuals increased. Ma Fun and his men unleashed their ruthless tactics, swiftly eliminating 2 subordinates attempting to escape, thus stabilizing the situation. Who dares to run again will be shot dead, even if it means dying here. Indeed, under the threat of death, human resilience seemed to heighten. Who fears a mere threat? How much waste can the village toilet possibly hold? They would soon find themselves in a situation devoid of resources. Although no one could heed the warning, none dared to flee. Remarkably, the situation unfolded just as Ma Fun had predicted. The public restrooms' resources were quickly depleted. Li Yunpeng gazed at the now tranquil village, observing the ammunition completely depleted, rendering him speechless. Subsequently, a loudspeaker blared from the front. Li Yunpeng, do you truly believe you can coerce us out with such tactics? Come on, why not try again? After a lengthy pause, Ma Fun's voice resounded. Do you think this contraption is effective? As long as I endure for just a couple of days, they will be dried under the sun, devoid of any scent, and can be used as firewood. Isn't that infuriating? Ha ha. Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment, and then said, leave a small team to lie in ambush nearby, to prevent the enemy from escaping. The rest shall return to the base with me. Understood. Horfonger hesitated, caught between her thoughts, as she was not very familiar with Li Yunpeng. Asking too many questions might seem inappropriate. Li Yunpeng noticed her predicament and, recognizing the growing demand for population at his base, proactively suggested, "Would you like to accompany me back to the base?" As soon as these words were uttered, the group of over 10 women behind Hua Fenger immediately tensed up. Li Yuping felt a sense of confusion. What was amiss? "Our base is a legitimate establishment." Hua Fenger interjected, "Ahem, it seems that Commander Li has misunderstood. Some among us have escaped from the Yellow Tiger settlement, which has instilled a natural fear within our community." "Oh, I see. I understand now. Please feel free to remain here," replied Commander Li. Hua Fenger continued, "Commander Li, we kindly request an opportunity to join your settlement." Li Yunpeng was quite taken aback. "Oh, are you not afraid that I might be like Huang Hu?" Hua Fenger shook her head. "Director Li, given your military might, there is nothing unattainable in this apocalyptic world. However, you have shown no intention of coercion, so I wager that you are a good person." Li Yunpeng's mind was flooded with a myriad of fantastical beasts. Am I truly being handed a good person card like this? Very well, if you wish to follow, then follow. I'm a democratic individual and would never impose my will upon others. Hua Fenger silently nodded, fully believing in Li Yunpeng's words. Little did she know that, years later, if anyone were to hear this statement, it would be interpreted in an entirely different manner. Li Yunpeng's return was motivated by the need to replenish his stockpile of biochemical ammunition. The village's intricate terrain, coupled with the presence of underground shelters in every household, rendered grenades, which primarily inflict damage through shrapnel, ineffective against enemies concealed below ground. Moreover, Huang Hu and his associates had strategically planted numerous detonators throughout the village. Thus, the most prudent strategy remained to force the adversaries to emerge. Hadn't Huang Hu claimed that their supply of biochemical bombs was exhausted? Very well. I shall requisition them from the base. With so many individuals engaged in the continuous production of biochemical munitions, I shall see if they can withstand the onslaught. The journey back was devoid of peril, with only sporadic zombies encountered, easily dispatched by the close combat prowess of the guards. Hua Fenger and her companions were left in awe, having never witnessed anyone skillfully slaying zombies with nothing more than a dagger. Were these individuals professional soldiers? They seemed somewhat different. The Commander-S demeanor suggested a hint of levity, which only added to their confusion. Before long, the group returned to the base, where Hua Fenger and her companions were taken aback, having witnessed the brutality and horror of the apocalypse. This was their first encounter with a human settlement characterized by order and organization. Each survivor here bore their own responsibilities, diligently striving to contribute to the community's development. The absence of signs of oppression on their faces was striking. Rather, each person radiated vitality, their eyes gleaming with hope. Upon returning to the base, Li Yunpeng instructed Hua Fenger to seek out Wang Shiyan for the registration of identification information and subsequently summon Zhang Tao and Wu Gang. Both were puzzled by the Commander-S swift return. "Wu Gang, Zhang Tao," he called. "At your service. I command you to procure 2 vacuum trucks and high-pressure water guns." Li Yunpeng stated. Wu Gang and Zhang Tao exchanged glances, their confusion deepening, as these items were not typically associated with a singular set of equipment. "Is this a challenge?" Li Yunpeng inquired. "And no challenge at all. We will attend to it immediately," the duo hastily responded, eager to fulfill the Commander-S request for the vacuum trucks and high-pressure water guns. Finding these 2 types of machinery around the base proved to be a straightforward task. By the end of that evening, 2 modified vacuum trucks equipped with high-pressure water guns, as per Li Yunpeng's specifications, were completed. As Li Yunpeng awaited the equipment demonstration, he noticed Wang Shiyan and Hua Fenger approaching, engaged in cheerful conversation. It seems these 2 share a delightful rapport. Before he could ponder further, 2 vehicles roared towards him, coming to a halt in succession before Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng issued a direct command. "Come forth, exhibit your prowess." Wu Gang responded, "Understood." Subsequently, one observed a robust hose extending from the rear of the suction truck, inserted into a nearby pool, from which copious amounts of water were drawn into the vehicle. Then, upon the press of a button by the individual operating the high-pressure water gun mounted on the truck, the water within the compartment was forcefully expelled. Li Yunpeng led the applause, exclaiming, "Excellent. A marvelous invention." The crowd joined in, yet their minds were enveloped in confusion. What purpose does this serve? Is it for firefighting? Why such complexity? Wouldn't a simple water pump suffice? Only Fenger, upon glimpsing the word suction truck, instantly grasped Li Yunpeng's intention. Ugh. Wang Shiyan noticed Fenger retching and felt a twinge of concern. "Fenger, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Fenger waved her hand dismissively. No, it's nothing. Perhaps I just caught a chill." Li Yunpeng was exceedingly pleased. Very well, Wu Gang Zhangtao. Drain the water from the tank and fill it with bio-waste at the base's latrine. Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, having received praise, could hardly conceal their delight. However, upon hearing Li Yunping's subsequent words, they were left utterly dumbfounded. You want us to siphon from the cesspool? What on earth? Those observing the spectacle began to comprehend the absurdity, glancing at the suction hose of the sewage truck and the high-pressure water gun, and then envisioning the cesspool. Ugh! Armed with these two formidable devices, Li Yunpeng felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Huang Hu, I'll make sure you're exposed. I wonder if 2 trucks will suffice for your needs. After a brief resupply, Li Yunpeng set forth once more. Unlike their previous departure from the base, this time the team was accompanied by 2 fully loaded sewage trucks. Within a 100-meter radius of these vehicles, no one dared to approach, and Li Yunpeng ordered the drivers to maintain a safe distance at all times. The stench was simply unbearable. Remarkably, throughout the journey, they encountered not a single zombie. Not even the shadow of one. Li Yunpeng felt perplexed, unsure whether it was due to the thoroughness of their earlier sweep or the overwhelming aroma of the 2 suction trucks that had lingered for miles. Several hours later, Li Yunpeng and his companions returned to the village. During his absence, Huang Hu had organized a reconnaissance, discovering the presence of an ambush set by the guard troops, prompting them to retreat once more. Li Yunpeng arrived at the village entrance and chose an advantageous position against the wind, commanding 2 vacuum trucks to take turns in their task. Before commencing, he held a loudspeaker and shouted, Huang Hu, I have heard of your peculiar fondness for sun-drying excrement. So I have specially brought you 2 truckloads. Come out and collect your bounty. Huang Hu retorted, What nonsense is this about sun-drying excrement? Your entire family is fond of it. Li Yunpeng was unfazed. Huang Hu, you now face 2 choices. Either obediently bring my people out, or prepare to face the consequences. There was no response from the center of the village. Li Yunpeng, consumed by rage, exclaimed, How dare you disregard me? After distancing himself, he bellowed a command. Spray it into the village. Yes, responded the soldiers on the sewage vehicle, donned in 8 layers of masks, decisively activating the high-pressure water gun. A stream of green liquid surged forth like a colossal dragon, catching Fire Phoenix and her companions off guard despite their mental preparations. Meanwhile, the situation in the village grew even more dire. A throng of individuals tumbled in the muddy ground. As the power of the high-pressure sewage gun proved too formidable for the average person to withstand, the sentinel, witnessing the oncoming green torrent, stood agape, frozen in place. Then, the deluge struck him squarely. He was not alone. Outside, Huang Hu's underlings were similarly overwhelmed, each having indulged in a hasty meal. Huang Hu, in the basement, shouted incessantly, Block it! Quickly, block it! Yet, the green liquid seeping through the cracks had already risen to the ankles of the crowd. Li Yunpeng was so amused that he nearly rolled on the ground, laughing heartily. It was truly delightful. I am indeed a genius. A sewage truck spent over 40 minutes to expel a full 10 tons of biochemical liquid. Li Yunpeng bellowed, Halt. Do not activate the second vehicle just yet. Instead, fill this empty one with half a load of cool water, and have the guards boil several pots of water for me. The crowd fell silent. After a series of commotions, the sewage truck, now brimming with warm water, resumed its spraying. When the biochemical substances encountered the warm water, not only did the permeation effect improve significantly, but the potency also escalated by several magnitudes. Huang Hu, Ma Fun, and the others had long since abandoned their struggles. Slumped against the wall in a state of half-consciousness, they exchanged glances, initially intending to laugh, but the mood was far too grim, for they were all in the same dire predicament. Brother Hu, what shall we do? Ugh, we must retreat. I feel that if we linger any longer, we shall perish. What about the detonator? How will we explain this to Brother Long? Leave that to me. It is better than facing death. Damn it. Li Yunpeng is a menace. Li Yunpeng did not employ the second sewage truck at all, for in the village, even the dogs had ceased their barking. Coughing. Someone inquired whether this contraption was indeed harmless, considering Li Qi remained inside. The crowd fell silent. Now they recalled Li Qi. Just moments ago, it was he who had been the loudest in his calls. As for whether this device could be lethal, no one had conducted any research on the matter. Thus a definitive answer was elusive. After waiting for another half an hour, the village remained eerily quiet. Li Yunpeng contemplated that this moment presented an excellent opportunity for an offensive. However, disregarding all else, he commanded, Everyone, don 5 layers of masks, advance. Understood. The soldiers of the guard promptly donned their gas masks. Li Yunpeng wrestled with his thoughts for half a day, ultimately resolving to proceed. Every experience serves as a form of training. Retreating will only narrow the path ahead. As Huofinger watched him charge forward with his soldiers, she couldn't help but silently applaud him. Truly a man of valor, he would advance even amidst adversity. Li Yunpeng felt the soft and gentle touch beneath his feet. Although he wore a gas mask that prevented him from detecting any odors, a wave of nausea still washed over him. Using a hand grenade to clear the way, he forged a safe passage. Yes, with a series of deafening explosions, lacking any demoning equipment. Li Yunpeng had no choice but to detonate every explosive device in his path as he advanced. At last, the guards successfully navigated the treacherous minefield and entered the heart of the village. What lay before him was a harrowing sight, as bodies lay sprawled in disarray all around. Li Yunpeng ordered his men to investigate, and they found that everyone had succumbed to the gas, though none had perished. The guards bound these individuals and continued their search. In the central 3-story building, they discovered the unconscious Li Qi along with several soldiers from the guard unit. After checking, Li Yunpeng felt relieved to find that there was no threat to their lives. He then instructed his soldiers to disperse and seek out Huang, Hu, and Ma Fengji. However, despite thoroughly scouring the village's center, they could not locate these individuals. It was only at the last moment that a soldier discovered a tunnel leading to the outside world within a warehouse filled with explosives. Realizing that these scoundrels had escaped, Li Yunpeng dismissed the explosives as unworthy, commanding his men to dispose of all the detonators into the basement where the zombies were confined. Intending to detonate them on their departure for an additional score, there were still dozens of survivors, most of whom had been affected and rendered unconscious. Shortly after, Huofinger arrived, accompanied by a dozen sisters, running and retching along the way. Li Yunpeng was left speechless, pondering, why bother? He turned to Li, the official, and inquired, "Have you seen our sisters?" Li Yunpeng remarked, "Both the living and the deceased are present. Seek them out yourself." "Understood." Ugh. Shortly thereafter, he discerned the weeping of several young women. He understood that these individuals' sisters had likely met with misfortune. In the hands of these people, a young and beautiful woman would presumably not fare any better. After tidying up the surroundings, Li Yunpeng led his team away from the scene. Following a thunderous explosion, his points panel surged dramatically, ultimately resolving the remaining zombies. Li Yunpeng glanced at Huofinger and the others, inquiring, "Shall I pursue Huang Hu? Are you returning to the base?" Huofinger, regaining her composure, replied vehemently, "No, I must accompany you. I am determined to personally eliminate that scoundrel Huang Hu." With her resolve to join, Li Yunpeng had no objections, recognizing the fearless nature of these women, who appeared to possess the strength to protect themselves. Thus, he roused a few of Huang Hu's subordinates, and after employing a few tactics, they revealed the whereabouts of Huang Hu. Li Yunpeng's supplies were nearly full, so he led a group of several soldiers ahead as they made their way to the stronghold of Huang Hu, a granary. After navigating a convoluted path over a distance of 10 kilometers throughout the morning, they finally received a report from the soldiers ahead upon cresting a hill. Announcing the sighting of their objective, Li Yunpeng lay atop the mountain, gazing downwards. Below him sprawled a vast expanse dotted with a dozen imposing granaries, enclosed by iron railings, with subterranean passages concealed within. The area was sparsely populated, abundant in provisions, a veritable bastion for those seeking refuge, offering both an offensive and defensive advantage. Shadows flitted about within the granaries, revealing the presence of numerous individuals, the majority armed with hunting rifles, alongside a few makeshift firearms acquired from unknown sources. Li Yunpeng mused to himself, no wonder they could hold this position. Huang Hu's true capabilities were indeed formidable. Yet, when compared to him, such armaments paled in significance. The soldiers of the 3rd Regiment of the Guard were strategically dispersed in 3 directions, encircling the area to prevent Huang Hu and his cohorts from escaping. With a single gunshot from Li Yunpeng signaling the commencement of the assault, the soldiers launched a coordinated attack, causing chaos among those within the granaries, who were thrown into disarray. Those fortunate enough to evade gunfire scrambled frantically towards the underground passages, while the assailants swiftly cleared the exterior. Li Yunpeng regrouped with the guard soldiers, positioning themselves at the entrance of the subterranean tunnel. After ensuring that the sentries were alert, he organized a small team for a probing advance. However, they had scarcely ventured inside when several dark objects were hurled out towards them. The soldiers instinctively dodged, but Li Bai tackled Li Yunpeng to the ground. Boom, boom. The sudden explosions startled Li Yunpeng, who quickly rose to find that none of his soldiers had been harmed. He reported to his commander, "The enemy possesses detonators." "So what if they have detonators?" "I have grenades," he retorted, preparing to retaliate by lobbing grenades to blast these miscreants from their lair. The guard soldiers promptly followed orders, forming teams of 3, pulling the pins on their grenades and tossing them into the tunnel. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed, followed by anguished cries from within the depths. Li Yunpeng gestured with a wave of his hand, directing the soldiers to advance once more. Unexpectedly, 2 explosives were hurled from within the cave. Fortunately, the soldiers reacted swiftly, retreating before the detonation, thereby avoiding any casualties. Li Yunpeng approached the entrance and shouted into the cave, "Come out, you cowards. If you possess any courage, face me in a duel to the death." Hiding in there like turtles is hardly commendable. After a moment of silence, Moffin's voice emerged from within. "Li Yunpeng, I never anticipated you would escape such peril. If you have the gall, step inside. I have an abundance of explosives here, along with a blast door. Do not even think of employing your despicable tactics again." Li Yunpeng, filled with fury, muttered under his breath, "How dare you hide? Li Bai, fetch some hay and ignite it at the cave entrance. I shall suffocate this band of scoundrels." "Yes," Li Bai, taken aback, responded with a hint of disbelief. The commander's tactic was rather underhanded, yet it suited him perfectly. Upon hearing that they were to gather hay, Huofeng promptly commanded her team to collect flammable materials. In a short while, the entrance was piled high with branches, hay, leaves, and other easily ignitable items. Li Yunpeng retrieved a lighter, lit a cigarette, and then ignited a handful of leaves. The flames rapidly intensified, sending thick smoke spiraling upward. Huofeng, having procured some cardboard from an unknown source, distributed it among her team, vigorously fanning the fire. Soon, the cave echoed with violent coughing sounds, much to Li Yunpeng's delight. Indeed, the game of roasting the turtle was quite entertaining. He urged the soldiers to add more firewood, encouraging Huanglong to intensify the blaze. "Cough, cough, Li Yunpeng. Do you think such trivial tricks will force us out? Cough, cough, dream on. Ha ha ha, cough, cough." Following this, a loud clang echoed as the iron door slammed shut, and silence enveloped the scene. Li Yunpeng listened intently for a while, but the cave was enveloped in an eerie silence. He ordered the soldiers to extinguish the fire and sent 2 men cautiously to investigate. Shortly thereafter, the 2 soldiers returned with a report for the commander. The entrance was sealed shut by a massive door. As expected, Li Yunpeng, under the vigilant watch of his troops, stepped into the cave. Before him stood a formidable iron door, seemingly welded from steel plates, measuring at least 20 centimeters in thickness. Such structures are commonly found in underground parking lots, deemed essential for emergency shelters. Even a multitude of grenades strapped together would be insufficient to breach it. What on earth? Li Yunpeng felt a sense of agitation akin to a lion gnawing at a tortoise, utterly at a loss. In an emergency shelter, there would undoubtedly be more than one exit, making it quite a challenge to apprehend these individuals. After much contemplation, he could devise no viable plan. Huofeng was equally vexed, while other team members cluttered the air with a cacophony of impractical suggestions, all of which Li Yunpeng promptly dismissed. As dusk approached, he had no choice but to set up camp at the cave entrance, hoping that a new strategy might emerge by dawn to confront Huang Hu. The soldiers carried sleeping bags in their backpacks, so Li Yunpeng arranged for the guards to take turns on watch while the others rested on the spot. Huofeng and her companions, having brought nothing but their heads and legs, were permitted to use the sleeping bags of the on-duty soldiers. The underground passage was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, leaving them in the dark about what the group outside might be doing. In the dead of night, Li Yunpeng was suddenly roused by the sharp crack of gunfire. He quickly rose, and the soldiers sprang into alertness. "What is happening? Have Huang Hu and his men emerged?" Li Yunpeng inquired. Moments later, a soldier rushed over to report that an unidentified creature had appeared outside, moving with astonishing speed, leaving them unable to discern what it was. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of bewilderment. If not a member of the Huang Hu faction, then what could it possibly be? Had he encountered a ghost, perhaps? Li Yunpeng emerged from the cave, heavily surrounded by soldiers. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted past, leaving Li Yunpeng questioning his own vision. Inquiring to his left and right, he found that everyone had witnessed the apparition. "Stand guard." The soldiers instantly formed a protective circle, remaining vigilant towards the outside. Li Yunpeng shouted into the inky darkness, "What on earth is that? Come out." Yet, no response came. Moments later, The group heard a cacophony of rustling sounds from a distance. When Li Yuping shone his flashlight in that direction, terror seized him. Before his eyes was a throng of zombies, densely packed together. A chill ran down his spine as he thought, how on earth did they creep up here in the dead of night? We must retreat to the base. The situation was bizarre, prompting Li Yunpeng to command his team to fight while falling back. Gunfire shattered the night sky. The trajectory of bullets glinting in the darkness as the flashes illuminated the nearby clearing, casting eerie shadows on the grotesque faces of the advancing zombies. Fortunately, Li Yunpeng ordered a swift withdrawal. The horde was beginning to encircle them in a fan-like formation, and any delay would have led to their encirclement. Li Yunpeng, accompanied by his soldiers, retreated at breakneck speed, closely followed by the Fire Phoenix squad. However, this horde of zombies was unlike any they had encountered before. They were dispersed and scattered. While the rear was under fire, the zombies on either side, lacking any suppressive fire, gradually closed in. Yet, this was not the most desperate moment. A ghostly figure suddenly dashed into the midst of a small squad at the rear. In an instant, 2 soldiers were brought down, their faces marred by deep gashes that exposed bone. By the time their comrades reacted, the shadow vanished like a wisp of smoke. The others hurriedly dragged the 2 injured soldiers back, but Li Bai urged the soldiers beside him, "Let them go. That was a zombie, and they have been infected." The soldiers, upon observing the unmistakable signs of transformation in their comrades, reluctantly released them and ended their suffering with a gunshot, hastening the cessation of their metamorphosis. In a matter of moments, 10 more soldiers fell victim to the shadow's assault, their lives extinguished. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of anxiety. This malevolent entity was exceedingly swift, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Although it drew fire whenever it manifested, it seemed that not a single bullet had struck its vital points. Amidst the chaos of retreat, Li Yunpeng suddenly perceived a blur before him, as the shadow charged directly towards him. Startled, he was tackled to the ground by none other than Huofeng. The shadow, having missed its target, turned and lunged at Li Yunpeng once more. From the moment it entered his line of sight to its approach, merely an instant elapsed, leaving Li Yunpeng with no choice but to instinctively raise his rifle in defense. Bang! Li Yunpeng felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck. A tremendous force surged through his arms, sending him sprawling to the ground. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing their commander being attacked, quickly rushed to his side. The shadowy figure, having failed in its attempts twice, swiftly retreated. Li Bai was drenched in cold sweat. Should the commander perish, they would all meet a similar fate. Li Yunpeng struggled to rise to his feet, only to find that the precision-forged rifle bore a series of bite marks from that creature. What on earth is this thing? Not only is it incredibly swift, but its biting force is astonishing as well. Despite being struck by multiple bullets, it appeared utterly unaffected, showcasing an extraordinary resilience. Li Bai assisted him, providing close protection during the retreat. Such an incident must never occur again, even if it costs the lives of all the soldiers. The commander must remain unharmed. Li Yunpeng drew Huofeng close and whispered, "Thank you." Huofeng, still shaken, nodded in response. Once Li Yunpeng was heavily guarded. The shadow ceased its assault on him, but continued to intermittently attack the soldiers on the periphery. Li Yunpeng realized that the current situation was unsustainable, as the elusive shadow intermittently infiltrated their ranks. This not only resulted in the loss of soldiers, but also disrupted their defensive rhythm, with the zombie front encroaching ever closer. Li Bai, eliminate that shadow at all costs, commanded Li Yunpeng. Understood. Li Bai, having received his orders, arrived at the front lines and commanded all soldiers, disperse. If that ghastly creature breaches our ranks, whoever it approaches must embrace it tightly. The soldiers immediately spread out, repelling the encroaching zombies while remaining vigilant against the ominous shadow. Before long, the shadow reappeared, swiftly darting through the horde of zombies. The soldier in front was momentarily taken aback, dropped his weapon, and clutched the creature tightly, restraining it. Only then did the others discern that it was a female zombie, distinct from the others. Her gaze was less vacant, her muscles more defined, exuding an eerie luminescence. Although a bullet wound marred her body, it no longer bled, and the edges of the wound quivered as if slowly healing. The shadow thrashed violently. The robust soldier, resembling a mere punching bag, lifted effortlessly. In a desperate bid to escape, the creature's razor-sharp claws suddenly plunged into the soldier's back. Though blood poured from his mouth, he held on tenaciously. As the struggle intensified, nearby soldiers aimed their weapons to shoot. Yet, astonishingly, the zombie evaded their fire, her diminutive form hiding behind the soldier. Sensing he was on the verge of losing control, he freed one hand and swiftly detonated a grenade. With a resounding explosion, the shockwave toppled soldiers to the ground. In the aftermath of the fiery blast, only scorched earth remained where the explosion had occurred, leaving both soldiers and zombies shattered and dismembered. The severed head of the zombie rolled before Li Yunping, its jaws still gnashing despite being decapitated. Li Yunping raised his rifle and unleashed a barrage of shots at the creature's head, not ceasing until it lay in ruins. Finally, he had vanquished the wretched being. Its resilience was astonishing, as evidenced by the sudden surge of 100,000 points on his score panel. He marveled at the creature's value. After eliminating this phantasmal zombie, the horde transformed. The zombies on either flank converged chaotically towards the center, losing their previous semblance of order. Could it be that this was the zombie leader? Puzzlement filled Li Yunping's mind. In the months since the apocalypse, the emergence of evolution among the vast multitude of zombies could only be explained by this hypothesis. With the multi-directional encirclement diminished, the soldiers felt a significant alleviation of pressure, now only facing a singular front of zombies, which advanced sluggishly under the firepower. Following the demise of the zombie leader, casualties in battle were notably reduced. Unlike the defense of the base, their ammunition was limited during their expedition. Thus, Li Yunping commanded his soldiers to conserve their bullets. If they were to exhaust their ammunition before reaching the base, survival for most would be improbable. At this juncture, the prowess of Huofinger and her companions came into play. The sound of arrows slicing through the air was incessant, and this band of female warriors demonstrated commendable accuracy. Particularly impressive was Huofinger, wielding an 80-pound longbow, whose arrows rarely missed their mark, often piercing through the skulls of zombies, occasionally achieving a 2-for-1 feat. Even in the darkness of night, hitting a target in the head from a distance of 20 to 30 meters was no small accomplishment. Li Yunping suffered the loss of more than half of his squad before finally catching sight of the base, which emitted a faint glow. At that moment, their ammunition was nearly depleted, with most of the soldiers left with only a single magazine. Fortunately, the base had anticipated the gunfire and dispatched 2 squads for reinforcement. Once the teams converged, the firepower surged, allowing Li Yunping and his comrades to return to the base unscathed. The pursuing zombies were met with a barrage of concentrated fire and were swiftly eradicated. This battle was, in essence, a significant loss. The poor visibility at night severely diminished their accuracy, and the points earned merely sufficed to offset the expenditure incurred during the conflict. After arranging the guards, Li Yunping returned to the base. Alone in the stillness, his mind once again wandered to the haunting figure of the zombie leader. In that fleeting moment when it lunged at him, he felt the specter of death loom perilously close. A stark reminder of why this world was deemed the apocalypse, its relentless surprises and inherent dangers. No matter how prepared one might be, unforeseen circumstances could arise at any moment. Today, it was the zombie leader. Tomorrow, who could say if animals might also mutate? Li Yunping faced numerous challenges, including the pressing question of why the apocalypse had erupted in the first place. The future was steeped in uncertainty, prompting him to cast aside all distractions and sit quietly in a chair, shedding the guise of a commander. Instantly, fear enveloped him. Outsiders would never suspect that beneath the stern and decisive exterior of this man lay a fragile soul. That rascal Huang who truly had remarkable luck. Even the zombies seemed to aid him. After sustaining considerable losses, Li Yunping resolved to refrain from venturing out of the base for the time being. Instead, he would focus on reinforcing the base's defenses and, once stability returned, devise a plan to address Huang's underground situation. In recent days, Li Yunping has established several machine gun bunkers around the perimeter of the base, ensuring that there are 4 fortifications outside each wall. Given the evolution of the zombies, it is imperative to upgrade the defensive capabilities of the base. Additionally, 8 lookout towers have been strategically constructed 500 meters away from the base to provide early warnings of impending danger. Preparations have been meticulously made, yet a horde of zombies has yet to descend upon them. Instead, numerous survivors from the surrounding areas have sought refuge at the base. Li Yunping welcomes all newcomers, assigning Wu Gang and Zhang Tao to oversee the inspection and reception process. Every survivor entering the base must first be screened for infection before their personal weapons are thoroughly searched. Li Yunping instructed Wu Gang and Zhang Tao to establish 2 teams of security personnel responsible for the daily maintenance of order within the base. Any violations of base regulations would result in confinement for the first offense, with provisions cut for 3 days and immediate expulsion for a second offense. Since being saved by Wu Gang, Zhao Hai had been devotedly attending to him. Through his commendable performance and eloquence, he secured a position within the security team. The surrounding area had been thoroughly scavenged, yielding a substantial amount of supplies, sufficient for the current population at the base. However, individual rations were halted, as points were needed for the construction of the base. The supply collection team also experienced minor attrition. The initial impact was significant, and after the first casualty, many were reluctant to venture out again. Yet, the prospect of subsisting on merely a bowl of porridge each day drove them to risk their lives for sustenance. The guards of the supply collection team also faced occasional losses, as the unpredictable environment harbored lurking zombies in shadowy corners. With the population nearing 1,500, Li Yupeng felt a sense of contentment. As long as the base was well defended, people would gradually gather around, albeit at a slow pace. Strangely, since the outbreak over a month ago, there had been no rainfall, granting Li Yunpeng's base a respite, allowing for the completion of construction work before the rain arrived. The infrastructure was developing rapidly, the housing was nearly adequate, and the drainage systems and roads were nearing completion, rendering the base increasingly well-equipped. Huafeng spent several days at the base, often seeking out Wang Shiyan for conversation. The topics exchanged between the girls were far more electrifying than one might expect, often leaving Wang Shiyan blushing. Huafeng repeatedly tempted her to join the Fire Phoenix team, but her invitations were consistently declined. As time passed, Huafeng grew restless with the base's tranquility and requested permission from Li Yupeng to lead a group outside to hunt zombies and establish a temporary encampment. Understanding her desire for freedom, Li Yunpeng did not insist she stay, especially considering that Huafeng had once saved his life. He suggested she seek a location near the base, allowing her the freedom to explore while having a safe haven to retreat to in case of danger. Huafeng was astute enough not to establish an unreliable outpost deep in the wilderness. Instead, she settled at a construction site merely 2 kilometers from Li Yunpeng's base. Since returning to the base, Li Yunpeng has dedicated himself to enhancing his physical prowess, devoting all his time to this pursuit apart from reviewing the work reports of his subordinates. His current physical condition can only be deemed as average. He engages in extensive daily workouts, and under Wang Shiyan's instructions, the chef meticulously balances his meals. Each day, Li Yunpeng is privileged to enjoy a variety of dishes, with a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, all of exquisite taste. This is undeniably a luxury, especially when most people can only subsist on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. However, those at the base who can afford such simple fare still count themselves fortunate, for outside, the starving masses might resort to cannibalism, fighting over mere morsels of bread, even taking lives in the process. On this particular day, as usual, Wang Shiyan delivered lunch, but after eating, Li Yunpeng was suddenly struck by a searing pain in his stomach. A wave of alarm washed over him. Had he been poisoned? Who would wish to harm him? His face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Commander, you have been poisoned. Would you like to spend 10,000 points to eliminate the toxin?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Yunpeng felt a surge of relief. He would gladly part with not just 10,000 points, but even the 500,000 points displayed on his panel, for in comparison to his life, such wealth was trivial. Yes, immediately purge the toxins from my body. Once the points were successfully deducted, the burning sensation in his stomach vanished, and he returned to his usual state of well-being. Li Yunpeng set down his chopsticks. Deep in contemplation, who could have administered the poison? Could it be Wang Shiyan? That seems improbable. She has no motive. What about the chef? He is under my protection and would likely not betray me. Pondering endlessly yielded no answers. Li Yupeng summoned a guard, instructing him to discreetly convene the leaders of each squad for a meeting, while simultaneously reinforcing the inner city's defenses to prevent anyone from approaching. Any suspicious individuals were to be apprehended and detained. The guard acted promptly, and the vicinity of the inner city was soon surrounded by 2 squads of vigilant soldiers, with the squad leaders arriving discreetly in small groups. Li Yunpeng conversed with the squad leaders for a full hour before they each dispersed. That afternoon, multiple teams urgently announced an expansion of their resource search parameters, dedicating themselves to the quest for antidotes as they departed the base. At that moment, aside from a small contingent of exterior guards, only a handful of soldiers remained at the inner city gate with Li Yunpeng, rendering the base more vulnerable than ever before. Concurrently, orders were issued for the inner city guards to subsist solely on individual rations for the next few days. while the outer city soldiers continued to dine on the meals prepared by the logistics department as per usual. Li Yunping sat in the base, clad in combat attire, his weapon ever at hand, eager to uncover the source of the disturbances. After a day of vigilant waiting, he observed no anomalies. Life and work continued as usual for the occupants of the base. He slept fully clothed, experiencing a tranquil night devoid of incidents. He found himself pondering, could it be that the ingredients were tainted prior to arrival, unnoticed by the chef? Li Yunpeng commanded his soldiers to stealthily investigate the movements of all personnel in the logistics department. The soldiers reported that Wang Shiyin was working as usual. The cooks exhibited no unusual behavior, and everyone else was diligently attending to their respective duties in an orderly fashion. Something was amiss. I had not made an appearance for an entire day. If someone had poisoned me, they should have realized that I was already suffering from its effects. Furthermore, I dispatched a supply search team to procure antidotes, thereby enhancing the credibility of my situation. This was the opportune moment to act. Waiting for the search team's return could prove detrimental. Even if I were to perish, they would not be able to stir up much trouble. Li Yunping did not have to wait long. The following night, a sudden red light surged into the sky from the base, likely a signal flare made of fireworks. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Yunpeng realized that the poisoner was about to take action. He chambered a round in his handgun, bracing himself for what was to come. The supply search team he had dispatched had not strayed far. Instead, they remained concealed in the vicinity of the base. At the sound of gunfire, they would return to retaliate. Li Yunpeng stood with a stern expression, deep in introspection. Had he perhaps been too benevolent, granting the unscrupulous a false sense of security? As he pondered this, a guard approached with alarming news. The sentinels stationed atop the city walls had succumbed to poison and fallen unconscious. They have arrived. Li Yunpeng rose to his feet and made his way towards the grand entrance. Li Yunpeng stood at the entrance of the inner city gate, peering through the crack to observe the flurry of activity within the base. Wu Gang and Zhang Tao were diligently maintaining order, preparing to ascend the city wall to assess the condition of the collapsed soldiers. At that moment, a throng of unfamiliar faces surged through the main gate. Yet as Li Yunpeng scanned the crowd, he recognized them all as old acquaintances. Huang, who strode at the center, flanked by Ma Fin and a host of his loyal followers. A lean middle-aged man, sporting a middle part and donning narrow black-framed glasses, was bowing and nodding. Engaging in conversation with him, Li Yunpeng found the man somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him before. While he struggled to recall the identity of this individual, Wu Gang suddenly pointed at him, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted, "Zhao Hai, who is this person you have brought? Has he been checked? You just brought him into the base." Upon hearing Wu Gang's words, Zhao Hai retracted his ingratiating smile and replied earnestly, "Brother Wu, do you know who this is? This is the renowned brother Hu from Wuzhou. You saved my life, and I have always remembered that. Li Yunpeng has oppressed the common people to a point that we can no longer endure. Thankfully, I have already taken him down with poison. From now on, brother Hu will take over the base, and we will rise together, enjoying wealth and resources with women at your disposal." Wu Gang, upon hearing this, realized that this scoundrel had betrayed them, and the newcomers were likely brought by him. He replied bitterly, "When did the commander ever oppress the common people? How could you commit such an ungrateful act?" Zhao Hai retorted fiercely, "Ungrateful? When you ruthlessly drove us out to the brink of starvation, why didn't you speak of gratitude? When you forced me to carry corpses, why wasn't there any mention of gratitude? When you made me risk my life to gather supplies, why was there no talk of gratitude?" Wu Gang replied, "Wasn't it to help you adapt to the apocalypse more swiftly, to survive better? Bah, stop pretending to be a big shot. You simply wanted us to risk our lives to sustain you." Zhao Hai replied, "Some people act as though everyone owes them something. They can wrong others, but bear a grudge if anyone treats them unfairly, even slightly." Wu Gang lamented, "I only regret not being able to serve the commander better, raising such an ungrateful wolf." Zhao Hai's expression changed instantly, and he cursed, "Get lost. I called you Brother Wu out of respect, but you are nothing more than a dog under Li Yunpeng. By associating with you, I will never rise above. Brother Hu is righteous. Once he takes the base, Wang Shiyin will be mine. Ha ha, you are less than a beast. I will fight you." With that, Wu Gang lunged at Zhao Hai. Seeing him charge, Zhao Hai, frightened, quickly hid behind Huang Hu, his bravado evaporating in the face of danger. Huang Hu remained unmoved, while a burly man emerged from behind him, Zhang Liang, the one who had previously captured Li Yunpeng. He seized Wu Gang by the collar and threw him to the ground. Wu Gang, tall in stature but lacking combat experience, was quickly overwhelmed by Zheng Liang and couldn't rise. Zhang Tao, witnessing this, hurried towards the inner city to check on the commander's condition. Upon reaching the inner city gates, he saw guards sprawled haphazardly on the ground. As he attempted to push the door open, he was stopped by two soldiers emerging from the inner city. In a state of panic, Zhang Tao exclaimed, "Let me in quickly. The commander has been poisoned." The soldiers, expressionless, responded, "The commander has issued an order. No one is to enter the inner city." The guards were notoriously difficult to communicate with. So Zhang Tao could only stand at the entrance and shout, "Commander! Commander! There's trouble!" However, there was no response from Li Yunpeng, and two soldiers stood expressionless at the entrance. Zhang Tao felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself powerless in the situation. Just then, he spotted Wang Shiyan rushing in a fluster and urgently called out, "Minister Wang, the commander has been poisoned, and his fate inside remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyan's face reflected her alarm. Upon exiting, she had encountered a group of strangers intruding, and the soldiers stationed outside had vanished. She intended to inform Li Yunpeng, but upon reaching the entrance, she was met with the distressing news of the commander's poisoning. "What on earth is happening?" Wang Shiyan anxiously stomped her foot. Zhang Tao explained, "There is a man named Zhao Hai within the base, colluding with outsiders to breach our defenses and has poisoned the commander." At this revelation, Wang Shiyan's heart clenched, and she exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? We must go in and check." "I wish to enter as well, but the soldiers are preventing me," Zhang Tao replied. "You must find a way. We must get inside at all costs," Wang Shiyan urged, her impatience evident. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Tao turned to the soldiers and said, "Apologies, brothers, but the situation outside is dire. You remain unaware of what is happening within, and I urgently need to report to the commander." With that, he steeled himself and attempted to push his way inside. The guards, indifferent to his identity, raised their rifle butts to strike him, while another soldier had already chambered a round, preparing to fire. Startled, Zhang Tao swiftly raised his hands in protest, but as he witnessed their actions remain unyielding, the air seemed to freeze in that moment. Just as he closed his eyes in despair, Li Yunpeng's light voice echoed, "Halt, let them in." Yes. The sound was like divine music to Zhang Tao's ears. The soldiers instantly lowered their weapons, and upon hearing Li Yunpeng's voice, Wang Shiyan felt a wave of relief. Zhang Tao slowly opened his eyes. "Is everything all right?" "Oh, right. Was that the commander's voice just now?" The soldiers parted to create a passage, and Wang Shiyan, grasping the trembling Zhang Tao, led him inside. Both were perplexed. The commander sounded unharmed. Yet why did he remain indifferent to the turmoil outside? Upon entering, they discovered Li Yunpeng crouched behind the door, peering out through a crack, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Wang Shiyan was momentarily speechless. After waiting for a while and observing his apparent disinterest, she softly called out, "Commander?" Li Yunpeng did not turn back, responding absently. Wang Shiyan cast a glance at Zhang Tao, signaling him to speak. Zhang Tao leaned in closer and whispered, "Ahem. Well, Commander, there's been a serious situation outside." "Yes, I am aware," came the reply. Li Yunpeng still did not turn back. Wang Shiyan and Zhang Tao stood in place, somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Li Yunpeng remained silent, and they found it difficult to inquire further. Li Yunpeng fixed his gaze upon Huang Hu and his cohorts, who brandished an array of knives, clubs, and hunting rifles, brazenly rallying the crowd. Unbeknownst to whom, a chair was brought forth and placed opposite the throng. Huang Hu nonchalantly took a seat, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette, his elevated foot restlessly tapping. Drawing a deep breath of smoke, he boisterously declared, "Li Yunpeng, your unjust deeds have been dealt with, and the city's guards have conspired against you. From this moment forth, I am the master of this encampment. Those who obey will be treated as brothers, while those who dare to resist shall meet the same fate as that of Wu Gang." Though the people were filled with righteous indignation, their bare hands prevented them from rising in defiance. Huang Hu continued, "Now, I shall announce several policies. First, all resources will be consolidated for more equitable distribution. Second, men and women will be separated. The women will be taken inside for special protection." At this, Huang Hu's underlings erupted in raucous laughter, fully aware of the true nature of his so-called special protection. Witnessing their depravity, the crowd understood that the consolidation of resources was merely for his own indulgence, and that the women taken inside might not return unscathed. Wang Shiyan and the others, feeling a sense of urgency, mustered their courage to approach Li Yunpeng, exclaiming, "Commander, what shall we do? There are plenty of weapons and ammunition outside. and should they fall into the hands of these villains, it would spell danger. Li Yunpeng turned to see the anxious expression adorning her beautiful face and reassured her, "Do not worry. I am keeping a watchful eye. Let us wait a while longer and discern who among us is human and who is not." At that moment, Huang, who had concluded his speech and was seated, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd. Zheng Liang stepped forward boldly and declared, "Those who wish to indulge in fine food and drink with the brothers, step to the left. Everyone else, move to the right." His subordinates brandished shotguns, compelling the assembly to make a choice. Under Huang, whose intense pressure, some began to slowly shift to the left, while the majority huddled together on the right. Although Zhao Hai had claimed to have poisoned the commander, their instincts led them to distrust him. Upon observing individuals yielding to the left, those on the right began to murmur scornfully, "Treachery. Have you forgotten how we arrived here? Nearly starving? Our lives were saved by the base, and now you turn traitor." Despite the taunts, many still steeled themselves and moved to the left. After a considerable time, seeing no one else from the right making a move, Huang, who stood and counted roughly, discovering that about 70 or 80 individuals were willing to join him. This revelation took him by surprise. It seemed that seizing people by force was far more expedient than the usual recruitment process, which would require significant effort. Huang, who felt a swell of pride. This base was infinitely superior to his previous hideout, boasting double-layered defenses and ample resources, with women who were fair and lively, unlike the emaciated ones he had brought back from various places. "You there, yes you. Lead us to the warehouse," Huang, who commanded, pointing at the first defector in line. The man nodded eagerly, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to prove himself, and began to guide Huang, who towards the warehouse. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the night, startling Huang, whose group into crouching down. They looked around, seeing nothing amiss, and quickly rose, embarrassed and enraged. "Who the hell fired that shot? Are you tired of living?" Huang, who shouted furiously. The people on the right, witnessing their fearful demeanor, stifled their laughter. Ma Fun, in a fit of rage, struck several of the frontline members with a wooden stick, cursing, "I won't have you laughing. Your Li Yunping is dead, yet you still have the audacity to be arrogant. Soon enough, you will be crying and unable to find your tune." Just then, a cold, sharp voice rang out. "Who says I am dead?" Li Yunping approached slowly from the inner city, flanked by a dozen fully armed soldiers, their rifles aimed menacingly at Huang Hu and the others. "Don't move. If you do, we will shoot you," one of the soldiers commanded loudly. Ma Fin, paralyzed with fear, turned to Zhao Hai and exclaimed, "Did you not say he was dead? What is happening?" Huang Hu and the others wore expressions of confusion, their meager hunting rifles rendered nearly useless in the face of the automatic weapons pointed at them. Sweat poured down Zhao Hai's face, dampening his neatly parted hair, as he trembled and stammered, "I saw the food brought in with my own eyes. That poison will kill with just one bite. Moreover, the soldiers in the base have all been sent out to look for medicine. How could this be?" Huang, who glared at Ma Fun, growling, "You useless fool. I trusted you, and now you've led us to our doom." Days prior, after Li Yunpeng had left the granary, Ma Fun had dispatched scouts to gather intelligence. A spy, disguised as a refugee, infiltrated the base and encountered Zhao Hai. After some treachery, they devised a plan to seize the base. Zhao Hai obtained poison from Ma Fun, intending first to eliminate Li Yunpeng and then incapacitate the soldiers with a sleeping drug. Initially, he felt uncertain about the overwhelming number of guards. However, to his astonishment, after Li Yunpeng was poisoned, he sent most of the soldiers away to search for medicine. This was a fortuitous opportunity, without time for further reconnaissance. Zhao Hai quickly incapacitated the soldiers and signaled Huang Hu and the others, who were lying in ambush nearby, to attack. Little did they know it was all part of a grand scheme. Despair filled Zhao Hai's heart. Their only glimmer of hope rested with Huang Hu. Yet, what could Huang Hu do? Casually glancing towards the entrance, merely a few dozen meters away, he gestured discreetly behind him. Seeing his signal, Zheng Liang, concealed behind the others, silently retrieved several detonators, igniting them and hurling them forward. At that very moment, Huang Hu dashed through the crowd and fled. When the guard soldiers noticed the unusual movement, they decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The sounds of gunfire and explosions followed in succession. Only then did the others realize what was happening and turn to flee, but how could their legs outrun the bullets? As the gunfire erupted, many fell to the ground. As the adversary hurled the detonator, Li Yunping was promptly tackled to the ground by the guards. However, the detonator, despite its limited power, merely stirred up a cloud of dust upon landing in the open, without scattering any shrapnel. Pursue them, Leave no one behind. The soldiers surged forth like a torrent, chasing after Huang Hu and his companions. Initially, Li Yunpeng intended to wait a moment longer before taking action, as the guards responding to the signal had yet to arrive. Unexpectedly, Huang Hu, being a desperate man, seized the moment and fled decisively in the face of danger. Li Yunpeng walked towards the outer base, a grim sight unfolding before him as he passed numerous corpses, all belonging to the Huang Tiger faction. Zhao Hai lay on the ground, having been struck in the left leg, wailing in agony. Li Yunpeng approached him, drawing his pistol as he inquired, "Why did you betray me?" Zhao Hai Sheng, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Commander, I was momentarily bewildered. I beg you to grant me a chance at survival." Li Yunpeng snorted coldly and fired a shot into his right leg. Ignoring Zhao Hai's anguished screams akin to a slaughtered pig, he commanded the personnel at the base to confine him, planning to deal with Huang Hu afterwards. The previously traitorous individuals, witnessing their commander unscathed, obediently squatted in place. Awaiting their fate, they did not flee, for in this apocalyptic world, survival within the confines of the base was preferable to the dangers outside. As Huang Hu burst forth from the base, a sense of secret triumph filled him. He had finally escaped. Yet, before he could revel in his fleeting joy, he spotted a group of soldiers charging towards him. What the hell? He thought, startled, and promptly turned to flee in another direction. The outer guards, seeing the enemy shift course and with a distance of over 200 meters between them, decisively opened fire. Caught in the crossfire, Huang Hu's men fell like wheat under the scythe, while the timid lay flat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. As Huang Hu sprinted for his life, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen, and the strength within him began to wane like air escaping from a punctured balloon. Glancing down, he saw his belly stained with deep crimson, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Zheng Liang happened to run past him. Huang Hu reached out a hand toward him, but Zheng Liang did not even cast a glance his way, continuing forward without pause. Damn it! Realizing his impending doom, Huang Hu summoned his last ounce of strength to shout at Zheng Liang, "If you survive and see my brother, tell him what happened here." Whether Zhang Liang heard him or not, his figure gradually faded from view. The battle soon reached its conclusion, aside from Zheng Liang who managed to escape. The rest either surrendered or were shot down in their desperate flight. At the onset of the skirmish, Wafongo had heard the gunfire and hurriedly led her team towards the base. Upon arriving, she found the battle had already ceased. A multitude of soldiers were gathering bodies, among which were some she recognized, Huang Hu's men. She quickly approached Li Yunpeng, her expression filled with concern, and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" As she spoke, her eyes scanned him from head to toe. Li Yunpeng inquired, "What brings you here?" Huafonger, taken aback, replied, I came to see what was happening because I heard the gunshots." Li Yunpeng elongated his tone, exclaiming, "Oh, are you truly not here to rescue me?" Fire Phoenix's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "Who would come to your aid? With so many of you around, why would it fall upon me? Where is Huang Hu?" She hastily diverted the conversation. At that moment, soldiers approached, carrying the barely conscious Huang Hu, and unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. "Here he is, Huang Hu," Li Yuping remarked. Upon seeing him, a fire ignited in Fire Phoenix's eyes, a profound and piercing hatred. "Huang Hu, you have mercilessly slaughtered my sisters. Today, I shall settle the score with you," she declared through gritted teeth. Huang Hu glanced up, fully aware that death was inevitable, and with a grimace, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, chuckling darkly. "Ah, your sisters were quite a handful. They brought great amusement to my brothers. You are nothing but a beast." Fire Phoenix erupted in anger. Ignoring her vitriol, Huang Hu continued, "Were it not for Li Yunping's sudden interruption of my plans, this group of women would already be in my camp. Alas, the grand feast has yet to commence." Fire Phoenix trembled with fury, her expression dark enough to draw tears. Suddenly, she lunged forward, channeling all her strength into a powerful kick to Huang Hu's abdomen, producing a dull thud that sent him soaring 2 feet into the air. Cough! Cough! Huang Hu spat blood, staining his mouth and chest crimson, desperately attempting to speak, yet rendered voiceless. Fire Phoenix advanced, lifting her foot to its apex before forcefully stomping down between Huang Hu's legs. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from him. Li Yuping felt a chilling sensation between his legs. This woman is truly ruthless. The once lifeless Huang Hu, despite his agony, surprisingly had the strength to writhe on the ground, illustrating just how excruciating that kick was. Li Yuping reflected upon how much his heart had hardened over time. Yet, when compared to Wafonger, he felt he still fell short. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be most merciless. He stepped forward, chambered the handgun, and offered it to Huafeng'er, signaling her to grant Huang Hu a swift end. Huafeng'er glanced back momentarily, accepted the firearm, and aimed it at Huang Hu's head, yet she hesitated to pull the trigger. Lying on the ground, Huang Hu screamed, "Kill me. Please, kill me." Humph. Huafeng'er did not acquiesce to his plea, but instead crushed his groin with her foot a few more times. Huang Hu squirmed like an ant on a hot stove, struggling desperately, as if his very soul was trembling. When the agony reached its zenith, he finally lost consciousness. Huafeng'er kicked him twice, observing his lack of reaction with a hint of regret, before finally squeezing the trigger. The bullet shattered Huang Hu's face, reducing the once notorious ruffian to a lifeless dog. She spat upon his corpse before turning to return the gun to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng took the handgun in a daze, mentally categorizing Huafeng'er as a figure to be utterly avoided. This woman was exceedingly formidable. "Thank you for allowing me to avenge my grievances," Huafeng'er sincerely remarked. Li Yunpeng remarked, "No need for formalities. Well, if there's nothing else, you may return." "No. I intend to visit the base to see my sister Shiyan." Li Yunpeng said solemnly, "It is too late today. It is unsafe for you to return alone." Huafeng'er glanced at him askew and replied, "As long as there are no hordes of corpses, there is little danger." Li Yunpeng was rendered speechless. "Can't you discern that I am unwilling for you to go? You heartless woman, if you lead Shiyan astray." Thus, he remarked, "Shiyan has long since retired for the night. Do come back another day to see her." Huafeng'er wore an expression that clearly conveyed her disbelief. With such a cacophony of gunfire, how could one possibly sleep? Having said that, she turned and made her way towards the base. "Ah, wait." Li Yunpeng was inclined to intervene, yet upon observing her slender waist and enchanting silhouette, he hesitated to extend his hand. Perhaps it was best to let her be. What mischief could two young ladies possibly conjure? Although Shiyan spoke little, she was a resolute young woman. Upon returning to the base, Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyan were engaged in cataloging the traitors who had previously sided with Huang Hu, reclaiming their identity badges and confining them to several separate rooms. Throughout the entire process, Huafeng'er remained closely by Wang Shiyan's side, chattering away. However, it was evident that Wang Shiyan was somewhat evasive, attempting to distance herself. Unfazed, Huafeng'er continued her monologue. Li Yunpeng shook his head, pondering helplessly. Could it be that Huafeng'er harbors feelings for the same sex? Among the multitude of men in the base, why does she cling so closely to Wang Shiyan? Diverting his gaze from the two, he noticed Wu Gang sitting on the ground, lost in thought, covered in dirt, with dried blood smudged across his face. The passers-by deliberately steered clear of him. As Wu Gang sat there, he finally regained his senses upon seeing Li Yunpeng approach. Struggling to rise, he said with a sense of shame, "Commander, I am truly sorry." Li Yunpeng felt a surge of astonishment and inquired, "Pray tell, what transpired?" Wu Gang recounted the intricate details surrounding Zhao Hai, and only then did Li Yunpeng recall that Wu Gang had previously intervened on his behalf. However, he had never encountered Zhao Hai himself. All dealings had been managed by Wu Gang. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, he emerged unscathed from the ordeal. Acknowledging Wu Gang's courage in the face of formidable adversaries, he chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, they were still novices in this post-apocalyptic world. Clinging to a flicker of hope regarding human nature, "I am deeply sorry, and I am willing to pay the ultimate price to atone for my actions," Wu Gang uttered, lowering his gaze, unable to meet Li Yunpeng's eyes. Li Yunpeng replied, "Let this matter be forgiven this time. Let it serve as a lesson. And such a mistake must never occur again." Upon hearing Li Yunpeng's act of clemency, Wu Gang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He wiped his tears and said, "Commander, I am unworthy to continue as the administrator of this base. My actions nearly cost you your life, and I cannot absolve myself of this grave responsibility. Your magnanimity in sparing me is a kindness I do not deserve. Yet, I cannot bear the weight of my conscience. Please assign me to the front lines, allowing me to redeem myself through my service." Li Yunpeng thought it reasonable, without penalties for mistakes. It would be challenging to gain public trust. Moreover, the glances directed at Wu Gang by those around him no longer bore the respect of yesteryears. In their hearts, people pondered that ultimately, it was Zhao Hai whom Wu Gang had rescued and entrusted with significant responsibilities, which had led the esteemed commander into peril. Should any misstep occur on the commander's part, the meticulously organized base would likely struggle to maintain its stability for long. Thus, It was no wonder that Wu Gang was met with such disdain. Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment and said, "First, ensure your injuries are properly tended to. Then report to Team Li Qi." "Understood." Wu Gang saluted with a somewhat unrefined military gesture. After dismissing Wu Gang, Li Yunpeng approached the captives, more than 20 of them, squatting in a row, their hands clasped behind their heads, each one rendered mute with fear. Pan Hui had already succumbed to a stray bullet that struck his chest amidst the chaos. His eyes filled with despair as he gazed towards the doorway. Ma Fun, his ample posterior perched on the ground, trembled incessantly. "Ah, Director Ma, we meet again," Li Yunpeng remarked as he stood before him. Ma Fun, silently praying to remain unnoticed, was startled at the sound of Li Yunpeng's voice. He then slowly rose, a smile on his face that was more grotesque than sorrowful, and said, "Boss Li, considering our past camaraderie, could you perhaps let me go, treating me as inconsequential?" "Haraha. Director Ma, you are a person of significance. How could you be deemed inconsequential? Today, I find myself weary, but I shall return to sort you out at a later time." Li Yunpeng laughed heartily. Ma Fin, initially clinging to a sliver of hope, felt his smile freeze at the latter part of Li Yunpeng's words. Yet the instinct for survival compelled him to plead, "Boss Li, spare my life. I am willing to do anything for you. I will be your loyal servant. Get lost. You should take a good look at your own character. As for our grievances, you will learn how I intend to handle you in due time." Li Yunpeng scolded, his expression turning cold. Upon witnessing this shift, Ma Fin dared not utter another word and slowly resumed his position, cradling his head. Li Yunpeng gathered the civilians in the base to clarify certain matters, alleviating their anxieties and preventing wild speculations. With the crisis resolved smoothly and the commander unharmed, a relaxed smile graced the faces of the people. Li Yunpeng proclaimed loudly, "First and foremost, through this ordeal, we have discerned the true nature of certain individuals, and I extend my gratitude to those who have steadfastly upheld their principles. Secondly, for those who have defected, I shall address the matter separately. A detailed plan will be formulated by Zhang Tao and submitted to me for approval. Furthermore, Wu Gang, having been misled by the unscrupulous, has already taken on the role of a soldier to atone for his mistakes and has voluntarily requested to be dispatched to the front line. Let us not dwell on his past errors any longer. Lastly, the daily management of the base will henceforth be overseen by Zhang Tao, and Wu Gang's former subordinates are expected to cooperate actively and expedite the integration of their duties." Having succinctly addressed these matters, Li Yunpeng dismissed everyone to prepare for rest. The soldiers returned to their respective posts, while those affected by the soporific were carried to the barracks to recuperate. With the camp's medical personnel having assessed that a night's rest would suffice for their recovery, Li Yunpeng returned to the inner city, planning to visit Huang Hu's base the following day to retrieve both the survivors and the supplies, which should suffice to meet the requirements for upgrading the barracks to level 1. Additionally, the base itself requires expansion. Currently, the combined area of the inner and outer cities is merely 40,000 square meters. With the population steadily increasing, the administrative and military units are becoming intertwined, rendering the available space rather insufficient. Li Yunpeng inquired of the system, "Can the constructed facilities be sold for points?" The system responded, "Facilities can indeed be sold, but only 80 of the points will be refunded." Oh my! Li Yunpeng did not anticipate the additional service fee, and the sudden deduction of 20% left him feeling quite distressed. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that the base was evolving. After all, obsolescence is inevitable in any framework. Losing a mere fraction meant that he could still recover 80%, which, when considered, seemed rather advantageous. Li Yunpeng configured the system to dismantle the interior walls, expanding the inner city to a vast 100 by 100 meters, totaling 10,000 square meters. The outer walls remained unchanged at 200 by 200 meters. Beyond these outer walls, an additional formidable wall measuring 500 by 500 meters was constructed, delineating 3 distinct zones. The heart of the entire base became the commander's private domain, encompassing several significant structures, including a red alert base, barracks, an armory, and space reserved for future developments. The central zone was transformed into an administrative and military area, primarily housing the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Logistics Department, and military quarters, while the periphery was designated for ordinary residents, sprawling over a generous 200,000 square meters. In addition to the residential area, provisions were made for cultivating some crops and vegetables within the base to address part of the food supply issue. This extensive undertaking consumed over 200,000 points, leaving him disheartened as half of his points had vanished. He pondered when he would ever be able to utilize these points. The following morning, as the inhabitants awoke, they were astounded to find that everything within the base had transformed. Not only had the inner city expanded, but a colossal wall had also emerged on the outskirts. Though they were perplexed, no one provided answers. The initial group had become accustomed to such occurrences. It was a sudden wall that had once thwarted a zombie invasion. Newcomers had heard tales from the veterans, but were skeptical until they witnessed, with their own eyes, the addition of a 500-meter-long wall overnight, leading them to question the credibility of the first arrivals' accounts. It seemed implausible that such a monumental task could be accomplished by human effort alone. No one could silently complete such an extensive construction overnight. Instinctively, the crowd believed that the commander must be involved in these extraordinary changes. The ever-increasing number of soldiers and the seemingly endless supplies of rations and ammunition were clear indicators of the commander's exceptional nature. However, they were not inclined to delve into the reasons behind these developments, fearing that angering the commander might jeopardize their standing in the base. Even if they discovered the truth, it would change nothing. Every soldier remained unwaveringly loyal to the commander, and those harboring ill intentions would not dare to stir trouble. The populace gradually accepted the reality of the base's monumental transformation, venerating Li Yunping as a deity, undoubtedly sent by divine providence to rescue them. Zhang Tao, one of the first arrivals, was not overly surprised, though he was struck by the grandeur of the walls. In contrast, Wang Shiren, who arrived after the changes had been implemented, was taken aback by the sudden alterations, and despite racking her brain, she could not fathom how such feats were accomplished. Could it truly be as the outsiders claimed, that the commander was a celestial being descended to their realm? Li Yunpeng summoned Zhang Tao and Wang Shiren into the inner city. Given the recent reorganization of the base, there would undoubtedly be a considerable amount of work ahead. Zhang Tao, your Ministry of Internal Affairs must assemble personnel to establish infrastructure in the newly designated outer city and utilize the land judiciously. In the coming days, we anticipate an influx of individuals. Thus, construction should be planned to accommodate double the base's population, he instructed. Zhang Tao nodded in agreement, meticulously jotting down each word, fearful of omitting any crucial information. Wang Shiren, your logistics department needs to strategize the procurement of supplies within the base and establish larger warehouses and granaries. Whether we cultivate our own crops or gather food from external sources, it must be stored appropriately, adhering to the first in, first out principle to prevent waste. We must set a critical threshold for our food reserves. Once we approach this limit, we must devise solutions to avert a dire situation of depletion, he continued. Wang Shiren also took notes, having adopted a meticulous approach since assuming the role of logistics minister. The allocation of resources is a complex matter. As the population grows, there will inevitably be individuals who seek to indulge excessively or hoard supplies, which is understandable. However, we must diligently prevent such occurrences. If everyone behaves in this manner, it would lead to the detriment of the collective, resulting in the downfall of many dynasties, even a humble base like ours. Li Yunping observed the two individuals before him and sensed that his team still lacked capable talents. With the current limited number of personnel, managing a mere 2 departments was manageable. However, as the scale of the base expanded in the future, the division of responsibilities would necessitate a more nuanced approach. Thus, he instructed the two to attentively scout for individuals of commendable character, particularly those endowed with exceptional talents in specific areas, and to submit reports for any worthy recommendations. Wang Shiren and Zhang Tao promptly accepted their orders and hastened away, for there was much to be done. The base was once again bustling with vigorous construction activities. To those unacquainted with the external apocalypse, one might easily mistake this place for a construction site in the throes of development. The following day, Li Yunpeng commenced the allocation of tasks, harboring concerns that prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen changes. After all, the grain stored in those dozen warehouses was worth striving for, regardless of the cost. With over 200,000 points remaining, he commanded a contingent of 30 soldiers to venture forth and eliminate solitary zombies, mandating that each one dispatch at least 10, thereby allowing for the recruitment of an additional 200 soldiers without depleting their existing points. Simultaneously, he instructed the remaining soldiers and survivors to prepare vehicles, although the noise generated by the vehicles posed a risk of attracting hordes of the undead. The impracticality of transporting the grain by hand rendered this course of action necessary. Through a systematic search, they managed to locate several trucks of various models in the vicinity. With no gas stations nearby, the diesel collected from construction sites sufficed to fill each vehicle to capacity. Fortunately, the base was not far from the granary, which should prove adequate for their needs. Within a single day, all preparations were finalized. At dawn the following day, Li Yunping set forth with 210 soldiers and 200 young, robust members of the supply retrieval team, embarking on their journey towards the granary. Although the granary lay less than 20 kilometers away, the journey was arduous, and they spent an hour even by vehicle to reach their destination. The convoy did not approach the granary directly, but instead halted a kilometer away. Li Yunpeng instructed Li Bai to lead 10 soldiers to stealthily infiltrate the granary, determined to seize control of the underground entrance at all costs, thereby preventing the enemy from retreating like turtles into their shell. Li Yunpeng, accompanied by a contingent of guards, ascended to a vantage point 500 meters away from the granary to conduct his inspection. Li Bai and his companions chose to traverse through the blind spots of the guard's line of sight. For a competent soldier, stealth is a fundamental skill, and each member of the guard is indeed proficient. Li Yunpeng, through the lens of his telescope, witnessed the furtive entrance of Li Bai and others into the underground tunnel. This prompted him to issue orders for the convoy to arrive and swiftly transport him directly to the granary. The guards left behind by Huang Hu at the granary, upon sighting the approaching convoy, were startled and hastily retreated into the tunnel. However, as they entered the tunnel's mouth, they were met with a merciless barrage of gunfire from the guards, who opened fire unexpectedly, catching the defenders off guard. Those in the front ranks were instantly felled. Those who lagged behind, upon hearing the gunshots from within, sensed impending danger and quickly pressed themselves against the walls, noting that the gunmen did not pursue them. Faced with enemies both behind and ahead, they ultimately decided to flee towards the tunnel's exit. At that moment, a dozen trucks were lined up in the granary. As soldiers and search team members disembarked, each led by their respective captains to form ranks. The individuals who emerged from the tunnel, upon encountering the densely packed soldiers armed to the teeth, were instantly paralyzed by fear. Any thoughts of resistance fled, and they discarded their weapons, crouching down with their heads in their hands. Li Yunpeng disregarded those who surrendered, trusting his soldiers to handle them. He was flanked by two groups of soldiers as he made his way towards the tunnel. Upon reaching the corner, the leading soldier signaled to those inside, indicating that they were allies to prevent any unfortunate mishaps. As Li Yunpeng approached the entrance, he beheld the bodies of several dissenters sprawled on the ground around Li Bai and his companions. Li Yunpeng commanded his men to maintain their vigil at the entrance while leading a team deeper into the underground passage. This was a reinforced concrete structure designed for civil defense, with an intricate network of corridors within. Without heavy firepower, it would be futile to attempt an assault. No matter the effort expended, conduct a dispersed search and eliminate any resistance without mercy, Li Yunpeng ordered. The soldiers formed groups of 5 and swiftly proceeded towards various branches. Before long, sporadic gunfire echoed through the corridors, and soon a soldier reported the discovery of survivors, requesting Li Yunpeng to come and assess the situation. Li Yunpeng traversed through 2 corridors and made a turn before arriving at his destination. Before him lay 2 spacious rooms, each containing a multitude of individuals, separated by gender. The room housing the women appeared to be in slightly better condition. The occupants showed no visible signs of starvation. However, upon noticing his presence, they instinctively huddled together, their faces betraying a palpable fear. Li Yunpeng once again entered the room occupied by men. As he opened the door, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. He clamped his hand over his mouth and nose as he peered inside. The sight within was utterly revolting. In the room, a group of men, their bodies smeared with filth, lay sprawled upon the floor, a nauseating mixture of dirt and excrement surrounding them, enough to induce vomiting at a mere glance. At the entrance, there was a trough typically used for feeding pigs, seemingly the place where these men had their meals. Most of them were gaunt, mere skin stretched over bones, their eyes vacant and dull. Upon seeing the door open, a flicker of faint awareness sparked in their eyes. But upon realizing that the newcomer was not the familiar figure who brought their meals, their gaze returned to its desolate emptiness. In the corner, a few lay motionless, their ribcages starkly visible, with sunken, still abdomens indicating that life had long since departed. In Li Yunpeng's heart, it was difficult to articulate feelings of sorrow or indignation. This was merely the manifestation of a world in its twilight, where the powerful possess all, and for the weak, even a sip of broth is a luxury. Li Yunpeng observed for a moment before turning away. By this time, all teams had completed their search. Apart from a few individuals who had managed to escape through alternate passages, the majority had been gathered together. As he gazed upon the captives standing in 2 rows with their heads bowed, Li Yunpeng paced back and forth, noting that 99% were men. The sole figure who appeared to be a woman had her face concealed by a cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. Li Yunpeng approached her and scrutinized her carefully. The woman was clad in a loose, tattered robe, her entire being shrouded in filth. "Remove your headscarf," Li Yunpeng instructed her. The woman hesitated, not adhering to his command. While those around them appeared equally reluctant to speak, Li Yunpeng felt perplexed and, disregarding the expressions of those around him, coldly reiterated, "At once. Remove your veil." The woman hesitated, struggling slightly, and with a hoarse voice replied, "I shall not remove it." Li Yunpeng contemplated inwardly, remarking on the unexpected resilience of his captive. He raised his pistol, aiming it at the woman's head, and inquired, "Will you remove it or not?" Realizing there was no escape, the woman sighed in resignation, extending her gloved hands to slowly unveil her face. Upon witnessing her appearance, Li Yunpeng was taken aback. Goodness, is this truly a human being? Her visage was marred by over a dozen festering sores, some the size of eggs, while the largest 2 resembled dark, purple eggplants, rendering her face almost unrecognizable. "Ahem. Perhaps you should put the mask back on," Li Yunpeng remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. "See, I told you I wouldn't remove it. You insisted I do." Li Yunpeng disregarded her, shifting his steps to create distance between them. This individual likely harbored some peculiar affliction. He certainly did not wish to contract it. "Could someone elucidate the situation here?" Li Yunpeng inquired loudly. The crowd exchanged glances, yet none dared to utter a word. Observing the silence, the woman clad in a face covering stepped forward to respond. Li Yunpeng hastily remarked, "You may speak from where you stand. There is no need to approach." "What is your name?" The woman, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of annoyance, remained rooted to the spot and replied, "I am called Xiaomengdai. This place is under the dominion of a man named Huang Hu, who ventured out a few days ago and has yet to return." "Xiaomengdai?" Li Yunpeng mused internally, finding the melodic quality of her name somewhat incongruous with her appearance. Noticing his silence, she continued, "Since the world transformed, Huang Hu happened to be hunting nearby and subsequently seized this territory. He imprisoned all the employees and the survivors who had gathered here. Men unwilling to partake in their nefarious deeds were confined, while women were reduced to mere instruments for their amusement." After listening, Li Yunpeng found that his conjectures were largely accurate, though he had not anticipated that those men wallowing in filth possessed such integrity, refusing to ally themselves with Huang Hu, even at the cost of their lives. "Why is there such a stark disparity in the treatment of men and women in captivity?" Li Yunpeng inquired. Xiaomengdai replied, "Huang Hu guards the granary and does not require individuals to venture out in search of sustenance. Consequently, the men who have not submitted to them have become useless here, fed only with leftover scraps boiled into a large pot of soup daily, whereas the women are deemed valuable to them. Thus, Li Yunpeng was undoubtedly aware of the purpose women served for the vile group led by Huang Hu. In his heart, he silently cursed, "What a pack of beasts! They deserve to be exterminated." Li Yunpeng discerned the implications in her words, which distanced herself from him entirely, and inquired, "Have you not also pledged your allegiance to Huang Hu?" To this, Xiaomengdai replied me, "I am an exception. As a physician, my relationship with them is one of collaboration. I provide medical assistance, and in return, they offer me protection." Li Yunpeng was somewhat taken aback. "With such character, you dare to treat others?" He mused. "If you truly possess the skill, why not remedy your own visage?" The sequence of events had become largely clear. Li Yunpeng instructed Li Bai to convey orders outside, prompting everyone to commence the task of storing provisions. He then apprehended 2 rotund chefs, compelling them to prepare a pot of porridge for the men who had been detained. These individuals had endured prolonged weakness, and even walking was likely a challenge. A modest meal would suffice to sustain them, alleviating the need for assistance. He subsequently commanded the guards to release both men and women, ushering them outside. As the group of men and women reunited, some immediately fell into each other's embrace, tears flowing freely. They were once spouses or lovers. The search and rescue team, witnessing this assembly, displayed expressions of astonishment. The contrast was stark. These individuals had suffered immensely, their condition a far cry from that of the civilians within the base. Living in squalor akin to that of swine, exuding an odor that was utterly repulsive. Li Yunpeng instructed to boil 2 pots of hot water for the men to cleanse themselves. as their odor was so overpowering that it could be detected from 3 miles away. The individuals who were released basked in the sunlight once more, with many overwhelmed by emotion, collapsing onto the ground in tears. They had feared they would meet the same fate as their deceased companions, quietly succumbing to life in the dark, sunless tunnels, never anticipating a day of salvation. The extraordinary young man who had rescued them, along with his disciplined soldiers, fostered a harmonious relationship with the civilians, clearly distinguishing themselves from the malevolent Huang Hu. The famished populace, realizing their fortune, swiftly bowed in gratitude to Li Yunpeng, and, under the guidance of a leader, soon a multitude knelt in reverence. Li Yunpeng, encountering such a scene for the first time, quickly urged, "Everyone, rise. Conserve your strength for the journey back to the base. Once we regain our health, we shall emerge as true heroes." The crowd, stirred by his words, expressed their fervent resolve to repay this kindness with their lives. By this time, the porridge had been prepared, and the people queued orderly to receive their sustenance. Exhibiting no signs of contention, they were a group of individuals who, even in their despair, chose to support one another, a rarity in the apocalyptic world. After the meal, the men gradually regained some strength, assisting one another in a collective effort to wash themselves. They took off their soiled garments to cleanse them as well. After much toil, although a faint odor lingered, they were at least in a somewhat acceptable state. The dirty water they poured out resembled the murky refuse from a pigsty. Once these weakened individuals had tended to their personal hygiene, they were eager to assist in moving supplies. Li Yunpeng reassured them, "If you are not feeling well, you need not exert yourselves. There will be ample opportunities for hard work in the future." The group felt a deep sense of gratitude. Yet they staggered off to labor nonetheless, with 2 women struggling to lift a single bag, while several men were required to hoist a 50-pound sack of grain. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of relief, realizing that his efforts to rescue them had not been in vain. This group of survivors exhibited commendable qualities. Although he was in urgent need of increasing the population under his command, he could not indiscriminately accept anyone. The infiltration of too many malicious individuals would inevitably lead to complications. Having faced numerous dangers, he had learned to never underestimate ordinary people. For the unseen threats were the most perilous. The 10 trucks were swiftly filled to capacity, and Li Yunpeng summoned the survivors from the Huang Hu base to conduct an on-site tribunal for the captives. Those who had committed egregious acts were executed on the spot, sparing the trouble of transporting them back. Those whose crimes did not warrant death were documented and would be grouped with the previous traitors, destined to handle all the dirty and laborious tasks within the base. Following identification by the survivors, it became evident that very few had committed capital offenses. The majority had succumbed to moral degradation under Huang Hu's leadership, engaging in acts of murder, arson, and the coercion of women. However, when it came to Xiaomingdai, the crowd fervently pleaded for her, asserting that she had discreetly assisted ordinary people by providing medical care. Li Yunpeng finally came to believe the words of Xiaomingdai. Although she was not blessed with beauty, her heart was indeed not unkind. After managing the captives, he stationed 2 teams of soldiers to guard the granary and returned to the base with the remaining personnel. With an abundance of food and the granary's defensible position, it could serve as a secondary base. 10 trucks of provisions would suffice to sustain the inhabitants of the main base for an extended period. The survivors who emerged from the granary were left in awe upon seeing the sprawling 500-meter-long wall of the base. In this apocalyptic world, could there truly exist a human settlement of such magnitude? Having huddled in their underground hideouts, they instinctively assumed that the outside world was equally grim. Yet the sight before them shattered that notion entirely. The journey had been remarkably smooth, as the convoy encountered no wandering hordes of the undead. Upon reaching the base, the inhabitants lined the path, cheering joyously, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the trucks laden with food. Indeed, in this desolate era, sustenance equated to survival. "Behold, this is food. We shall no longer endure hunger," exclaimed one enthusiastically. "Ah, but do not be reckless. I heard that those who defied the commander went days without a meal," another warned. Indeed, in these times, simply not worrying about starvation is the greatest blessing. "We shall follow the commander's lead." The excited discussions among the crowd deeply moved the newly arrived survivors, who reflected on the inhumane treatment they had endured. Here, the people seemed to live as freely as they had before the world fell apart. Many recalled their harrowing experiences of confinement in the granary's underground chambers, and tears welled in their eyes. The unloading of the trucks proceeded swiftly. Upon hearing the call to move the food, individuals abandoned their tasks and rushed to assist. their collective efforts quickly filling the warehouse. Soon, the 10 empty trucks were parked neatly in the designated area of the administrative district. Li Yuping promptly declared that today, rice would be served without limit, and an additional dish would be provided. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The precious rice, typically reserved for kanji, had not been enjoyed since the onset of the apocalypse. This marked the first occasion that they could partake in rice, and the prospect of unlimited servings left nearly everyone eagerly anticipating the arrival of dinner. Seeing the new survivors in such a wretched state, the more compassionate individuals among the base's inhabitants were profoundly moved. Ignoring the unpleasant odor clinging to the newcomers, they approached to offer warmth and assistance in erecting tents. Others, while not directly helping, refrained from any form of discrimination, focusing instead on their own tasks without resorting to oppression. The survivors from the granary felt a wave of gratitude. Their experiences outside had been largely characterized by indifference and cruelty, where a mere morsel of bread could lead one to harm another. Here, however, the kindness of these individuals rekindled their sense of human dignity, a stark contrast to their previous existence, where they had been treated like mere vermin, trampled and slaughtered at will. As people exchanged stories, they recounted their individual journeys. Those hailing from the Huanghu base shared their harrowing tales, evoking deep sympathy among listeners, who silently reflected on their own fortune in encountering such a commendable leader as Li Yuping early on. Zhang Tao organized the accommodation for the new arrivals, overseeing the progress of the tent setups and articulating some of the base's regulations to avert any unnecessary complications. Upon returning to the base, Li Yuping received a notification from the system. Congratulations, the population within the base has exceeded 2,000 individuals. The barracks can now be upgraded to level 1, which will increase the maximum summoned troop strength to 1,000. Furthermore, it will allow the summoning of 6 guard soldiers per hour. Would you like to spend 5,000 points to initiate the upgrade? Li Yunpeng overlooked the issue of points and opted for an upgrade instead. Subsequently, he observed that the structure of the barracks underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming more intricate and fantastical. The level displayed on the panel shifted from 0 to 1, aligning with that of the base vehicle. System, what are the prerequisites for advancing to level 2? System, all building levels must not exceed that of the base vehicle. You must first elevate the base vehicle to level 2, after which other buildings may be upgraded by expending points. Li Yunping then inquired, what are the requirements for the base vehicle to reach level 2? System, a population of 50,000. Li Yuping, oh my. System, please retract those 2 words, or the upgrade conditions will be doubled. Li Yunping contemplated distant matters, but found solace in the fact that the barracks had finally been upgraded. With a sigh of relief, he recognized that doubling his forces would enable him to decisively crush any obstinate adversaries that dared to oppose him, vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. The current strength of the guard unit consisted of 500 soldiers, but summoning additional troops would necessitate the consumption of a substantial amount of points, making the acquisition of these points his utmost priority. Similarly, the armory had also met the criteria for a level 1 upgrade, requiring minimal points, which Li Yunpeng decided to address concurrently. Following the upgrade, the armory's capabilities expanded, allowing for the exchange of additional resources, specifically gasoline and diesel. Li Yunpeng's heart swelled with joy. With the acquisition of fuel, the myriad of vehicles outside transformed into valuable resources. He calculated in his mind that, given the current strength of the base, they could remain relatively safe as long as they did not provoke large hordes of zombies. Yet, he could not afford to relax for a moment, as he vividly remembered the terror of the ghastly, evolved zombie. Should such creatures proliferate in the future, the base would be in grave danger. The towering 2-meter walls would offer no protection against them. Furthermore, these evolved zombies had developed a rudimentary intelligence, capable of avoiding danger. If they were to launch a surprise attack while concealed within a crowd of their kind, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand. However, with the imminent doubling of the guard force and the low prices of gasoline and diesel, their combat capabilities would be enhanced beyond mere doubling. Contemplating this, Li Yunpeng's confidence gradually returned. He had an important matter to attend to the following day, as Ma Fan remained imprisoned within the base. How should he deal with this treacherous scoundrel? After breakfast the next day, Li Yuping gathered the newly arrived survivors, having enjoyed several hearty meals and a solid night's sleep. Their physical and mental states had improved significantly. As they stood together, somewhat apprehensive at the prospect of addressing the commander, Li Yuping spoke. I have called you all here today to address a pressing matter. Huang Hu is dead. However, we have captured many of his subordinates. and you are needed to identify them. Those guilty of heinous crimes will be executed on the spot, while others will be dealt with according to the severity of their offenses. The crowd fell silent for a moment, before realizing that they were to pass judgment on Huang Hu's minions. An uproar ensued, with most expressing a fervent desire to exact vengeance, wishing to flay the criminals alive. "Commander, will we truly be the ones to carry out the judgment?" inquired a woman of slightly advanced years. "Indeed, they must face the consequences of their misdeeds," Li Yunpeng declared with righteous fervor, though he harbored his own motives. Those captives who had lost all semblance of humanity would become a ticking time bomb if left unpunished within the base. "Excellent. Thank you, Commander. You are truly a paragon of justice. Yu Ping, at last, we can avenge you." As the crowd expressed their heartfelt gratitude, Li Yunpeng waved his hand, signaling several squads of guards to escort the listless captives forward. The sight of sworn enemies ignited a fervor among the onlookers, and the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile as some, consumed by rage, lunged toward the captives. Fortunately, they were restrained by the soldiers. Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Li Yunpeng quickly called out, "Everyone, remain calm. We shall first establish guilt, and then administer punishment." Li Yunpeng stood as their savior. Upon his command, the crowd stifled their fury, each individual eagerly queuing to recount the heinous deeds committed by these individuals, while personnel from the administrative department diligently recorded their testimonies. Ma Fan cowered within the line, his body trembling as though shaken by a sieve. Those who had once been oppressed and trampled upon now rose in defiance, pointing fingers at him one by one. A profound despair enveloped him, for he was acutely aware that the transgressions he had committed warranted not just one, but multiple deaths. He wished to bury his head in his trousers in shame. However, fate was inescapable, and soon soldiers thrust him forward. Upon seeing Ma Fan, the crowd erupted in vehement denunciation, with many kneeling in fervent pleas for Li Yunpeng to execute him on the spot. Upon the turn of Ma Fan, Li Yunpeng's interest was piqued, prompting him to encourage everyone to share their accounts one by one. He was deeply curious about the heinous deeds that had incited such animosity among the crowd. The first to speak was a young man with sunken eyes, who, with gritted teeth, recounted, "In front of me, Ma Fan brazenly took away my girlfriend." At this point, he was overcome with grief and began to wail. Li Yunpeng nodded in understanding. The next, he prompted. This time, a middle-aged woman collapsed to the ground in tears. "Oh, esteemed commander, Ma Fan is lower than the beasts. My daughter, merely 13 years old, was cruelly abducted by him. When she was returned, she was not only stripped of her innocence but also bleeding profusely. Just the next day, she departed from this world." She managed to utter these words before succumbing to her overwhelming sorrow and fainting. Li Yunpeng's heart trembled. He had imagined the worst of the misdeeds that Ma Fan might commit, yet he still underestimated his moral limits. Ma Fan was visibly trembling, and soon more individuals stepped forward to recount his transgressions, armed with logic, evidence, and witnesses. Observing Ma Fan's expression, Li Yunpeng realized that the inhumane acts were most likely perpetrated by him, each more vicious than the last. Li Yunpeng, unable to endure the lamentations of those around him, interrupted the grieving souls and commanded the soldiers, "Bind Ma Fan to the pillar and allow the 5 aggrieved individuals to come forth in groups to exact their vengeance." Upon hearing this, Ma Fan was instantly struck with terror, his trousers dampening with fear, the moisture seeping down his legs to his feet. What fate awaited him at the hands of these unruly folk? Surely he would meet a gruesome end. Li Yunpeng refrained from presenting him directly to the crowd, fearing that the multitude of his adversaries might incite a stampede. The punishment for Ma Fan commenced swiftly, echoing through the execution ground with his anguished cries. In a matter of minutes, his head resembled a grotesque mass of blood, his arms contorted, and a portion of his ear had been bitten off by an unknown assailant, a testament to the profound animosity harbored within the hearts of the people. At this moment, Li Yunpeng felt no sympathy whatsoever. His enmity with Ma Fan had been established even before the apocalypse, and Ma Fan had made several attempts on his life thereafter. Now that fortune had turned, how could he possibly let him escape? Ma Fan was being tormented by his victims, while the judgment continued on this side. Only after scrutinizing every individual did it come to a conclusion. Those guilty of slaughtering civilians, committing heinous acts against women, and cannibalism were taken outside the city for execution, while those with relatively lighter offenses were sent to labor camps to be reformed alongside the traitors. Subsequently, the prisoners whose trials had concluded were taken away in batches. All but the condemned were led outside the city. The sound of gunfire echoed as the line of executions commenced. sending tremors of fear through the other captives who had narrowly escaped death. With the conclusion of the trials, Moffin lay on the brink of death. His entire head turned a dark crimson, his eyes gone, ears deaf, and nose vanished, leaving only a breath hanging on his lips, a mere whisper of life. Once Li Yunpeng had avenged himself on all those he bore animosity towards, he drew his pistol. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame yourself for your countless transgressions. With that, he shot Moffin, shattering his skull, granting him the release he so desperately needed, and thus bringing an end to his sinful and fleeting existence. After personally executing Moffin, Li Yunpeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, a soldier reported that a group of merchants from the apocalypse had arrived at the base, requesting an audience with him. Li Yunpeng was taken aback. What? A merchant of the apocalypse? Could there truly be individuals engaged in such perilous enterprises? However, at that moment, Li Yunpeng had no time to contemplate these so-called merchants of the apocalypse. He instructed the guards to locate Zhang Tao, intending to first ensure the safety and comfort of these individuals before addressing the matters at hand, and only then would he seek an audience with this peculiar group. As the guards departed to fulfill their orders, the minions under Huang who were swiftly dealt with. Those who had suffered at their hands immediately prostrated themselves before Li Yunpeng, fervently bowing in gratitude. They had once believed they would languish forever in the darkness of their subterranean prison, destined to meet a grim fate. Yet, unexpectedly in their lifetimes, they had the chance to avenge their grievances, all thanks to the benevolence of their commander. Li Yunpeng hastily instructed his soldiers to assist the crowd, soothing their emotions. He then proclaimed loudly, "Today, they have received their just deserts, and I have avenged you. However, I must speak candidly. From this day forth, within my base, my rules shall be adhered to. Any who commit crimes shall meet the same fate as Moffin. Although Li Yunpeng has avenged the survivors, it is essential to impose a suitable degree of discipline. Otherwise, it is inevitable that some may take advantage of the situation, perceiving him as a mere servant and demanding more. Commander," they proclaimed, "from now on, we shall follow your every command without hesitation, even if it means facing perilous challenges. My life, which is of little value, is now yours to command at will. Should anyone dare to defy your orders, I will be the first to confront them." Upon hearing Li Yunpeng's words, the crowd fervently expressed their loyalty, collectively promising to unwaveringly support every directive from their commander. Li Yunpeng nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of the veracity of their words, his message had been conveyed, allowing the crowd to disperse. Thus, the conflict instigated by Moffin, along with the grievances involving Huang Hu, came to a temporary resolution. As for Huang Hu's final words regarding a brother, Li Yunpeng paid them no heed. He was now strong and formidable, dismissing Moffin's cousin entirely. Should he choose to come, he would find no return. In the days that followed, tranquility reigned. With an ample supply of troops and the number of guards assigned to the resource collection teams having doubled, incidents became exceedingly rare. Li Yunpeng erected a monument to the brave on a nearby hillside, where the names of all military personnel and civilians who sacrificed their lives for the base are inscribed. This monument has become the most sacred place in the hearts of the people, with each name representing a vibrant life lost in the struggle for human existence. Li Yunpeng mandated that every year on July 18th, the base must hold a solemn memorial ceremony to pay the highest respects and remembrance to the valiant warriors who embody the spirit of sacrifice. As resources gradually became abundant, accommodations within the base were constructed, gradually forming a modest village along the riverbank, where numerous high-yield crops were cultivated. The riverside was considered relatively safe, as the undead primarily attacked from 3 other directions. In the center of the bridge, the labor camp erected a formidable wall, towering over 10 meters, with a gate fashioned from 10-centimeter thick steel plates, aimed at defending against the horde of corpses surging from the urban area. Upon the completion of this project, Zhang Tao ordered the labor camp to construct a road from the granary to the base. Lacking alternative materials, they opted to compact and level the earth directly. This 8-meter-wide road extended straight from the base to the granary, devoid of any bends. Presently, there was no need to compensate for the occupation of others' farmland and residences. The entire base spent a month in a state of diligent activity, during which they encountered several waves of small zombie groups. The guards dealt with them swiftly, resorting to bayonets without even firing their weapons, resulting in Li Yunpeng's points rising again above 500,000. During this period, supply teams venturing outside encountered numerous survivors. When convenient, they would escort them back to the base, and when not, They would simply provide directions for the survivors to follow. As the base's reputation spread among nearby survivors, an increasing number of people gathered, leading to an escalation in the population within Li Yunpeng's system, which had now reached 5,000, comparable to that of a small town. Li Yunpeng, in the midst of his busy schedule, momentarily forgot about the group of post-apocalyptic merchants residing within the base. However, the thought crossed his mind, and he summoned them to the conference room for a meeting. The leader of the merchant convoy was a middle-aged man named Chao Jia, who was short and stocky, his neatly cropped hair marred by numerous scars, clearly indicating a life of hardship. It was no surprise that he dared to engage in such perilous trade in this treacherous world. Chao Jia had nearly gone mad with anxiety over the past month. Encountering Li Yunpeng was not a simple task, especially since the base was heavily guarded. Non-residents often face scrutiny when wandering about, leaving them to anxiously await in the quarters assigned by the guards. Upon meeting Li Yunpeng, Chao Jia exchanged pleasantries before promptly articulating his desire to negotiate. In the current market, the most valuable commodities were weapons and food. While food was not an option for trade, weapons were equally off-limits. Initially, Li Yunpeng was unwilling to sell even a single bullet. However, Chao Jia argued that one bullet could be exchanged for several pounds of rice, making the transaction exceedingly advantageous. Moreover, what intrigued Li Yunpeng most were the intelligence and information that Chao Jia possessed. Merchants like him, driven by necessity, were well informed about the conditions of nearby survivor enclaves and could even track the movements of zombies. These audacious individuals navigated the treacherous waters of various factions, trading supplies and reaping substantial profits. Naturally, such endeavors came with significant risks, as many merchant convoys had been entirely decimated by zombies. Chao Jia proved to be a pragmatic individual, and to demonstrate his sincerity, he willingly divulged crucial information to Li Yunpeng. He stated, "Commander Li, I tend to speak candidly, and I hope you take no offense. While your base boasts numerous elite soldiers, there exists an even larger faction nearby." Oh, Li Yunpeng, still preoccupied with his own explorations, was taken aback to learn that there was indeed a group larger than his own base. "Might I inquire if Captain Chao could elaborate on this faction?" Chao Jia responded, "If Commander Li is interested, I shall elaborate further. This faction is known as the Wuyo Nation, which is actively recruiting survivors and boasts formidable strength and resources." Li Yunpeng scoffed disdainfully. "Is there still a country? One can tell at a glance that they are not the most honorable individuals, undoubtedly. They are ambitious individuals seeking to satiate their insatiable thirst for power amidst the apocalypse. However, in a world fraught with peril, each person looks out for themselves. Since he has not provoked me, I have no intention of stirring trouble." After briefly outlining the surrounding factions, the conversation shifted back to business. Li Yunpeng firmly asserted that a single bullet must be exchanged for 10 pounds of rice. With a beaming smile, Chao Jia replied, "Commander Li, I cannot possibly agree to such terms. My brothers are engaged in a life-risking trade. Please, allow us a fair share of the profit." Li Yunpeng chuckled coldly to himself, as if to say that in this apocalyptic world, everyone was not fighting for their lives. Yet, he spoke aloud, "Captain Chao, I have faith that you will secure a higher price." Chao Jia's lips twitched. At best, a single bullet could fetch him 15 jin of rice. And that was only from those who disregarded the lives of their subordinates, fixated solely on consolidating their power. Rice, too, had become a hard currency, and the average person could hardly accept such a price. In these dire times, who would dare to take such a significant risk for a mere 50% profit? With a pained expression, Chao Jia replied, "Commissioner Li, I am willing to take this loss, but I can only offer you 5 jin of rice." Li Yunpeng, naturally skeptical, engaged in a protracted negotiation, ultimately striking a deal that exchanged a single bullet for 7 pounds of rice. Both parties were satisfied. Li Yunpeng agreed to sell 1,000 rounds of ammunition in exchange for 7,000 pounds of rice. Li Yunpeng will undoubtedly attract an increasing number of survivors, for food is always in abundance. Meanwhile, Chao Jia can sell it for more than double the price, marking the most significant transaction he has ever made. Both parties find what they need, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Having finalized the deal, Chao Jia, feeling elated, hesitated for a moment before retrieving a cloth pouch from his pocket. He opened it and, with both hands, presented it to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng observed him with a sense of intrigue as he held aloft a pale blue crystal wrapped in cloth. With a touch of curiosity, he inquired, "What is this?" Chao Jia chuckled softly and replied, "This was acquired from the kingdom of Wuyo. They extracted it from the head of a peculiar zombie. Although its precise purpose remains a mystery even to them, it is worth noting that the Wuyo army sacrificed nearly 200 lives to vanquish that zombie. One could say it was obtained at an exorbitant cost. I, too, paid a considerable price to obtain it. Li Yunping naturally did not believe that he would casually give away something of great value. He reached out to take the crystal, feeling its coolness in his palm. This object was remarkably translucent, devoid of any impurities. Could it possibly originate from the head of an evolved zombie? The last evolved zombie he killed was detonated by a soldier from the guard army, and in the heat of the moment, he had no time to investigate further. Li Yunpeng played with the crystal for a while before pocketing it, intending to take a moment to inquire about the system. Upon seeing him stow away the crystal, Chao Jia wore a broad smile on his face. Li Yunpeng found it peculiar that they had completed the transaction, yet he still lingered. Captain Chao, is there something else you require? Captain Chao chuckled slyly and replied, Commanderly, I wonder if you happen to have an extra handgun to spare. As you know, I am often out and about, and carrying a long rifle is rather inconvenient. Li Yunpeng was taken aback and then chuckled. Captain Chao is certainly not one to be trifled with. Very well, Li Qi, go fetch a handgun. Yes, replied Li Qi, whose body had fully recovered. As he promptly departed, Chao Jia felt a surge of elation upon receiving the handgun. That pale blue crystal was something he had acquired through a transaction with the ruler of Wuyo Nation, without spending a single cent. He had managed to exchange it here for a finely crafted military pistol, an incredible windfall. The two parties had agreed to commence their dealings in 3 days, to be conducted in 10 installments. This was a tacit understanding within their line of work, given the mutual distrust. A single transaction involving a significant quantity of goods posed considerable risk for the caravan. However, breaking the exchanges into smaller portions could mitigate potential losses to the greatest extent. Li Yunping readily agreed, for the transportation risk was borne by the caravan. After sending off Chao Jia, he returned to the base to inquire about the nature of the crystal. The system responded, this is a crystallization found within the brains of level 1 zombies, capable of enhancing human physicality. To his astonishment, this object could actually improve physical attributes. He had struck gold. Though he initially felt a pang of regret for parting with a handgun, he was now filled with elation. Suddenly, Li Yunpeng recalled the evolved zombie he had previously obliterated and promptly dispatched Li Bai to the site of their earlier battle to search for any remnants of the evolved creature. After Li Bai departed, Li Yunpeng inquired of the system regarding the utilization of the crystal. The system responded, it can be consumed directly. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of unease. After all, this was something extracted from a zombie's brain. Was it truly safe to consume? After receiving a definitive affirmation from the system, he meticulously rinsed the crystal several times with hot water, hesitating for quite a while. He finally steeled his resolve and placed it in his mouth. Remarkably, upon entering, the crystal rapidly transformed into a refreshing liquid. Li Yunpeng swallowed it whole, experiencing an indescribable sensation of comfort. However, this feeling of ease was short-lived, as his body temperature surged dramatically. Touching his forehead, he found it alarmingly hot. Soon thereafter, a wave of soreness enveloped him, sweat poured down like rain, and his mind began to spin with increasing dizziness. Li Yunpeng's heart raced like a drum. A fear creeping in. Would he transform into a zombie? He stumbled forward to grasp a mirror, and upon seeing his reflection devoid of any signs of decay, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, the pain intensified, and Li Yunpeng curled up on the ground, desperately enduring, his teeth grinding audibly. Damn it! Yet, at that moment, no one could assist him. He was left to bear the excruciating agony alone. Li Yunpeng's breath became shallow, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His entire body drenched in sweat, as if every cell within him were being crushed beneath a relentless millstone. This ordeal persisted for an hour, with the pain gradually subsiding, leaving him feeling utterly exhausted, lying motionless on the floor. After half an hour of rest, he began to regain some strength. However, upon touching his body, he discovered a sticky layer of grease clinging to his skin, emitting an unpleasant odor. He hurried into the bathroom for a shower, and after cleansing himself, he gazed into the mirror in disbelief. His 8-pack abs were clearly defined, and his muscles had become more developed and toned. He casually picked up a nearby stool and waved it about, surprisingly feeling no strain at all. His physical condition seemed to rival that of a typical athlete. And this was only after consuming a single crystal. One could only wonder what transformations might occur with more. Li Yunpeng, brimming with excitement, donned his attire and strode purposefully out of the inner city. Wan Shiyan, Observing him with a hint of surprise, slightly parted her lips and murmured, "What is it? You seem somewhat different." Beside Wang Shiyan stood an exquisite beauty, her figure voluptuous yet not excessive, exuding a captivating blend of maturity and allure. With a delicate, upturned nose and invitingly soft lips, her bright eyes and pearly white teeth sparkled behind stylish black-rimmed glasses, her clothing fitting snugly against her form. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of astonishment. Aside from Wang Shiyan, when had such a stunning woman appeared in the base? He couldn't help but inquire, "Who are you?" The woman replied with a melodious smile, "I am Xia Mengdai." Li Yunpeng was taken aback. Summer Dream Butterfly, that terrifying woman? How could this be possible? Upon observing the incredulous expression on Li Yunpeng's face, Summer Dream Butterfly covered her mouth with a light laugh and explained, "At the Huanghu base, in order to safeguard myself, I deliberately took medication that transformed me into that ghastly figure." Li Yunpeng was at a loss for words. Inwardly pondering, could it be that you have undergone cosmetic procedures since arriving here? Nevertheless, whether through medication or aesthetic enhancements, it at least indicated that this woman possessed some medical expertise. In a world ravaged by chaos, doctors were undoubtedly a rare and invaluable asset. Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment and then summoned Zhang Tao, instructing him to gather the available doctors at the base for a meeting. The guard army would not only be engaged in combat with the undead, but conflicts with human factions were also inevitable. Thus, a specialized medical team was of paramount importance. At that moment, the base housed only a small room serving as a medical point, where the sick and injured typically received treatment. As healers dedicated to saving lives, doctors held a prestigious status. The physicians at the base quickly assembled, gathering outside the medical point, where tables and chairs had been neatly arranged. Upon the arrival of Li Yunpeng, the crowd promptly rose to pay their respects. However, one middle-aged man was a beat slower than the others. Li Yunpeng paid him no mind. This man, Su Wei, was the most skilled physician at the base, and it was not uncommon for someone of his expertise to exhibit a bit of arrogance. Aside from Xia Mengdai, the faces in attendance were familiar. And Su Wei's gaze swept around the room, landing on Xia Mengdai. He found it quite displeasing that she was seated directly opposite him, flanking Li Yunpeng. In his heart, he scorned her, dismissing her as a woman who had ascended through the exploitation of her physical allure. Xia Mengdai, having learned of the medical conference, had donned a white coat, underneath which she wore a fitted outfit that accentuated her figure, a stark contrast to the loose robes she typically wore to obscure her alluring form. As our base progresses, the scale of both military and civilian personnel is set to expand significantly. Thus, the establishment of a professional hospital is imperative. Today, I have gathered you all to solicit your opinions widely, with the aim of expediting the construction of the hospital, Li Yunpeng declared. The crowd's eyes lit up at the prospect. The creation of a hospital heralded numerous job openings, including the positions of hospital director and heads of various departments. Su Wei's interest was piqued as well. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been a department head in a small hospital, never daring to dream of one day becoming a director. Now, an opportunity had arisen, and he was the most qualified physician in the base, potentially the frontrunner for the esteemed position. Observing the varied expressions of the crowd, Li Yunpeng continued, "I am aware of your thoughts at this moment. Rest assured. In my domain, the capable shall rise, and the mediocre shall be cast aside. Those with true skill will have the chance to claim the director's seat." With this definitive assurance from Li Yunpeng, the attendees could not contain their excitement, their faces alight with anticipation, as if the directorship was within their grasp. "We shall forego theoretical examinations, which I find incomprehensible. Instead, we will engage real patients and conduct on-the-spot consultations. Ultimately, the victor will be the candidate for the position of hospital director," Li Yunpeng announced. With his plan firmly established, no one dared to dissent. Though Su Wei felt a twinge of discontent, was there even a need for a contest? Who besides him would dare to occupy such a role? Zhang Tao swiftly gathered a number of volunteers, each bearing various ailments, thus serving as suitable candidates for the consultations. Soon, the first patient took their place at the consultation table, and the physicians were required to take turns diagnosing. They would then document their findings and treatment plans on paper, which would be revealed collectively to ensure fairness. The doctors employed their diverse skills, each utilizing their preferred methods for diagnosis. Before long, all the physicians had completed their evaluations, and Zhang Tao disclosed the results. Astonishingly, half of the diagnoses for a simple case of anemia were incorrect, with one even absurdly claiming that the patient was pregnant. Li Yunpeng pressed his forehead, revealing the glaring inadequacies of the medical system within the base. After numerous rounds of selection, the number of successful candidates dwindled significantly. Ultimately, only Su Wei and Xiao Mengdai remained. Su Wei was astonished that this young woman could rival him so closely. The patient's conditions grew increasingly complex, and Su Wei felt the strain, while Xiao Mengdai appeared unfazed. As they reached the final candidate, Su Wei meticulously diagnosed the case and inscribed his conclusion on paper, placing it before Zhang Tao, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Despite her equal medical prowess, in light of experience, he did not consider her his match. Zhang Tao whispered something to Li Yunpeng, who, taken aback, began to scrutinize the diagnostic records of both Su Wei and Xiao Mengdai back and forth. After a lengthy pause, he spoke, "Does anyone see any issues with these two diagnostic records? Are both capable of treating the patients?" Each time the answers were revealed, the crowd eagerly sought the correct responses. The diagnostic records in Li Yunpeng's hands had been validated by the collective and were indeed effective. "There are no issues. Both are viable treatments for the patients," the crowd responded. Li Yunpeng set down his notebook and declared, in light of this, "I have decided that the position of the hospital director will be held by Xiao Mengdai." At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Why was this so? Both individuals had provided the correct answers. Surely, it could not be that the commander was merely captivated by her beauty? This appeared to be the case. The audience buzzed with speculation, and with each passing moment, Li Yunpeng's irritation grew. With a resounding slam of his palm upon the table, he shouted, "For heaven's sake, silence yourselves. You lot are utterly inept, yet you chatter incessantly." The crowd, taken aback by Li Yunpeng's fury, fell silent, no longer daring to speak frivolously. Meanwhile, Su Wei cleared his throat and remarked, "Commander Li, I am confident that the diagnostic plan I proposed is without flaw. May I inquire why you have chosen the young and beautiful Ms. Xia as the director?" Li Yunpeng detected the underlying implications in his words and let out a cold snort, stating, "You are indeed correct in your answers, but take a look at your proposal. The medication is recklessly prescribed. The treatment for a single case of rheumatism could consume the entire income of a patient for a year, while the illness may improve. Tell me, what will they eat afterwards?" Su Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. He had initially intended to retort that the rules had not been specified. But upon seeing Li Yunpeng's grim expression, he swallowed his words. Li Yunpeng exhaled softly and continued, "The prescription from Xiao Mengdai is quite simple in terms of medication, blending both traditional and modern practices, utilizing only common remedies. It achieves the same therapeutic effects at a minimal cost, which is a testament to the brilliance of medical expertise." His words left the audience speechless and flushed with embarrassment. With the candidate confirmed, Li Yunpeng dismissed everyone. Elated at having secured a physician of such remarkable skill, he instructed the logistics department to prepare a few extra dishes for lunch, inviting Zhang Tao, Wang Shiyan, and Xiao Mengdai to join him. Xiao Mengdai, having just arrived and possessing a cheerful and generous disposition, engaged in lively conversation during the meal, feeling quite at ease. In contrast, Zhang Tao was visibly anxious, daring only to perch half of himself on his chair while dining with the commander. Wang Shiyan maintained a poised demeanor, meticulously conscious of her image with every gesture. After enjoying a hearty meal, Li Yunpeng took a sip of tea and remarked, "We must expedite the hospital's affairs with Xiao Mengdai at the helm, while Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyan collaborate effectively." "Understood." Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyan promptly responded, rising to acknowledge their duties, while Xiao Mengdai, momentarily taken aback by their sudden movements, stood up as well to accept the task. "All right, please sit down," Li Yunpeng instructed. As they sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation, Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyan reported on various daily operations within the base. Subsequently, the three of them departed the inner city together. On their way, Xiao Mengdai inquired, "I find Li Yunpeng quite amiable. Why does it seem that you all are so apprehensive around him?" Zhang Tao widened his eyes and replied, "You must never address the commander directly by his name. That would be exceedingly disrespectful. As long as one does not engage in wrongdoing, there is nothing to fear. People hold him in high regard. Although the commander appears affable, he possesses a decisive and ruthless nature. Once a task is assigned, it must be executed diligently. Otherwise, one might encounter a different side of the commander." Wang Shiyan nodded earnestly in agreement. Observing their solemnity, Xiao Mengdai took their words to heart, surprised to discover the significant weight that the robust, sunny young man held in the eyes of others. Subsequently, the focus of the construction department shifted to the establishment of the hospital. Although the scale was modest, Xiao Mengdai set high standards, detailing various functional zones meticulously. In accordance with Li Yunping's directives, all doctors and nurses were to undergo re-evaluation before resuming their positions, with a wide selection process taking place within the base to ensure that only the most capable, regardless of background, would be considered. Upon hearing that the hospital was recruiting, the registration area quickly became crowded, as the hospital was regarded as a highly esteemed department, known for being one of the most securely protected entities in times of danger. With commendable benefits assured, Xiao Mengdai, taken aback by the overwhelming turnout, felt compelled to personally oversee the selection process, filtering out those who lacked merit and finalizing candidates with solid professional knowledge and a commendable work ethic. Those selected were elated, while those not chosen bore no grievances. Due to the highly specialized nature of the questions posed by Xiao Mengdai, it is understandable that others may struggle to provide answers. Lu Yu was among the selected physicians, and upon receiving the joyous news, he promptly informed his mother. Lu's mother felt a deep sense of pride and solemnly advised him. Our lives have been saved by the benevolence of the commander. Not only does he ensure that ordinary people have sufficient food and clothing, but he also provides them with medical care. You must work diligently to alleviate the commander's burdens. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Lu Yu replied earnestly, Mother, rest assured, I will never betray the commander's life-saving kindness. The previous settlement we inhabited pales in comparison to here. To call it hell would not be an exaggeration. Anyone who dares to oppose the commander's base is an enemy we must resolutely thwart, even at the cost of our lives. Satisfied, Lu's mother nodded in approval. In truth, the vast majority of people shared similar sentiments with Lu's mother. They cherished this rare sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, uniting against any threat that might disrupt the stability of the base. Just as tranquility enveloped the base, a sudden commotion erupted. The labor camp workers constructing the road to the granary rushed back in a state of panic. Upon reaching the foot of the city, they collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, exclaiming, Hurry, inform the commander. Something terrible has happened. The soldiers quickly escorted the panicked individuals toward the inner city, where Li Yunping was engaged in strength training his body without a shirt. Suddenly, soldiers arrived with urgent news, indicating a critical situation had arisen. Li Yunping hastily donned a short-sleeved shirt and emerged swiftly. He observed a guard assisting a young man, whose forehead was glistening with sweat. At this moment, the young man had regained his composure and stood at attention, addressing the commander with earnestness. Sir, we were in the midst of road construction when we noticed Captain Li Bai and his team searching for something near the granary. Suddenly, a horde of zombies erupted from the dense thicket behind them, forcing our soldiers into the granary. As of now, we are uncertain of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Li Yunping was taken aback. The granary must not be compromised, for this information bore significant weight. Your timely return to report this has earned you merit. Have the guard escort you to the administrative office to document it. The individual, upon hearing this, was immediately filled with delight, never having anticipated that delivering a message would result in commendation. He left with the guard, visibly content. Once he departed, Li Yunping's expression turned grave. The employment of ambush tactics indicated that Li Bai had undoubtedly encountered a horde of evolved zombies. Given the granary's critical importance, he had already dispatched 3 small teams to remain stationed there, in addition to Li Bai's squad. This meant that at present, there were 120 soldiers trapped within. Fortunately, the granary possessed a tunnel, making it defensible and difficult to assault. Thus, there should be no immediate danger. However, the soldiers outside were limited in ammunition and lacked resupply, which could pose a challenge over time. Li Qi, present. Take a small team to scout the area and ascertain the number of zombies. Do not approach, as there may be evolved zombies concealed among the corpses. Understood. Li Qi was dispatched on a mission, and he strategically dispersed his team to conduct a search as they advanced, aiming to avoid a sudden ambush by a horde of zombies, much like what had befallen Li Bai. However, along the route to the grain depot, not a single solitary shadow of a zombie was observed. It was only when they were approximately 500 meters from the depot that they encountered a horde of zombies surrounding it, creating an impenetrable barrier. As he surveyed the scene, it was estimated that there were around 2,000 of these creatures. Among them, one zombie stood out remarkably. It towered at about 3 meters in height, exceptionally robust, and significantly larger than its counterparts. Li Qi did not alert them. After carefully assessing the situation, she quietly retraced her steps and reported everything she had observed to Li Yunping. Li Yunping pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed, There are evolved zombies leading the horde. No wonder not a single solitary one remains. A 3-meter-tall zombie, what species could that be? It seems the evolution of zombies has introduced a diversity we have yet to understand. I wonder what abilities that oversized, evolved zombie possesses. Regardless, we cannot forsake the granary, nor the guards and soldiers stationed there. I command the assembly of 10 squads. The supply search team is to transport weapons and ammunition alongside us, dismantle 2 machine guns from the bunker, and secure 2 pickup trucks for the journey. We are about to confront the unknown threat of evolved zombies, so ensure we have an ample supply of grenades and fully loaded magazines. Li Qi received the command and promptly set about making preparations. Originally, Zhang Tao intended to personally lead the rescue team to support the logistical operations of the Guard army. However, he was intercepted by Li Yunping, who emphasized the necessity of maintaining morale within the base. Hence, the logistical efforts were entrusted to Su Ming, the captain of the supply search brigade. With the concerted efforts of multiple departments, the combat supplies were soon ready. At this juncture, the Level 1 factory could exchange for fuel, liberating Li Yunping from the constraints of traveling on foot. He ordered that all vehicles be filled with fuel, ammunition be loaded onto trucks, and over 200 members of the supply search team accompany the convoy to assist with the transportation of ammunition and the reloading of magazines. Li Yunpeng, upon noticing Wu Gang meticulously preparing within Li Qi's team, approached and gently patted his shoulder as a gesture of encouragement, choosing to remain silent. This was a path he had willingly embraced. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility lie in the hands of destiny. Fully equipped, Li Yunpeng felt considerably lighter than before. Despite bearing the weight of dozens of pounds of gear, his movements were remarkably more agile than on ordinary days. The energy crystals indeed proved invaluable, and he hoped to successfully acquire another evolution crystal this time. He ascended into the off-road command vehicle, leading the way toward the granary, followed by a convoy of various armed vehicles. Although the road to the granary was only partially constructed, it was significantly smoother than before, and they reached their destination in approximately half an hour. Li Yunping alighted from the vehicle to survey the scene, discovering that the horde of zombies had indeed encircled the granary. Among them stood a towering zombie, roaring ferociously at the entrance. Each squad leader swiftly organized their respective soldiers, preparing for combat, while Su Ming, accompanied by the logistics team, anxiously transported ammunition. Shortly thereafter, all preparations were finalized. The soldiers of the Guard marched at the forefront, with the logistics personnel carrying ammunition closely behind, gradually advancing towards the throng of zombies. Upon nearing the horde, approximately 400 meters away, the evolved zombie became aware of the Guard's presence. The zombie king, facing elite soldiers, opted for a direct confrontation. With a deafening roar, it galvanized the dazed horde, which then turned and lunged violently towards the Guard. As the zombies charged en masse, the Guard soldiers opened fire instantaneously. The torrent of bullets momentarily halted the front ranks of the undead, causing countless to fall, and Li Yunping's system points surged dramatically. Despite the staggering number of casualties among the front lines, the zombies continued their relentless assault, trampling over their fallen comrades in a reckless frenzy. The 3-meter-tall, evolved zombie raised its arm, thicker than that of an ordinary man, shielding its head as it charged through the mass of zombies towards the Guard's position. The rifle bullet struck its arm but failed to penetrate, becoming lodged within its tough exterior. Li Yunping was taken aback. How could the flesh of this zombie be so resilient? Machine gun, aim for that large one and unleash a full barrage. The 2 machine guns mounted on the pickup truck pivoted, roaring as they unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the evolved zombie. The power of the machine guns far surpassed that of rifles, and bullets erupted in gory blossoms upon the creature's body. Yet, it appeared largely unharmed, steadily advancing despite the tremendous impact of the gunfire. Grenades bombarded. With a swift motion, dozens of grenades were hurled at the evolved zombie, exploding around it. The sheer force of the blasts toppled the creature to the ground, but it quickly scrambled back to its feet. Good grief, it's invincible. Li Yunpeng was momentarily speechless. The risen, evolved zombie had grown cunning. It crouched low, concealing itself behind ordinary zombies, rendering the machine gun fire ineffective against it. This tactic proved successful, as the number of bullets striking it significantly diminished, allowing it to surge forward with increased speed. When it reached the front lines, astonishingly, it seized 2 ordinary zombies and used them as shields. Incredible, it can do that. Li Yunpeng marveled at the evolved zombie's intelligence. With the large creature attracting most of the firepower, The horde of zombies was now perilously close to the frontline soldiers. At that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The evolved zombie suddenly grasped an ordinary zombie from behind and hurled it toward the front lines of the guard troops. Weighing over 100 pounds, the zombie soared through the air like a mere toy, landing amidst the guards. The already tense combat rhythm was further disrupted by the arrival of these thrown zombies, forcing the guards to prioritize dispatching the ones that had landed in their midst. Fortunately, these zombies, upon landing, were disoriented and swiftly eliminated before they could react. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, the horde closed in even further. The large evolved zombie continued to hurl ordinary zombies, attempting to further disrupt the guards' firing cadence. Realizing that this approach was untenable, Li Yunpeng commanded his soldiers to fire while retreating, creating distance. The guards, upon receiving the order, instantly altered their formation, abandoning their stubborn defense to initiate a segmented retreat and counterattack. Just then, the massive zombie hurled another shadow into their ranks. The soldiers did not perceive anything amiss, believing it to be yet another ordinary zombie. However, upon landing, this one did not crash to the ground like the others, but instead pivoted gracefully, settling among the throng. And then, with ghostly speed, vanished from the soldiers' sight. Behind us, Li Yunpeng stood at the rear, shouting loudly. As the soldiers turned around, the shadow had already approached with alarming proximity. Its sharp claws glided across the necks of two soldiers, blood gushing forth like a torrent. By the time the other soldiers redirected their weapons, it had already darted behind a line of troops. Li Yunpeng's eyes glistened with intensity, recognizing the spectral figure of the agile first-level evolved zombie before him. How could it be that a single team was confronted by two such evolved zombies? This was perplexing, for previously they had encountered a horde comprising merely 1,000 ordinary zombies, yet now there appeared to be nearly 2,000. Could it be that a single first-level zombie possessed the capability to command 1,000 ordinary ones, and furthermore, cooperate with them? As the elite squad faced the onslaught of the agile evolved zombie, the specter of annihilation loomed ominously. Li Yunpeng bellowed, "Fall back, quickly!" The guardsmen found themselves entangled amidst the zombies, rendering any effective support from the rear utterly impossible. An entire squad perished in the blink of an eye. After the agile zombie had eradicated a whole squad of guardsmen, it did not pursue further, but instead vanished into the throng of the undead. Damn it, Li Qi. Assemble the suicide squad. If that abomination dares to breach our defenses again, ensure it is firmly subdued. Li Yunpeng intended to employ the old methods to confront it. However, this particular zombie seemed to possess a heightened intelligence, refraining from charging into the crowd once more. Li Yunpeng led his troops, skillfully advancing while retreating, never allowing the towering figures to hurl the agile zombies into the fray. After retreating several kilometers and suffering the loss of dozens of soldiers, he managed to deplete nearly half of the zombie horde through his kite-flying strategy. Li Yunpeng perceived a glimmer of hope for victory. He mused that if this continued, he would inevitably eradicate the entire horde of zombies, and at that moment, he could launch a counterattack to decisively eliminate the two evolved zombies. However, just then, a colossal zombie let out a deafening roar, causing the entire undead army to halt in its tracks and subsequently turn back towards the granary. Li Yunpeng wore a bewildered expression. Could it be that the zombies could retreat? He never anticipated that their intelligence had reached such heights. Sensing the threat of annihilation and opting to withdraw, he suppressed the urge to pursue, recognizing that not only had he suffered significant troop losses, but the depletion of ammunition was also severe. Reluctantly, he decided to return to the base for resupply and rest, pondering how to eliminate the formidable, resilient evolved zombie. Due to the unfavorable outcome of the initial engagement, while the soldiers of the guard force remained relatively composed, the personnel from the logistics department, experiencing such a grueling battle for the first time, felt somewhat disheartened. Li Yunpeng, his countenance shadowed by clouds, ascended into the off-road vehicle, mulling over how to eliminate the two evolved zombies. The inhabitants of the base were poised to welcome the triumphant warriors upon their return. However, sensing an unusual tension within the ranks, many hesitated to act, leading to a hasty conclusion of their preparations. Wan Shiyan and Xiao Mingdai stood by the roadside, observing Li Yunpeng's grim demeanor, their eyes filled with urgency, eager to voice their thoughts. Yet, Li Yunpeng, absorbed in his own turmoil, merely nodded as he passed them, his pace unbroken as he headed directly back to the inner city, where he subsequently convened a meeting with the squad leaders. Li Yunpeng sat in the main seat, Facing a group of squad leaders from the guard army, the atmosphere so solemn that it felt as if the very air might solidify. Li Yunpeng spoke up, "Everyone, let's share our thoughts on effective methods to eliminate those two evolved zombies." The crowd fell silent, momentarily at a loss for a viable strategy. Though the squad leader was not as dull-witted as an ordinary soldier, his intellect did not reach the level necessary for strategic discourse. Li Yunpeng, in a state of helpless contemplation, suddenly struck his thigh and inquired, "How many detonators did we bring back from the granary last time?" Li Qi responded, "There are still 10 boxes remaining." Li Yunpeng's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he declared, "Let us disassemble the detonator and create an explosive device capable of demolishing tanks. I refuse to believe that its body is tougher than steel." Understood. With a solution at hand, Li Yunpeng felt a significant weight lifted from his mind. He summoned the fallen soldiers back, replenished his ammunition, and despite the losses incurred, his points remained largely unchanged. Li Yunpeng, burdened by the loss of his troops, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Yet, unlike before, the sacrifice of a single soldier no longer kept him awake at night. Perhaps this change stemmed from his exposure to the cycles of life and death, having grown accustomed to farewells. The apocalypse compelled every individual to mature, and Li Yunpeng was no exception. The following morning, the soldiers were replenished to pre-battle strength, with the explosives meticulously prepared. In a precautionary measure, 2 additional packages were crafted, each containing a substantial 20 kilograms of explosives. Observing the setup with satisfaction, Li Yunpeng muttered fiercely, "I refuse to believe that I cannot obliterate you." As the team regrouped, the logistics personnel accompanying them exhibited a newfound resolve, their eyes reflecting a fearless acceptance of death. Having witnessed the formidable power of the level 1 zombies, they understood that the guards of the base were not invincible and could face defeat. Yet, no one faltered. Their only refuge lay within the base. With nowhere else to retreat, they were compelled to eliminate all threats to the safety of their stronghold, lest they face the dire consequences of ruin and annihilation. The crowd gathered to bid farewell had shed their previous lightheartedness, their expressions now grave as they watched the guards march past, silently witnessing the departure of the team that ventured forth to fight for the survival of their base. This time, Li Yunpeng commanded the unit to halt a kilometer from the granary, selecting a narrow terrain to bury 2 explosive packages in the middle of the road, leaving 2 soldiers ready to pull the trigger. Upon approaching the granary once more, Li Yunpeng was dismayed to discover that the half-destroyed horde of zombies had inexplicably reassembled to a staggering count of 2,000. Where on earth did they come from? He mused, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. It became apparent that each level 1 evolved zombie could indeed command 1,000 ordinary zombies. As long as the evolved zombies remained alive, they would continuously attract the surrounding hordes. A larger horde, composed of agile and brutish zombies, surrounded the granary, relentlessly battering the massive iron gates of the entrance. "Today marks your ascension," Li Yunpeng seethed at the 2 evolved zombies, then commanded, "Send out a squad to lure them towards us." Immediately, a team of soldiers sped away in their vehicle, the roar of the engine and the deliberate gunfire creating a cacophony that stirred the zombie horde once more. Li Yunpeng observed through his binoculars. Although the level 1 evolved zombies possess a modicum of intelligence, they are merely driven by primal survival instincts and remain oblivious to concepts such as temptation or traps. The vehicle responsible for luring the zombies maintained a safe distance from the horde, while the level 1 strength type evolved zombie, towering at 3 meters, stood out conspicuously among the throng of undead. Li Yunpeng cast a glance at the imposing figure positioned almost at the center of the road, precisely in the path of the explosive device. He then retreated to the defensive position with his soldiers, while 2 demolition experts, clutching the lengthy fuse, stood ready for action. As the decoy vehicle rolled past them towards the rear, only 2 soldiers remained, confronting the overwhelming legion of zombies that filled their entire field of vision. Any ordinary person would surely be paralyzed with fear at such a sight. The relentless tide of the undead exuded an intense sense of dread capable of shattering anyone's resolve. Fortunately, the ordinary soldiers of the Guard Brigade were devoid of emotions, oblivious to the very concept of fear. Li Yunpeng anxiously observed the power-type evolved zombie from a distance. The explosives in the base were dwindling, and failure to eliminate this threat could result in significant complications. Should this abominable creature launch an assault on the base accompanied by zombies, the consequences would be dire. It possessed the terrifying ability to hurl ordinary zombies over 100 meters, capable of casting them into the base from outside the city walls. With just a few dozen zombies thrown inside, chaos would ensue among the defenders, leading to irreparable losses. If a few agile-type zombies were to join the fray, it would spell disaster. Before long, the ordinary zombies crossed the detonation point, yet the power-type zombie had yet to reach its target. The two soldiers, undeterred by the imminent threat, maintained their composure. Their orders were clear: to detonate the explosives only once the power-type zombie entered the blast zone. Even as ordinary zombies gnawed at them, they steadfastly held their positions. Fortunately, the front line of zombies halted just 20 meters from the demolitions expert when the power-type zombie finally stepped into the explosive center. Without hesitation, the two soldiers pulled the detonation wires. Boom. At this moment, Li Yunping stood over 500 meters away from the epicenter of the explosion. Yet he could still feel the earth trembling beneath him, the deafening roar resonating in his ears. A massive fireball erupted at the explosion site, flames leaping several dozen meters into the air, while the swirling smoke swiftly engulfed a multitude of zombies, rendering the interior scene invisible from the outside. Two demolition experts, having detonated the explosives, turned and fled, their footsteps unsteady as they hurried towards the defensive position, with the pursuing zombies being swiftly dispatched by the soldiers stationed there. Upon reaching the front lines, both men were visibly injured, blood streaming from their ears and noses, clearly a result of the shockwave from the explosion. Li Yunpeng was astonished by the power of the explosion, pondering that if such a blast could not annihilate them, then there would be no need to continue fighting. Indeed, as the smoke dissipated, only the bewildered ordinary zombies remained, with no sign of the formidable mutated ones. Meanwhile, Li Yunpeng's points panel surged by over 200,000. A feat far beyond what common zombies could yield, it was undoubtedly the result of eliminating two evolved zombies, further corroborated by the disarray of the zombie horde following the loss of their leader. Li Yunpeng immediately felt a sense of relief, as before him stood only the harmless and ordinary zombies. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the granary seized the opportunity to charge forth. And amidst the intertwined metallic storm of hundreds of rifles, the zombies were swiftly eliminated. Li Yunpeng commanded his soldiers to venture to the explosion site in search of the crystal embedded within the cranium of a level 1 zombie. The massive head of a strength-type zombie was swiftly located, and the soldiers deftly shattered it, extracting the pale blue crystal to present it to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng carefully tucked the precious items that could enhance his strength into his embrace. The agile zombies, outwardly resembling ordinary ones, had proven elusive, and after a prolonged search, he was overjoyed to discover 2 evolution crystals, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. The recent battle had resulted in minimal casualties, with only 2 soldiers injured from the explosion, while their points had surged by over 300,000. Additionally, the 2 pale blue evolution crystals marked a resounding victory. In the aftermath, the logistics support team meticulously cleared the battlefield. After 2 to 3 months of rigorous training, the team members now handled the zombie corpses as casually as they would burlap sacks, often sharing laughter amidst their grim task. Wang Er, are you really so picky that you can't even lift a corpse without complaining? Have you been starved for female company too long? They jested, laughter ringing out. Wang Er, undeterred, retorted, well, at least I'm not lifting an old lady. You should feel ashamed to mock me. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers noted the true nature of the corpse, its face darkened by the ravages of war, leading to a moment of collective embarrassment. The group energetically gathered the remains into a heap before setting them ablaze. Li Yunpeng was uneasy about leaving the grain exposed outside. Yet the base lacked the capacity to store such a large quantity. After assigning soldiers to guard the grain store, he led his team back to the base. Unlike the previous occasion, advance forces had returned, bearing news of their triumph. Upon learning that the formidable enemy had been vanquished, the relieved populace flooded the streets in jubilant celebration, eagerly straining to catch a glimpse of their commanding officer's triumphant return. Li Yunpeng, shedding the heavy demeanor he had previously displayed, leaned halfway out of the sunroof of the SUV, frequently smiling and waving to greet the onlookers on either side. The vehicle swiftly approached the inner city gate, and Li Yunpeng inwardly chastised the driver for the excessive speed in such circumstances. A slower pace would have allowed him to fully relish the admiration of the crowd. Nevertheless, he bore no ill will towards the driver. Clutching 2 evolution crystals, Li Yunpeng alighted from the car and hurried towards the base. Upon entering, he instructed the guards to prevent any disturbances, then carefully retrieved the 2 pale blue crystals. Identical to those he had received from Chao Jia, he cleaned them meticulously, seated himself, and gently placed the crystals into his mouth. drawing upon his prior experience. He felt no trepidation this time, only anticipation. As before, the crystals dissolved upon contact, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy from within his stomach. Ah! Li Yunping let out a pained cry as an intensity of burning sensation, several times stronger than before, surged through him, akin to being engulfed in raging flames, nearly causing him to faint. He collapsed from his chair onto the floor, writhing in agony as if his very soul trembled. Damn it! Li Yunpeng felt a pang of regret, berating himself for his foolishness. Why did he insist on consuming both at once? Yet, lamenting now served no purpose. His entire being was flushed crimson, drenched in perspiration, while wisps of heat escaped from his elevated body temperature. The facility's soundproofing was exceptional. Those outside remained oblivious to the commotion within. Li Yunping's veins bulged as he clenched his fists tightly, kneeling and curling into a ball, gritting his teeth in a desperate struggle. The sensation of burning was soon replaced by a pain akin to torn muscles, as if each fiber of his being were being ripped apart, only to grow anew in isolation. The agony of tearing was intertwined with a fresh, tingling discomfort, pushing Li Yunpeng to the brink of despair. His nails dug deep into his flesh, and his hands were drenched in blood. His teeth chattered violently against one another, his eyes bloodshot like a ferocious beast thirsting for blood. At last, the overwhelming pain caused his vision to fade to black, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he felt a sticky discomfort enveloping him. As he reached out to touch himself, the foul, dark grease nearly sent him spiraling back into unconsciousness. Struggling to the bathroom, he washed himself clean. Afterward, lying in bed, he did not feel the surge of strength he had experienced previously. He remained weak and fatigued. Disappointment crept into his heart. After enduring such torment, he had gained no power. Yet, his heavy eyelids betrayed him, and he quickly succumbed to sleep. When he awoke the following morning, a sense of ease washed over him. With a single hand, he pushed himself up and leaped from the bed, astonished to find that his effortless jump had carried him an astonishing 3 meters. Wow! With his lackluster performance in language arts during his youth, Li Yunping could only articulate his exhilaration with those 2 words. Li Yunping swiftly seized a stool, attempting to wield it with fervor. The hefty wooden seat surprisingly felt as light as a feather in his grasp. It sliced through the air with an incessant whooshing sound. Standing before the mirror, he beheld his body, a tapestry of sinewy muscles, with 8 prominent abdominal segments and a physique that exuded both strength and agility. With every movement, the muscles visibly undulated, radiating an explosive power. He sensed that his current physical condition could rival that of the world's elite athletes. Li Yunpeng exited the base with a buoyant spirit, taking a moment to acclimate to his significantly enhanced physique in the courtyard. Clad in a fitted uniform, he made his way towards the logistics department. Wan Shiyan was deeply engrossed at her desk, meticulously organizing the data of the recent survivors who had joined the base. Suddenly, she sensed the sunlight at the entrance being obscured, and upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a man of extraordinary physique standing before her. "Is that you, Commander?" she inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The disparity in both stature and appearance from Li Yunpeng was evident. His facial contours were more sharply defined, and his eyes held a depth akin to a vast galaxy, captivating her entirely with a single glance. Her heart raced, and a blush crept upon her cheeks. "Of course it is me. Who else could it possibly be?" Li Yunping replied with a hint of playful amusement. As he drew nearer, Wan Shiyan confirmed that this was indeed the commander, but she couldn't help but wonder how he had transformed into such a striking figure. Li Yunping stood before her, and Wang Shiyan could sense the subtle masculinity emanating from him, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Li Yunpeng gazed at her bashful demeanor, finding her increasingly enchanting. Deliberately lingering without taking his leave, Wang Shiyan lowered her head, her hands entwined nervously tugging at the hem of her garment, occasionally stealing glances at Li Yunpeng before hastily averting her gaze once more. Just as the two exchanged lingering looks, suddenly, a dark figure lunged fiercely from behind Li Yunpeng. Wang Shiyan caught sight of it just in time, her eyes widening in terror as she rushed forward to push Li Yunpeng aside. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed through the air. Li Yunpeng noticed her complexion suddenly change as she pushed him away. Before he could react, he witnessed a masked assailant stab a knife into Wang Shiyan's abdomen. His eyes widened in fury as he forcefully pried the assailant's grip from the weapon, then delivered a powerful kick that sent the attacker soaring through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. "Call for help," he bellowed, with hurried footsteps. The surrounding soldiers and personnel from the administrative district converged. He intended to assassinate him, restrain him. Having uttered those words, Li Yunping scooped Wan Shiyan into his arms and sprinted towards the hospital. The framework of the hospital had been erected, yet the interior remained unfinished. Xia Mengdai, Xia Mengdai, come out quickly. Li Yunpeng began to bellow from a distance, his voice resonating like distant thunder throughout the hospital. Xia Mengdai was engrossed in examining renovation blueprints when she suddenly heard Li Yunpeng's call. She hastily set aside the blueprints and rushed outside. There she beheld him, carrying Wang Shiyan, who was covered in blood, as he approached swiftly. Without pausing to marvel at the transformation in Li Yunpeng, she exclaimed urgently, "Quick! Take her to my office. There is an operating table there." Li Yunpeng followed her guidance and arrived at the office, gently placing Wang Shiyan on the operating table. "Everyone, please step outside. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, prepare for the surgery." Xia Mengdai began ushering people out. Li Yunpeng grasped her arm, his voice laced with menace. "You must save her at any cost." It was the first time Xia Mengdai had witnessed such a transformation in Li Yunpeng, his presence radiating an intimidating aura that left her momentarily stunned. The frantic activity of two assistants jolted her back to reality. She forcefully pushed Li Yunpeng aside and declared, "I am far more skilled at saving lives than you." As the office door slammed shut with a resounding thud, it seemed to sever all sounds from the outside world. Li Yunpeng leaned against the wall, a sense of helplessness washing over him as he silently prayed, "Wang Shiyan, you must not come to harm." Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, striding away with a fierce expression. "I intend to find out who dares to play with fire." Upon his return to the logistics department, he discovered that the assassin had been securely bound. After an attempt on the commander's life, how could the others show any mercy? If there were not some utility left in him, he would likely have been beaten to death by the furious crowd. Li Yunpeng gazed at the battered man, whose face was bruised and covered in footprints, and inquired, "Speak, what prompted the attempt on my life?" The man trembled uncontrollably, resembling a leaf in a tempest, and lamented, "My lord, I too am a victim of circumstance." "Humph." Li Yunpeng scoffed, his expression dark and brooding, as if shadows themselves could weep. "Pray, elucidate how you find yourself in such dire straits." The man glanced around, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Li Yunpeng declared, "All irrelevant individuals, step back. Guards, secure the entrance." Once the room was left with only Li Yunpeng and the assassin, he spoke slowly, "My lord, I am but a refugee from the kingdom of Wuyo. Last week, Huang Long suddenly took my wife and child captive, demanding that I infiltrate here to assassinate you. Should I fail to comply, my son would face unspeakable torment, and my wife would be given to the Wuyo army." Huang Long, the kingdom of Wuyo? That name rings a bell, yet I have never crossed paths with him. Could there be a connection to Huang Hu? Li Yunpeng inquired. The assassin paused, then replied, "Huang Long is the emperor of the kingdom of Wuyo. As for the reason behind the assassination order, I am in the dark. Such matters would not be divulged to someone of my humble standing." "Huh, an emperor? How utterly shameless, gathering a few followers to declare himself king." Li Yunpeng scoffed. The assassin hesitated before continuing, "My lord, do not underestimate Huang Long. He is no minor figure. His forces number over 20,000, with 5,000 soldiers in the Wuyo army, reigning terror over Wuxian and having repelled several waves of the undead." Upon hearing the mention of the population, Li Yunpeng's interest was piqued. A population exceeding 20,000? His own development, though commendable, had only reached a little over 6,000. "Since you show no mercy, do not expect me to be just," he declared. "Bring him forth and execute him." With a single command from Li Yunpeng, the soldiers stationed at the entrance seized the assassin and began to drag him away. "My lord, spare my life. I have a wife and children. My son is merely 5 years old. How will he survive without me?" The assassin wailed in despair. Sensing the abrupt change in Li Yunpeng's demeanor, Li Yunpeng chose to disregard the situation. If one dared to attempt assassination, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Shortly thereafter, the sound of gunfire echoed from outside, as the assassin met their demise in the desolate wilderness beyond the city. However, eliminating the assassin could not extinguish the resentment that simmered within Li Yunpeng's heart. "Wuyo nation, I shall reduce you to a headless state." He seethed. "Li Qi, assemble a small unit of soldiers and infiltrate Wuyo nation disguised. Uncover the true identity of that scoundrel, Huang Long. Seek out Zhang Tao and have him prepare a set of covert surveillance equipment. I want the internal circumstances recorded." "Understood," Li Qi responded, turning to gather the personnel and resources necessary for their mission to Wuyo nation. Li Yunpeng's countenance turned ashen. He had not anticipated that someone would strike against him so swiftly. If the attack were overt, he would naturally remain unafraid. But the insidious nature of such actions was irksome. The most direct method to eliminate this peril was to uproot the enemy's influence entirely. Li Qi fulfilled her mission without fail, returning to the base 3 days later. Moreover, she left 2 soldiers from the guard stationed as undercover operatives in the kingdom of Wuyo. At that moment, the system suddenly announced, Li Qi, having successfully completed the significant task assigned by the commander, has accumulated experience points reaching the standard of a squad leader. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Li Yunping was taken aback. It turned out that not only did one gain experience from slaying zombies, but soldiers could also acquire experience through completing missions. He promptly declared, Level up. System, congratulations to Li Qi on his promotion to Level 2 Squad Leader, now capable of commanding 10 team leaders, with a significant enhancement in all military capabilities. To be able to command 10 squads meant an army of 300 soldiers. Henceforth, for simpler tasks, he need not personally engage, but could entrust Li Qi to lead the teams in his stead. The acquisition of such a commanding officer brought joy to Li Yunping's heart. However, his expression darkened when he opened the footage of Li Qi in the Land of No Worries. The Land of No Worries was situated in the outskirts of Wuxing County, within a dense forested gorge on Yangang Mountain, primarily gathering survivors who had escaped from the county and surrounding towns. It proclaimed to the outside world that residing here would free one from worry, and the uninformed spread the word, granting it considerable influence in the vicinity, amassing over 20,000 survivors in a remarkably short time. The video depicted Li Qi and others clad in tattered robes, standing before the gates of the Land of No Worries. This location was a gorge encircled on 3 sides by steep cliffs, with only a narrow passage leading to the outside world, merely a few dozen meters wide, resembling a kettle's mouth. The expansive terrain within the gorge served as an excellent refuge. No wonder they could survive and thrive in the apocalypse. They had secured such a prime location. In the broad gorge stood a towering wall constructed of brick and concrete, approximately 5 meters high, topped with barbed wire. A heavy iron gate was firmly shut, with a small door on the right side for personnel entry and exit. Li Yunping grew increasingly familiar with the surroundings. After the gatekeeper thoroughly inspected Li Qi from head to toe before allowing entry, he realized that this resembled a prison. He felt a twinge of envy towards Huang Long's serendipitous fortune. Here he was, laboriously acquiring a system to establish such a base, only to find himself besieged on all sides, with only the riverside offering a semblance of safety. Meanwhile, that rascal had started with an already constructed city. However, the scene within was far from the grandeur suggested by rumors. The city of Wuyo was overcrowded, with most inhabitants gaunt and frail. Makeshift tents were haphazardly erected in disarray, creating a suffocating atmosphere, and the sanitary conditions were appalling. One could almost detect the stench through the screen. Occasionally, soldiers wielding homemade firearms could be seen herding ordinary people towards the city's outskirts, while others escorted survivors returning from outside with supplies. Is this truly what they call Wuyo Nation? Living here, one would be more concerned about how to secure their next meal, Li Yunping scoffed. Li Qi and her companions entered the city, only to be escorted to the military. To join the Wuyo army, one must present a token of loyalty, which entails bringing back at least 2 civilians from outside. However, as Li Qi and her group were on a mission, joining was not an option. After enduring threats and temptations to no avail, they were thrust into the civilian resource search team. It was then that the display screen revealed Li Qi engaging in conversation with a myriad of individuals. On the 3rd day, as the soldiers escorted Li Qi's group towards the outskirts of Wuyo City, they made their way directly out of the canyon and towards the county town. Seizing an opportunity along the way, Li Qi and her companions managed to escape. The video captured only images, devoid of sound, prompting Li Yunping to remark, "Please elaborate on the specifics." Li Qi stood upright and then began to narrate. Upon venturing into the civilian district, I discovered that although the name of the Wuyo Kingdom sounds pleasant from the outside, entering it marks the onset of a nightmare. Those who enter the Wuyo Kingdom, unless they have joined the Wuyo army, are relegated to designated areas for communal living, with each area managed by a contingent of the Wuyo army. Each week, the Wuyo army escorts the civilians from these areas to the outskirts of the county town in search of supplies, often sending out 10 individuals. Yet only 5 or 6 return. Even when a substantial amount of supplies is procured, the civilians are only permitted to consume 2 bowls of thin porridge daily, which, though termed food, contains scarcely a few grains of rice in each bowl. All collected provisions are appropriated by the Wuyo army, leaving not a single morsel for the civilians. Additionally, any woman who possesses even a modicum of beauty is forcibly taken into the palace under various pretexts, either to serve as a concubine or to be kept by the military for their desires. Upon hearing this, Li Yunpeng did not feel anger. After all, in this fragmented world, each individual is preoccupied with their own existence, lacking the capacity for compassion, let alone the ability to transform into a benevolent figure. However, the prospect of over 20,000 inhabitants was an irresistible temptation for him. To elevate his base to level 2, he needed to govern a population of 50,000, a goal he was far from achieving. Should he acquire the 2,000 souls from the worry-free nation, he could significantly expedite his advancement towards that upgrade. Li Yunpeng became intrigued at this point and inquired, "What is the condition of their weaponry? How have they managed to procure such an extensive arsenal of firearms?" Li Qi replied, "I heard from someone inside that the prison originally housed numerous inmates, among whom several had smuggled in firearms. They even brought in a skilled mechanical designer from the outside. Furthermore, the prison operates its own labor factory, one of which specializes in processing steel pipes. Hence, they are capable of fabricating makeshift firearms. However, I have been informed that ammunition is scarce, with each soldier typically carrying only 10 rounds. It seems the overall stock must be quite limited." Li Yunpeng was at a loss for words. This Huang Long seemed to embody the protagonist of a story, with all the favorable circumstances aligned perfectly. Although the adversary wielded homemade firearms and possessed limited ammunition, the 5,000-strong Wuyo army boasted an impressive arsenal of 50,000 rounds, excluding reserves, warranting caution. "Damn it, the bullets I sold to Chao Jie cannot possibly be resold to Huang Long, can they?" Li Yunpeng could not help but speculate that he could no longer afford to sell ammunition carelessly. If the bullets he sold were to eventually be turned against him, it would indeed be a most absurd predicament. The opposing forces were formidable. Although he was unperturbed by a direct confrontation, he was reluctant to incur a heavy toll as a consequence. This matter required careful deliberation. Ever since the last annihilation of the zombie horde at the grain depot, Li Yunpeng's points had surged to 600,000. He summoned an additional 300 soldiers, thereby augmenting his total force to 800, while the remaining 300,000 points were allocated for ammunition. It seemed imperative to devise a method for self-manufacturing bullets, for the rate at which he earned points was outpaced by their consumption. In battles that were slightly unfavorable, he could only break even, and it was only in prosperous engagements that he could accumulate points. These were considerations for the future. For now, he needed to prepare adequately. Since the Huang Long had dispatched assassins to eliminate him, it was either due to a desire for something in his possession or an underlying vendetta. If it were indeed a vendetta, it was likely connected to Huang Hu, as the names Huang Long and Huang Hu suggested a fraternal bond. Li Yunpeng assigned Li Qi to guard the granary, and the construction of the surrounding walls could only occur within the confines of the base. Thus, he instructed the labor camp to accompany Li Qi in erecting the granary's fortifications. Huang Long was certainly aware of the granary's significance. The allure of thousands of tons of grain was undeniable. With Li Qi stationed at the granary alongside 300 valiant soldiers, the security was effectively assured. The road leading to the granary had been completed, and the military factory, now upgraded to level 1, could exchange gasoline at a remarkably low price. Consequently, the transportation to and from the granary was primarily conducted by vehicle, significantly enhancing efficiency. Should any trouble arise at the granary, prompt support could be dispatched. Just as the plan was being finalized, a soldier reported that someone from the Fire Phoenix team was seeking help. The leader of the Fire Phoenix, Hua Feng, was trapped atop a mountain and urgently required assistance. "Bring the woman in," Li Yunpeng commanded. The soldier turned to leave, and shortly thereafter, a frantic woman hastily approached. Upon seeing her, Li Yunpeng recognized her as a member of the Fire Phoenix team and inquired, "What has transpired?" The woman, in a state of distress, explained, "Earlier, our Fire Phoenix team planted some crops on the mountain. Today, while conducting a patrol, we encountered a group of armed individuals who insisted we join their so-called Wuyo nation. Our team leader refused, and they subsequently surrounded us at the mountaintop. It was only due to our leader's diversion that I managed to escape. I implore you to save us." Li Yunpeng was acutely aware of the hillside where Hua Feng and her companions cultivated their crops, situated not far from their base. The influence of Wuyo Nation had encroached alarmingly close, which was simply intolerable. Li Bai. Present. Gather 3 squats. We shall confront the people of Wuyuan Nation and make it abundantly clear to these fools what it truly means to provoke a tiger's den. Understood. In a matter of minutes, Li Yunping, accompanied by a fully equipped force of nearly 100 soldiers, set off in vehicles towards the mountain where Hoofinger was trapped. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he observed a group of disheveled men hiding behind trees at mid-slope, shouting towards the summit. The beleaguered Hoofing squad occasionally loosed arrows downwards, deterring the intruders from advancing. Foolish Hoofinger, they are merely deceiving you with their feigned arrows. Once your supplies are exhausted, you will undoubtedly become lambs awaiting slaughter, Li Yunpeng mused silently. Li Yunpeng commanded his soldiers to stealthily ascend the mountain. As they drew near, an unexpected glance from a member of the Wuyou army revealed their presence. Alarmed by the sight of numerous soldiers approaching from below, the Wuyou army, disregarding the peril of arrows raining down from the summit, desperately dashed upward. They understood that the exquisite beauty at the mountain's peak must possess an extraordinary identity. In a post-apocalyptic world, such allure could only be sustained by formidable backing. Their only glimmer of hope resided in her. Upon witnessing the Wuyou army's fervent charge towards the summit, Hoofinger swiftly knocked an arrow and, with precision, felled the foremost soldier. A sense of urgency gripped the Wuyou army, prompting them to retaliate without hesitation. Though their firearms were limited to single shots, the simultaneous discharge of over 50 weapons rendered Hoofing's team hesitant to reveal themselves. Li Yunpeng had not yet reached the mountainside when the Wuyou army had already encircled Hoofinger and her companions. A voice from the summit declared, "You are surrounded. Surrender at once if you wish to live." Li Yunpeng shouted from behind a rock. The response from the mountaintop was swift. "Stop the idle chatter and lay down your weapons, or I will eliminate this woman." Hoofinger interjected fiercely. "Do not concern yourselves with me. Slay them." Her words were abruptly cut off. Li Yunpeng inwardly cursed, deeming the woman reckless and utterly devoid of intellect. He naturally could not believe that the Wuyou army would dare to harm Hoofinger, exclaiming, "Every life is precious. Do you truly believe you can take hers and escape unscathed?" The Wuyou army atop the mountain found themselves at a loss for words, as this was not how such scenarios were portrayed in films. They had failed to adhere to the expected protocols of hostage control. Reflecting on the apocalyptic context where lives were as expendable as grass, they recognized that even the most stunning woman was not a rare commodity, and thus her worth in their grasp was negligible. After a brief consultation among themselves, they called down the mountain, "If we release this woman, you must part ways and allow us to leave." Li Yunpeng felt a surge of amusement and replied, "Stop dreaming. If you surrender willingly, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, I shall confine you here and see who succumbs to hunger first." The anxious man retorted, "I will kill this leading woman right now. Go ahead and do it. Once she is dead, I will launch an immediate attack, and you shall accompany her to the grave. That would be fair to her." The members of the Wuyou army were taken aback. This was certainly not following the expected script. They had no doubt that killing these women would incite the soldiers below to retaliate fiercely. The apocalypse had rendered human relationships starkly simplistic, free from the constraints of etiquette and law, unburdened by moral judgment. In this struggle for survival, every individual deemed their own life as paramount above all else. Ultimately, it was power that dictated everything. The Wuyou army recognized that continuing in this manner was unsustainable. They were unable to seek reinforcements, as the mountaintop was already surrounded, leaving them with no means of escape. Li Yunpeng exhibited remarkable patience. He was reluctant to apply excessive pressure, fearing it might provoke the other party into desperate actions. Thus, they remained in a stalemate for an entire hour. The mountaintop was barren, devoid of even a single tree to provide shade, and the members of the Wuyou army were sweltering in the heat, nearly panting like overheated dogs. "Boss, at this rate, when will this end? In this cursed place? If we stay any longer, we'll surely suffer from heat stroke. What can I do? If we slay this group, we will meet our demise as well." Whether we kill them or not, they refuse to let us go. In stark contrast to the others atop the mountain, Li Yunpeng sat comfortably on a cool boulder halfway down, indulging in wild fruits procured by his soldiers while sipping refreshing water, engaging in leisurely conversation with Li Bai and the others. As the afternoon sun blazed even more fiercely, Li Yunpeng intended to recline on the cool stone for a brief respite when suddenly, a voice echoed from above, "Commander, if we surrender, can you ensure our safety?" Li Yunpeng felt a surge of amusement within him. These individuals were clearly at their wits' end. Grasping his makeshift megaphone, he bellowed, As long as you do not take my life, I shall spare yours." Upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd atop the mountain had no option but to trust his words, for delaying any further might result in dire consequences. They formed a line and, with their rifles raised, began their descent down the mountain. Their senses dulled by the scorching sun, causing them to stagger slightly as they walked. Li Bai led a small team to stand guard with their firearms, ready to eliminate anyone who dared to make even the slightest movement. The members of the Wuyo army were not foolish. Upon witnessing the ominous muzzles of the automatic rifles, they became remarkably compliant. After all, with a single barrage of bullets, how many would still be standing? Li Yunpeng observed coldly as these soldiers of the carefree nation behaved more like ruffians than true warriors. However, since they dared to provoke trouble on their own territory, there was no room for courtesy. A flurry of fists and kicks ensued, driving them from the mountainside down to the base, where the guard force finally subdued and escorted them back. Huofeng'er trailed behind the descending soldiers, her expression somewhat bashful. Initially, she had contemplated ending her life to avoid capture and humiliation. Yet, in her moment of desperation, that towering figure reappeared to assist her in her time of peril. To think that in her effort to avoid burdening Li Yunpeng and to support her sisters through self-reliance, she ultimately found herself reliant on him for protection. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Huofeng'er inclined her head and said, "Thank you." Li Yunpeng chuckled and remarked, "You saved my life, and I shall save yours. We are even now." The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, realizing that only a moment of folly could provoke such a statement at that time. Indeed, Huofeng'er stamped her foot and, with a hint of melancholy, retorted, "Is this truly how you wish to establish an equal footing with me? No, what I meant was, I care not for your intentions. You are utterly insipid." With that, Huofeng'er turned and departed. Li Yunpeng shrugged his shoulders, somewhat at a loss for words. Women can be rather capricious. It would be best to return to the base to deal with the Wuyo army first. In the base's water prison, the members of the Wuyo army stood in water up to their waists, their faces pale from prolonged immersion. Unable to sit, their stamina was rapidly depleting. And after just a few hours, some were beginning to reach their limits. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Li Yuping arrived at the water prison. The leader of the captives, known as Guaer, was of modest height, yet possessed a sturdy build with a hint of roguishness. The water level for the others reached their waists, whereas for him, it ascended to his chest, subjecting him to several times the water pressure endured by his companions, making even the act of breathing a struggle. "Young Gua, what grants you such audacity?" Li Yunpeng inquired. Internally, Guaer cursed vehemently, pondering whether he would survive the night in this wretched place. The discomfort was unbearable. "Commander, it's a misunderstanding," he protested, initially considering leveraging the power of the Wuyo nation to intimidate Li Yunpeng. However, upon observing the array of automatic rifles wielded by the guards, his confidence wavered. Would a man commanding such elite soldiers truly fear the Wuyo nation? "Spare me your nonsense. Are you aware that you have trespassed?" Li Yunpeng reprimanded, glaring at him. "Commander, this may indeed be a misunderstanding. We encountered a horde of zombies and inadvertently found ourselves here," Guaer replied cautiously. "Humph. It seems you were only moved to tears when faced with the coffin. You just dispatched assassins. And now you dare to stir trouble in my territory. Do not dare to claim this is mere coincidence." Li Yunping retorted coldly. In truth, Guaer had not stumbled upon this location by chance. He was sent by Huang Long to gather intelligence. Upon discovering the Huofeng team cultivating the nearby mountains, he succumbed to temptation, thus inviting disaster upon himself. Li Yunping, unable to articulate a coherent response, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? I could summon a horde of zombies and unleash them upon you, just to observe how you manage to find your way back to me. What do you think?" Guaer retorted, "Without a weapon to defend myself, I'd be devoured by those zombies within 2 kilometers. No, thank you. That seems rather exhausting." Li Yunpeng couldn't help but chuckle at his comrade's candidness. "All right then, since you have my best interests at heart, let's consider a simpler approach." A sense of foreboding washed over Guaer. He wondered what this new method could possibly entail. Li Yunpeng did not keep him waiting for long. He drew his pistol and, with a single shot, obliterated the head of Guaer's subordinate, splattering blood and brain matter across the faces of those present, leaving everyone trembling in fear. It must be said, this indeed proved to be a more efficient approach. Commander Gua's method was rather clever. Guaer's lips quivered in terror as he realized that Li Yunpeng was not one to shy away from violence. Furthermore, was that truly my strategy? It was evidently your own ruthless nature at play. Commander! Commander! Please, don't shoot. I'll confess. I'll confess. Is that not sufficient? Li Yunping shifted the muzzle, and with a resounding bang, another life was extinguished. Do you wish to challenge me? However, I am not in the mood to listen. Guaer was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. This was no mere human, but rather a veritable demon. Li Yunpeng, having ruthlessly dispatched 5 individuals, finally ceased his onslaught. The stench in the water dungeon was unbearable, and it was uncertain who had soiled themselves in fear. He stepped back slightly and commanded, "Speak quickly while I am still in a generous mood." Seizing this opportunity, Guaer, no longer daring to hesitate, divulged everything he knew with a rapid-fire delivery. It turned out that they were a team dispatched by the Huanglong to gather intelligence. They were merely following orders and were unaware of much else. Seeing that there was little more to gain, Li Yunping rose to depart, instructing the guards to extract them from the dungeon the following morning and integrate them into the labor camp, contributing to the construction of the base. As he walked, Li Yunping muttered with disdain, "Since you seek death, do not blame me for my mercilessness." He opened the system panel and noted that, aside from the guards at the granary, only 500 soldiers remained in the base. Given the vastness of the facility, it was imperative to retain at least 300 troops for defense. However, with merely 200 soldiers facing the thousands of the untroubled nation, the situation appeared perilously reckless. It seemed prudent to deliberate further, first amassing points to augment his forces before confronting Huanglong. The untroubled nation had already been marked for inevitable destruction by Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng pondered how to catch up with Huanglong, and before he realized it, he had arrived at the hospital entrance. He decided to step inside to check on Wang Shiyan's recovery. After all, she had shielded him from harm. However, before he could reach the ward, he heard a quarrel echoing through the corridor. "I want to see Shiyan. What right do you have to prevent me from entering?" It was the voice of Huafeng'er. "What right?" "Simply that I am the director of this hospital," Xiao Megdai retorted, refusing to yield. Li Yunping approached with a frosty expression, exclaiming, "What is all this noise about?" The 2 women, noticing his displeased demeanor, exchanged glances and fell silent. Li Yunpeng found it rather peculiar. Despite their amiable relationship with Wang Shiyan, they seemed unable to tolerate each other. Could it be that they were simply born adversaries? Li Yunpeng disregarded the 2 individuals, entering the hospital room while the pair continued their quarrel at the doorway. How could Wang Shiyan rest peacefully amidst such discord? Clutching her wound, she attempted to rise from the bed to mediate. "Do not move. Your wound is healing. If it opens up, it will be troublesome. Quickly lie down." Li Yunping commanded in a tone that brooked no refusal. Wang Shiyan's complexion remained pale, yet upon hearing the commander's order, she obediently reclined back onto the bed. I'm fine," she murmured. "Whether you are fine or not is not for you to decide. Dr. Xia, please come in and assess Shiyan's condition," Li Yunpeng instructed. Xiao Mengdai let out a derisive snort at Huafeng'er before turning to enter the room. "Rest assured, Commander. Shiyan is no longer in critical condition. With half a month of rest, the stitches can be removed." "Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. I do not wish to see a recurrence of the previous situation." "Understood." Huafeng'er lingered at the door for a moment, hesitantly stepping inside, casting a timid glance at Li Yunpeng. She whispered, "Shiyan, are you all right?" Wang Shiyan offered a faint smile. "I am fine. Thank you for your concern." Seeing her reassurance, Huafeng'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. With one feeling troubled and the other apprehensive, she hesitated briefly before turning to leave. However, she did not venture beyond the confines of the base, for tensions were currently flaring between the base and the Wuyo nation. One could never be certain if the Wuyo troops would reappear in the vicinity, so she opted to remain within the base. After Huafeng'er departed, Li Yunpeng once again earnestly instructed Xiao Mengdai to take good care of Wang Shiyan before finally exiting the room. Wang Shiyan gazed at his vanishing silhouette, lost in thought for an extended period. "Shiyan? Shiyan?" Xiao Mengdai gently called. Hee. It seems your soul has been snatched away by the commander." Wang Shiyan's pallid face flushed with a hint of color. "No, I was just pondering other matters." Xiao Mengdai chose not to press further, merely stifling a giggle behind her hand. Wang Shiyan, feeling a surge of embarrassment, remarked, "Such an outstanding man as the commander. I wonder what kind of girl would be worthy of him." Xiao Mengdai shot her a sidelong glance. "If you deem yourself unworthy, what other women in this world could possibly be deemed worthy? I am not as remarkable as you suggest." After leaving the hospital, Li Yunping made his way towards the inner city. As he passed by the logistics department, he noticed Lu Zide busily engaged in some task. Detsi? Lu Zide set down his work and wiped the sweat from his brow. Pingge, what brings you here? Nothing much. I was just passing by. What are you busy with? Oh, the supplies are rather disorganized, so I'm just tidying things up. Indeed, the logistics department must be quite demanding. Would you like me to transfer you to the administrative department? No need, Pingge. I feel secure doing this work. It allows me to oversee the supplies and prevent waste, which is quite satisfactory. Li Yunpeng was somewhat taken aback. Who wouldn't yearn for a position in the administrative department? It not only wields considerable power, but also boasts a prestigious status with an immeasurable future ahead. Yet, Lu Zide surprisingly declined, seemingly reluctant to invite trouble upon himself. Very well, let us share a drink sometime. Lu Zide flashed a grin. If you put it that way, I shall hold you to it. Don't deny it when the time comes. Come on, I am the commander of a base. How could I possibly be short of your meager offerings? That may be true, but before the apocalypse, you promised to treat me to a meal, and I waited a whole year without seeing it come to fruition. Li Yunpeng. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he retreated to the inner city to rest. No sooner had he reclined than, suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside. Li Yunpeng was taken aback. With no time for contemplation, he hastily seized his clothes and rushed out the door. What is happening? He inquired of Li Bai, who was hastily approaching. Li Bai hurriedly approached and reported, numerous clusters of corpses have been discovered in the vicinity of the base. Advancing from various directions, Li Yunpeng observed that the horde of corpses near the base had been largely cleared. If any stragglers were to wander in, they would amount to no more than 1 or 2 groups. What was happening in all directions? There was no time for further inquiry. Li Yunpeng hurriedly ascended the watchtower. As he gazed into the distance, he noted that, aside from the riverside, 6 packs of zombies were meandering towards the base from various other directions. The disorganized formation suggested that no first-level evolved zombies were leading them. Yet, the question remained, why were these 6 zombie hordes converging towards the base without any apparent coordination? The scene was exceedingly bizarre. Although the zombies had not yet detected the base, their paths were unmistakably directed toward it. It was merely a matter of time before they did. Prepare for battle. With a commanding voice, Li Yunpeng issued the order, regardless of the reasons. The foremost task was to withstand the onslaught of the zombie horde. The guards sprang into action at once. Aside from the 300 personnel stationed to protect the granary, there remained 500 soldiers within the base. Civilians were also mobilized simultaneously, as crates of ammunition, grenades, and various combat supplies were transported to the city walls. The entire base functioned like a well-oiled machine, moving with remarkable efficiency. Though the atmosphere was grave, there was no sign of panic, having faced similar situations before. They held a steadfast belief that under the commander's leadership, they could surely turn peril into safety. Li Yunpeng meticulously observed the movements of the zombies, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming the absence of any evolved variants. Although the number of ordinary zombies was considerable, the base provided a solid foundation, ensuring that no significant issues would arise. The horde of zombies advanced steadily, akin to a dark cloud looming over the city, while the guards stood resolute at the front lines. Exuding an air of menace, and an atmosphere of tension permeated among the civilians. Li Yunpeng leapt from the lookout tower, making his way to the outer wall. Detsi. What brings you here? Lu Zide, wielding a kitchen knife, squatted beside a soldier, bracing himself for any eventuality. Brother Pong, I have come to help you defend the city. Get lost. What can you do with a kitchen knife? If one of them jumps up here, it could cost you your life. Li Yunpeng exclaimed. His words harsh, yet his heart stirred with gratitude. In times of crisis, Lu Zide, despite his frail stature, had never flinched from danger. Ultimately, Li Yunpeng's scolding compelled Lu Zide to retreat, leaving him no choice but to assist with the transport of ammunition. Li Yunpeng's gaze once again fell upon the horde of corpses. The army of zombies was now alarmingly close, and the great battle was on the verge of erupting. Li Yunpeng had long arranged the tasks for each team, with 2 or 3 squads assigned to defend a single direction. When the first zombie spotted the base and charged towards it, the battle officially commenced. The first zombie to discover the base was struck down by a bullet that penetrated its skull, causing fragments of bone to erupt and dark blood to spatter, before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The sound of the gunshot served as a harbinger of the impending conflict, jolting the scattered horde into a frenzy as they surged towards the base. Meanwhile, flames erupted along the walls of the fortress as the guards unleashed a torrent of firepower. While the civilians, providing logistical support, systematically supplied ammunition. Unbeknownst to him, Horfonger had also scaled the walls and approached Li Yunpeng, declaring, "I am here to assist you." Li Yunpeng was left speechless, pondering. The number of warm-hearted individuals is astonishing, almost unbelievable in this apocalyptic world. However, since she offered her assistance with good intentions, Li Yunpeng did not decline. After all, Horfonger's impeccable archery skills could indeed prove beneficial in combat. Li Yunpeng nodded slightly, then raised his rifle to eliminate the scattered remnants that had evaded capture. Since undergoing 2 transformations, both his strength and reflexes had significantly improved. His marksmanship had become remarkably steady, rivaling that of the guardsmen. As Li Yunpeng dispatched more than a dozen zombies, Horfonger, without having released a single arrow, could not contain her frustration and exclaimed, "Could you possibly refrain from eliminating them so swiftly? Spare a few for me, would you?" Li Yunpeng experienced a slight toothache, but he remained unfazed as he accompanied his companion in a game. Was the implication that he was stealing her kills? Paying no heed to the peculiar logic of this woman, Li Yunpeng continued to shoot at his own pace. Although there were 4,000 to 5,000 zombies, such numbers posed no threat to the base in the absence of a level 1 zombie leader. Thus, while everyone remained cautious, they found the situation quite manageable. Seeing that the zombies were out of her range, Horfonger simply slung her recurve bow over her shoulder and began directing from beside Li Yunpeng. "Target that one. That one. Clearly a scoundrel. Over there, the one without any clothes. Quick, shoot her. Oh, please, don't shoot that little child." Li Yunpeng found himself bewildered by her erratic commands, causing his marksmanship to falter. "Captain Hua, if you have nothing pressing, perhaps you could spend some time with Shiyan. I noticed that Mingdai and she seemed to be enjoying a delightful conversation," he suggested. Horfonger, bearing an exquisitely arched bow that mirrored her own graceful figure, tilted her head thoughtfully and remarked, "If there are monsters to contend with, I shall first relinquish Shiyan to that fellow surnamed Xia." Li Yunpeng resolved to cease communication with her, as this young woman possessed a mind as swift as her arrows. Observing Li Yunpeng's disregard for her commands, Horfonger gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and tugged at his shirt, feigning a pitiful demeanor while swaying slightly. "Brother Peng, could you please let me play with your gun?" The sound, accompanied by the somewhat ambiguous phrase, nearly caused Li Yunpeng to tumble from the city wall. He vividly recalled how Horfonger had dealt with Huang Hu, and an unsettling chill crept between his legs. However, upon noticing her unwavering gaze fixated on the rifle in his hands, he realized his own impure thoughts. Indeed, she sought to play with the genuine firearm. Li Yunpeng couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. He glanced at the smooth progress of the battle, noting that there were hardly any remnants left. Deciding to act on impulse, he handed the gun to her. Horfonger received the weapon and, in her excitement, danced around exuberantly. Li Yunpeng was drenched in cold sweat. If things went awry, he had no inkling of which unfortunate soul might meet their demise. He hastily instructed her on the art of marksmanship. As Horfonger firmly clasped the rifle stock against her waist, her legs slightly bent, resembling a veritable Sylvester Stallone. Li Yunpeng felt a buzzing in his head. "Can you focus on your studies? If this bullet strikes, it will surely shatter your wrist. I swear I will take your surname." Fire Phoenix felt a wave of grievance wash over her. "But I've never handled a gun before." Li Yunpeng softened his tone and briefly explained the essentials of shooting before guiding her on how to fire. However, after an entire magazine was spent, Horfonger failed to hit even a single zombie, with the bullets seemingly lost to the ether. Li Yunpeng seized the gun and remarked, "You might as well stick to using arrows. Firearms are clearly not your forte." Horfonger responded with silence. The battle unfolded precisely as Li Yunpeng had anticipated. With ample preparation, not a single zombie managed to breach the walls, all falling at a distance exceeding 100 meters from the base. The gunfire soon dwindled, as this inexplicable horde of zombies was swiftly annihilated by the guard forces. Aside from awarding Li Yunpeng an additional 300,000 points, there was no other cost incurred. Concurrently, the system's voice announced, "Li Yi and Li Air have met the conditions for promotion to level 2 squad leaders. Would you like to proceed with the promotion?" Li Yunpeng decisively agreed, a moment of double delight. The 2 soldiers who had first followed him had now attained the rank of second lieutenant. With his accrued points, Li Yunpeng promptly summoned soldiers, expending 200,000 points to elevate the number of troops to the current level cap of 1,000. Although Huanglong boasted an elite force of 5,000, to Li Yunpeng, they were no more than a rabble. Upon reaching the 1,000 troop strength, Li Yunpeng allocated 300 soldiers into 10 squads for both Li Yi and Li Air, reserving the remaining 100 for the daily defense of the base, tasked with the watchtower, the main gate, and the inner city guard. After the battle concluded, Li Yunpeng dispatched Li Yi to venture outside the city to investigate the cause of the recent zombie surge, which had attacked from 6 directions. He could hardly believe it was merely a coincidence. However, after a meticulous search within a few kilometers, Li Yi found no signs of any anomalies. Li Yunpeng had no choice but to acquiesce. Regardless of the malevolent forces at play, the day would inevitably come when they would reveal themselves. As the battle drew to a close, he assigned Li Yi and Li Er to oversee the watch duties and descended from the outer walls, making his way towards the base. In the aftermath of the conflict, the residents of the community seemed unperturbed, resuming their daily activities as if nothing had transpired. Upon seeing Li Yunpeng pass by, they respectfully stepped aside, their gazes filled with reverence. For the esteemed commander had once again led the people in repelling the encroaching horde of the undead. Li Yunpeng occasionally nodded in acknowledgement. The residences lining both sides of the road leading to the main gate were meticulously planned. Upon passing through the entrance to the administrative district, a sense of desolation enveloped the surroundings. Apart from the personnel on duty, the area was patrolled solely by soldiers. He initially intended to traverse the administrative district to return to the base, but upon noticing the lights still illuminated at the hospital, he decided to check on Wang Shiyan's condition. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Shiyan, with a look of concern, inquired, "Are you all right? I heard a multitude of gunshots." Li Yunpeng smiled faintly and remarked, "It's nothing. I have no idea where that horde of zombies came from, but they have been annihilated." "Oh, that's a relief," Wang Shiyan sighed, her earlier panic gradually subsiding. At that moment, Huofeng'er and Xia Mengdai approached, bickering as they made their way over. Li Yunpeng felt a slight headache, perplexed by the animosity between Huofeng'er and Xia Mengdai. Their encounters were fraught with sharp retorts, despite their prior unfamiliarity. It seemed they must have harbored a deep-seated grudge from a previous life. "Silence," he exclaimed. "I have made it clear that no quarrels are permitted in Shiyan's ward." The abruptness of his command rendered the atmosphere tense. Yet, it was Wang Shiyan who gently tugged at Li Yunpeng's sleeve and whispered, "It's all right, Brother Peng. In fact, their presence alleviates my boredom." Li Yunpeng cast a glance at Wang Shiyan, somewhat taken aback. However, he quickly reconciled this with himself, realizing that he too longed for playful camaraderie among friends. Yet, given his current status and position, such moments of levity seemed all but unattainable. He shook his head and, filled with a sense of desolation, exited the hospital room. Huofeng'er and Xia Mengdai ceased their quarrel and approached Wang Shiyan with genuine concern. Huofeng'er tenderly covered him with a blanket, while Xia Mengdai busied herself with smoothing the bed linens. Strangely enough, despite their frequent bickering upon meeting, they both harbored a sincere fondness for Wang Shiyan as a friend. After a brief conversation, Xia Mengdai dimmed the lights in the room and gently closed the door. She exchanged a knowing glance with Huofeng'er, and they both simultaneously let out a huff, parting ways in opposite directions. Since the siege of the city by the 6 routes of zombies, the base had experienced an unusual tranquility. Aside from the occasional zombie howls emanating from the garden area on the west bank, no further dangers had arisen. The construction of a wall on the bridge had effectively contained the numerous zombies on the other side, allowing them to contribute points without presenting a threat. Li Yunpeng currently lacks the strength to provoke them actively. After all, being situated near a city with a population of millions, should things escalate and attract terrifying entities, the base remains at risk of annihilation. A month later, Wang Shiyan has largely recovered and is able to walk unassisted, as long as she refrains from vigorous activity. She is no different from an ordinary person. Li Yunpeng finally felt a sense of relief. He was deeply moved by the extraordinary beauty who dared to shield him from danger. "From now on, in private, you shall no longer address me as commander, but rather as Brother Peng." "Oh, okay," Wang Shiyan replied, a touch of shyness creeping in, although she had occasionally referred to him in that manner under special circumstances. Receiving a formal command from Li Yunpeng made her heart race momentarily. "Yes, I must remember to take care of myself. If anything is needed, have Detzi inform me." "All right." "Understood," Wang Shiyan said bashfully. Suddenly, a soldier approached with news. "Commander, the supply search team has reported the discovery of a survivor settlement with a population of 2,000. "Oh, 2,000. Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. 2,000 is not an insignificant number. "Gather the troops and let us depart the city." The soldier hesitated slightly. Li Yunpeng inquired, "What is the situation?" he addressed the commander, noting that this human settlement lay between the base and the kingdom of Wuyo. And so what? Am I to be intimidated by Huanglong? He commanded, rally the troops. Yes. At that moment, the base housed 700 guards, and the surroundings were anything but tranquil. The base was fundamental and must not be compromised. Li Yunpeng decided to leave 400 guards to defend their stronghold while he intended to take a battalion of 300 to explore this human settlement. With all preparations in place, Li Yunpeng summoned the members of the resource reconnaissance team who had discovered the settlement for inquiries. The team leader, Jiang Fa, promptly approached Li Yunpeng with his squad. Speak. What is the specific situation of this settlement? After respectfully saluting, Jiang Fa replied, Report, Commander. This settlement has a population of approximately 2,000, and it is entirely unarmed. Composed of a loose assembly of ordinary citizens, with an abundance of resources and a majority of young adults. Li Yunpeng narrowed his eyes, contemplating the idyllic settlement described by Jiang Fa. It seemed too perfect, akin to a beautiful woman stripped of her garments presented before him. Could such fortune truly exist? His piercing gaze fixed upon Jiang Fa, causing the latter to avert his eyes. I suddenly realized that our settlement is not in urgent need of additional population. Perhaps we should cancel this operation. It would be a cumbersome endeavor with little to gain. Jiang Fa was taken aback, but quickly responded, Commander, this is a fortuitous opportunity. If we could acquire 2,000 able-bodied individuals, we could form a larger resource retrieval team and undoubtedly bring back an abundance of supplies. There is indeed something amiss. In that case, I shall turn the tables on you. A resource retrieval team typically consisted of several dozen members. Li Yunpeng cast a glance around. The expressions of the others remained unperturbed, suggesting that the settlement was indeed real, albeit likely a trap. Could it be orchestrated by the people of the worry-free nation? Your reasoning is sound. Let us proceed in this manner. I will lead a small team of soldiers to scout the area first, and based on our findings, we shall make our decision. You will accompany me? Certainly. Jiang Fa replied eagerly. Return and prepare the necessary supplies. We shall depart in half an hour, Li Yunpeng instructed. Understood, Commander. I shall be back shortly. After Jiang Fa left, Li Yunpeng summoned Li Yi to his side and whispered a few words, laying out his plans. Li Yi committed his words to memory and then quietly led a squadron of guards away. Jiang swiftly tidied up and returned in less than 10 minutes. Commander, I am ready, he announced. Get in the car. Upon concluding his remarks, Li Yunpeng set forth with a contingent of 30 guards and Jiang Fa. The convoy rumbled away from the base. A man of unremarkable appearance, upon witnessing Li Yunpeng's departure, exhibited a fleeting glint of brilliance in his eyes. He retreated to a secluded spot, producing an object resembling a leaf which he placed in his mouth, emitting a sound akin to that of a bird's call. Meanwhile, a laborer outside the city, upon hearing this sound, seized the opportunity to excuse himself for a brief respite, discreetly discarding a bottle deep into the thicket. Li Yunpeng and his companions swiftly arrived at the human settlement described by Jiang Fa. Before their eyes lay a chaotic expanse of tents, a sight that spoke volumes. An entire settlement composed solely of tents was undeniably suspicious. Jiang Fa, is this the settlement you mentioned? Yes, indeed, my lord. What are you so anxious about? In no anxiety. My lord, let us proceed. Jiang Fa was drenched in perspiration, while Li Yunpeng remained unfazed, ordering the guards to disembark and assume a defensive stance on the embankment. Ha ha ha, Li Yunpeng, now that you have arrived, there is no escape. Suddenly, a brazen and audacious voice erupted from within the settlement. Li Yunpeng cast a glance at Jiang Fa, questioning, is this what you refer to as a settlement? Jiang Fa suddenly fell to his knees, exclaiming, My lord commander, I truly had no knowledge of this. Li Yunpeng pressed the gun against his temple and said, Then descend into hell and contemplate your actions. My lord, please listen to me. Bang. Li Yunpeng did not inquire about the reasons. A traitor only meets this fate. After eliminating Jiang Fa, he looked up and immediately faced gunfire. Taking cover, Li Yunpeng shouted, Is anyone here a descendant of the Wuyo kingdom? Upon receiving the news, the Wuyo kingdom dispatched Li Yunpeng and his 30-man squad, commanding Commander Jiang Kai to ambush 500 troops in the settlement. Jiang Kai loudly retorted, Huh? I am indeed a man of the Wuyo kingdom. What have you done to my cousin, Jiang Fa? Oh, so he is your cousin? He has been eliminated, replied Li Yunpeng. After a brief silence, Jiang Kai's voice came through. Eliminating him is for the best. That useless fool hesitated even in carrying out tasks. His death saves us from fulfilling many promises of benefits. Truly a beast, scheming even against his own cousin, Li Yunpeng cursed inwardly. Li Yunpeng, today you have no escape. You might as well surrender. Li Yunpeng let out a cold snort, declaring, You pitiful wretches, do you truly believe you can hold on to your esteemed lordly? Dream on. I shall render you speechless. Jiang Kai seethed with anger and commanded his soldiers to maneuver around the flanks of the guard army, plotting to encircle and annihilate them. Upon detecting the enemy's advance, the guard army immediately retaliated with gunfire. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed, dust swirling in the air. Yet, despite the overwhelming number of foes, several soldiers from the Wuyo army managed to flanking movements. I shall put an end to your arrogance, Jiang Kai exclaimed as he observed the encirclement nearing completion. However, before he could revel in his anticipated victory for more than 2 minutes, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. From behind the Wuyo army emerged hundreds of soldiers from the guard army, unleashing a ferocious volley that decimated nearly half of the Wuyo troops. Where did these guard soldiers come from? Jiang Kai gasped in shock. Despite being slightly outnumbered, the ferocity of the guard army's firepower tipped the scales dramatically in their favor. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Kai, abandoning all hope, turned and fled with his personal guards. Li Yunpeng, seizing the opportunity, pursued them relentlessly, firing as he chased, leaving many Wuyo soldiers fallen in his wake. Realizing escape was futile, Jiang Kai felt a chilling dread wash over him. He tossed his gun aside and knelt in surrender. Li Pingfei approached him and sneered. You think you can play this game with me? You are still too inexperienced. Li, General Li, I must say that this is all a misunderstanding. Is it not too late to clarify? Jiang Saigo lamented with a sorrowful expression. Ha ha ha. Is everyone in your carefree army a fool? Take them away. After a thorough interrogation, it was indeed confirmed that these 2,000 civilians were specifically arranged by Carefree City. However, upon hearing that the base had ample provisions to offer, they eagerly expressed their willingness to accompany Li Yunpeng. The guards bound the captives together with ropes, securing one end to an off-road vehicle, which pulled them along, while the 2,000 civilians followed closely behind, gradually making their way to the base. Li Yunpeng was secretly delighted, pondering whether Huang Long, this scoundrel, would be infuriated to the point of spewing blood, having lost both his wife and his troops. Suddenly, a military SUV sped towards him. With a screech, it came to a sudden halt, and an ominous feeling settled in Li Yunpeng's heart. Report, esteemed military personnel. The granary is under siege by a horde of zombies, requesting immediate assistance. Phew. Fortunately, it was not an incident at the base. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. Are there any evolved zombies? Commander, there are none. All right. Li Yi, leave 2 squads of soldiers here. You and the others proceed to provide support. I will handle things here. Understood. Li Yi promptly led nearly a company of guards, hastily departing from the ranks to offer support at the granary. Damn it, once my base expands sufficiently, I will relocate the granary at the first opportunity. Leaving it exposed always leads to trouble. Li Yunpeng silently cursed within. With the remaining 2 squads of soldiers, he divided them into 2 groups, one to take point and stand guard, while the other ensured a secure rear as they continued their march towards the base. Under the scorching midday sun of midsummer, Li Yunpeng felt parched and drenched in sweat, a plight even more severe for the ordinary civilians. Were it not for their mutual support, many would surely have collapsed. As they passed a dense thicket at the foot of a mountain, a meandering brook flowed nearby, prompting Li Yunpeng to order the troops to halt and rest, resuming their journey after noon. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers eagerly made their way to the stream to quench their thirst, with some audacious souls even lying directly in the cool waters, relishing the refreshing sensation that dispelled the heat. While Li Yunpeng and a few companions sat by the stream, conversing and resting, a sudden, intense barrage of gunfire erupted from behind, some from the guards, and others from unfamiliar weapons. Li Yunpeng had just risen to his feet when a soldier from the security forces approached to report, Commander, a large contingent of armed personnel is encircling from the rear. We implore you to leave immediately. Li Yunpeng's expression was grave as he decided to take the lead and depart. It seemed the 2 teams of guards could not effectively intercept these intruders. The armed force capable of breaching the defenses of 60 elite soldiers must be formidable. How many adversaries do we face? Li Yunpeng inquired. Commander, reports indicate no fewer than 2,000 enemies. They are attempting to encircle us, but our sentinels have detected their movements. They are now launching a large-scale assault, and we have already suffered the loss of 10 soldiers. Good grief, 2,000 against 60? This is undoubtedly the work of the relentless forces from Wuyou Nation, haunting us once again. We are not far from the base. They should be able to hear the gunfire. Hold your ground. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, Li Yunpeng commanded. Barely had he finished speaking when another soldier, bloodied and breathless, rushed towards him. Commander, we must retreat immediately. We have lost an entire squad. The enemy is attacking from 3 directions, and our cover has become ineffective. We cannot hold out much longer. Li Yunpeng was taken aback. In just a few moments, half of his forces had already been decimated. Faced with a dire situation, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the 2,000 civilians. Accompanied by 10 loyal guards, he swiftly retreated. However, not far along their path, they discovered that the route to the base had been completely obstructed by the formidable Wuyou army. Damn, what a cunning scheme. The onslaught of zombies at the granary was likely inextricably linked to the Wuyou army. This plan was intricately devised, and he realized he had underestimated it by one crucial step. Li Yunpeng could only turn back towards the north, where the encirclement had not yet fully taken shape. Having fled only a few hundred meters, the gunfire behind him abruptly ceased, and Li Yunpeng realized that all the soldiers opposing them had perished. There was no time for sorrow. Li Yunpeng and his companions swiftly navigated through the dense forest. The guards possessed exceptional physical prowess, and as for the evolved Li Yunpeng, he was even more formidable. Damn it, stop running. Turn back and fight them. Li Yunpeng, feeling a sense of indignation as he was pursued, could not rest until he reclaimed some form of compensation. His guard, upon receiving orders, promptly sought a concealed refuge. The pursuers were relentless, and within mere moments, a contingent of several dozen rushed towards their direction. Fire. Suddenly ambushed, the Wuyou troops were caught completely off guard, resulting in the immediate death and injury of dozens. The surrounding assailants, alerted by the commotion, began to converge. Retreat. Li Yunpeng rose to his feet and, accompanied by his subordinates, continued to run. In this manner of intermittent combat, they surprisingly managed to eliminate over 100 members of the Wuyou army. It was only when the soldiers of the guard army found their ammunition dwindling, with merely 1 magazine left, that Li Yunpeng ceased his ambush and dashed furiously towards the north. Li Yunpeng initially intended to make a circuitous return to the base from the flanks. To his dismay, he discovered that within a 10-kilometer radius, there were pursuers on both the left and right flanks. It appeared that the Yellow Dragon had mobilized the entire army, determined to eliminate him once and for all. Curse that Yellow Dragon. Just wait until I return. Li Yunpeng felt a heavy cloud of frustration enveloping him. With only 10 subordinates by his side and facing an army of thousands in pursuit, he had no choice but to continue his retreat northward. As evening descended, after a day of relentless flight, he felt both famished and fatigued, and the pursuers seemed to have vanished into the shadows. He chanced upon a ravine and decided to take refuge and rest within its confines. Approximately 100 meters from the entrance of the ravine, he stationed 2 sentinels and led the remaining soldiers inside. The weary group cast off their gear and collapsed onto the ground, with Li Yunpeng feeling as though his legs were weighed down by lead. Fortunately, he had brought along some individual rations, allowing him to seize the moment to rest and nourish himself. As night fell, the dense forest became shrouded in darkness, and the Wuyou army floundered about like headless flies in their search. Old Zheng, he remarked, this fellow has fled too swiftly. He has long since disappeared. Continuing the search would be futile. Let us return. My brothers are utterly exhausted. Let us search a bit longer. The monarch has yet to issue orders, and we must at least pretend to be diligent, came the reply. Very well, we shall search. Without receiving any alerts from the sentinels, Li Yunpeng felt little inclination to move, choosing instead to lean against the rock face and rest. Before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber, only awakening the following day when the sun had risen high, casting its brilliant rays. Nothing happened throughout the night. Li Yunpeng pondered in bewilderment, surprised that the thousands of Wuyou soldiers had failed to locate him. He cursed, what a bunch of incompetence. Yet, reflecting on the situation, he questioned whether perhaps it was not such a misfortune after all, engaging in a brief self-deprecating chuckle. Spending yet another day in the secluded ravine with no unusual happenings, Li Yunpeng decided to return with his 10 loyal guards. He knew the base lay to the south, but retracing his steps was not prudent. Thus, he navigated through the forest, treading cautiously along an approximate direction. After a morning of wandering, they had yet to exit the woods. By midday, Li Yunpeng and his companions subsisted on some wild fruits to satiate their hunger while taking a moment to rest. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed from ahead. Li Yunpeng and his companions swiftly concealed themselves within the thicket, weapons at the ready. Before long, a dozen figures gradually approached, and Li Yunpeng observed that they were clad in sleeveless shirts, wielding long spears seemingly forged from steel, resembling a band of hunters. Li Yunpeng felt a slight sense of relief, as long as they were not the Wuyo army. As they approached, he concealed his pistol behind him and stepped into view. The hunters were startled by Li Yunpeng's sudden appearance and immediately raised their steel spears, watching him with caution. "Who goes there?" Li Yunpeng said with a smile. "Brothers, do not be anxious. I am not a villain." The hunters remained unmoved, for who would inscribe the word villain upon their visage? One among them stepped forward, declaring, "Your furtive demeanor suggests you are no good fellow." Li Yunpeng felt a sense of exasperation within. How could he, a paragon of virtue, be perceived as anything less than commendable? Truly, he had merely lost his way in the mountains and sought to inquire for directions. The leading huntsman, however, was exceedingly wary, cautioning him with a terse response. "Do not inquire, for ignorance is their shield. Depart swiftly, lest his companions become ungracious." Li Yunpeng declared, "It appears that this group is beyond the realm of civil discourse." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Seize them." In an instant, 10 burly men emerged from the thickets, launching themselves into a fray without hesitation. Mere minutes later, the ground was strewn with the bruised and battered hunters, their faces marred with injuries. Li Yunpeng squatted before the man at the forefront and inquired, "Your name?" "Anew. And your age?" 33. "Where are you from?" "From the Steel Tower settlement." "See. It's not as though you didn't know. I've asked so many questions, yet you still struggle to respond promptly." Li Yunpeng said with a warm smile adorning his face. Internally, Anew cursed incessantly, thinking, "If you have the ability, then don't lay a hand on me. If I answer even a single word, it would be my defeat. Please, kind sir, spare us. We bear no grudges against you. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." Li Yunpeng did not truly intend to trouble ordinary individuals. He helped the man to his feet and inquired, "Where is the Steel Tower settlement?" Upon noticing that the man was rather amiable, Anew hesitated for a moment before gesturing towards the south and replied, "It is not far from there. May I ask, esteemed sir, where it is you wish to go?" Li Yunpeng contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Oh, we are just thinking of taking a stroll in Wuzhou City." Anew cursed inwardly, thinking, "Are you really planning to wander about in Wuzhou City? It has long since become an ocean of zombies. I wish you all the best in being devoured there." However, upon hearing that Li Yunpeng intended to visit Wuzhou, Anew felt a twinge of surprise, as the adults were from the carefree nation of Wuyo. Li Yunpeng was taken aback. Could the influence of the Wuyo nation be so profound? They fought while retreating, traversing a distance of at least 40 to 50 kilometers throughout the afternoon. And they had already crossed into another city's territory. "Ah, I have heard of Wuyo nation, but I am not from there. I hail from a small survivor camp nearby. I got lost while searching for food." "You are familiar with Wuyo nation?" Li Yunpeng inquired. Upon hearing that he was from the vicinity of Wuyo nation, Anew's expression brightened with longing as he replied, "Who hasn't heard of Wuyo nation? It is the last bastion of purity in this apocalypse, strategically located, possessing formidable strength. And free from what? Those who gain entry into Wuyo nation are truly fortunate." Li Yunpeng was rendered speechless, pondering to himself. "Are you referring to the same place that I am familiar with?" He inquired, "How come you possess such knowledge about the kingdom of Carefree?" Anew responded, "Everyone from our region is aware that the kingdom of Carefree frequently sends us provisions and subsequently selects some robust and exceptionally talented youths to go to the kingdom, where they can lead a life free from worries." Li Yunpeng nearly choked on his own saliva, exasperated by Huang Long's incessant prattling. Seemingly carefree despite the hellish reality surrounding him, it is no wonder that the kingdom of Wuyo has managed to amass such a multitude in such a brief span. Its reputation precedes it. "Are there no returnees from the kingdom of Wuyo in your Steel Tower settlement?" Li Yunpeng inquired. "Lord," I said, "who would choose to return to this miserable existence after experiencing the kingdom of Wuyo? That would be sheer folly." Anew responded with an expression that suggested he thought me quite mad. Anew's assertion held some truth. From the videos brought back by Li Qi, Li Yunpeng observed that anyone entering the kingdom of Wuyo would immediately find their freedom curtailed, unable to come and go at will, and would be assigned to various contingents of the Wuyo army, accompanied by soldiers for any venture outside, guarding their every move. Unless one were to perish, escape from the grasp of the kingdom would be impossible. Therefore, the realities within Wuyo remain obscured to the outside world. This den of iniquity, paradoxically branded as a paradise. It was utterly ludicrous. Li Yunpeng pondered the expressions of those who entered Wuyo with boundless hope, wondering if the jarring disparity would render them fools. He had no intention of disclosing the truth to Niuer and the others. Belief was one thing, but revealing his identity could lead to complications. One could never be sure how the kingdom of Wuyo might distort the name of Li Yunpeng. Huang Long was indeed a man of cunning. Li Yunpeng recalled the sudden appearance of 6 hordes of zombies assaulting the base. It was unlikely to be mere coincidence. It was likely a ploy by the kingdom of Wuyo, testing the defenses of his base, perhaps having witnessed the firepower of the guards. Since then, outwardly, things had been calm, but covertly, machinations continued to unfold. Just after departing the base, he found himself ambushed by the Wuyo army, who had evidently been prepared. It appeared that there was an insider within the base, aside from Jiang Fa. However, this was not unexpected. He himself had 2 guard soldiers infiltrating the kingdom of Wuyo, occasionally relaying intelligence. Identifying a traitor among thousands of civilians would be exceedingly difficult. It might be more effective to uproot the kingdom of Wuyo entirely, thus eliminating the traitors as well. Yo, brother, I wish to return to Wuzhou City. Which direction should I take? Li Yunpeng asked. Niuer pointed southeast and replied, follow this path. After crossing a few mountains, you will arrive. Our settlement lies in that direction as well. Excellent. Thank you, brother, said Li Yunpeng. Niuer quickly waved his hands in dismissal, saying, it is no trouble at all. It is an honor to serve you, my lord. He merely wished to expedite the departure of this unpredictable individual, whose capricious moods were terrifying, for he never knew what words might provoke another bout of unwarranted violence. Upon acquiring the information he sought, Li Yunpeng ceased to trouble Niuer and his companions. After all, they remained oblivious to his true identity, merely perceiving him as one among a band of bullies. Noticing Li Yunpeng's silence, Niuer cautiously ventured, esteemed sir, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Should we fail to return with some game today, we may face hunger in the days to come. Very well, depart, replied Li Yunpeng. Understood. Then we shall take our leave, Niuer responded, as he and his subordinates turned to retreat, casting lingering glances back towards Li Yunpeng. Oh, by the way, Li Yunpeng suddenly spoke, startling Niuer and the others, who froze in place as if ensnared by an invisible spell. Could it be that this individual had changed his mind again? A wave of despair washed over Niuer. This group bore steel firearms and exuded an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. In a world where human life was as expendable as grass, the murder of his group would bear no repercussions. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he laboriously turned to address the figure. Master, what is your command? Oh, nothing of great importance. Just remember to be more helpful to those who inquire for directions in the future. Niuer felt as if he could perish from embarrassment. Could you not frighten me so? Is this trivial matter worthy of such a solemn reminder? Cough, cough. Very well, my lord. I shall make a concerted effort to assist those in need from now on. Good, now be on your way. After a brief pause, Niuer surmised that Li Yunpeng would not unleash another scare. He turned and hastily retreated, quickly fading from view. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of amusement. This Niuer was quite intriguing. However, if he were to genuinely adhere to his own words and actively assist those in need, he might find himself meeting an untimely demise sooner than anyone else. Surely, I wouldn't lead him astray, would I? He cannot be that foolish, indeed. He is not foolish at all. Li Yunpeng muttered for a while before leading his subordinates in the direction pointed out by Niuer. Li Yunpeng and his companions ascended a small peak for approximately half an hour, gazing downwards to discover a sprawling factory standing majestically at the base of the hill. It was unmistakably the steel tower settlement mentioned by Niuer. The soldiers disassembled their firearms and stowed them in their backpacks before approaching the factory. As they drew near, they beheld a forest of steel towers within the factory premises, characterized by intricate pathways interwoven with a labyrinth of iron corridors and staircases. After observing for a while, Li Yunpeng felt his eyes begin to blur. Without the guidance of someone familiar with the area, they would be at a loss as to how to ascend. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the surviving remnants of humanity had exploited every available resource for survival. Even this factory had been transformed into a human settlement. Furthermore, from their vantage point, it appeared that a considerable number of individuals inhabited the upper levels. If they could successfully bring them all back, the population of the base would double in an instant. Li Yunpeng arrived at the base of the tower, where there were no guards or sentinels to conduct any form of inspection. The vast settlement appeared utterly unguarded. He found it perplexing how the inhabitants maintained their existence with such a lack of vigilance. With a sense of curiosity, he casually stopped a passing matron and inquired, "Madam, we are newcomers. Might you enlighten us on the customs here?" The matron glanced at him dismissively and replied, "New arrivals should report to the 10th floor. There are no particular rules here, but one must work. Idly waiting for death is simply not an option." Li Yunping expressed his gratitude to the kind lady and intended to explore the so-called 10th floor, hoping to encounter the leader of this place to establish contact. However, after several fruitless attempts to navigate the intricate pathways, he found himself bewildered. The staircases were a labyrinth, with many ascending steps unexpectedly leading downward. And after laboriously climbing several flights, he discovered that further ascent was obstructed. Li Yunpeng gazed in awe at the intricate and dizzying network of stairs interwoven between the steel towers. It was no wonder there were no guards present. Even if zombies were to appear, they would undoubtedly become disoriented in this labyrinth. The people around him hurried past, paying no mind to Li Yunpeng and his companions. After considerable effort, they managed to persuade a young boy to guide them to the 10th floor. The group followed the child, descending and ascending, repeatedly turning and twisting, until they finally reached the staircase leading to the 10th floor. Li Yunpeng turned around and was taken aback, feeling as if he had stumbled into a stone tomb formation. He couldn't help but wonder how he was supposed to descend from here. Regardless of the descent, he adhered to the protocol and first made his way to the registration desk. An elderly gentleman sat at the table, a pipe dangling from his lips, and a pair of small round glasses perched precariously on the tip of his nose. Li Yunpeng was concerned that the glasses might fall off at any moment. Upon noticing him, the old man took a puff of smoke and inquired, "Name, age?" "My name is Li Ritian, and I am in my 20s, replied Li Yunpeng. The old man did not take offense at his response and diligently wrote in a large ledger, "Li Ritian, in his 20s. "What the heck? Is that even acceptable?" Li Yunpeng, observing the eccentricity of the old man, inquired, "Sir, how many people are here?" The old man responded, "What? You intend to set the forest ablaze?" "No, sir." Li clarified, "I am asking about the number of survivors living here." The old man replied, "Setting a fire to ward off the heat. It is quite cool at night." Li Yunpeng wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "All right, sir, you carry on with your business." The elder replied succinctly, "Very well. Take care, and I won't see you off." This final remark was delivered with a crispness that underscored his indifference. One cannot help but wonder how exceedingly lazy this elder must be, going so far as to feign ignorance to avoid any inconvenience. Li Yunpeng felt a profound sense of helplessness. Within this vast settlement, individuals were preoccupied with their own affairs, offering him neither attention nor guidance on what he ought to do. Indeed, in such a sprawling environment, one encounters all manner of personalities, and the inhabitants of this particular enclave appeared decidedly peculiar. What he remained oblivious to was that, in this apocalyptic world, divergent modes of survival inevitably foster distinct lifestyles and behavioral patterns. Here, existence hinged upon individual effort. Those who labored diligently reaped rewards, while those unable to procure sustenance faced the pangs of hunger. Consequently, people exhibited an extraordinary degree of selfishness, preoccupied solely with their own survival, paying little heed to the plight of others. Li Yunpeng let out a sigh, realizing that the only way to approach the matter was through the children, for they were naively gullible. The younger ones were too innocent and oblivious, while those in their adolescence seemed preoccupied with their own struggles, reflecting the indifferent demeanor of adults. At long last, he managed to catch sight of a sluggish, seemingly lazy little chubby boy. Li Yunpeng forced a smile that he believed to be his most amiable and inquired, "My dear boy, how long have you lived here?" The chubby boy did not respond verbally, but instead extended a finger and replied, "I will tell you for just one lollipop." Li Yunpeng possessed a rather peculiar lollipop. He continued, "There are plenty of lollipops available. Just answer your elder brother's question, and you may have as many as you desire." The chubby boy replied, "Brother, first procure for me 10,000. I shall exchange them for the illustrious treasures of the heavens, lest the wind sweep them from your grasp." Li Yunpeng, taken aback by the audacity of the child, felt a surge of anger rising within him. However, the boy, sensing the fury in Li Yunpeng's eyes, immediately began to shout, "Help! There is a fraud to hear." At the sound of his outcry, several individuals swiftly descended from the 10th floor, brandishing steel spears, and with a menacing demeanor directed at Li Yunpeng, inquired, "Who are you to dare bully our young master?" Li Yunpeng stood utterly bewildered, exclaiming, What on earth is happening here? He spread his hands and continued. He asked me for a lollipop, so I issued a blank check. No need for my brothers to be anxious. Upon hearing his words, a few individuals, well aware of the little chubby one's character, sheathed their steel spears and cautioned. Within the settlement, do not provoke our young master. Very well, Li Yunpeng hastily replied. Only then did they turn and depart. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth and said, You little chubby one, just wait. Seeing that he was about to call for help again, Li Yunpeng quickly covered his mouth and said, I truly have a lollipop, but I didn't bring it this time. If you answer my questions, I assure you I will bring you one next time. The chubby boy nodded, and Li Yunpeng released his grip, saying, Ask whatever you wish. But should you dare to default on our agreement, I will bring others to seek you out. You must have noticed that I am not someone you can easily provoke. Li Yunpeng struggled to suppress the urge to strangle the boy, who was undoubtedly the offspring of a prominent figure within the settlement. Otherwise, the guards would not exhibit such tension. It seems this lad is among the first generation of second-generation settlers since the apocalypse. Very well. Let me inquire. How many inhabitants does our settlement have? Li Yunpeng asked. The chubby boy pondered for a moment before responding. That's quite simple. Our settlement comprises 23,000 souls, a mere lollipop. Li Yunpeng was taken aback. Could there truly be so many people? He remarked, How is that possible? I estimate there are only a few thousand of us here. How could the number be so vast? The chubby boy retorted, I genuinely question your mental faculties. Are we not accounting for those who venture out to procure supplies? You cannot merely consider the personnel stationed for logistical support. Wait, are there really several thousand in logistical support? Li Yunpeng concealed his astonishment, feigning calmness. What is our relationship with the Wuyo nation? The chubby boy replied confidently. This is no challenge for me. The Wuyo Heavenly Kingdom frequently sends us supplies and offers some quotas for entry into their realm. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The Wuyo nation's generosity in external affairs led to a misconception of their ample resources, persuading many to believe in the idyllic life they advertised. Then why haven't you gone? Li Yunpeng inquired. The chubby boy proudly declared, I had secured my quota long ago. Were it not for the Wuyo nation's stipulation of accepting only individuals over 18, I would already be reclining in a palace, indulging in succulent pork knuckles. Li Yunpeng harbored a cold smile within. Thankfully, your tender age shields you. Otherwise, in the kingdom of Wuyo, you would find it utterly futile to weep, even clutching your elbows. Who reigns supreme here? Li Yunpeng inquired. The chubby boy cast a disdainful glance. Are you new here? Obviously, it is my father. 5 lollipops. What sort of questions are you asking? Can you truly offer me lollipops? Well, it seems I have unearthed the son of a leader from a settlement. Li Yunpeng continued. Remember your lollipops, but might you introduce me to your father? My father has gone hunting with the mothers, 6 lollipops. The chubby boy said lethargically, devoid of enthusiasm. Mothers? Has a harem been established already? Observing that the inhabitants of the settlement lived freely, without signs of coercion or intimidation, it appeared that these women willingly compromised for a better life, a phenomenon not uncommon in the post-apocalyptic world. Having asked all that needed to be asked, Li Yunpeng dismissed the chubby boy. After several threats, the boy left contentedly, having received Li Yunpeng's repeated assurances that the promised lollipops would indeed be repaid. Li Yunpeng felt an overwhelming exhaustion. The individuals here were quite peculiar. Even a child exhibited an uncanny cleverness. As a dignified commander of the base, he found himself threatened for an extended period by a chubby boy. The guard, a member of the elite security, inquired, Commander, shall we continue to wait? Li Yunpeng contemplated for a moment and then declared, If the leader of this place does not return by 4 in the afternoon, we shall take our leave. He cast a glance around, noting the inhospitable conditions. There was scarcely a proper place to rest, and lying directly on the cold, hard floor seemed utterly unthinkable. The steel surface would be frigid, and suspended high above the ground, the winds at night would undoubtedly be fierce. While the summer heat was manageable, in the winter, this locale would hardly serve as a sanctuary. The chilling night breeze would render it a realm of unrelenting cold. As the clock struck 4, the leader of the settlement had yet to make an appearance. Let us depart. We shall address this place at another time. Li Yunpeng gestured to his guards, signaling their intent to leave. However, as he lowered his gaze, he spotted a rotund gentleman of considerable opulence, flanked by 4 or 5 women, all adorned in heavy makeup, exuding an air of flamboyant allure. Yet to Li Yunpeng, they appeared no different from mere courtesans, as his company consisted solely of the most exquisite beauties, rendering such women unremarkable in his eyes. With the leader of the settlement finally returned, Li Yunping resolved to introduce himself. As the portly figure laboriously ascended to the 10th floor, Li Yunping stepped forward and inquired, "I am Li Yunping. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name?" Li Yunping was unafraid of exposure. With his skills, should any unforeseen circumstance arise, capturing the hefty man would be a mere trifle. The hefty man paused momentarily and said, "I am Wu Bin, Commander Li. Let us converse inside." Li Yunping was taken aback, nearly reaching for his firearm. However, upon observing that Wu Bin remained still, he quelled the urge to draw his weapon, inwardly pondering how this man knew him. Upon arriving at the office where he had previously registered, Wu Bin ushered the elderly gentleman out, leaving only himself and Li Yunping within the room. "Please, have a seat." Wu Bin gestured towards the chair. Li Yunping, undeterred, candidly remarked, "It appears that you, Leader Wu, possess considerable insight into my character." Wu Bin responded with a chuckle, "Indeed. The name of Commander Li resonates profoundly in these parts. Your exploits have long been celebrated throughout the kingdom of Wuyo." Curious, Li Yunping inquired, "Pray tell, how have the people of Wuyo portrayed me?" Wu Bin replied, "In truth, it matters not. When individuals such as ourselves reach this echelon, the lines between fact and fiction often blur beyond recognition. Given your perceptiveness, Leader Wu, you must surely comprehend the true nature of the kingdom of Wuyo." Wu Bin continued, "As for my judgment of Wuyo, I refrain from hasty conclusions, just as I am skeptical of the rampant rumors depicting Commander Li as a nefarious figure. I harbor no inclination to accept any narrative without scrutiny." Li Yunping, observing the young man's reticence, directly inquired, "Whom do you intend to entrust the lives of your over 20,000 subordinates to? Although your current position appears secure, it is not suitable for prolonged occupancy. Sooner or later, you must pledge allegiance to a formidable faction." Wu Bin, with a smile forced upon his plump visage, replied, "There is no need for Commander Li to worry. I have my own plans." Li Yunping squinted slightly, fixing his gaze upon him for a moment, while Wu Bin maintained a harmless smile. "Very well. I shall not intrude upon the esteemed preferences of Master Wu any longer. If I were to monopolize your time further, the lovely ladies might express their discontent," Li Yunping suddenly remarked. Wu Bin then rose to his feet as well, saying, "Commander Li, you are too kind. I shall pay you a visit again when the opportunity arises." With that, he gestured to show the way out. Li Yunping clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, then turned and exited the office, signaling for the guards to depart and return to the base. Wu Bin stood at the doorway, observing the departing Li Yunping, his small eyes glinting with an enigmatic brilliance, lost in contemplation. Li Yunping silently cursed. This bastard didn't even suggest finding someone to escort me down. Damn it, I'm lost again. After a prolonged inquiry, a middle-aged man finally agreed to take him down. Gazing at the towering steel structures, he muttered, "Ugh, in this cursed place. I will surely dismantle it next time." The journey thereafter was surprisingly smooth. Li Yunping and his companions hurried toward the base as evening approached. They soon came across a cave by a stream, where Li Yunping decided to rest for the night, as traveling in the dark was perilous. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he noticed something unusual. Shallow footprints marred the ground, their clear patterns indicating they had been made not long ago. He quickly signaled to the guards, who immediately readied their weapons. "Is anyone inside? Come out quickly, or I shall set this cave ablaze," Li Yunping shouted. The sound of a metal object clattering to the ground echoed, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps. "Pengge, is that really you?" A hoarse voice, tinged with a sob, reached his ears. Li Yunping immediately recognized it as Wang Shiyan. A graceful figure leaped from the cave's mouth, heedless of everything, and plunged into his embrace, weeping loudly. "Wu, Pengge, I thought. After a considerable effort to soothe her, Li Yunping gradually quelled Wang Shiyan's sobs. "What brings you here?" Wang Shiyan inquired. "The guards informed me that you had been attacked and were being pursued by thousands of the Wuyo army. I could not rest easy, so I set out to find you." A warmth enveloped Li Yunping's heart. It was evident that only he possessed the authority to mobilize the guard troops. Yet, Wang Shiyan, unaccompanied by military protection, had the audacity to seek him out. How perilous it was for her to venture alone. Wiping away her tears, Wang Shiyan replied, "I am not alone. Detzi, Ding Xia, and Huofinger have all come." "Is that so?" Li Yunping exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. What an unexpected ensemble this was. No sooner had he spoken than a group emerged from the cave, confirming his suspicions. "This is absurd. What are you all doing here? What if you encounter the Wuyo army?" Lu Zide interjected. Brother Ping, you find yourself in a perilous situation. How could we possibly stand idly by? Li Yunpeng turned to Xiao Mengdai and inquired, what brings a doctor like you here? I have heard of the brutal intensity of the battle and feared for your safety. Hoping to provide medical assistance should you be injured, Xiao Mengdai replied. Li Yunpeng turned his gaze towards Wufeng'er and asked, what about you? Wufeng'er, with a proud tilt of her head, replied, if it weren't for my Fire Phoenix squad escorting me, do you think they could survive in the wild? Well, it seems they all have their reasons. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of emotion within. Those whom he had once aided now stood resolutely by him in times of peril. Though they were few in number, their determination was unwavering. Li Yunpeng did not express any words of gratitude. He was not adept at conveying his feelings to close friends. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, let us enter the cave. The others responded with silence. The soldiers of the guard were stationed around, while Li Yunpeng and his companions entered the cavern to prepare dinner. Lu Zide and the others had been away for several days and were unaware of the current situation at the base. In any case, they would return tomorrow, and Li Yunpeng was not in any rush. After dinner, he ventured out to inspect the sentry posts. Wang Shiyan and the others, weary from their prolonged travels, could no longer endure the grime on their bodies and decided to head to the stream together for a wash. Li Yunpeng meandered to the stream. Drawn by the sound of water ahead, quietly, he approached, enveloped by the coolness of the night. A delicate veil of mist hung over the stream, rendering the scene somewhat indistinct from a distance. Was that the sound of someone bathing? Could it be Wang Shiyan? Should he dare to steal a glance? After a brief internal struggle of merely 0.0001 seconds, Li Yunpeng resolved to merely catch a distant glimpse, just a single glance. And thus he made his way cautiously closer. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, what on earth? Washing while fully clothed? Li Yunpeng found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that he was not the only observer of the enchanting scene by the stream, 2 other maidens were also present, splashing about playfully and creating glistening droplets that danced in the air like fairies. Although they were clad in garments while bathing, the wet fabric clung to their forms, accentuating their graceful figures. Li Yunpeng felt a wave of thirst wash over him as he beheld the sight. At that moment, Wang Shiyan casually glanced in his direction and playfully winked. Caught in the act, Li Yunpeng's face flushed crimson, prompting him to swiftly withdraw. When Wang Shiyan and the others returned, Li Yunpeng was seen nonchalantly chewing on a blade of grass, feigning indifference as he gazed up at the ceiling of the cave. Fire Phoenix approached with a playful tone, exclaiming, oh, how refreshing the stream is. The scenery is simply exquisite. Commander, did you notice? Li Yunpeng feigned ignorance and remarked, oh, what beauty could possibly be found in the depths of the mountains and forests? I have been gazing at this cave, which exudes a serene and ancient aura. Giggling, Summer Mengdai playfully interjected, oh, Commander, there are no fairies within the cave. I have seen a fairy by the stream. Li Yunpeng responded, how could that be possible? I am an atheist and do not subscribe to such tales. What business do you have by the stream at this hour? Finally, Wang Shiyan approached, pouting as she declared, you all should stop teasing Penggu. If you continue to bully him, I might just get angry. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of emotion. For Wang Shiyan possessed a remarkable sensitivity to others' feelings. Blushing, Wang Shiyan leaned close to Li Yunpeng's ear and softly murmured, Brother Ping, I seem to have forgotten my belt by the stream. Could you kindly fetch it for me? Certainly, I shall retrieve it, he replied. However, as he stepped out of the cave, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Turning back, he noticed the 3 women stifling their laughter, while Lu Zide wore a look of disdain. Oh no, I've been played by that girl Wang Shiyan. Realizing there was no belt by the stream, Li Yunpeng returned to the cave, his cheeks flushed. Wufeng'er teased, Commander, where is Sheridan's belt? Li Yunpeng, with a stiff neck, exclaimed, how would I know? This prompted a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Deep within, however, he felt a sense of desolation. The dignity of a commander was at stake. With a heavy heart, he maintained a stern expression, hoping to prevent further jesting at his expense. After a long day of toil, the others soon drifted into slumber. Before dawn the following day, Li Yunpeng awoke, his eyes barely slits, and noticed Wang Shiyan stealthily approaching. She lay down beside him, resting her head upon her hands, her gaze intensely fixed upon him. Li Yunpeng found the situation amusing. He closed his eyes and pretended to turn over, only to suddenly open his eyes wide. Wang Shiyan, engrossed in what she was watching, was startled by the unexpected turn of events and nearly let out a scream. Fortunately, she swiftly covered her mouth, her face instantly flushing a deep crimson. She then shot an admonishing glare at Li Yunpeng and softly exclaimed, Pingu, you nearly gave me a fright. After sharing a smile, Li Yunpeng gently grasped her hand and whispered, in my past life, I must have saved the universe to have the fortune of meeting you in this one. Wang Shiyan, upon hearing his tender words, felt her cheeks flush even deeper, softly murmuring, to encounter Brother Peng is truly my greatest blessing. Their mutual affection had cultivated an atmosphere brimming with intimacy, and as Li Yunpeng gazed at her luscious, tempting lips, an irresistible surge of emotion surged within him. He gradually leaned in closer, just as their lips were about to meet when the sudden sound of gunfire erupted from outside, startling everyone in the cave. Li Yunpeng, disregarding the moment of tenderness, sprang to his feet, his heart racing as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Stay here, I will go investigate, he declared. Li Yunpeng withdrew his handgun, striding furiously toward the cave's entrance. Today, even if it were the king of heaven himself, he intended to pluck a few hairs from his beard. Disturbed during a moment of opportunity, Li Yunpeng was ablaze with rage. Gunfire echoed in the distance, yet the dense forest obscured visibility. Although the shadows remained elusive, the sounds indicated the presence of M16 automatic rifles, likely wielded by the guards. A surge of elation coursed through Li Yunpeng as he commanded the nearby sentinels to conceal themselves adeptly. The other chaotic gunfire was most likely from the Wuyo army. Li Yunpeng remained silent, acutely aware of the fierce clash between the guard army and the Wuyo army. The risk of exposure and capture loomed, potentially complicating matters further. The sound of gunfire drew nearer, and the flickering sparks from the muzzles became increasingly visible. Soon, a disordered throng was discernible, retreating in a state of panic, with individuals falling to the ground, struck by bullets. Clad in a haphazard array of garments and wielding an assortment of firearms, they were preoccupied with their frantic escape, oblivious to the concealed cave nearby. Recognizing this as an opportune moment to strike at the beleaguered adversary, Li Yunpeng seized the chance. Fire at them, he commanded. Bang, 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 bang. The Wuyo army was caught off guard by the sudden ambush, suffering immediate losses of dozens of men, and hastily retreated to safety. Li Yunpeng did not pursue further. After a brief moment, a familiar group emerged within his line of sight. Indeed, they were the soldiers of the guard army. Li Bai was leading his team in pursuit of the Wuyo troop when he suddenly heard a familiar gunshot. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers immediately halted. Who is leading the charge ahead? Li Yunpeng shouted. Is it the commander? Li Bai replied. Li Yunpeng gradually emerged from the cave and spoke. It is I. Li Bai was instantly filled with joy as a group of soldiers gathered around. Commander, we have finally found you. Li Bai exclaimed with excitement. Li Yunpeng let out a long sigh of relief. He was back once more. The Wuyo army, prepare yourselves and cleanse your necks in anticipation. Li Yunpeng had been wandering for many days, constantly on edge. Finally, he returned to the base, and his taut nerves were instantly eased. He summoned Li Yi and Li Er to inquire about the events that transpired during his absence. Li Yi spoke. Commander, since the moment you were attacked, we have tirelessly organized our soldiers for a relentless search. The Wuyo army has frequently been active in the vicinity. My orders prioritize your rescue as our foremost task, while the annihilation of the Wuyo army stands as our secondary objective. Thus, we have engaged in numerous battles with them over the past several days. And what of the outcomes? Inquired Li Yunpeng. Li Yi continued, stating that our casualty rate in comparison to the Wuyo army is approximately 111. This is primarily due to their overwhelming numbers. Otherwise, the casualty rate would have been further diminished. Li Yunpeng was quite satisfied upon hearing this outcome. In warfare, casualties are inevitable. Are there any unusual movements among the civilians within the base? Li Yunpeng inquired. Li Yi's expression darkened as he remarked. Since the day after your disappearance, rumors have begun to circulate within the base. Some individuals are extolling the lavish living conditions of the blissful kingdom, and many newcomers have succumbed to temptation and joined their ranks. Li Yunpeng was taken aback and hurriedly checked the system panel. Under normal circumstances, the population of the base should have reached around 8 or 9,000 by this time. However, it had unexpectedly dropped back to over 6,000. Humph. The audacity is truly unyielding. Li Yunpeng was not particularly concerned. Once he conquered the Wuyo kingdom, it mattered little how many individuals fled. Ultimately, they would all return to him. However, their identities would have undergone a transformation, necessitating a visit to the labor camps. He also harbored a keen interest in the 20,000 inhabitants of the Steel Tower settlement. Yet, such matters could not be rushed. While he possessed the power to compel their allegiance through force, he feared the potential repercussions that might ensue. Patience was prudent. First, he would vanquish the Wuyo kingdom before pursuing further opportunities. Li Yunpeng ceased his futile musings and replenished the ranks of fallen soldiers. He instructed Li Yi to relay a message to the warriors concealed within the borders of Wuyo Nation. 3 days hence, at the stroke of midnight, they would instigate acts of sabotage and chaos from within, while he would simultaneously launch an offensive from outside. Li Yi received his orders and departed. The following day, soldiers patrolling the vicinity reported that the Wuyo army, which frequently roamed near the base, had vanished. Li Yunpeng was not surprised. It was likely that Huang Long had learned of his return to the base and, aware of the failure of the assassination plan, feared retribution, prompting him to recall all soldiers stationed outside. The area surrounding the base had finally quieted down considerably, allowing Li Yunpeng to delve into the strategic planning for an assault on the nation of Wuyo. This nation was encircled by steep cliffs, with only a narrow entrance that had been fortified by Huang Long into an impenetrable fortress, brimming with various concrete defensive structures. Even though Li Yunpeng possessed formidable firepower, breaching such defenses would not be an easy task. He resolved to first send small contingents to probe the defenses, assessing the strength of the entrance before formulating a more comprehensive strategy. That afternoon, 10 off-road vehicles, carrying 2 squads of soldiers along with 2 machine guns, set off. Li Yunpeng, accompanied by 300 guards, advanced cautiously, primarily to assess the situation. Should the defenses prove feeble, they could seize the opportunity to launch an attack. The forward team swiftly reached the designated location, where Li Yunpeng selected a hillside with an unobstructed view, using binoculars to survey the scene. At this moment, the entrance to the Wuyo kingdom was heavily fortified, with formidable concrete walls adorned with numerous firing ports. Above the walls, a dense array of crenellations provided ample cover. Li Yunpeng lamented that without 100-fold firepower, it would be utterly impossible to breach the defenses. Fortunately, the gate was wooden, and attacking it head-on was their only hope. However, to assault the gate, they would simultaneously be subjected to the fire from hundreds of shooting apertures. The 2 small squads tasked with testing the assault stealthily approached the city wall, halting just 200 meters away, as any further advance would expose them in the open ground. The squad leader commanded the soldiers to find suitable cover, aiming at their targets, and to initiate fire once the machine guns were positioned. 2 off-road vehicles, each mounted with a machine gun, halted beyond 300 meters. Upon seeing the machine guns in place, the squad leader was the first to fire, prompting the other soldiers to unleash their volleys almost simultaneously at their designated targets. The sound of gunfire erupted bang, 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 followed by the relentless rattle of the machine guns. The unsuspecting troops atop the wall were caught off guard by the sudden barrage, falling one after another, awakening the enemy to the chaos. The startled defenders quickly dropped to the ground, too frightened to lift their heads. The machine guns, having lost their targets, ceased fire, allowing the soldiers to advance. Whenever an enemy dared to expose themselves, the machine guns fired without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, the furious shouts of the enemy officers rang out, followed by reluctant soldiers of the defending army firing their weapons haphazardly. Cowed by the guards, they hesitated to even aim properly, resulting in a lack of accuracy. Yet, as the number of shooters increased, a semblance of firepower began to emerge. Bullets struck near the guards, sending plumes of dust into the air. Undeterred, the soldiers charged forward through the hail of gunfire. After the initial panic, some audacious members of the enemy forces began to expose themselves to aim and shoot. With more and more joining the fray, the guards soon found themselves hit, and although the enemy's firearms were mostly single-shot, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Thousands of guns firing simultaneously generated a ferocity that momentarily surpassed that of the guards. The machine gun fire from the guards could not cover the scattered shooting positions. It was like playing whack-a-mole. Wherever the machine gun swept, the enemy soldiers would retreat, only to re-emerge as the fire shifted. Seeing the open ground ahead devoid of any cover and recognizing that further advance would be futile, the squad leader decisively ordered a retreat. The soldiers dragged their wounded comrades back to safety. Observing the enemy's retreat, the enemy forces sounded a whistle and unexpectedly sent hundreds out of the city in pursuit. Li Yunpeng was overjoyed, not expecting that this group of rascals would dare to venture out of the city. He commanded the soldiers stationed nearby to conceal themselves and prepare an ambush. 300 soldiers were divided into 2 teams, hidden behind the scattered rocks along the roadside, patiently awaiting their moment. As the small squad that had retreated past the ambush point, they were swiftly followed by the relentless troops of Wuyo. As Li Yunpeng perceived the opportune moment, he suddenly sprang into action, letting out a thunderous roar. Attack! With that, he lifted his rifle and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the pursuing soldiers. 300 rifles and 2 machine guns erupted simultaneously. A chill ran through the hearts of the pursuers. So many of them. It was the end. Waves of the Wuyo army soldiers fell into pools of blood, while others scattered in panic, cries of the wounded echoing across the ground. The soldiers of the Wuyo army, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee. Yet how could their legs outrun the bullets? In a matter of moments, under the relentless barrage of fire, hundreds succumbed to their wounds, collapsing to the earth. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of relief. This time, he had managed to reclaim some interest. Among the more than 300 pursuing soldiers of the Wuyo army who had been struck, at least half did not perish immediately. Heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the valley. And at that moment, the city walls were densely populated with Wuyo soldiers, hastily dispatched from the direction of Wuyo City. Yet, no one dared to venture out to rescue the wounded. Li Yunpeng remained unperturbed, instructing his soldiers to fire upon any injured men who attempted to rise or crawl back. After consecutively dispatching several injured soldiers, those lying on the ground among the Wuyo army discerned a pattern. They ceased their erratic movements, focusing solely on their agonizing cries. As blood soaked a vast expanse of earth, Li Yunpeng's actions are intended to undermine the fighting spirit of the Wuyo army within the city. Li Yi shouted through a loudspeaker. What kind of soldiers are you if you cannot even save your comrades? They are on the brink of bleeding to death. And we stand here watching. Do you not care about the lives of your fellow soldiers? The Wuyo army on the city wall fell into a profound silence. The sight of their comrades lying in pools of blood outside, evoking visions of their own helplessness on the battlefield in the future. A dispiriting atmosphere enveloped the entire unit. Huang Long, who had initially prepared to head to the front lines to oversee the battle, turned back towards the imperial palace upon hearing his subordinate's report about the situation outside. Faced with such a predicament, anyone would find themselves in a dilemma. He cursed himself for failing to ambush Li Yunpeng previously. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Since he could not eliminate Li Yunpeng with a single blow, he must brace himself to endure the wrath that would inevitably follow. Li Yunpeng sat upon the hillside, listening to the anguished cries of the wounded soldiers from the Wuyo nation throughout the afternoon. As dusk approached, the morale of the Wuyo army had dwindled to near nothingness, and the confidence of many in their nation began to waver. These concerns were left for Huang Long to ponder. As Li Yunpeng refrained from dealing fatal blows to the injured, he wished for the people of Wuyo to rescue their wounded, presenting a formidable challenge for their logistical medical resources. To save them would deplete their extensive medical supplies, while failing to do so would leave no soldiers willing to fight valiantly in the future. Li Yunpeng flashed a sinister smile, retreating his forces to allow the discontent of the Wuyo army towards Huang Long to fester, anticipating that this would yield a far more effective offensive later. In stark contrast to Li Yunpeng's carefree return to the base, Huang Long sat upon his meticulously handcrafted dragon throne, consumed by worry. Before him, 2 rows of formidable figures sat, his renowned 4 great kings, Tang Lei, Huang Lang, Tao Wei, and Zheng Liang. Zheng Liang, did you not assert that Li Yunpeng commanded merely over 100 soldiers? Huang Long's countenance darkened as he regarded Zheng Liang. How is it that so many have suddenly appeared? Zhang Liang's eyelids fluttered nervously as he replied, when I accompanied Brotherhood to his territory, I indeed only encountered a little over 100 soldiers. At the mention of Huang Long felt a pang of grief. He was not only his younger brother but his sole kin. He spoke solemnly. More than 100? My brother Huang's granary is currently fortified with over 300 fully armed guards, and I assure you, the number of soldiers in Li Yunpeng's base must be even greater. Zhang Liang, now sweating profusely, stammered, This could be due to Li Yunpeng recruiting new forces after provoking the sovereign? Utter nonsense. Look at the hundreds of corpses of our brothers outside the canyon. Huang Long erupted in fury. How dare you still argue at this juncture? Could fresh recruits possess such formidable combat prowess? Zheng Liang fell silent, intimidated by Huang Long's wrath. Huang Long continued, Were it not for your loyalty in safeguarding my brother Huang, I would have ended you for misreporting military intelligence. Zheng Liang's face blanched with fear. He had narrowly escaped from Li Yunpeng, fleeing while carrying the injured Huang for miles, only for his brother to tragically succumb to a gunshot wound. His last command had been to survive and accurately inform Huang Long of Li Yunpeng's situation. He had left Huang Hu behind in a desperate bid to return and provide a warning, enduring harrowing trials to do so. Recognizing Zheng Liang's loyalty and valor, Huang Long had promoted him to one of the 4 great kings. However, should this matter be exposed, it would spell his doom. At this critical juncture, Huang Long rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest, contemplating, Tang Lei, bring the women from the camp to the front lines. Allow the brothers some respite and ensure their morale is uplifted. Moreover, let that plan be executed ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Tang Lei's face broke into a wicked grin, for they reveled in such indulgent festivities. Regardless of the quality of the women, sheer quantity was exhilarating. Rest assured, my sovereign, I guarantee that the boys will be thoroughly entertained and will unleash their full combat potential come dawn. Zheng Liang scoffed inwardly. After such revelry, they would be reduced to mere shadows of warriors. Huang Long nodded, invigorated by Tang Lei's words. He hastily dismissed a few individuals and turned towards the spacious room behind the council chamber, where a dozen strikingly beautiful women were kept. Soon, the chamber unfolded into an indescribably exquisite scene, with melodious sounds echoing throughout. Li Yunpeng sat in the conference room, surrounded by all the squad leaders except for Li Qi, who was stationed at the granary. Let us share our thoughts, he said. In 3 days, at the break of dawn, we shall launch our offensive. Do any of you possess effective strategies to vanquish the enemy? At that moment, one squad leader rose and declared, Rest assured, Commander, I will lead a small team to breach the main gate and ensure the capture of the Yellow Dragon's head for you. Li Yunpeng cast a glance at him, feeling a twinge of annoyance. You are but a mere squad, hardly sufficient to fill the gaps. However, in a bid to bolster morale, he refrained from expressing his true sentiments. Very well, please take a seat. Do you possess any superior strategies? Li Yi hesitated for a moment before rising to speak. Your Excellency, I propose dispatching 2 squads of soldiers to scale the sheer cliffs on either side of the checkpoint. We could then hoist a substantial number of grenades up with ropes, and when the time for assault arrives, they shall rain down upon the enemy, surely toppling them. Indeed, an excellent suggestion, Li Yunpeng commended. This squadron leader proved to be far more reliable than the squad leaders. Subsequently, the squad leaders presented various implausible strategies, such as blasting through mountains or recklessly charging in, all of which were promptly dismissed by Li Yunpeng. Lier stood up and said, My esteemed commander, we can fill a truck with gasoline, reinforce the front with steel plates, and dispatch a soldier to drive it to the city gates and detonate it. This will surely blast the doors wide open. Li Yunpeng pondered that although the sacrifice of a soldier might seem cruel, it could indeed prove to be an effective strategy in the event of an impasse during the offensive. With the plan now firmly established, he instructed someone to summon Li Qi back. As the imminent battle approached, it was decided that 3 squads would suffice to guard the granary, while the remainder of the troops would assemble. Subsequently, tasks were assigned to each individual, and the valiant soldiers departed to fulfill their duties. Li Qi received the notification and, within a mere 2 hours, arrived at the base with her troops. The atmosphere within the base was palpable with the tension that precedes a great battle. Soldiers, who typically attended to their respective duties, now congregated at the base, bustling with activity. The logistics team was diligently inspecting vehicles, welding armor, and transporting combat supplies. Li Yunpeng squandered over 600,000 accumulated points, exchanging them for 100,000 rounds of ammunition and dozens of boxes of grenades, coupled with his regular stockpile of arms. He possessed an ample supply for the impending battle. The entire base was bustling with activity, while Li Yunpeng found himself in a state of leisure. As he exited the administrative conference hall, he noticed the light illuminating Wang Shiyan's room. Recalling the passionate moment that had been interrupted in the cave, he turned on his heel and made his way toward her quarters. Li Yunpeng stood before the door and knocked lightly. Who is it? Came Wang Shiyan's voice from within. It's me, Li Yunpeng replied. Oh, Brother Peng, please wait a moment. Immediately, a flurry of activity could be heard inside, as if something had been knocked over. Shiyan, are you all right? Li Yunpeng inquired with concern. The door creaked open, revealing Wang Shiyan clad in a white t-shirt and beige shorts. Her hair damp and her skin fair and luminous, clearly having just emerged from a shower. A delicate fragrance wafted toward Li Yunpeng, causing him to involuntarily swallow. Wang Shiyan noticed his subtle reaction, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Brother Peng, please come in, she said, stepping aside. When he did not move, she gently prompted. Brother Peng? Clearing his throat, he stammered, Shiyan, You look so beautiful that I momentarily lost my composure. Flattered by his compliment, Wang Shiyan felt a rush of sweetness in her heart and playfully shot him a glance, thinking how today his words dripped with honey. I speak only the truth. Li Yunpeng chuckled. Hee, then I shall take you at your word. Brother Peng, have you eaten yet? Wang Shiyan asked cheerfully. It was only then that he remembered he had been so preoccupied that he had forgotten to eat. Oh, I was so focused on you that I completely lost track of time, he admitted. You're a big liar. I saw you in the middle of a military meeting. Yet you claimed to be thinking of me, Wang Shiyan teased, mercilessly exposing his fib. Li Yunpeng's face flushed with embarrassment, clearing his throat. He remarked that he had been thinking of her even during the meeting. Wang Shiyan, not wishing to dwell on it any longer, replied, Please wait a moment. I will go prepare some noodles. Li Yunpeng savored a generous bowl of egg noodles, and one must admit that Wang Shiyan's culinary skills are remarkable. This seemingly simple bowl of noodles was imbued with a rich and delightful flavor, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. After the meal, as Wang Shiyan busied herself with the dishes, Li Yunpeng turned to observe her graceful figure in the kitchen. A sudden warmth enveloped his heart at the sight, prompting him to quietly rise and approach the doorway. Watching in silence. Ah, Pinggu, you startled me, Wang Shiyan exclaimed, her body jolting as she unexpectedly spotted Li Yunpeng standing at the entrance, nearly causing the bowl in her hands to slip from her grasp. Li Yunpeng remained silent, simply gazing at her. What are you looking at? Wang Shiyan asked shyly, her eyes darting away. I'm looking at you, Li Yunpeng replied bluntly. Wang Shiyan felt her cheeks burn like fire, her hands fidgeting nervously as if a little deer were frantically leaping within her heart. Suddenly, the sharp sound of gunfire and explosions jolted Li Yunpeng awake, shattering the once intimate atmosphere. His breath caught in his throat, a surge of anger igniting within him. Ah, damn it, whoever it is. I swear I will take him down today. At that moment, he felt a murderous intent rising, unable to tolerate the incessant interruptions at crucial moments. Under Wang Shiyan's worried gaze, Li Yunpeng stormed out. As he stepped outside, he was met with chaos. Soldiers were rushing about in disarray. He seized a squad leader and demanded, What is going on? Report, Commander. A large horde of evolved zombies is attacking the base. The squad leader responded swiftly. Li Yunpeng was momentarily taken aback. How could there be a massive surge of evolved zombies? He hurriedly dashed towards the outer wall, where soldiers from the military camp were also rushing, gunfire erupting as they unleashed their full firepower. Li Yunpeng approached Li Yi and inquired, What is the situation? Li Yi, upon seeing the commander, stood at attention and reported, Commander, a multitude of evolved zombies has inexplicably emerged, leading a massive tide of the undead. Suddenly appeared? What of the watchtower outside the base? Inquired Li Yunpeng. It is likely that they were ambushed by agile zombies. They had no time to sound the alarm before being utterly defeated, replied Li Yi. Li Yunpeng's expression was grave. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Previously, 6 waves of zombies had besieged the city, and now, an overwhelming number of evolved zombies were advancing with their forces. If one were to suggest that this was mere coincidence, he would vehemently deny it, convinced that this was the work of that scoundrel Huang Long. As he surveyed the scene, he noted 5 towering, power-type zombies standing at 3 meters high, with countless agile zombies lurking within the throng, invisible to the naked eye. The densely packed tide of corpses surged forth like a relentless torrent, brazenly assaulting the base's defensive perimeter. All armed forces within the base had ascended the city walls, and members of the Fire Phoenix squad, including Lu Zide, had joined Li Yunpeng at his side. At this moment, Li Yunpeng paid no heed to how much assistance these individuals could provide. Can you shoot? He inquired. I cannot, but I am willing to learn, replied Wufenger, with Lu Zide nodding in agreement. Li Yunpeng tossed 2 rifles to the pair, urging them to fight to the death. A resolute determination to face death was evident in everyone's eyes. All civilians within the base were mobilized, fervently transporting ammunition and supplies to the front line. Li Yunpeng calculated that there were currently 908 soldiers within the base, along with 3 squad leaders. He summoned the squad leaders, Li Qi, Li Yi, and Li Er, and stated, You are each to oversee a designated direction. Ensure the base is held at all costs, and if necessary, organize a death squad to eliminate the evolved zombies. Yes, we stand firm. The 3 resolute men pledged, their voices echoing with determination. The zombies were still over 100 meters from the city walls, and the base's firepower was unparalleled. Each wall was fortified with at least 8 machine gun positions, unleashing a relentless torrent of bullets, as if money were no object. The strength-type zombies had begun hurling ordinary zombies towards the base, but their distance was insufficient, causing them to fall short at the foot of the walls. Fire fiercely. We must not allow the evolved zombies to come within 100 meters, Li Yunpeng shouted, for once they breached that threshold, the strength-type zombies could toss their comrades into the base. Under such a dual assault, the prospect of defense would be utterly hopeless. Li Yunpeng cast a glance at the system panel, witnessing a frenzied accumulation of points. However, the depletion was equally immense. He exchanged all his points for weaponry and ammunition, which piled up at the entrance of the arms factory like a small mountain. The mobilized civilians, bearing the burden upon their shoulders and in their hands, transported the munitions to the front lines. Despite the ferocious firepower, the strength-based zombies relentlessly hurled their undead brethren forward, swiftly breaching the defensive line by over 100 meters. Commander, you must leave at once. There's a boat by the shore. I'll have Li Bai escort you away, urged Li Qi, aware of the formidable nature of the evolved zombies, as he hastily implored Li Yunpeng to flee. In the early stages of their development, Li Yunpeng might have indeed led a portion of his soldiers to safety under such circumstances. After all, preserving the Green Mountains ensures the availability of firewood. Yet, the base had evolved through tremendous effort, and countless familiar and cherished faces resided within its confines. How could he possibly abandon everything? If he departed, the morale of the people would likely shatter instantaneously, and without logistical support, the guards would soon face annihilation. Enough with the nonsense. Today, we either eradicate the zombies, or we all perish here, Li Yunpeng bellowed, his voice echoing with a manic fervor. Li Qi, witnessing the commander's unwavering resolve, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Allocate 2 machine guns specifically for me to target the strength-type zombies." A relentless stream of zombies was being hurled into the city, and Li Yunpeng had equipped the security team directly under Zhang Tao with handguns. These individuals were thrust into a critical situation, tasked with dealing with the ordinary zombies. The training regimen of the security team had long included the use and maintenance of handguns. Although this marked their first foray into actual combat, the structure and operation of the firearm were ingrained in their minds. Despite their initial awkwardness in battle, the life-or-death crisis compelled them to adapt swiftly, forming groups to systematically eliminate the incoming zombies. However, the reprieve was short-lived. Suddenly, a ghostly figure blended among the ordinary zombies was thrown into the fray. Charging into the security team, Li Yunpeng's pupils constricted. It was an agile, evolved zombie. The security team stood no chance against such a creature, and in an instant, over a dozen members were torn apart, their mangled bodies strewn across the ground, leaving the remaining personnel terrified and fleeing in all directions. Li Yi, dispatch someone to eliminate that evolved zombie, Li Yunpeng commanded. Immediately, a small squad was assembled, positioning themselves back-to-back in a circular formation to deny the agile zombie any opportunity. This cunning creature, sensing no chance of escape, darted toward the interior of the base. However, it did not foresee the machine gun bunkers located along the outer walls of the administrative district. The soldiers inside detected its trajectory and opened fire decisively. The agile zombie was struck in the lower leg by machine gun fire, causing it to stumble and fall. The squad of soldiers, seizing the moment, unleashed a barrage of 30 rifles, reducing it to mere fragments in an instant. Upon witnessing a sudden surge of 100,000 points, Li Yunpeng realized that the evolved zombie had been eliminated, yet the situation remained dire, with more evolved zombies lurking outside the city. Meanwhile, Xia Mengdai had been searching for Li Yunpeng since the onset of the battle. After a thorough search, she finally spotted him and hurried over to his side. Li Yunpeng inquired, "What brings you here?" Xia Mengdai, with a charming yet anxious expression, replied, "I have come to offer my assistance." Li Yunpeng silently mused that by the time he required assistance, he was on the brink of despair. He commanded, "Enough of this nonsense, descend at once. Go assist Wang Shiyan, and do not emerge without my orders." Xia Mengdai, with an unwavering expression, seized a spare rifle and began firing at the zombies. The rhythmic recoil of the rifle caused her delicate frame to shudder, leaving Li Yunpeng momentarily entranced by the turbulent waves before him. He quickly shook his head and followed her line of fire, astonished by her exceptional marksmanship. Within 100 meters, she was striking headshots with remarkable precision. Recognizing the advantage of her combat prowess, Li Yunpeng refrained from further comments but was nonetheless moved by Huofinger's shooting skills. He could only instruct her to assist Wang Shiyin with logistical support while also providing protection, though Wufinger was initially reluctant. The dire circumstances compelled her to obey the commander's orders, and she led her team down to the logistics department. At that moment, the zombies had completely encircled the base. Even the wall facing the river was teeming with the undead. Li Yunpeng was forced to personally lead several squads of soldiers to defend their position, with Xia Mingdai steadfastly by his side. With their escape route severed, Li Yunpeng realized that retreat was no longer an option. They could only fight desperately for a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, this side was devoid of any brute force zombies, so the pressure was somewhat manageable. However, as the base's firepower clashed with the horde of zombies, the wall beside Li Yunpeng suddenly came under fire from bullets originating from the opposing side. He quickly crouched down, noticing that soldiers around him had already been struck. Who could it be? He wondered, as the acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air and the cacophony of gunfire filled the atmosphere, momentarily obscuring the identity of the shooter. Li Yunpeng gazed upwards and beheld several sand-dredging vessels adrift on the river, each teeming with individuals brandishing firearms aimed at the base. A wave of shock coursed through him. These were the troops of the Wuyo army. He could hardly believe that their presence here was mere coincidence. He would stake his life on his conviction that both the previous and current zombie hordes had been orchestrated by them. The first was a mere probe, while this latest onslaught was a desperate strike. Just as he was devising plans to assault the Wuyo nation, they had preemptively launched their attack. With the relentless undead ahead and formidable foes behind, a sense of despair washed over him. The emergence of the Wuyo army had severely disrupted the base's firepower rhythm. At that moment, the guards and the zombie horde balanced precariously like a scale, with the Wuyo army serving as the final straw tipping the balance. What was once deemed the safest flank had transformed into the most perilous. Engaging the zombies would expose him to the Wuyo army's fire, while targeting the Wuyo forces would allow the zombies to surge unchecked towards the city walls. Hiding beneath the city was not a viable option. Bolstered by the Wuyo army's firepower, the zombies would soon encroach upon the outer walls. Should this position falter and the zombies inundate the base, the remaining 3 walls would inevitably become isolated islands. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth and decisively commanded his soldiers to hurl all the grenades over the wall, desperately attempting to buy a fleeting moment. The outer wall could no longer be held. Its 2-meter height offered scant protection against the advancing horde. Quickly, send word for everyone to retreat to the inner wall. Li Yunpeng issued orders to the squad leader beside him, resolutely continuing to fend off the relentless onslaught of zombies amidst a hail of bullets, striving to buy precious time for the messenger. The Wuyo army, noticing heads peeking over the city wall, commenced a frenzied barrage of gunfire. At this moment, retreat was not an option for Li Yunpeng. As he witnessed his comrades falling one by one, his heart surged with anguish. In less than 5 minutes, a squad of soldiers succumbed to the gunfire of the Wuyo army. Fortunately, the command had already been disseminated to all parties. Retreat, Li Yunpeng urgently shouted, leading his followers to turn and flee. Simultaneously, the warriors on the walls rushed towards the central wall. Once they retreated, with the outer wall providing cover, the soldiers of the Wuyo army found themselves devoid of a target. The 3 formidable walls, constructed at great expense by Li Yunpeng, saved the lives of everyone at a critical moment. Just as they had not yet caught their breath, a powerful 3-meter-tall, evolved zombie suddenly crashed through the outer wall, creating a breach and invading their sanctuary. Li Yunpeng's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his weapon. Xia Mingdai, quickly head to the inner city and assist the logistics department, he commanded. With her eyes aflame with fury, Xia Mingdai resolutely replied, "No, I am not one to cower in fear. I would rather perish alongside the zombies." "But what necessity is there for such a fate?" Li Yunpeng countered. He had not anticipated that this petite healer possessed such a fierce spirit. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a shadow hurtling towards Xia Mingdai. Ever since his second evolution, both his reflexes and vision had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to discern that it was an agile zombie. Xia Mingdai, paralyzed with fear as she beheld the incoming threat, instinctively sought to shield her eyes. Yet before she could react, Li Yunpeng grasped her shoulder, leveraging the motion to swiftly pivot and deliver a precise kick to the zombie's chest. Bang! The agile zombie was sent hurtling backward by the force of Li Yunpeng's strike, crashing to the ground, where it was immediately engulfed by a barrage of bullets. Li Yunpeng could sense the subtle tremors in Xia Mingdai's shoulder. She had thought that death was imminent, yet to her astonishment, Li Yunpeng managed to spot the agile zombie's figure and sent it flying with a single kick. In truth, Li Yunpeng himself had not anticipated this outcome. He would never deliberately seek out an agile zombie for a one-on-one confrontation to test his combat prowess. This action was entirely instinctual, and he was taken aback by his own capability. While it was true that the agile zombie had leaped into the air, failing to unleash its full speed, it nevertheless served to underscore Li Yunpeng's extraordinary strength and reaction time, which far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Li Yunpeng struck decisively, and suddenly a possibility dawned upon him. He exclaimed loudly, "Li Qi, bring me the crystal from the brain of the level 1 zombie that we previously dispatched, and ensure it is thoroughly cleaned." Li Qi received the command and set off. "Zhang Tao, please fetch me the sharpest long knife from the storeroom." Zhang Tao felt a twinge of confusion. Did the commander intend to engage in close combat with the zombies? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and beckoned the two others to swiftly make their way to the storeroom. The trio retrieved the items required by Li Yunpeng with utmost speed. He accepted the pale blue crystal, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and promptly swallowed it whole. Zhang Tao returned with a bundle of various blades, and Li Yunpeng selected a meticulously crafted tang sword. The blade, approximately 1.5 meters in length, was long and straight, adorned with a blood groove, while the area near the edge featured a wave-patterned forged design. He wielded it with ease, bringing it down forcefully upon a thick round log, which was immediately cleaved in two with a clean break. A splendid blade. Li Yunpeng let out a low exclamation as he sheathed his saber, at which point he became acutely aware of the familiar sensation of warmth coursing through him. Perhaps it was due to his enhanced physical condition. The reaction to a single crystal was not as intense as it had been previously. Upon seeing Li Yunpeng's unusual demeanor upon returning to the city wall, Xia Mengdai expressed her concern, saying, "Commander, your face is flushed. What is the matter?" She placed her hand upon his pulse. You. Xia Mengdai sensed that Li Yunpeng's pulse was robust and vigorous, with a heartbeat that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Li Yunpeng noticed her concern and reassured her, saying, "It's nothing. It will be fine soon." However, as soon as he spoke, he felt his legs weaken and nearly stumbled to the ground. Xia Mengdai quickly supported him and urgently urged, "Hurry, let's go to the hospital. I need to examine you. I've never encountered a pulse like this before." Li Yunpeng slowly sat down on the ground, weakly waving his hand, saying, "Really, it's unnecessary. I understand the situation clearly. I just need a moment to rest." Xia Mengdai, seeing his stubbornness, felt anxious but was helpless. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the administrative district. Li Yunpeng glanced out to see two agile zombies hurled into the city, wreaking havoc among the innocent, causing immense casualties. Unfortunately, he had no strength left and could only watch helplessly. "Li Qi, at all costs, eradicate the zombies that have breached our defenses. Otherwise, we shall perish here." The nimble zombies continued their relentless pursuit of the civilians, their claws slicing through the throats of their victims with the precision of blades. One head was sent flying amidst a spray of blood. After a successful strike, the creature turned and plunged its claws into another individual's chest, tearing him apart with a violent yank, scattering organs across the ground. The individuals responsible for supplies had completely broken down, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of urgency, prompting Li Qi to immediately dispatch 2 squads to confront the nimble zombies. However, these creatures were intermingled with the crowd, leaving the soldiers unable to fire with full force for fear of harming innocent civilians. Li Yunpeng urgently commanded, "Everyone, take cover on the ground. The guards, unleash your firepower." The agile zombies moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, several individuals had fallen. If this continued, it would undoubtedly lead to even greater casualties. In this critical moment, not everyone adhered to Li Yunpeng's orders to lie down and await their fate. Some were still fleeing in panic. The guards, receiving their orders, opened fire decisively, with stray bullets occasionally striking those who remained standing. Although this resulted in numerous accidental injuries, the sudden onslaught of gunfire deterred the agile zombies from their earlier rampage against civilians. They frantically fled to evade the bullets. Just as 2 of the agile zombies were cornered, an overwhelming horde of regular zombies breached the outer walls of the base and surged into the residential area. As if dumplings being tossed into a pot, most ordinary zombies were swiftly dispatched. However, among them were 6 agile zombies that penetrated the squad's perimeter, providing the 2 cornered zombies with much-needed support, allowing them to escape and turn back to attack the soldiers. In an instant, blood was scattered about the squad, dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Realizing the dire situation, the soldiers desperately pulled the pins on their grenades. Although they managed to maim 2 of the agile zombies, all the soldiers ultimately perished under the relentless assault of the agile zombies. After eliminating the soldiers, the agile zombies once again lunged toward the civilians. Li Yunpeng gasped for breath, the veins on his neck bulging, having witnessed everything unfold before his eyes, yet feeling powerless to intervene. Li Qi, amidst the tense atmosphere of the defensive battle, meticulously dispatched 3 small squads to encircle and eliminate the agile zombies. However, this meager force struggled immensely against the 8 nimble undead that flitted through the crowd with alarming ease. These 8 agile zombies wreaked havoc among the masses, occasionally emitting mocking cackles that echoed through the chaos. Li Yunpeng watched as familiar faces from the past were ruthlessly torn apart by agile zombies. Children had their necks bitten through, men had their chests ripped open, and a woman was cleaved in 2. In the eyes of these agile zombies, there was no distinction between gender or age. Any target before them would be dispatched in an assortment of brutal ways. Li Yunpeng was engulfed by an overwhelming fury that consumed all else. He raised his head towards the heavens and let out a long, anguished howl. Struggling to rise to his feet, leaning on his tang knife, he advanced step by step towards the agile zombies that were wreaking havoc. "Commander!" Xia Mengdai attempted to reach out to stop Li Yunpeng from approaching the evolved zombies, but his blood-red eyes, resembling those of a ferocious beast, instilled such terror that her hand froze mid-air. Upon witnessing Li Yunpeng stride towards the approaching zombies, Li Qi was instantly filled with alarm and swiftly rallied the soldiers to advance for protection. "You must defend the city walls," Li Yunpeng uttered through clenched teeth, his voice laced with steely resolve. Though Li Qi was compelled to obey the command of the commander, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Li Yunpeng, ever prepared to render assistance at a moment's notice. Li Yunpeng strode forward, drawing his long blade with a fluid motion, its tip angled toward the ground. Concurrently, he felt his strength rapidly returning, soon reaching his previous prowess, yet he pressed on, striving for an entirely new pinnacle. The agile zombie, engrossed in its slaughter, caught sight of the approaching Li Yunpeng and lunged toward him with astonishing speed. To onlookers, it appeared as if a flash of light had crossed their vision, the agile zombie becoming a mere blur. However, to Li Yunpeng, its velocity was trivial. He perceived each movement with clarity. As the zombie closed in, it raised its 1-foot-long, razor-sharp claw to slash at Li Yunpeng's throat. Humph! Li Yunpeng let out a cold snort, swiftly sidestepping the razor-sharp claws. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes as Li Yunpeng's fleeting silhouette materialized beside the zombie, leaving them in utter astonishment. How could the commander possess such terrifying speed? The agile zombie, realizing its initial strike had missed, pivoted its body to launch another assault, its sharp claws aimed directly at Li Yunpeng's chest. "You wretched creature. Today marks your demise." Li Yunpeng issued a low shout and surged towards it with remarkable speed. Just as he was about to make contact, the agile zombie suddenly lost sight of him. With a soft thud, the blade pierced flesh, as Li Yunpeng's long knife penetrated the zombie's body. The agile zombie turned its head in astonishment, realizing that Li Yunpeng had plunged the long knife into its back. Momentarily taken aback, the agile zombie quickly twisted its body, its claws once again slicing towards Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng swiftly drew his blade, and with a deft twist of his wrist, severed the zombie's arm at the root. The loss of its limb disrupted the creature's balance, rendering it less agile. Seizing the moment of its instability, Li Yunpeng stepped forward and delivered a decisive stroke, cleanly severing its head from its shoulders. The headless, evolved zombie collapsed limply to the ground. Though the actions transpired in an instant, to an onlooker, it appeared as if Li Yunpeng and the agile zombie were mere flashes of movement. First, an arm flew through the air, followed by a head. Only when the battle reached its conclusion did it become evident that Li Yunpeng had vanquished the zombie. Xia Mengdai, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief, murmuring, "Is this the speed that humanity possesses? Surely, even the most agile person in the world could not achieve such feats." Li Qi felt a sense of relief as she witnessed the commander vanquishing the zombies, allowing her to focus entirely on dealing with the undead outside the city. Li Yunpeng, having slain a nimble zombie, felt an immediate surge of confidence and charged towards another agile undead. The swift zombie, amidst the chaos of the crowd, noticed a figure approaching with even greater speed and instinctively abandoned its target to evade. Yet, In Li Yunpeng's eyes, its movements appeared sluggish, despite its frantic dodging. He swiftly plunged his blade into its skull, dispatching yet another foe. The dying shriek of the nimble zombie instantly drew the attention of its remaining companions, who, recognizing the threat, abandoned their current targets to surround Li Yunpeng in a protective formation. 6 zombies, their eyes locked onto Li Yunpeng with predatory intent, rendered the surrounding ordinary civilians paralyzed with fear, prompting them to retreat from the battlefield, casting terrified glances from a safe distance. The commander found himself encircled by 6 ravenous zombies. What could be done? It was all over. Who would come to the aid of the commander? The crowd, weary from their recent struggles, had little faith in Li Yunpeng's fate. They had not witnessed his prowess in dispatching the undead. Within the base, he stood alone as the sole evolved being, leaving no one else capable of intervening in his battle against the zombies. Even Xiao Mengdai, who had witnessed Li Yunpeng's combat abilities firsthand, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Being surrounded by 6 nimble zombies was not merely a matter of addition. Li Qi was filled with anxiety. He yearned to provide fire support, but found himself powerless. Should a stray bullet injure the commander, he would be unable to atone for such a grave sin, leaving him with no choice but to vigilantly observe the unfolding situation. Li Yunpeng felt a twinge of anxiety as he faced such a multitude of evolved zombies, yet there was no retreat. The confrontation between him and the evolved zombies was a matter of life and death. After a prolonged moment of mutual scrutiny, one of the agile zombies let out a low growl and, alongside its 5 companions, charged toward Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng's pupils constricted. He had to break through the encirclement. Otherwise, he would be unable to withstand the simultaneous assaults from all directions. Thus, he charged towards one of the injured agile zombies, seizing the moment to deliver a powerful kick to its chest, propelling both himself and the creature out of the surrounding throng. Li Yunpeng, surprisingly still possessing vigor, propelled himself off the ground and swiftly closed in on the retreating zombie, plunging his blade into its skull and extinguishing its life, reducing the number from 6 to 5. Upon landing, a sense of vigilance surged within him, prompting him to counterattack with a swift strike. Clang! The sound of his Tang Dao resonated as it met the claws of the advancing zombie, producing a metallic chime. Blocking the initial assault, Li Yunpeng hastily retreated, intending to create distance for a renewed confrontation. Yet, the zombie offered him no respite. As he parried the first strike, 2 more zombies' claws were already closing in. Li Yunpeng could only manage to raise his blade in defense. The immense force transmitted through the sword compelled him to involuntarily retreat several steps before regaining his footing. Just as he adjusted his stance, the figures of 3 agile zombies swiftly magnified in his vision. What the hell? This relentless assault ensnared Li Yunpeng in a continuous cycle of peril. Li Yunpeng hunched his body to evade the foremost claw, deftly using the blade of his knife to deflect the second zombie's attack. However, he found himself powerless against the third assault. As the razor-sharp claw lunged towards his heart, he managed to pivot just in time, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Thud! The claw sank into flesh. It's over. Li Yunpeng felt a chill in his heart. The most formidable aspect of the zombies lies in the fact that when you strike them with a blade, they remain unharmed. Yet if they merely graze your flesh, your fate is sealed. Lu Zide, Xiao Mengdai, and the other warriors were immediately alarmed and rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. Li Yunpeng felt an overwhelming despair, just as he was about to awaken to a world where he wielded power over all and indulge in the pleasures of beautiful women. Everything seemed to come to an abrupt end. He screamed in madness. If he was to meet his demise, he would ensure that these wretched creatures accompanied him to the grave. Li Yunpeng became utterly fearless, seizing the claw blade embedded within him, rendering the agile zombie incapable of withdrawing. With a swift motion, he cleaved the entrapped creature in 2. At that moment, another zombie's claw blade descended from an angle above. In a reckless display of courage, Li Yunpeng raised his arm to block its wrist, driving his knife into its neck. He then twisted the blade, gruesomely mangling the zombie's throat before delivering a fierce sweep that severed its head entirely. Now, only 3 agile zombies remained, their gazes towards Li Yunpeng tinged with a hint of fear. Li Yunpeng felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, fully aware that he might have sustained internal injuries. However, it mattered little to him. Ultimately, he was destined to become a zombie. Yet, before his transformation, he was determined to eliminate the remaining 3. Li Yunpeng leaped forward, causing 3 agile zombies to emit low growls before unexpectedly retreating in fear. In a fit of rage, Li Yunping unleashed 120% of his potential, swiftly closing the distance. As the last agile zombie sensed something amiss and turned its head, a glimmer of cold light flashed in its pupils, and the Tang's sword pierced through its skull. Without pausing for a moment, Li Yunping extracted the sword and struck down the second zombie that was halfway through its escape, swiftly severing its head before hastening towards the final one. Just as it was about to leap over the city wall, its body, having ascended halfway, suddenly became heavy. Li Yunping seized the ankle of the escaping zombie and hurled it to the ground with a forceful motion. Thud. Even the formidable physique of an evolved zombie was rendered disoriented by the impact. Li Yunping's blade flashed with a swift motion, severing the limbs of the creature. He then placed his foot upon its chest, gazing down at the frantic struggles of the zombie, his heart filled with animosity. Ultimately, he raised his knife and slowly plunged it into its forehead. The evolved zombie, confronted by the approaching sharp Tang knife, found itself utterly helpless, allowing the blade to pierce through skin, muscle, and bone, ultimately reaching its brain, leading to a complete loss of consciousness. Thus, all 8 agile zombies that had invaded the city met their demise at the hands of Li Yunping. Yet, he felt no joy, observing the darkening wounds. He realized that the transformation into the undead had already commenced. Li Yunping let out a deep sigh, silently drawing his pistol and aiming it at his own head. He did not wish to transform into a loathsome monster. Instead, he preferred to grant himself a dignified conclusion while he still possessed awareness. Alas, what a pity! Upon witnessing his actions, Lu Zide, Xia Mengdai, and the others immediately halted in their tracks. Peng Ge, don't! Lu Zide and Xia Mengdai cried out, their voices filled with the helplessness of a child. Li Yunping gazed at them with a sorrowful smile. In this unfamiliar world, there were still individuals who genuinely cared for him, rendering his struggles not in vain. Farewell, my friends. Just before Li Yunping pulled the trigger, the system's voice echoed, you have been infected by the zombie virus. Would you like to spend 10,000 points to cleanse it? Damn it. Li Yunping had already prepared himself mentally and was ready to pull the trigger when he was startled by the system's sudden intervention. You could have mentioned this earlier. If it were a second later, I would have blown my own brains out. The system responded, in light of your valiant efforts in battle. The penalty for insulting the system has been waived this time. However, should there be a next occurrence, the punishment will be doubled. Do you wish to proceed with the elimination of the virus within your body? Li Yunping felt speechless in his heart and decisively chose yes. Subsequently, he felt a lightness in his body as the dark wound quickly transformed into a vivid red. Although it continued to bleed, the signs of corpse transformation had vanished. Li Yunping exhaled in relief, relinquishing the firearm. He had steeled himself for suicide, yet unexpectedly found himself once more evading the clutches of death. An overwhelming sense of euphoria washed over him. The desire to live is inherent in all. Witnessing him set the gun aside, Lu Zide and others hastened to his side, swiftly seizing the weapon and restraining his arms. Brother Peng, there must be another way, Lu Zide exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. Xia Mengdai grasped his other arm and urged, we must not surrender until the very end. Li Yunping felt a warmth in his heart from the care of those around him. Li Yunping sought to console them, but an unexpected dizziness overcame him, nearly causing him to collapse. Xia Mengdai was startled and immediately ceased her weeping. She noticed the grotesque wound that pierced Li Yunping's body, which had already stained a significant area in front of him crimson. Commander, allow me to assist you to the hospital. I will tend to your injuries, and I am certain I can heal you, Xia Mengdai declared, wiping her tears as she supported Li Yunping and began to move. Mengdai, are you not afraid that I might transform into a zombie and devour you? Li Yunping weakly inquired. I am not afraid. If you were to become a zombie, you must first bite me, for my life was just recently salvaged by you, Xia Mengdai replied earnestly. Li Yunping chuckled softly. Oh, silly girl. Do not rush to the hospital just yet. I am fine. Please assist me to the city wall. Xia Mengdai meticulously examined Li Yunping's wound, noting that the bleeding had ceased. Her curiosity piqued, as she had never encountered a wound that could naturally stop bleeding. Such an occurrence contradicted her medical knowledge. However, considering that Li Yunping had been wounded by a zombie, yet had not succumbed to transformation, the cessation of bleeding seemed less extraordinary. She recognized that, as the commander, he was deeply concerned for the safety of the base. Since there was no immediate danger, she did not press him further and gently helped him sit on the city wall. After only a few steps, Li Yunping found himself breathless. It appeared that his injury was quite severe, and he was uncertain when he would recover. Looking outwards, he observed that the horde of zombies had become somewhat disordered following the loss of the agile ones. One of the strength-type zombies, caught off guard, was shot through the head by a machine gun, its massive form collapsing to the ground. The remaining 4 strength-evolved zombies, realizing the precarious situation, turned to flee, taking with them 4,000 ordinary zombies. Once they departed, only a few hundred uncontrollable ordinary zombies remained. Understanding that the tide of battle had shifted in their favor, Li Yunpeng felt a sense of relief and instructed Xia Mengdai to assist him back to the base. As they approached the gates of the inner city, Li Yunpeng overheard a heated argument within. "Huofeng'er, step aside. I must find Brother Peng," Wang Shiyan exclaimed. "Shiyan, I understand your concern for the commander, but our presence would only hinder him and distract him from his duties," Huofeng'er replied. "Who says we cannot help? Your archery skills are exceptional. You could easily protect Brother Peng," Wang Shiyan retorted. Huofeng'er responded, "While I could protect him, if I do not keep an eye on you, you may run into danger, and the commander would undoubtedly risk his life to save you, ultimately putting him in peril." I, Shiyan, I have returned." Li Yunpeng's voice suddenly echoed from the entrance, causing Wang Shiyan to momentarily freeze, her expression transforming into one of elation as she rushed towards him. "Do not touch him," Xia Mengdai swiftly intervened, urging them to return to the base as the commander had sustained grave injuries. The joyful expression on Wang Shiyan's face quickly faded, replaced by evident concern as she carefully assisted Li Yunpeng into the base. For the women, it was their first time entering Li Yunpeng's armored vehicle, and they were taken aback by its futuristic design. Yet, this was not the time for awe. They promptly laid Li Yunpeng down on the bed. At this moment, Li Yunpeng's eyelids grew increasingly heavy. The loss of blood, coupled with the significant drain on his physical strength, finally rendered him unable to endure any longer. His vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. As his garments were removed, Xia Mengdai exchanged a glance with Wang Shiyan, swiftly organizing the medical instruments at hand. "Everything must come off," she instructed. Wang Shiyan's face flushed crimson. "All of it?" Xia Mengdai looked up and replied, "What other choice do we have? With the commander fast asleep, if necessary, she would take matters into her own hands." Huofeng'er rolled up her sleeves, ready to step forward and unfasten his clothing. Startled by Huofeng'er's determination, Wang Shiyan hesitated no longer and gently began to undo Li Yunpeng's attire. Upon removing his shirt, she covered her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. Before her lay Li Yunpeng, his body marred not only by 5 ghastly, penetrating wounds, but also by over a dozen gruesome lacerations. Huofeng'er's pupils constricted in horror. What had he endured to sustain such grievous injuries? "Stop dawdling. We must tend to his wounds promptly, or else the risk of infection will be dire," Xia Mengdai urged as she prepared the instruments. Having previously been aware of the severity of Li Yunpeng's injuries, witnessing them firsthand tightened her heart. A tumult of emotions swirling within her. Wang Shiyan went to fetch hot water. By the time she returned, carrying a basin of steaming water, Li Yunpeng's clothing had been entirely removed, leaving the 3 women acutely aware of the heat rising to their faces. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, they set aside their embarrassment and hurriedly commenced the cleansing of his body. The wounds on Li Yunpeng's body had ceased to bleed, and Xia Mengdai was astonished by his remarkable recovery. However, this was indeed a positive sign. She began by disinfecting his injuries before suturing them. Without anesthesia, the needle and thread piercing through Li Yunpeng's flesh elicited involuntary twitches from his nerves. Amidst the anxious and concerned activity of the 3 women, Li Yunpeng found himself in the midst of an extensive dream. In this dream, he lay upon a beach, surrounded by enchanting beauties, feeling warm, soft sensations enveloping him. Just as he was savoring this blissful moment, the lovely figures beside him morphed into gigantic sea urchins, their spines piercing his body with pain. Subsequently, he felt ensnared by an octopus, rendering him immobile. He struggled and dodged, yet these terrifying creatures relentlessly pursued him. This dream persisted for what felt like an eternity. Upon finally opening his eyes, he found the room dimly lit, a delightful fragrance wafting nearby. Gently turning his head, he beheld a long, slender white leg. "Oh, you're awake," exclaimed Wang Shiyan, her voice brimming with joy. "Do you feel any better?" Sitting at the bedside, she quickly rose, her gaze filled with concern for Li Yunpeng. As the beautiful leg withdrew from view, he reluctantly tore his gaze away. "Water. I wish to drink water." Li Yunpeng felt a parched dryness in his mouth, his voice raspy. "Oh, Brother Peng, just a moment, I'll fetch it right away." Wang Shiyan hurried to pour some water, mixing hot and cold. taking a small sip herself to ensure the temperature was just right before bringing it over. She placed the cup on the table, sat beside Li Yunpeng, propping him up against her, and then handed him the water. Li Yunpeng took a sip of water, feeling much revitalized. Lowering his gaze, he observed that his body below the neck was bound tightly with bandages, resembling a zongzi. Yet, even through the thick gauze, he could still perceive the astonishing sensation emanating from behind. Li Yunpeng's injuries are indeed severe. Even the slightest movement sends excruciating pain through his very core. Yet, all of it is worthwhile, for he single-handedly vanquished 8 evolved zombies, a feat that warrants pride. Furthermore, the acquired evolution crystals will enable him to elevate his strength even further. By any measure, it is a gain. Upon learning of Li Yunpeng's awakening, Xia Mingdai hurried over to conduct an examination. After a thorough assessment, she felt a wave of relief, as the commander was fundamentally unharmed and merely required a period of rest to recuperate. While she could typically estimate a recovery timeline for an average person, Li Yunpeng's exceptional physical resilience rendered her uncertain about the precise number of days required for his recovery. "Is everything all right outside?" Li Yunpeng inquired. Wang Shiyan adjusted his blanket and replied, "All is well, Brother Peng. Please rest assured and focus on your recovery." Upon receiving the news, Li Yunpeng felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, allowing his weary eyes to close. His body was in a state of extreme frailty, and after just a few moments, he found himself drifting into a drowsy state once more. Under the meticulous care of Wang Shiyan and Xia Mingdai, Li Yunpeng's health began to improve remarkably, with each passing day bringing forth significant recovery. By the 3rd day, he was already able to rise from his bed and walk. Unable to quell his concern for the state of the base, he was assisted by Wang Shiyan as he ventured outside. The weather was as splendid as ever. As Li Yunpeng stepped out of the inner city, the guards naturally followed closely behind him. Observing the orderly administrative district, he noticed the staff diligently engaged in their tasks, steadily repairing the damage wrought by the recent calamity. Upon spotting their esteemed commander, the workers promptly halted their activities, standing upright and offering respectful salutes. They had all witnessed Li Yunpeng's valiant struggle against the evolved zombies that night, a testament to his unwavering resolve that ultimately safeguarded the lives of the civilians within the entire base. Li Yunpeng responded with a smile. He ascended the walls of the administrative district and gazed outward. The ground, once strewn with the remains of zombies, had been cleared, and the collapsed buildings were being repaired by dedicated hands. Sharp-eyed individuals spotted Li Yunpeng atop the city wall and erupted in cheers. "Look, it's the commander." At this exclamation, the crowd turned to see Li Yunpeng, supported by others, standing proudly on the parapet. The air was filled with exuberant shouts. "Long live the commander! The commander is magnificent." Beneath him, the crowd was electrified, and Li Yunpeng felt a surge of emotion. He raised his right hand to acknowledge their admiration. In that moment, his frail body appeared more towering than ever in the eyes of the onlookers. Wang Shiyan, standing nearby, discreetly admired his profile, her eyes sparkling like countless stars. After a few moments, Li Yunpeng descended from the wall amidst the fervent applause. The sight of their commander safe and sound invigorated the crowd, instilling in them a newfound energy that significantly enhanced their work efficiency. The wind was strong atop the wall, and Wang Shiyan, concerned for Li Yunpeng's still recovering health, softly urged, "Pingge, let us head down. It's quite breezy up here." "All right, let us go," Li Yunpeng replied. Upon descending, he instructed the guards to summon squad leaders Li Qi and others to the conference room. When he entered, he found 5 individuals seated within. Aside from Li Qi, Li Yi, and Li Er, there were 2 newly appointed squad leaders, Li Bai and Li Shilu. Relieved to see that all squad leaders had emerged unscathed from the fierce battle, Li Yunpeng took his place at the head of the table and inquired, "Li Qi, have we collected the crystals from the evolved zombies?" Li Qi rose and carefully extracted a cloth pouch from within her garments, placing it gently before Commander Li Yunpeng. "Your Excellency," she began, "this contains the crystallized essence of all 11 evolved zombies vanquished in this battle. I kindly request your inspection." Li Yunpeng unwrapped the cloth bag, revealing 11 meticulously cleansed pale blue crystals, as pristine as diamonds. A surge of joy welled up within him. Having previously consumed 4 crystals had already elevated his physical prowess to such a remarkable level, and the prospect of adding these 11 more was beyond his imagination. However, now is not the time for contemplation on this matter. What were the casualties we incurred in this battle? Li Qi rose with a heavy heart and solemnly stated, In this battle, we have tragically lost a total of 158 soldiers, including 3 squad leaders, while 365 civilians have perished, the majority falling victim to the swift and relentless zombies. Li Yunping felt a heavy weight in his heart. Had it not been for his timely elimination of the agile zombies, the entire base might have faced annihilation. He cast a glance at the points accumulated, astonished to find a staggering sum of 1.3 million. This was an unprecedented amount. Without delay, Li Yunping replenished the lost soldiers and restored the consumed weapons and ammunition to pre-battle levels. After accounting for expenditures, over 900,000 points remained. Li Qi, you and your team are to return to the granary and fortify its defenses. It would be prudent to establish several lookout posts, both visible and concealed, outside the granary. Should we encounter formidable foes, we must be able to call for reinforcements promptly. Li Air, ensure that the base's defense arrangements are in place. The forward outposts must be established at least 5 kilometers from the base. I wish to avoid a repeat of the incidents from a few days ago. Everyone else, sharpen your weapons and prepare for the impending battle. Understood. In the wake of this calamity, the base had suffered its most significant losses in history. It was clear that the commander would not let the nation of Wuyo escape retribution this time. The meeting adjourned, and everyone dispersed to make their preparations. Li Yunping tucked the evolution crystal into his pocket and, amidst the throng of his guards, returned to the inner city. Once seated, he retrieved a crystal, pondering whether he should consume it. His injuries were not yet healed. Would ingesting it pose a risk? Reluctantly, he decided against the gamble, reasoning that it would not hurt to wait a few more days. He wondered if others had also uncovered the secret of the evolution crystals. Perhaps some had, though certainly not many. After all, few possessed the capability to slay a first-level evolved zombie. Even those with the strength to vanquish such a creature would likely hesitate to consume the contents of its brain. Li Yunping was convinced that if anyone inadvertently discovered the secret of evolution through the crystals, they would be unlikely to share it freely. For this was a shortcut to power. The true path lay in trailing behind the formidable factions to collect crystals. It was exceedingly difficult for an individual to confront an evolved zombie. Even a minor scratch could lead to infection, unless one, like Li Yunping, had a system capable of eradicating the virus. After a week of being cared for by an exceptionally beautiful woman, Li Yunping was most unwillingly subjected to Summer Mingdai's removal of the stitches from his wound. Mingdai, I believe I could remain in bed for another week, he feigned weakness. Summer Mingdai shot him a glance, exasperated. Commander, are you unaware of how swiftly your body is healing? If we delay any longer, the stitches will embed in your flesh. Is that so? Li Yunping pretended ignorance. I think you are mistaken. Perhaps I am suffering from psychological trauma, a touch of melancholy. Should we observe for another 2 days? With her hands on her hips, Summer Mingdai sighed. You've been pampered by Shuryan to the point where your lips nearly stretch to your ears. And you claim to be melancholic? Up you get. Just then, Wang Shuryan arrived, learning of Li Yunping's deliberate reluctance to rise. There were pressing matters awaiting his decision at the base. How could he linger in such a haven of softness? She reached out to pull Li Yunping up. But to her surprise, not only did he not budge, but a gentle tug from him brought her tumbling into his embrace. After a soft gasp, Li Yunping rose, revitalized and brimming with vigor, completely devoid of any semblance of melancholy. Upon his recovery, Li Yunping's first course of action was to retrieve the evolutionary crystal. He sought out a secluded room and secured the door before placing a crystal into his mouth. Settling into a chair, he quietly anticipated the onset of weakness and fatigue. However, after a considerable wait, he only felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, devoid of any heat or lethargy. What could possibly be the issue? Li Yunping pondered in confusion. Could it be a counterfeit? That seemed implausible, as it appeared identical to the previous one. After 10 minutes, the tingling sensation subsided. System, what is going on? He inquired. The system responded. Each level of energy crystal can absorb a maximum of 10, and the effects diminish progressively. What the hell? Li Yunping assessed his physical condition and found it indeed improved somewhat. At this moment, he had already consumed 5 pills and proceeded to grasp another 5, tossing them all into his mouth. Previously, even the consumption of 2 would leave him in agony. Yet now, swallowing 5 felt akin to the experience of just 1. And within mere minutes, he returned to his usual self. What a pitfall! Li Yunping let out a cry of anguish. Is this the extent of the results from what I fought so hard to obtain? He meticulously assessed his physical condition and found it significantly improved compared to before. Now, even in the face of an onslaught from 6 agile zombies, he felt confident in engaging them head-on. Smacking his lips, he remarked, Well, this is quite delightful. Observing the remaining 5 evolution crystals, he decided to hold on to them for the time being, as he was not yet ready to reveal the secrets of the evolution crystals. Li Yunping gathered the remaining 5 evolution crystals, pushed open the door, and with a flicker of his form, he appeared at the entrance of the administrative district 100 meters away in less than 3 seconds. Onlookers merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, and then beheld Li Yunping standing at a considerable distance. Wow, that is the commander. He is faster than before. I told you the commander is no ordinary person. Just look at this speed. It's beyond human capability. Wang Ergu, watch your words. If you dare to insult the commander again, I will make you regret it. Li Yunpeng unexpectedly overheard the hushed discussions of those around him. His hearing remarkably sharpened. Just as he reveled in this newfound ability, a child's voice broke through the moment. Elder brother, it's time to return the lollipop you owe me, said a chubby little boy, his face adorned with an innocent and untroubled smile. Li Yunping focused his gaze and recognized the chubby boy before him as the son of Wu Bin, the leader of the Steel Tower settlement. Had he truly come all this way for a mere lollipop? What brings you here? Li Yunpeng inquired, puzzled. The boy, with a look of disdain, replied, Big brother, you're not trying to weasel out of our deal, are you? I would never shirk my promises, Li Yunpeng said, feeling a slight headache. It seemed that the boast he had made that day would now require fulfillment. But doesn't your father worry about you being here? My father is here too. Now, hand over the lollipops. This delay is quite tiresome, the chubby boy insisted. Hey, you little rascal, do you think I'm in need of those few lollipops? Li Yunpeng retorted, somewhat irritated by the boy's lack of faith in him, feeling the indignation of a leader reduced to a child's skepticism. Just then, Zhang Tao hurried towards him. Zhang Tao, please fetch some lollipops for this young lad from the warehouse, Li Yunpeng instructed. Zhang Tao responded, Commander, a leader from a nearby large settlement has arrived with their wives to pay a visit. I have arranged for them in the conference room. What do you suggest? Li Yunping turned to the boy, Wu Xiaoping, go with Uncle Zhang to get your lollipops. I need to have a word with your father. Upon hearing that there were indeed lollipops, the boy's face lit up with a radiant smile. Big brother, you carry on with your business. My father is eager to see you. Li Yunpeng was taken aback. Was Wu Bin eager to see me? What thoughts could he possibly have? Li Yunping entered the conference room and beheld Wu Bin's corpulent figure squeezed into the sofa, surrounded by 4 or 5 heavily made-up women. Wu, what brings you to my humble abode today? Li Yunpeng greeted him with a cheerful tone. Wu Bin leisurely rose, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, my dear Li, I found myself with some free time and happened to pass by here. Thought I would pay you a visit and enjoy a cup of tea. Humph. Just passing by? Li Yunping scoffed inwardly, knowing well that your son has nearly sold you out. You are clearly eager to meet me, yet you feign nonchalance. Please, make yourself comfortable. Li Qi, fetch our finest tea to entertain our esteemed guest, Li Yunpeng commanded. Certainly, Li Qi responded and promptly departed, returning shortly with a packet of tea leaves, the kind readily available at supermarkets for just a few coins. Li Yunping naturally accepted the tea, glanced at it, and remarked, Exquisite tea, brew some for old Wu. Wu Bin, sipping the tea and feeling the bubbles dance upon his palate, found himself compelled to echo, indeed. This tea is fragrant on the palate, with an elusive aftertaste. Old Wu, clearly a connoisseur of tea, seemed to think that such a fine brew was wasted on him. Yet, Li Yunping interrupted his musings, stating, Li Yunping pondered to himself, curious as to how long one could maintain such a fade. Wu Bin, seemingly unfazed, set down his teacup and remarked that in this vast settlement, the number of inhabitants was rather sparse. Haha, Wu Laoda, you have put in quite an effort, Li Yunpeng replied. If I desired more populace, I could simply procure some from Wuzhou, but the more individuals there are, the more complications arise. I am simply disinclined to take action. Wu Bin's expression stiffened, realizing that this brash individual had no intention of engaging in a meaningful dialogue. Yet, self-proclaimed as a master of navigating social intricacies, he dismissed such trivialities. Ever since the conflict between Li Yunping and Huang Long erupted, he had been vigilantly monitoring the developments. He was taken aback to witness Li Yunping successfully cornering Huang Long within his stronghold, a revelation that shattered his previous understanding. Wu Bin had intended to cultivate a rapport, but underestimated Huang Long's ruthless nature, who had orchestrated a scheme to divert the evolutionarily advanced zombie horde towards Li Yunping. He had presumed that Li Yunping's forces would be obliterated. However, their resilience against the onslaught compelled him to reassess Li Yunping's capabilities. Indeed. Commander Li possesses a myriad of strategies The matter of mere populace is certainly trivial, Wu Bin flattered. He understood the harsh reality in a post-apocalyptic world. A small settlement lacking strength, even with 100 souls gathered, would face challenges in sustenance. Fewer mouths to feed was the prevailing thought. Conversely, larger factions thrived on the opposite principle. Equipped with robust armed forces and a restored basic industry, they required substantial labor and military personnel. Otherwise, a settlement of 100,000 might dwindle to 80,000 after a skirmish with zombies, then down to 50,000 after another, leaving little room for development. Thus, even those large factions who did not possess systematic demands like Li Yunpeng's would exert every effort to amass population. Li Yunpeng, calculating in his heart, felt that this grandson had come to ingratiate himself, yet in a roundabout manner, treating him as merely a backup option. I only require those who understand the times. If one cannot even discern the situation, what use is such a worthless individual? With a cold expression, Li Yuping spoke pointedly. Li Yuping spoke rather bluntly, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness in the atmosphere. Nevertheless, Wu Bin maintained a cordial smile, rising to express his gratitude. Thank you, Officer Li, for your hospitality. I apologize for my abrupt visit and any inconvenience it may have caused. It appeared that this young man was still in a state of indecision, despite my clear assertions. He had yet to commit. Seated firmly in his position, Li Yuping raised his voice, declaring, Brother Wu, bets are typically placed before the game, once the outcome is determined. The opportunity is lost. Wu Bin paused momentarily, then lowered his head and hastened his departure. Li Yunpeng gazed at the receding figure before him, letting out a cold snort. If you don't make a choice now, I shall ensure you have no choices left in the future. After Wu Bin's departure, Li Yunpeng did not leave the conference room. Li Yi dispatched 2 squads of soldiers to secretly scale the 2 cliffs at the entrance of Wuyo Nation overnight. Equip them with ropes and hooks. Once our forces are in position tomorrow, hoist the grenades up. Everyone else must prepare for battle, aiming to seize Wuyo Nation in one decisive strike. Understood. Order the logistics department to prepare additional steel plates, 20 millimeters thick, fitted with pulleys beneath, to be distributed as mobile cover to each squad. Let us see how these scoundrels will cope with this tactic. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. That afternoon, the entire base was set into motion, and the populace, who had finally experienced a few days of calm, once again felt the weight of impending war. Huang Long was acutely aware that Li Yunpeng's survival would surely incite a furious retaliation against him. Reports from the undercover guards within Wuyo Nation indicated that Huang Long had been reinforcing his defensive capabilities, enveloping the entire nation in an atmosphere of imminent threat. At dawn the following day, a grand convoy departed from the base, led by over a dozen heavy trucks, upon which stood the formidable guards. Following closely were several canvas-covered trucks. Through the seams, one could glimpse neatly stacked wooden crates filled with ammunition and grenades. Next came logistics support vehicles carrying various supplies, along with 10 pickup trucks armed with machine guns. Finally, trailing behind were 2 fuel tankers, their cabins encased in thick steel plating, not merely to refuel other vehicles, but intended as vehicles for self-detonation. Should the offensive encounter resistance, these 2 trucks would serve to blast open the city gates. The crowd gathered on either side of the road, offering a fervent send-off to the expedition. Having learned of the base's repeated assaults orchestrated by Wuyo Nation, they eagerly anticipated the guards' victory over their foes. The guards are formidable. This time, they shall surely defeat the Wuyo army. May the commander return triumphantly. We await your return. Hey, look at these little vixens, utterly reckless. Shiyan, you must keep a close watch on your Pungo, or he might be snatched away. Feng Er exclaimed angrily from atop the administrative district wall. Hee. Wang Shiyan stifled a light laugh. Feng Er, what jealousy is this? I have faith in Pinggu. Li Yunpeng led his troops to a campsite just 1 kilometer from the border of Wuyo Nation, where they established a command logistics unit. The guard reported, Captain Li Qi and his squad have arrived for the rendezvous. Let him in, came the command. Before departing, Li Yunpeng dispatched someone to inform Li Qi to assemble. Shortly thereafter, Li Qi approached with purposeful strides. Li Qi, your timing is impeccable. Our soldiers quietly scaled the cliffs on both sides last night. Please take your men and deliver the grenades to them, informing them that when I fire 3 shots into the sky, the brothers above should toss the grenades down to me. Understood. Just watch and see, Li Qi replied without hesitation, turning to leave. As Li Qi turned to leave, another soldier approached with a report. Commander, The kingdom of Wuyo has sent a walkie-talkie. Humph. Inspect it thoroughly and bring it to me. I suspect Huang Long is up to his usual tricks, Li Yunping replied coldly. The soldier promptly presented the walkie-talkie after a meticulous inspection, confirming it posed no issues. Rather than contacting Huang Long immediately, he instructed Li Yi, arrange for the third squad of soldiers to conduct a probing attack to assess any changes in the enemy's firepower configuration. Understood. Li Yi selected the 3 most exceptional squads under his command and advanced, pushing forward with steel plates. Upon noticing the assault, the Wuyo army erupted in gunfire. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off the steel, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds, without inflicting any casualties upon the guardsmen. Within 100 meters, rifles could only penetrate approximately 6 millimeters of steel, rendering them utterly ineffective against the 20-millimeter thick steel fortifications shielding the guardsmen. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly crackled over the intercom. Li Yunping, is this all the men you have left? Do you dare to come and meet your demise? Huang Long observed the 3 squads, totaling less than 100 men, and assumed that Li Yunping had suffered catastrophic losses during the zombie evolution assault. Now, filled with humiliation and anger, he sought to exact revenge. Li Yunping pressed the button and spoke, Huang Long, if you have any final words. Now is the time to utter them. Ha ha ha, how audacious, Huang Long retorted. I shall soon send you and your brethren down to reunite. Li Yunping ascended to a vantage point with his walkie-talkie in hand, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the enemy had excavated a deep trench at the foot of the city, measuring approximately 20 to 30 meters in width, filled to the brim with murky water. This trench should not be underestimated. It not only prevented Li Yunping's explosive-laden truck from approaching, but also complicated any assault on the city, as soldiers who jumped in would become ensnared in the mire. The vanguard of the 3rd Squad of the Guard Army halted by the trench, nearly 100 meters from the city wall, propping up steel plates to establish a defensive position while returning fire towards the Wuyo army. However, the enemy's thousands of rifles unleashed a ferocious barrage upon the less than 100 guardsmen, pinning them down beneath a relentless hail of bullets. At that moment, under the cover of fire from the city walls, a contingent of the Wuyo army boldly surged forth. Li Yunping chuckled coldly to himself, reflecting on the sheer lack of memory displayed. The hundreds who perished last time had died in vain. Li Yi, launch a full-scale assault, he commanded. Li Yunping grasped the intercom and declared, Huang Long, have you once more dispatched troops beyond the city gates to meet their demise? Huang Long retorted, nonsense. Last time, it was due to my absence from the front lines. This time, there will be no escape for you. Just as the Wuyo army had barely ventured 100 meters outside the city, a sudden convoy of 10 armed pickups emerged from behind the guard troops by the ditch. Each vehicle mounted with a machine gun. Machine guns. Came the alarmed cry. Run. The Wuyo army, not having retreated far, was thrown into disarray, hastily turning back. The machine gun fire erupted, instantly shredding the bodies of the soldiers at the rear, limbs and severed parts strewn across the ground. Some were torn in half by the bullets, their intestines spilling forth. One soldier, not yet dead, screamed in terror while desperately trying to stuff his entrails back inside. Upon witnessing the brutal assault on their comrades outside the city walls, the soldiers' hearts sank. Urged by their superiors, they fired at the pickups. But their homemade rifles lacked the range, with bullets veering off into the distance beyond 300 meters, while the machine guns were shielded by protective steel plates. Under the cover of gunfire, the main force gradually came into the Wuyo army's view, advancing in squads while pushing steel plates toward the pass. Huang Long, your generous gift of lives lost is quite overwhelming, Li Yunping mocked. Huang Long, bewildered, could hardly fathom how so many soldiers had survived the onslaught of over a dozen evolved zombies. His spies in Li Yunping's camp had perished during the recent zombie attack. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. He was unaware of the events that had transpired at Li Yunping's base in the aftermath. With the assistance of the Wuyo army, the zombies had breached the city, initially believing Li Yunping to be on the brink of annihilation. He was astonished when scouts reported the following day that Li Yunping had managed to hold his ground. In Huang Long's eyes, even a successful defense would surely leave him severely weakened. Yet, from where did this multitude of guard soldiers originate? After a brief hesitation, Huang Long proposed, Li Yunping, you took the life of my brother first. I act in retaliation. Shall we consider this matter settled? Settled? What a joke. If you wish to understand why I killed your brother, you need only inquire with Zhang Liang, who fled to your side. He knows the truth all too well. However, I must commend your magnanimity. I could never forgive and utilize someone who abandoned their master to save themselves, Li Yunpeng replied. Huang Long had always been skeptical of Zheng Liang's accounts, but Li Yunpeng's words caused him to cast a glance at Zheng Liang, who, upon hearing Li Yunpeng's assertion, felt beads of sweat suddenly break out on his forehead. Huang Long, observing this reaction, became increasingly convinced of the truth. Yet, with a great battle imminent, he was not foolish enough to execute a commander in such dire times. Commanderly, such an obvious ploy for discord need not be employed. I trust you have seen the state of my defenses. Ha ha ha. Li Yunpeng chuckled heartily, clutching the intercom. Huang Long, are you out of your mind? With your few large cats, do you really think you can defend the nation? Have you become a drama queen that can't break free? Huang Long seemed unperturbed by his mockery. Commanderly, why engage in such self-destructive antics that would harm both sides? Wouldn't it be far better to shake hands than make peace? I have been terrified by a dozen evolved zombies. Therefore, to prevent a recurrence of such circumstances, I must eliminate you first to feel secure, Li Yunpeng retorted. Commanderly, times change. When will the cycle of vengeance end? If you withdraw your troops, I shall gladly offer you the concubines from my harem. What do you say? Huang Long urged once more. Li Yunpeng managed to fend off over a dozen evolved zombies, at which point he truly grasped the terrifying prowess of the guard army. Although he commanded a force of 5,000 soldiers, he was acutely aware that only 2/3 of them were genuinely capable. Will you kindly silence yourself? Your words give me a headache. Are you lost in your own delusions? A worry-free nation? National defense? Concubines? I wonder if you've ever served as a village chief. Li Yunpeng found his words repugnant. The notion of imprisoning tens of thousands in a bid to establish a kingdom was absurd beyond measure. Huang Long, having occupied his position for an extended period, was naturally quite concerned with his reputation. Noticing that Li Yunpeng was impervious to both threats and persuasion, he retorted with palpable anger. Don't mistake my patience for weakness. I shall await you within. Let us see how you intend to breach my defenses. I possess ample resources to sustain myself here. If you possess any courage, remain outside and do not retreat. When the great zombie tide arrives, let us see who meets their end first. Li Yunpeng had no desire to engage in a verbal sparring match. After all, the situation had long since escalated to one of irreconcilable hostility. With a sardonic chuckle, he declared, "Fine, you little brat. See you soon." With that, he switched off the intercom and, maintaining a composed demeanor, commanded, "Commence the assault." Huang Long, concealed behind a shooting aperture within the pass, discreetly observed, instructing his men to conserve ammunition and refrain from firing until the enemy approached within 200 meters. His four stalwart subordinates nodded in agreement, fully aware of their own circumstances and resolutely refusing to squander bullets as Li Yunpeng did, especially since this impending battle had already depleted half of their armory. The guards moved swiftly, clad in steel plates. Huang Long, witnessing the advancing wall of armor, felt a pang of concern as they neared the critical distance of 200 meters. "Open fire," he commanded. Instantly, the walls reverberated with the sounds of bang, bang, as bullets struck the steel plates, producing a crisp clanging sound, while the guards sheltered behind remained unscathed. Li Yunpeng was thoroughly satisfied with the performance of the steel plates. Without cover, he was his own shield. Devoid of heavy firepower, he wondered how they could possibly harm him. The main force gathered along the trench, hoisting the steel plates and aligning them into a formidable barrier. The guards, leveraging the steel plates, unleashed their maximum firepower, while the untroubled army found themselves on the receiving end of a fierce assault. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 100 casualties were incurred, rendering the untroubled army hesitant to lift their heads, while the guards suffered minimal losses. Seeing the soldiers of the guards unable to breach the deep trench, Huang Long ordered his men to cease fire. The casualty rate was simply disheartening, and continuing the fight would yield no benefits. At that moment, he found himself at a loss, as their firepower paled in comparison to Li Yunpeng's, and their soldiers' military training was lacking. Huang Long felt a surge of frustration. It seemed that Li Yunpeng was remarkably fortunate. Having employed his cunning schemes, this rascal emerged unscathed, even pushing the battle to his doorstep. He gradually sensed that he was losing control, his heart racing with anxiety and unease. The soldiers of the untroubled army cowered behind their cover, reluctant to expose themselves, while the guards aimed at every shooting aperture, firing decisively upon detecting any movement. Li Yunpeng, recognizing the opportune moment, addressed the logistics team leader, Su Ming, with a directive: "Go, procure several long logs to construct a bridge." Su Ming, a robust man in his 30s, had previously distinguished himself in the resource search team, consistently demonstrating both bravery and meticulousness during missions. His commendable performance not only ensured the successful completion of tasks, but also showcased his cleverness, allowing him to lead his team in evading zombie attacks on several occasions. Following Zhang Tao's recommendation, Li Yunping appointed him as the captain of the resource search team. Subsequently, when the search team was integrated into the logistics unit, he naturally ascended to the role of logistics team leader, earning deep trust from his peers. Indeed, I shall personally lead the effort, Su Ming replied before hastily departing. Observing the standoff of the guard troops outside, Huang Long, holding a walkie-talkie, scoffed. Li Yunpeng, none of us possesses heavy firepower. Remaining in this stalemate is futile. Perhaps you should reconsider my suggestion. Li Yunpeng paid no heed, contemplating that soon enough you would be weeping without recourse. Su Ming, accompanied by the logistics team, swiftly bore 5 sturdy long beams, advancing towards the front line under the cover of steel plates. Upon witnessing this, Huang Long was taken aback, urging, quickly, instruct the defenders on the city wall to prepare. The long beams were laid across the chasm, transforming the formidable abyss into a thoroughfare. The vanguard squad of the guard soldiers surged across the wooden bridge towards the opposite shore, while machine gun fire and the station guards unleashed another wave of suppressive fire upon the city wall. The vanguard squad, pushing forward with their steel shields, soon reached the gates. Li Yunpeng's lips curved into an arc as he gazed upon the wooden gate beneath the city wall. If they could reach the base of the wall, breaching the city would be but a mere instant. Yet, at that very moment, a multitude of blazing logs suddenly plummeted from above the ramparts. The vigilant soldiers stationed at the wall, caught off guard by this unforeseen assault, were thrown into disarray. The fiery debris, upon striking the ground, scattered embers that clung to the soldiers, continuing to ignite chaos among their ranks, momentarily halting their advance. The burning logs swiftly accumulated at the city gate, a fierce conflagration rendering the area impassable. Seizing this opportunity, the Wuyo army extended their firearms beyond the city limits, indiscriminately firing downward. Fortunately, the supporting fire from the rear guard provided timely assistance, forcing the enemy back into retreat. Li Yunpeng initially believed that the situation was settled, yet he did not anticipate that Huang Long had such a hidden trick up his sleeve. At that moment, the sound of Huang Long's voice echoed through the intercom. Li Yunpeng, are you pleased with the grand gift I have prepared for you? I wonder if your soldiers can brave even the most perilous of trials. Li Yunpeng cast aside the walkie-talkie in frustration and bellowed, all units, attack. With this command, thousands of guard soldiers surged across the wooden bridge, charging towards Wuyo City. Huang Long, observing this, remained unfazed and instructed the defenders atop the walls to prepare more incendiary materials to incinerate them. Li Yunpeng drew his pistol, standing atop a high vantage point, and fired 3 shots into the sky. The soldiers concealed on the cliff, having long awaited their moment, swiftly obeyed the command. Burdened with pent-up frustration, they hurled the grenades they clutched down toward the city wall. Those stationed on the wall were sheltering behind cover, dousing logs with gasoline. Suddenly, a deluge of grenades rained down. The explosions erupted in a cacophony, resonating in a relentless symphony. In an instant, the grenades ignited the gasoline barrels on the wall, transforming it into an inferno. The troops of Wuyo struggled in agony amidst the flames, their silhouettes flickering in and out of view. Among them, Huang Long felt the entire wall tremble violently with each explosion, his heart racing in terror. What was happening? Where did this explosion come from? Huang Long exclaimed in fright. The 4 kings under his command were equally bewildered. At that moment, a soldier came tumbling and crawling to report, his body charred black, with remnants of smoldering embers on his clothing. He conveyed the grim news. A multitude of grenades had fallen, and those on the wall were either blown apart or consumed by flames. What? Huang Long's eyes widened in disbelief. They are all dead? He glanced at the soldiers of the guard who had already reached the base of the wall, realizing that the situation was dire. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, Zheng Liang, you stay here and ensure that you hold off Li Yunpeng. With that, he turned to flee with the other 3 brothers. Zheng Liang inhaled sharply, his thoughts racing. Damn it, what am I supposed to use to hold them off? It's as if I'm being sent to the slaughter. Yet, he dared not voice his objections, steeling himself to accept this seemingly fatal task. Huang Long hastily issued his final instructions before retreating into Wuyo City, leaving Zheng Liang in a predicament, his expression shifting between despair and determination, knowing that death awaited him either way, while his brothers looked to him with anxious eyes. Zheng Liang, feeling utterly defeated, pulled out a cigarette and took a deep drag. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being ungrateful. He suddenly threw the cigarette to the ground, rising to command, informed the brothers to surrender. His subordinates were momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that surrender was their only hope for survival. Having barely run a few hundred meters, Huang Long turned to see a white flag rising at the pass behind him. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in fury. Damn it. Zheng Liang truly is an ungrateful wretch. We must hurry. Huang Long quickened his pace, leading the thousands of Wuyo soldiers to their vehicles, and they sped away in haste. As Li Yunpeng was about to breach the gate, a white flag unexpectedly rose atop the city wall. Huh, what trick is that rascal Huang Long attempting to play? At that moment, someone atop the wall shouted outwards, "Brothers of the guard, do not fire. Huang Long has fled. We surrender." Subsequently, they raised their hands and slowly stood up. To guard against deception, Li Yi commanded, "Open the gate and step out with your weapons in order." As soon as his words fell, the gates were opened from within, and 2 rows of captured soldiers emerged, heads bowed, firearms in hand. Upon reaching the outside of the city, they discarded their weapons in a heap and then proceeded to kneel in unison on the open ground. Li Yunpeng roughly estimated the crowd to number around 400 to 500. Among them, he unexpectedly recognized a familiar face, Zheng Liang. "Ah, we meet again," he remarked. Zheng Liang, who was crouching on the ground, shivered and stood up with a sycophantic smile. "Li, Commissioner Li, it was I who ordered the surrender. I hope you can overlook past grievances." "Humph," Li Yunpeng scoffed. "Have you not been forsaken by Huang Long? In such a predicament, surrender is your only recourse. This." Zheng Liang was taken aback by how swiftly Li Yunpeng discerned the truth, sending a chill through him. "Do not fret," Li Yunpeng continued. "I shall remember your contribution in surrendering the city. As long as you have not engaged in acts of arson, murder, or pillage, I may consider sparing you during the post-war trials." Zheng Liang was drenched in cold sweat. He had committed more than just 1 or 2 transgressions. "Commissioner Li, I sincerely repent. I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to dig canals and build walls for you." Li Yunpeng cast a glance at him before turning away. Only after the guards had thoroughly inspected the checkpoint and confirmed the absence of any hidden enemies did they allow Li Yunpeng to enter the city. Li Yunpeng, recognizing the formidable strength of this stronghold, commanded his troops to set up camp here, firmly securing the entrance. Holding this position was akin to grasping the throat of the Yellow Dragon, rendering the Wuyo army incapable of escape. The guards disassembled 5 machine guns from their pickup trucks to establish defensive positions along the city walls, with designated sentinels manning the existing firing holes. Once the defenders transformed into Li Yunpeng's soldiers, even if the Yellow Dragon possessed tenfold his forces, he would find it impossible to seize this stronghold. As dusk fell, Li Yunpeng ordered his soldiers to prepare their meals, planning to launch the final assault at dawn. Surrounded by mountains, Wuyo City was hemmed in on 3 sides by sheer cliffs, its expansive interior spanning over 1,000 acres. At the break of day, Li Yunpeng led his army forward for 3 kilometers, arriving at the gates of Wuyo City. The prison-converted walls towered at least 6 meters high, though they were not particularly thick. Sentinels atop the walls had already spotted the advancing guards and hurriedly reported the situation. In truth, whether they reported or not made little difference, since fleeing back to Wuyo City, the Yellow Dragon had been acutely aware of his impending doom. He concentrated all his forces atop the walls, and upon receiving news of Li Yunpeng's impending assault, a cruel smile crept across his face. "Bring the civilians up onto the walls. Let them stand before the soldiers as shields against the bullets. I wish to see if they dare to fire." With a single command, chaos erupted within the city. The wails of women and children pierced the air, filled with despair. "Let go of my child. She is only 6. Cried a disheveled woman, clutching a little girl tightly. The Wuyo soldiers raised their rifle butts and struck her on the head, with just a few blows. Her skull caved in, blood pooling around her. "Pathetic wretch, are you afraid of death? My brothers fear not," sneered one soldier, spitting on the woman's lifeless body. Then turning to the struggling civilians, shouting, "You worthless peasants. Not shielding yourselves from bullets means certain death. Climb the walls, and perhaps you might survive. If not, you'll meet the same fate as this woman." Panic coursed through the crowd, their bodies trembling at the sight of the woman lying motionless. The little girl's heart-wrenching cries echoed, "Mommy, Mommy, wake up." Yet her hopes were destined to remain unfulfilled. The woman's body grew cold and stiff, lying there like a stray dog abandoned on the roadside, forgotten by all. Tragedy unfolded throughout the city. as those who dared to resist ultimately perished at the hands of the Wuyo soldiers. The unarmed populace, left with no choice, ascended the walls. Witnessing a throng of soldiers below, their dark gun muzzles trained upon them. Weakness seized their limbs, and the timid among them found their trousers soaked with fear. A pungent odor of urine filled the air, yet at that moment, no one cared, nor did they express disdain. As life hung by a thread, all eyes were drawn to the faint silhouette of a figure atop the command vehicle in the distance. Li Yunpeng stood atop the command vehicle, peering through his telescope at a throng of ragged civilians stationed upon the city wall, with the merciless troops of Wuyo resting their rifles upon their shoulders. Human shields? Huang Long is utterly deranged, Li Yunpeng declared. Commander, what shall we do? Li Er inquired. At this moment, Li Yunpeng found himself in a state of hesitation. The individuals present were all essential for the necessary upgrades of the base. It was preferable to minimize casualties whenever possible. While one might argue that a few unintended deaths in battle are inconsequential, the sight of hundreds of people densely clustered upon the wall raised a moral dilemma. Should they be entirely slaughtered? Yet, the prospect of launching an offensive without taking action seemed equally untenable. Li Yunpeng, lost in deep contemplation, pondered whether to confine them within the city until they succumbed to starvation. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by him. The scarcity of provisions would first claim the lives of the common folk. Once all the civilians perished, what meaning would there be in capturing this city? Aside from seeking vengeance, the progress towards achieving level 2 would once again be postponed. Just as Li Yunpeng found himself in a dilemma, Li Qi approached and said, "My lord, there is no need for haste. Let us see what role Wu Gang can play." Wu Gang. Li Yunpeng mused internally, having scarcely paid attention to him since his assignment to the guard. Did he truly possess any viable strategies? Li Qi remarked. Among the several infiltrators previously assigned to the kingdom of Wuyo, there is Wu Gang. He transmitted a coded message yesterday, indicating that he would seek an opportunity to breach the city gate today. Oh, Li Yunpeng expressed a hint of surprise, pondering the fact that Wu Gang had only joined the guard corps a few months prior. How could he possibly stir the waters within the enemy's stronghold at this moment? However, there were no better alternatives. Li Qi, prepare yourself. Should he indeed succeed, we must be the first to charge forth and seize the city gate. Understood. Li Yunpeng, sensing a shift in circumstances, once again lifted his telescope to scrutinize the activities within Wuyo City. Li Qi had dispatched 5 squads of soldiers to erect steel plates and establish fortifications a mere 100 meters from the city gates. Huang Long remained concealed, observing intently. What could Li Yunpeng be plotting? Was he merely intent on unsettling me by positioning his defenses so precariously close? His doubts were not to linger for long. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Huang Long flinched in shock as a plume of black smoke billowed from the city gates. This is disastrous, he thought, a chill running down his spine. The gasoline and rolling logs he had prepared atop the gates had undoubtedly been obliterated, and now, bereft of the city gates, how could he hope to thwart Li Yunpeng's advance? Li Yunpeng stood on the vehicle, suddenly filled with elation as a substantial breach was blasted into the gates of Wuyo City. Moreover, the subsequent explosion of oil barrels atop the walls sent numerous logs soaring into the air. Damn that Huang Long, thinking he could contend with me using such tactics. He sneered, though he recognized that had the gates not been breached, penetrating the city would have posed a significant challenge. This place lacked the advantageous cliffs flanking the narrow passes that could facilitate a superior assault. Fortunately, Wu Gang had succeeded. He truly possessed the makings of a soldier, though it remained uncertain whether he could survive amidst such fierce explosions. Now was not the time for such musings. With a sweeping gesture, Li Yunpeng commanded his troops to advance fiercely, pushing forward with their steel shields towards Wuyo City. The Wuyo forces, caught off guard by the ferocity of the assault, immediately opened fire, but the guards sheltered behind mobile cover, rendering most of their bullets ineffective. The first 150 soldiers, closest to the gates, surged through the breach, swiftly seizing strategic positions to thwart the advancing Wuyo troops. As the battle erupted, chaos ensued among the civilians atop the walls. Despite the Wuyo forces managing to eliminate several foes, they could not stem the tide of panic. With the human barricade rendered ineffective, the Wuyo troops disregarded the civilians and directed their fire towards the approaching guards. Observing the civilians frantically fleeing down the walls, Li Yunpeng commanded the machine guns to open fire. The gunners, having been pinned up with frustration, unleashed their wrath upon the opposing walls. A torrential hail of bullets enveloped the battlements, as dust and debris erupted from Wuyo City's outer walls. The Wuyo troops had but a single opportunity to retaliate, after which they found themselves unable to lift their heads under the onslaught. Under the cover of the machine guns, the guards discarded their heavy steel shields and surged forth towards Wuyo City. Realizing their defeat was inevitable, the Wuyo troops abandoned the walls and fled towards the prison. Those who continued to resist were met with a hail of gunfire from the guards who had breached the walls. Li Yunpeng arrived at the desolate city gates, commanding from his vehicle. As he disembarked, he spotted Wu Gang stationed at the entrance of Wuyo City. He approached and said, "Wu Gang, splendid work." Wu Gang, visibly moved at the sight of Li Yunpeng, immediately rendered a crisp military salute and declared, "Guard Soldier Wu Gang, having fulfilled my mission, successfully demolished the city gates." "Excellent. Excellent." Li Yunpeng praised him emphatically, clapping him on the shoulder 3 times. He then ascended the city wall, where remnants of battle lay scattered about. Unperturbed by the gruesome sight, he stepped over the lifeless bodies of the enemy to survey the situation within the city. The guard soldiers had secured the entire wall, their weapons trained on the interior. Inside, a chaotic throng of soldiers and civilians surged toward the prison. The civilians, isolated from the outside world, lived under the vigilant watch of the Wuyo army. Upon encountering the fearsome guard soldiers, instinctive terror gripped them. However, space within the prison was limited, allowing only the Wuyo army to enter, while the civilians remained barred from entry. As they gazed at the tightly locked prison doors, and then at the armed soldiers on the walls, they slowly crouched down, hoping fervently that these warriors would refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Those inside heard the proclamation. Any civilian could exit through the gates to seek refuge, and the Wuyo soldiers would show leniency if they laid down their arms. Li Yunpeng announced through a loudspeaker. Upon hearing they could leave the city, a wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. Were they truly being granted clemency? Previously, they had been coerced by the Wuyo army to attack survivor bases outside, only to find that after breaching the city, the soldiers would ravage and pillage before herding the survivors back to Wuyo City, a grim routine. Yet, the encircling soldiers had not fired a single shot. Encouraged by the audacity of a few, some began to rise cautiously, testing the waters as they ventured toward the city exit. The guarding soldiers indeed did not obstruct them. One person took the lead, and soon others followed, forming a queue to exit the city. Once outside, a profound sense of liberation enveloped them. In their daily existence, even the most basic needs were regulated. But now they had finally broken free. Were it not for the prolonged hunger that has left many in a state of frailty, countless souls would yearn to run freely beneath the sun, unleashing the burdens of their despair. In stark contrast to the carefree spirits outside the city, the atmosphere within the prison is markedly different. This vast edifice has transformed into a desolate fortress, where only the remnants of the defeated Wuyo army cautiously peek out to gauge the situation beyond the walls. The tension escalates as battle looms on the horizon. The soldiers of the Wuyo army, concealed within the prison, endeavor to stifle even their breaths, fearful of shattering the fragile calm and attracting the firepower of the guards. Yet, inevitability strikes, and the hopes of the Wuyo soldiers are soon dashed when Li Yunpeng commands an assault on the prison by squads. Stripped of the sanctuary of a fortified stronghold, the Wuyo army is compelled to engage in urban combat, but armed only with their single-shot homemade rifles. They stand little chance against the fully equipped guard troops, and the outcome is all but assured. As the guards approach the entrance, they toss in 2 grenades, the ensuing explosions mingling with the anguished cries of the Wuyo soldiers. The guards swiftly shatter the lock with gunfire, forcibly breaching the door and charging inside. The cacophony of automatic gunfire soon subsides, and other squads flood in, each selecting a distinct path to advance. At this moment, Huang Long sits languidly upon the dragon throne in the prison's heart, his gaze vacant as he stares at the partially completed dragon-patterned ceiling. "My lord, what shall we do? Speak a word. We followed you into countless territories over a decade ago. We cannot fall here," implored Tao Wei, one of the 4 heavenly kings. "Indeed, boss. Think of something quickly. The guards possess overwhelming firepower. We stand no chance in close quarters, and our brothers are nearing their breaking point," added Tang Lei, his face etched with urgency. With a resigned sigh, Huang Long exhaled, as if all his strength had dissipated with that breath. "At this juncture, do not blame me. History has always favored the victors," he conceded. Huang Long's distant cousin and one of his kings, Huang Lang, suddenly grew agitated, disregarding Huang Long's repeated entreaties to refer to him as "my lord," and shouted, I refuse to accept this fate, Huang Long. I cannot believe you lack an escape route, such as a tunnel. A chill gripped Huang Long's heart. In this moment of desperation, humanity revealed its true nature. In the past, Huang Lang had always spoken with deference. Today, he dared to call him by name. Do you think we are still evading the police as we did in days gone by? How can we excavate a tunnel in these mountains? Do you expect me to tunnel through solid rock? Huang Long retorted. Brother, we should surrender. Tang Lei interjected. Surrender? Huang Long had contemplated this, but having sought Li Yunping's life multiple times, he knew that no one would show him mercy. Do we have any avenues left? It was I who suggested plotting against Li Yunping, but you were the ones who executed the plans. The three men exchanged glances, their thoughts festering with resentment. Reflecting on how it was he who had once lauded Li Yunping's treasures and alluring beauties, all within reach. Now, faced with such dire circumstances, what purpose did shifting blame serve? Both paths led to a deadlock. The three men sat on the ground, despondently smoking. Tang Lei seized a bottle of potent liquor and gulped it down in one go. With a resounding crash, he smashed the bottle, exclaiming, since we're all doomed, Huang Long, before you meet your end, bring forth those cherished women of yours for the brothers to enjoy. Tang Lei grinned maniacally. Huang Long, suppressing his fury, reached for his waist and replied with a forced smile. All right, since you wish to play, I have no objections. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at Tang Lei. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a gunshot rang out from another pistol in the room. Ah, you beast, Huang Lang. Huang Long's wrist was pierced by a bullet, causing his gun to fall to the ground. Turning to look, he saw the smoke still curling from Huang Lang's gun. With disdain, Huang Lang remarked, I despise your duplicity. You promised me the territory I fought tooth and nail for, yet ultimately it was given to Huang Hu. Now, you wish to toy with my women? Tang Lei, nearly sobering up from fright, unsteadily picked up Huang Long's gun and pointed it at him, saying, I must have been blind to ally with you. I have nothing to say about my current predicament. Sanzi, gather your men and bring out all his women. Let us showcase our prowess before him today. Understood. Initially hesitant, the subordinates, wary of their leader's rebellion, cast aside their fears. With the guards potentially storming in at any moment, they disregarded any reservations. They dashed into Huang Long's quarters and emerged carrying 5 alluring women, throwing them onto the ground. The women stared in terror at the men who seemed capable of devouring them whole, scrambling towards Huang Long, crying, Sire, save us. Tang Lei and his companions, feeling a rush of excitement at the sight of the women crawling on the ground, urged each other on, eager to embrace their fate as carefree specters in the underworld. Laughter erupted as the group lunged toward the women. Li Yunping was taken aback to find that a rebellion had erupted under Huang Long's command at such a critical moment. Upon arriving at Huang Long's so-called palace, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Huang Long sat in a chair, his eyes vacant, while his subordinates enacted a grotesque tableau in front of him. The women's garments had been nearly stripped away by the frenzied soldiers. The lewd laughter of men mingled with the cries of women, as if these individuals were oblivious to the guards bursting in, continuing their frenzied assault on the women's clothing. Separate these individuals, Li Yunping commanded coldly. The guards, upon receiving the order, advanced to apprehend the culprits, but the men clung to the women as if possessed. Unable to pry them apart, the guards resorted to striking with their rifle butts. Only after being beaten to a bloody pulp did the assailants relinquish their grip on the women. Li Yunping shook his head, exclaiming, They're no better than beasts. Lock them away. Once the guards separated the chaotic men and women, Li Yunping stepped into the hall. The women, finally liberated, hurriedly gathered the torn remnants of their garments to shield their bodies, then curled up in the corner, weeping softly. Li Yunping approached a relatively clean sofa opposite Huang Long and took a seat. Huang Long, I told you we would meet soon, and indeed, fortune favors us. Before I could even make a move, how did you end up in this state? Li Yunping remarked with a hint of levity, as if awakened by Li Yunping's voice. Huang Long regained his composure and replied, I am the emperor of the Wuyo kingdom. Emperor, you are nothing but a locust. Just look at the havoc you have wrought upon the ordinary people outside. Li Yunping interrupted sharply. Huang Long, unfazed, retorted, I provide them with protection. They ought to be grateful to me. Grateful? Li Yunping cast a glance at the 5 women huddled nearby. Why not inquire if they feel gratitude towards you? Ha! In this apocalyptic world, they feast on the finest delicacies and don the most exquisite garments. Why wouldn't they be thankful? Are you perhaps envious of my many wives and concubines? Huang Long laughed heartily. Not in the slightest. You can wear 5 green hats simultaneously, Li Yuping scoffed. Huang Long's smile abruptly vanished, and with a somber expression, he declared, "Do you think I allow them to run amok without purpose? My patience is merely a prelude to this moment." Li Yunpeng felt a surge of confusion. "Wait for me." Huang Long's hands, concealed beneath his oversized clothing, gripped 2 ropes, one black and the other red. With a sudden jerk, he pulled the black rope, and the carpet before them was violently torn aside, revealing a pile of explosives underneath. His expression twisted with madness. "Li Yunpeng, unless you acquiesce to my demands, we shall perish together today." What the hell? Li Yunpeng's heart raced at the thought. If such a quantity of explosives were to detonate, no one within the room would survive. He quickly replied, "Huang Long, you certainly play hardball. Just tell me what your conditions are. Prepare a vehicle for me, fully fueled, and I shall require Officer Li to escort me out of the city," Huang Long stated. Though he did not elaborate, Li Yunpeng could surmise the implications and responded, "Very well, but you must first set down the detonating wire." "Humph." Huang Long stepped forward, brandishing a handgun, aiming it at Li Yunpeng as he demanded, "Come here and be my hostage. I advise you not to attempt any tricks." Li Yunpeng, as he mentioned, advanced forward with his hands raised. "Halt." Huang Long tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, observing as Li Yunpeng remained stationary. He turned and declared, "I must search you to ascertain whether you are carrying any weapons." Li Yunpeng pondered to himself, "This old fox is indeed cautious. If it weren't for my considerable strength and fortune, others would have likely fallen into his trap long ago." He gradually turned his body, and after carefully searching the surroundings, Huang Long drew the pistol from his waist and the dagger from his leg, feeling somewhat reassured. "Are you at ease now?" Li Yunpeng inquired, facing away from him. Huang Long pushed against his back and retorted, "Less talk, have your men step aside and move out." With a wave of his hand, Li Yunpeng commanded the guards to part, creating a path. "My lord, take me with you. I shall serve you faithfully henceforth," Huang Lang cried. Clinging desperately to Huang Long's leg, his voice laced with desperation. The others, too, implored Huang Long to take them along. "Get lost," Huang Long shouted, delivering a kick to his face, seething, "You ungrateful wretches, wait here to meet your demise." 5 women wept, pleading with Huang Long to let them accompany him. Uninformed of the identity of the intruders, they preferred the safety of following Huang Long. With a complex gaze, Huang Long glanced at the women. He understood that a significant part of the joy of being an emperor stemmed from the company of women. Yet, he recognized that taking women along during a flight would only be a burden. Resolutely, he pushed forward with Li Yunpeng, leaving hesitation behind. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of relief only after witnessing him step out and discard the detonating fuse. Huang Long, it seemed, could not fathom that in that very moment of loosening the fuse, he had effectively entrusted his life to Li Yunpeng. "Commander." Li Qi and the others expressed their concerns, but were swiftly silenced by a gesture from Li Yunpeng, forced to follow at a distance. Upon exiting the prison gates, they were met with a wall lined with soldiers of the guard. Huang Long couldn't help but reflect. Once, standing before these very walls brimming with troops filled him with pride. Yet now, as circumstances had altered irreversibly, an indescribable melancholy enveloped him. "Hurry." Huang Long prodded the back of Li Yunpeng with the muzzle of his gun, urging him to hasten his movements. However, Li Yunpeng remained motionless in the courtyard. "Li Yunpeng, are you tired of living? We might as well perish together." Huang Long, surrounded by the guard soldiers, felt an overwhelming tension, his gaze fixed intently on Li Yunpeng, fingers poised to pull the trigger at any moment. Li Yunpeng slowly turned around, a smile gracing his lips as he lowered his hand. Huang Long, do you wish to perish together with me? You had your chance just now, but now, spare me the chatter. Do you believe I would not obliterate you?" Huang Long instinctively sensed that something was amiss. He could only fixate on Li Yunpeng, his sole lifeline. Li Yunpeng articulated each word with precision. And then Huang Long felt a fleeting blur before Li Yunpeng vanished from sight. Instantly alarmed, every hair on his body stood on end as he anxiously swung the barrel of his gun, yet all around him were fully armed guards, leaving no trace of Li Yunpeng. Is this a trick of the mind? Huang Long's forehead glistened with fine beads of cold sweat, while the soldiers surrounding him gazed upon him with mocking expressions. "Huang Long, I am right here." The voice of Li Yunpeng echoed beside him, prompting him to swiftly redirect his weapon, but all he perceived was a fleeting shadow, with no sight of the man himself. Ah! Bang, 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 bang. Huang Long's heart raced to an extreme, as he fired several shots above his head. "Li Yunpeng, if you have the guts, show yourself." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp crack at his wrist, followed by a searing pain that engulfed him. His right hand, clutching the gun, was broken in an instant, the firearm clattering to the ground. Ah! Huang Long screamed in agony, finally catching sight of Li Yuping standing right beside him. What are you, a man or a ghost? Huang Long asked in terror. Li Yunpeng crouched down, whispering into his ear. Do you recall the blue crystal you gifted to the merchant of the apocalypse? Consuming it can facilitate human evolution. It was from the hands of that very merchant that I obtained the crystal, which enabled my transformation into my current prowess. I owe you my gratitude for this. Ha ha ha. Huang Long's eyes widened in shock. You. Just as Huang Long attempted to articulate his thoughts, Li Yunpeng effortlessly snapped his neck. With regret and resentment etched upon his face, Huang Long took his final breath, his eyes remaining wide open until the very end. Li Yuping cast a cold glance at him, wiped his hands on his clothing, and then stood up, making his way towards the prison. Upon Li Yuping's return, the guards had already dismantled and removed the explosives, leaving only a few subordinates of Huang Long and 5 women in the hall. Take the men away and confine them, Li Yunpeng commanded. The guards escorted all the men out, leaving Li Yunpeng alone with the 5 women. Where's Huang Long's room? Let me there, Li Yunpeng instructed. The 5 women lowered their heads and slowly stood up, their tattered clothing barely concealing their allure. However, at that moment, Li Yunpeng had no time to admire them. Although the women possessed a certain beauty, they paled in comparison to the exquisite beauty beside him. He followed the women as they turned through the hall. And behind a screen, there was a small door. Upon pushing it open, he entered a spacious suite, with an opulent hall adorned with luxurious leather sofas and other lavish furnishings. Huang Long certainly knew how to indulge himself. Yet, on one side of the hall, there were some peculiar objects, including rings, a waterbed, and a wooden horse. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of intrigue. What purpose could these incongruous items serve when placed together? As he stood there, lost in thought, the 5 women, noticing his gaze fixed upon the peculiar assortment, bit their lips in contemplation. Then, as if having reached a silent accord, they gradually approached, shedding their garments and reclining upon the wooden horse in the waterbed. Li Yunpeng's face flushed momentarily as he comprehended the purpose of these items. Clearing his throat, he instructed, "You may rise and find some proper attire to wear." The women paused in surprise. Could it be that this new master would spare them? Thus, they obediently approached the wardrobe to select garments. Li Yunpeng observed them throughout the process, neither overtly intrusive nor shy, ensuring that none of the women attempted any tricks. It was only after they were suitably dressed that he inquired, "Does Huang Long possess any significant treasures?" "Yes, indeed," one woman quickly responded, realization dawning upon her. "Then take me to see them," Li Yunpeng replied, exasperated. Of course, she answered hastily, turning around. She fumbled with a few items on a bookshelf in the living room, and to his astonishment, the neatly arranged shelves suddenly parted, revealing a cleverly designed secret door. Li Yunpeng followed the woman's footsteps into a modest chamber. The walls were neatly lined with shelves, and as he surveyed the room, he was momentarily taken aback. Stacks of gold bars were meticulously arranged on the shelves, alongside various scattered gold and silver jewelry, filling numerous chests and emitting a dazzling golden radiance. He had never encountered such a vast array of precious metals and gems, leaving him momentarily speechless. Although the value of these treasures in the post-apocalyptic world might not surpass that of a bag of rice, it did not diminish the awe that filled Li Yunpeng, who had never before witnessed such opulence. Li Yunpeng lingered for a moment over the yellow and white objects, then turned his head and asked, "What purpose do these useless items serve for Huang Long, who seems to have a rather vacant mind?" A woman replied, "Some of these are ill-gotten gains from Huang Long's past, while the majority were recently gathered. He has a particular fondness for gold. Are there any other valuables?" Li Yuping inquired. The leading woman pondered for a moment before responding, "There is a vehicle in the garage, but beyond that, I am unaware." A vehicle? Li Yunpeng was taken aback. It seemed quite impoverished of Huang Long to possess such a mundane item, which could be found on any street corner. His curiosity piqued regarding the type of vehicle Huang Long had collected. "Lead the way," he instructed. The woman swayed her ample figure as she guided Li Yunpeng to the garage. "Holy cow!" Li Yunpeng exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the vehicle. It was an armored military Humvee. How could one acquire such a thing? He tapped on the glass, which appeared to be bulletproof, with a thickness of several centimeters. The doors were equipped with armor, and there was a mount for a machine gun on the roof. However, Huang Long lacked the machine gun, leaving it in an unoccupied state. It was evident that this treasure was indeed of great worth, and sitting in such a vehicle offered a sense of unparalleled safety. Li Yunpeng summoned Li Qi, instructing him to arrange for the transportation of the vehicles and the precious metals and jewels back to the base. "What is your name?" Li Yunpeng inquired, lifting his teacup while seated on the sofa in the living room. The leading woman hesitated before responding, "I am Huang Long, and I have renamed myself Xiao Zhuang." "What? Xiao Zhuang?" Huang Long must have lost his mind. Imagining himself as the founding emperor of the Qing dynasty and renaming his woman Xiao Zhuang, the woman, feeling a wave of embarrassment, replied, "We were all taken by him, so." Li Yunpeng, disinterested in their tales, remarked, "I care not how you arrived here. Tomorrow there will be a public trial. As long as you have not committed a capital offense, I shall not take any action against you." Upon hearing this, the 5 women breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since they had been captured by Huang Long, they had been confined within the harem and had not engaged in any reprehensible conduct. "Master," Xiao Zhuang murmured softly. Li Yunpeng was momentarily taken aback and interrupted her, saying, "Do not call me master. You may address me as commander." "Oh, very well, commander," she replied. "Within this prison, there exists a women's camp, where Huang Long has gathered several young women of pleasing appearance. When the Wuyo army faces dire circumstances or when morale wanes, soldiers are permitted to spend a night in the women's camp." A night? Li Yunpeng felt a chill in his heart, for he could already envision the scene of a group of soldiers from the Wuyo army, poised to risk their lives, spending a night in the women's camp. The Huanglong truly lacked any sense of decency, resorting to such methods to win over his subordinates. "Xiao Zhuang." Li Yunpeng uttered the name, feeling an awkwardness wash over him. He then continued, "You should all revert to your original names, for it feels as though we are caught in a Qing dynasty drama." The leading woman replied, "Among us sisters who have shared both trials and tribulations, we affectionately call each other by our nicknames. I am called Xiao Hong, and beside me are Xiaozi, Xiaolon, Xiaoqing, and Xiaojing." Li Yunpeng cradled his forehead and mused, "It feels akin to stepping into a nightclub." Upon closer inspection of the women adorned in their subtly translucent garments, he found the resemblance striking. While not of the highest beauty, they would undoubtedly command attention as leading figures in any establishment of that nature. "Xiaohong, please don a more appropriate outfit and accompany me to the women's quarters. The others may remain here," Li Yunpeng remarked, casting a glance at Xiaohong's scant attire. Xiaohong bowed her head to change into a more suitable outfit, leading Li Yunpeng along the spiraling staircase of the prison down to the dungeon, trailed by a contingent of armed guards. The subterranean level of the prison had been transformed into a vast hall, surrounded by iron bars. Within a massive cage, hundreds of women huddled in small groups, their expressions vacant, oblivious to the newcomers. The cage contained several rudimentary bunks, and the hygiene, surprisingly, was relatively acceptable. Li Yunpeng stood at a distance, gazing for a long while before letting out a soft sigh. "Li Qi, escort these individuals outside. They are to participate in the public trial tomorrow. I hope these women can find the strength to step forward on their own." Li Yunpeng lacked the energy to attend to their psychological well-being. All he could offer was a stable living environment, which in turn would increase the population under his command. As for what would happen thereafter, that was not his concern. That evening, Li Yunpeng planned to spend the night in the Hummer. Just as he had finished washing up and was preparing to rest, a soldier on duty reported that Xiao Hong wished to see the commander regarding an urgent matter. What could this woman possibly need at such an hour? Let her in. Li Yunpeng chose to sit in the driver's seat, patiently awaiting her arrival. When the soldier opened the door to the passenger seat, he beheld her adorned in a striking crimson dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, with cascading dark red curls elegantly resting upon her shoulders. As she settled into the passenger seat and closed the door, the enclosed space was instantly filled with an intoxicating fragrance. "You?" Xiao Hong's eyes sparkled with allure, her attire, already minimal, radiating an exquisite temptation. "Dear Commander, we humbly beseech you to extend your kindness and care towards my sister and me in the future." Li Yunpeng was at a loss for words. Is there truly such a way of care? You should put on your clothes and speak up. Li Qi was patrolling the vicinity when he noticed some unusual activity surrounding the commander's Hummer. He approached it, only to unexpectedly encounter a woman descending from the vehicle. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Qi immediately turned to flee, but Li Yunpeng descended from the vehicle, commanding, "Halt. The situation is not as you perceive." "I report to you, Commander, I have witnessed nothing," Li Qi retorted with righteous indignation. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of exasperation within, unwilling to provide any further explanation. For after all, his subordinates were unwaveringly loyal. At dawn the following day, Li Yunpeng convened a tribunal, gathering the impoverished citizens and captives of Wuyou City outside its walls. After a day of contemplation, the populace began to truly comprehend the stark contrast between the Guard Corps and the minions of Huanglong. Following the capture of Wuyou City, they were not subjected to oppression or servitude. Astonishingly, they were now to be represented in judgment against the prominent figures who had once lorded over them. A wave of righteous indignation swept through the crowd as they realized that the long-awaited day of reckoning had finally arrived after months of subjugation. Regrettably, many of their friends and family would never have the opportunity to witness this pivotal moment. Li Yunpeng first brought forth Huanglong's 1 empress and 4 concubines for public trial. He once believed that Xiaohong's proactive approach the previous night was intended to secure leniency for him during today's judgment. However, to his astonishment, everyone claimed not to recognize these 5 women, nor had they suffered any harm at their hands. Consequently, Li Yunpeng did not press them further. Next came the 4 kings of Huanglong, whose appearance incited an immediate surge of outrage among the crowd. The animosity directed towards these 4 exceeded even that directed at Huanglong himself. While Huanglong was the architect of cruel policies, these 4 were the tangible enforcers of such brutality, indeed deserving the label of executioners. Among them, Zhang Liang's voice of dissent was somewhat subdued compared to the other 3, as he had never truly aligned with the people of Wuyou Nation. Although he had committed numerous misdeeds, his actions paled in comparison to the unhinged malevolence exhibited by the others. Moreover, having contributed to the surrender of his city, Li Yunpeng resolved to sentence Zhang Liang to a lifetime of hard labor, while the other 3 were to be executed on the spot. Upon hearing Li Yunpeng's decree, Zhang Liang's trembling form suddenly relaxed, as if a veil had been lifted from his consciousness. What was the worth of vying for power and profit? Those who take lives are inevitably met with death themselves. He resolved to live as an ordinary man. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Liang experienced a moment of clarity. He bowed thrice in reverence towards Li Yunpeng and repeatedly prostrated before the crowd, before being taken away by the guards to be temporarily detained, destined for a labor camp. The remaining 3 quaked in fear under the collective condemnation. This trial was swift, culminating in immediate execution. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, marking the end of their malevolence. The bullets pierced through their skulls, exiting from the front, obliterating their faces entirely. The gruesome spectacle induced terror among those awaiting their own trial, causing some to lose control of their bladders. The stench of urine permeated the square, prompting Li Yunpeng to grimace in distaste. "Commander, that individual is the firearms designer from Wuyou City," Xiaohong whispered softly, approaching Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng followed the direction she indicated and observed a gaunt middle-aged man kneeling among the captives. With a sharp, monkey-like face and wearing a pair of rimless glasses, he appeared quite peculiar. "What is his name?" Li Yunpeng inquired. "His name is Zhou Gu. He was rescued by Huang Hu from the Wuhai Precision Machinery Group. It is said that he possesses considerable skills," Xiaohong replied. Li Yunpeng summoned Li Qi, instructing him to postpone the upcoming trial and to give Zhou Gu an advantage, so that he could preside over the next hearing. Li Qi received the command to make arrangements. Observing the lifeless bodies sprawled beside the judgment platform, Zhou Gu trembled inwardly as he stood in line, awaiting his fate. He found himself at the end of the queue, with the trial still a distance away, when suddenly 2 soldiers charged forth, bypassing the long line, and unceremoniously hoisted him onto the judgment platform. He froze, collapsing onto the ground. Although he had never committed any heinous acts, he was the chief designer of weapons for the Wuyou Nation, which had caused significant casualties among the soldiers before him. He harbored no illusions of escaping death. The presiding judge, Li Yi, proclaimed loudly, "Zhou Gu, chief weapon designer of the Wuyou Nation, we shall now commence your trial. Anyone who has been harmed by him may stand to testify." A silence enveloped the room for several minutes, with no one rising to speak. Some individuals whispered among themselves, as if deliberating, before designating a representative who stood up, somewhat apprehensively, and stated, "Report, sir, Minister Zhou is a good man. He was coerced into designing weapons for the Huanglong. Most of the food he received was secretly distributed among the children." Li glanced at Li Yunpeng, who nodded gently, and proclaimed loudly, "Since there are no witnesses to testify, we shall declare Zhou Gu not guilty. He may join the ranks of the survivors." Upon hearing that he was actually being spared, Zhou Gu found it hard to believe. Was it true that one could evade judgment simply for having caused no harm to others? He was astonished by the unexpected magnanimity of these soldiers. Trembling, He rose to his feet and glanced at the gruesome scene of bloodshed beside him, hastily making his way to stand among the survivors. Magnanimity, after all, was a relative term. The corpses around them served as a stark reminder that they were indeed decisive in their actions. "Are you Zhou Gu?" Li Qi inquired, standing before him with a stern expression. Zhou Gu, seeing the cold countenance of the soldier addressing him, quickly bent forward, offering a nervous smile as he replied. "I am Zhou Gu, sir. How may I serve you?" Li Qi coldly remarked, "Follow me. The commander wishes to see you." The commander? Zhou Gu felt a pang of confusion, unsure of the rank this title represented. Nevertheless, regardless of the level, it was prudent to treat it as the highest authority. "Commander, I have brought the person," Li Qi announced as she approached Li Yunpeng. Zhou Gu discreetly observed the individual before him, his initial impression being one of youth. Although his physique did not appear particularly robust, it exuded an undeniable sense of latent power. His deep-set eyes and composed demeanor carried an intense air of authority. "Indeed," Li Yunpeng responded, turning to regard him. It was true that one should not judge by appearances. Zhou Gu was not only lean but also rather short, standing at barely 1.60 meters. His skin was dark, and his features were sharp. "Zhou Gu, I have heard you were previously the chief designer at the Wuhai Precision Machinery Group?" Zhou Gu bowed and replied, reporting to the commander. "I was indeed the chief designer at Wuhai Precision Machinery Group and possessed some knowledge of mechanical engineering." He refrained from elaborating too much, wary of inciting trouble. "What kind of company is this Wuhai Machinery Group?" Li Yunpeng inquired, turning to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was taken aback. Had he never heard of Wuhai Machinery Group? It was the largest mechanical design enterprise in the Blue Dragon Kingdom, renowned globally. Though perplexed, she patiently explained to Li Yunpeng. "Wuhai Group is a top-tier mechanical manufacturing company in the country, even capable of producing industrial mother machines." "Can they really produce industrial mother machines?" Li Yunpeng was astonished. If so, creating a bullet production line must be trivial. Yet, the firearms of Wuyo country are not particularly advanced. "Did you design all the firearms for Wuyo country?" Li Yunpeng asked. Zhou Gu flinched, glanced at Li Yunpeng's expression, then quickly averted his gaze, replying, in response to the commander, "Yes, that is correct. Do not be anxious. I am merely perplexed. With your expertise, crafting firearms should be quite straightforward, yet the equipment of Wuyo country leaves much to be desired." Li Yunpeng voiced his confusion. Upon realizing he was not being reprimanded, Zhou Gu's racing heart settled back into his chest. He said, "Commander, Wuyo country suffers from a lack of electricity. The firearms in use are handcrafted by technicians who have received only basic training. I am a first-class technician capable of producing any firearm. But the skills of other technicians are insufficient for mass production of more complex designs. Moreover, Huang Long is unkind, and I have only showcased a portion of my capabilities to placate him, not exerting my full effort." "Oh, I see." Li Yunpeng finally comprehended the situation. Wuyo country was indeed lacking in electricity. However, the base's vehicles were equipped with power sources that sufficiently supplied the entire base's needs. Li Yunpeng gazed at Zhou Gu, his eyes shimmering with excitement. With the advent of industrial production, the worries about points were finally alleviated. During each grand battle, points were often amassed in the millions. Yet the majority were expended on ammunition, leaving only a mere few 100,000, or even tens of thousands, with only a few instances of barely maintaining a balance between income and expenditure. However, with Zhou Gu's presence, the situation was transformed. If a bullet production line could be devised, there would no longer be a need to exchange points for ammunition. All the points earned could be preserved. The magnitude of potential points was beyond Li Yunpeng's calculation. "Commander?" Xiao Hong gently nudged him as she noticed the glimmer at the corner of his mouth. Li Yunpeng wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "Well, Zhou Gu, may I inquire if you would be willing to serve under me?" Zhou Gu hastily replied, "I am deeply honored by your kindness, and I am willing to offer my humble assistance." "Ha ha ha, Zhou Gu, you are being too modest. I shall rely on you greatly in the future. May I ask, how old are you this year?" Li Yunpeng's spirit soared after securing a talented individual. "As for me, I have just turned 35 this year," Zhou Gu responded. "Indeed, Zhou Gu, you must also take care of your health amidst your duties," Li Yunpeng remarked earnestly, thinking to himself how a 35-year-old appeared to be 55. Zhou Gu pondered, "If you find my appearance aged, just say it plainly. Those who do not know would think you genuinely care about me." "Thank you, Commander. I shall do so." After an extensive day of judgment, most of the members of the Wuyo army were executed on the spot, while the remaining individuals were collectively detained and taken back for assignment to a labor camp. Li Yunpeng stationed 2 small teams to guard the pass, taking advantage of the advantageous terrain of Wuyo Kingdom. He intended to cultivate the land with abundant crops, believing that merely securing the pass would allow him to rest easy. Subsequently, he would lead the remaining soldiers to escort 20,000 civilians back to the base. Although Li Yunpeng had avenged them, uncertainty lingered in the hearts of the people during their journey to the base. They feared that escaping from the dragon's den would only lead them into the tiger's lair, resulting in a small number of individuals with an acute sense of insecurity defecting midway. Li Yunpeng remained indifferent. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Those who fled, if fortunate enough to survive, would earn the right to lament. After several hours of arduous travel, the forefront of the group finally caught sight of the outline of the base. The denizens of the Wuyo nation were not strangers to grand cities. Thus their astonishment was minimal. Yet, as they approached the base, their hearts grew increasingly anxious. However, upon crossing the threshold of the base, they were met with a sight that left them in awe. The accommodations within were orderly, and people moved about freely, welcoming the triumphant guards with beaming smiles. Was this real? Was it not merely a dream? There were no soldiers overseeing the populace. Everyone was free. This was indeed the authentic Wuyo nation. Each individual harbored diverse thoughts. The various levels of management within the base also took the lead in the welcoming ceremony. As they gazed upon the seemingly endless line of people, their emotions swelled with excitement. The presence of these 20,000 newcomers instilled a profound realization. They were not alone in this world, for many kindred spirits still thrived. Li Yunpeng stood in the midst of the crowd, and as he entered the city, the cheers reached a crescendo. In the eyes of the people, this young leader consistently delivered miracles, transforming peril into safety even when engulfed in dire circumstances. Li Yunpeng, having fought tirelessly for several consecutive days, appeared spirited yet bore a hint of fatigue. His command vehicle made its way directly through the gates of the administrative district, where the newly arrived survivors were to be efficiently managed by Zhang Tao. Wang Shiyan, who had not seen Li Yunpeng for several days, was consumed with worry for his safety. Originally tasked with the registration of new survivors and captives, she watched as Li Yunpeng strode into the inner city. Summoning Lu Zide with a casual remark, "Xiao Lu, please take over the registration for me. I have a matter to attend to." Lu Zide thought to himself, "Over 20,000 people. You expect me to handle this?" Despite his trepidation, he felt compelled to accept the responsibility assigned by his superior. As he observed Wang Shiyan joyfully making her way into the inner city, he couldn't help but berate Li Yunpeng in his mind. "Before the apocalypse, you always put me in difficult situations. Now, in this new world, you are preoccupied, and once again, I find myself at the mercy of your woman. What sins have I committed to deserve this?" Upon Wang Shiyan's arrival in the inner city, she found Li Yunpeng reclining in a comfortable chair within the courtyard, relishing the fruits artfully sliced by Huofeng'er, and sipping a specially crafted beverage prepared by Xia Mengdai. "Shiyan, aren't you busy?" Li Yunpeng inquired upon noticing her presence. Wang Shiyan shot him a pointed glance and retorted, "Humph. I'm occupied attending to the beauties you've brought back. With all these Xiaohongs and Xiaolans, I might as well be assembling a rainbow." Li Yunpeng's body stiffened, cursing under his breath. Who on earth had such a loose tongue? He feared that the events of that fateful night in the kingdom of Wuyo had been exposed, yet upon observing Wang Shiyan's expression, he sensed otherwise. "Stop speculating." Among the tens of thousands of refugees, each of them disheveled, only a few women, fair and delicate, stood out like cranes among chickens, impossible to overlook, Wang Shiyan remarked. Shoo! It was a relief that nothing had been revealed. Li Yunpeng exhaled deeply and proceeded to explain to Wang Shiyan and her companions. Those 5 individuals were originally the queen and concubines of the Huanglong in the kingdom of Wuyo, who had been confined in the harem from the very beginning. I happened to rescue them, having committed no wrongdoing, and thus brought them along. Upon hearing this, Huofeng'er expressed her intrigue. Wow, can one really become an emperor? And their SA queen too? Had I known, I would have joined you. This is far more entertaining than watching a drama. Xia Mengdai shot her a disapproving glance and replied, "There's no need to rush. Perhaps one day, the commander might also establish an emperor, and who knows? They might even bestow upon you the title of a concubine." Li Yunpeng was drenched in cold sweat, hesitant to respond. A woman's imagination often requires merely a spark to weave an entire narrative. Huofeng'er instantly flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, "Who wants to be a consort?" I am merely curious." The zombies were evolving. Even the ordinary ones had grown significantly stronger since the onset of the apocalypse. It was entirely possible that one day, a second-tier evolved zombie could emerge and obliterate the base they had painstakingly constructed, Li Yuping remarked, startled by his words. Huafeng'er snapped back from her reverie of court dramas. Her lively nature often led her outside, where encountering scattered zombies was commonplace. She had indeed noticed that the current ordinary zombies were considerably more powerful and swift than those at the beginning of the apocalypse. All right. Brother Ping has returned victorious this time. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. I trust that with you here, any second or third-tier zombies shall be defeated. Wang Shiyan interjected, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Xia Mengdai chimed in, the commander is formidable. There is no need to worry. Together, we shall fortify the base and transform it into the most impregnable stronghold in this apocalypse. Encouraged by Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai, Li Yuping's confidence surged. With the base's vehicle system at his disposal, he had no fear. As the level of the base increased, more facilities and weapons would be unlocked, making the unification of the Blue Dragon Kingdom a tangible possibility, and perhaps he could indeed ascend to the throne. Report, Commander. The military Hummer and gold and silver jewelry have arrived. Please give your orders. A squad leader entered to report. Upon hearing about the military Hummer, Li Yuping rose and commanded, bring the vehicle and items inside. That vehicle was a prized possession, boasting not only formidable firepower but also astounding defense. Although the gold and jewels were of little immediate use, they could certainly be valuable in the future. Moments later, soldiers from the Guard Brigade drove in the Hummer, carrying boxes of gold and silver jewelry. Huafeng'er, an outdoor enthusiast before the apocalypse, was well aware of military Hummers and gaped in astonishment. Wow, how did we manage to acquire this? A military-grade Hummer. There are hardly any in the entire Blue Dragon Kingdom. In contrast to Huafeng'er's fascination with the military Hummer, Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai were more intrigued by the jewelry and ornaments. Li Yunpeng, observing their enthusiasm, remarked, if you like it, feel free to choose a few. Huafeng'er, shyly speaking up, inquired, Commander, may I take this vehicle for a spin? This young lady seems to prefer military garb over elegant attire. Ahem. This vehicle requires modifications. A machine gun will be mounted on the roof, and the armor needs reinforcement. Once those improvements are completed, you may take it for a drive during non-combat missions. Upon hearing this, Huafeng'er immediately became exhilarated, circling the vehicle and offering her opinions. As an intriguing spark ignited between the steel beast and the enchanting beauty, Li Yuping gazed at the gold bars, pondering their futility in this apocalyptic world. Such heavy and inedible items held no allure for anyone, prompting him to command his soldiers to stack them in a corner of the courtyard. Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai each selected a few pieces of jewelry, returning joyfully to adorn themselves. After dismissing several individuals, Li Yunpeng finally found the opportunity to examine the system panel. At that moment, the population of the base had surged to over 27,000, and the once spacious area was now teeming with people. He had no intention of upgrading or expanding the base just yet. Although he was on the cusp of qualifying for a level 2 upgrade, it would be more efficient to undertake the expansion all at once when the time came. For now, he would make do, distributing tents to the new survivors. As long as they were fed and clothed adequately, there would be no complaints. Contemplating the upgrade, he could not overlook Wu Bin's population of over 20,000. Incorporating them under his banner would immediately fulfill the requirements for advancement. Wu Bin had previously hesitated between aligning with him or the Wuyo nation, but with the latter's annihilation, he had no choice but to pursue the path that lay before him. Li Yunpeng, feeling a surge of urgency, instructed the guards to hasten the modifications on Zhang Tao's Hummer. 3 days later, he found himself seated in the formidable steel beast, which was now reinforced with an additional layer of 50mm thick armor. A machine gun was mounted on the turret, enhancing its security despite a slight reduction in speed. Originally, the driver, a soldier from the guard unit, was forcibly replaced by the fiery Feng'er, who insisted on taking the wheel herself. Ever since the vehicle had returned, she had been eagerly circling it, and after much pleading, Li Yunpeng finally acquiesced to her request to drive. Considering the beautiful women surrounding Wu Bin, Li Yunpeng resolved to bring along Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai to bolster his presence, ensuring Wu Bin understood that he was not to be underestimated in any regard. For this outing, Li Yunpeng had Li Bai accompany a squad of guard soldiers. This was not only to create an imposing spectacle, but also for safety reasons. Although the Huanglong had been vanquished, one could never tell when another green dragon or purple dragon might emerge. Leading the convoy were 3 pickup trucks equipped with machine guns, with Li Yunping's Hummer positioned centrally as the command vehicle. Behind it trailed modified military trucks, and 2 more machine gun-mounted pickups brought up the rear. The procession of over a dozen vehicles made its way toward Wu Bin's enclave. Upon their arrival, the surrounding populace, struck by fear, hurriedly sought refuge, while the guard soldiers disembarked first to establish a perimeter of vigilance. Li Yunping waited in the car for a while, but surprisingly, Wu Bin did not come down to greet him. This left him feeling somewhat displeased. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a soldier descending from the steel tower, who approached Li Yunping's vehicle and said, "Commander Li, our leader is currently entertaining distinguished guests and is unable to attend to you personally. I have been sent to welcome you." Distinguished guests? Li Yunping mused with curiosity, pondering what sort of visitors could cause Wu Bin to neglect him. He instructed Li Bai to arrange for the soldiers to maintain concealed vigilance around the settlement, and then stated, "Lead the way." Li Yunping, accompanied by a group of individuals, was followed closely by Li Bai, who led a small contingent of guards. They ascended to the 10th floor, a location previously visited by Li Yunping. Yet he had never ventured beyond this point. The elderly gentleman in charge of registration was the same as before, his melancholic gaze betraying an inability to release anyone from his thoughts. Unperturbed by the tempestuous elements outside, he remained steadfast and unmoving. Li Yunping greeted the elder and ascended 2 more levels with the guard, arriving at a spacious platform encased in glass. The area was quite substantial, spanning over 1,000 square meters, offering a broad view and delightful scenery. Wu Bin had quite the flair for enjoyment, transforming this space into a veritable aerial palace, which left Li Yunping feeling somewhat envious. Upon entering the room, Wu Bin hastily rose, his plump face adorned with a broad smile. "Commander Li has graced us with his presence. What an honor!" he exclaimed. You, Chief Wu, are exceedingly busy. How could I dare trouble you to welcome me?" Li Yunping replied, somewhat discontented. Well," Wu Bin stammered, feeling awkward. "Commander Li, we do have distinguished guests today, so..." "Oh, and who might this be?" "Small in stature, yet grand in attitude," a chilly voice interjected. Li Yunping followed the sound and beheld a woman seated regally in the main position of the living room, sipping tea with an air of nonchalance. She spoke without lifting her gaze, while a few burly men stood behind her. Upon realizing that the speaker was a woman, Wolfinger and her companions felt their arrogance soar to new heights, instantly becoming displeased. Li Yunping leisurely strolled to the edge of the sofa and sat down, casually placing his legs upon the coffee table. He extracted a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "This, miss, is being rather intrusive, don't you think?" Li Yunping deliberately emphasized the term miss with particular intensity. "You." The woman lifted her head, glaring at him in anger. At this moment, Li Yunping finally discerned her features, a delicate oval face, a pair of captivating eyes that seemed to blaze with fire, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, and a petite mouth pursed in a manner reminiscent of a spoiled little princess. Meanwhile, Wu Bin stood helplessly by, caught between 2 individuals he could ill afford to offend. Li Yunping paid no heed to her fury and inquired, "Leader Wu, may I ask who this is?" Wu Bin, seated opposite him, responded, "This esteemed lady is the governor of Anew from the northern settlement of Longhu Mountain." "Anew?" Li Yunping scoffed, deeming the name a mockery of itself. Upon hearing him jest about her name, Anew's expression shifted, and she retorted, "Dare to speak such nonsense again, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Such bravado. The fiery fire phoenix immediately shot back. "Do you think that merely standing behind 2 men grants you the liberty to act as you please?" Anew, taken aback by the striking beauty of the woman before her, felt a flicker of surprise. Having been a favored child of fortune since youth, she had not anticipated encountering a woman whose beauty could rival her own. As her gaze wandered, she noted that the 2 women beside Fire Phoenix were equally stunning. "Do you think I rely on men as you do? Do not assume that everyone is like you, mere decorative vases, dependent on men for a fleeting sense of superiority," Anew declared with disdain. Fire Phoenix's temper flared at the insult, and she stepped forward, rolling up her sleeves, proclaiming, "Today, I shall show you who the true useless face is." Upon witnessing her readiness to fight, Anew found it to her liking and, with a cold laugh, rose to her feet in response. Li Yunping made no attempt to intervene as the 2 women prepared to engage in combat. He harbored no doubts regarding Huafonger's capabilities. With her exceptional archery skills and remarkable prowess in hand-to-hand combat, she was unlikely to be at a disadvantage against any ordinary man. Thus, he settled comfortably on the sofa to observe the unfolding spectacle. The 2 women glared at one another with fierce intensity before stepping onto a nearby open space. Huafeng'er assumed a poised fighting stance, while Aning stood casually, seemingly unperturbed. After a moment of inaction from Aning, Huafeng'er, with a commanding shout, initiated the fray, launching a punch towards Aning. Just as her fist neared Aning's face, Aning swiftly raised her hand to grasp Huafeng'er's fist, then lowered her shoulder to collide forcefully with Huafeng'er. Huafeng'er was taken aback by the sudden surge of power, propelled backwards as if struck by a massive hammer, her chest aching intensely. Her complexion flushed. She valiantly endured the pain. Li Yunpeng's relaxed expression shifted as he observed keenly. Aning's movements were remarkably swifter than those of an average person, her strength surpassing that of most men. Could it be? Aning, having successfully landed a blow, mocked, "Indeed, you are nothing but a useless vase, utterly devoid of strength. Merely fit to serve men." Fire Phoenix, infuriated, gasped for breath and, gritting her teeth, launched another attack. Yet, her punches and kicks always fell just short of reaching Aning, who effortlessly evaded each strike with grace. Aning wore a playful and relaxed smile, perceiving Fire Phoenix's onslaught as utterly inconsequential. Li Yunpeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he beheld Aning's slender physique and fair complexion. She did not appear to be a product of rigorous training, but rather someone who, much like himself, had consumed an evolution crystal, significantly enhancing her strength and speed. To confront one openly is a true skill. Evasion is merely a tactic. Frustrated by her inability to subdue her opponent, Huafeng'er felt a surge of determination. "Very well. You uttered those words. Do not regret them," Aning declared, swiftly pivoting and launching a punch aimed squarely at Huafeng'er's face. In an instant, Huafeng'er saw the punch hurtling towards her, and she barely managed to raise her arms to shield herself. A resounding thud echoed through the air as their arms collided. The impact sent Huafeng'er staggering backwards, her balance compromised. Seizing the opportunity, Aning advanced, her long legs clad in high heels sweeping towards Huafeng'er's profile. Should that strike connect? It would mar her face irreparably. Alarmed, Huafeng'er was caught off guard by the swiftness of her opponent's assault. Just as despair washed over her and she closed her eyes, a figure darted forth, materializing before her. In a flash, Li Yunpeng grasped Aning's advancing left leg, freezing her movement midair. It became evident to Huafeng'er that he had intervened on her behalf. The onlookers in the room, including Aning, were unable to discern Li Yunpeng's swift motions. It was as if he had teleported from the sofa to Huafeng'er's side. "Humph! I did not expect you to resemble a human yet harbor such malevolent intentions," Li Yunpeng remarked sternly. With a firm grip on her ankle, he effortlessly flung Aning away, as she spun through the air like a rapidly rotating top. The astonished Aning found herself tumbling to the ground. Her astonishment rivaled that of the others, having undergone her own evolution. She had typically found herself a match for several men, yet Li Yunpeng's prowess instilled a profound sense of helplessness within her. Wang Shiyin and Xia Mengdai finally came to their senses, rushing to Huafeng'er's side to ascertain her well-being, their gazes brimming with resentment towards Aning. Ignoring their ire, Aning cast her teary eyes upon Li Yunpeng, her chest heaving with emotion. Suddenly, she burst into tears, leaving everyone in the room utterly bewildered. Was this truly the same headstrong and capricious little princess? The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions clearly conveying that it was Li Yunpeng who had caused her tears and thus should address the situation. Meanwhile, the bodyguards behind Aning stood in stunned silence. They had witnessed her formidable skills firsthand and recognized that against this man, they would likely fare no better. Li Yunpeng felt a twinge of exasperation. "If you wish to strike, then do so, but what is the purpose of sitting on the ground and weeping?" he remarked. "Enough of the tears. I have not wronged you in any significant way. Why would you ask for more? You, a grown man, are bullying me, a frail woman. Is there no shame in that?" Aning lamented, her tears cascading like rain upon a blooming pear tree. "How dare you claim to be a weak woman?" Li Yunpeng retorted, rendered speechless, for when a woman becomes unreasonable, she can turn black into white with her words. Li Yunpeng, disinterested, returned to the sofa and, addressing the visibly awkward Wu Bin, inquired about the conditions of the Longhu mountain settlement, asking when such a formidable force had emerged. Wu Bin paused momentarily before hastily responding. The Longhu mountain settlement is located in the north and has only recently opened a passage southward. The leader of the settlement is the father of Lord Aning, named in Rome. Before the apocalypse, he operated a shooting range, and once the cataclysm began, he relied on his extensive stockpile of firearms and ammunition to establish a settlement, which, I have heard, is even larger than mine. Li Yunping understood clearly that shooting ranges are typically located in suburban areas, and with ample reserves of weapons and ammunition, it is indeed feasible to establish a settlement. Anning, noticing that no one paid her any attention, wiped away her tears and returned to her seat. After Wu Bin finished boasting about Longhu Mountain, she finally spoke up, saying, are you scared? You have offended me today, and when I return home to tell my father, you will have much to answer for. Li Yunping completely disregarded her. The temperament of such a young lady is utterly incomprehensible. Wu Bin was taken aback. Had the powerful Wuyo nation truly been vanquished by Li Yunping? Yet, upon reflecting on the strength within his own base, it indeed seemed plausible. Li Yunping continued, initially, I held a degree of patience towards you. But your indecision has drawn the attention of those from Longhushan towards your populace. To speak candidly, your people are of great interest to me. And I do not rule out the use of force to claim them. Upgrading the base is of paramount importance, and I can no longer afford to adhere to the etiquette of diplomacy. In this apocalyptic world, the rule is dictated by the might of one's fist. Reason is contingent upon one's mood, and presently, my mood is far from favorable. Wu Bin felt a pang of regret as he witnessed Li Yunping's shift in demeanor. He had initially believed that aligning with a faction would grant him privileges due to his subordinates' numbers, but he now realized the folly of his thinking. This realm is one where the strong dominate, leaving the weak voiceless. Mr. Li, be wary of the winds that might lead you astray. Do you think that a mere display of martial prowess grants you carte blanche? I intend to take everyone here back with me, so do not provoke me. And Ning interjected. Wu Bin hastily replied, Lord Director Li. Li Yunping interrupted him, saying, with my meager skills, I wonder how you will manage to take even one person from here back. Li Qi, from this moment forth. No one from the Steel Tower settlement is permitted to enter or exit. Understood. Li Qi received the command and turned to make arrangements. Anning was taken aback by Li Yunping's unwavering demeanor upon learning her background. Her expression fluctuated between anger and frustration as she declared, Li Yunping, just you wait. With that, she turned and left with her entourage. Li Yunping did not attempt to stop her. Instead, he called out, first thing tomorrow, I will have everyone here relocated. If you possess any skills, I suggest you reveal them before then, for I have no time to wait. Anning paused momentarily, her countenance darkening further, before she descended without a backward glance. After Anning's departure, the room was left with only Li Yunping's people and Wu Bin. In the face of Li Yunping's formidable presence, Wu Bin dared not show the slightest hint of discontent. Li Yunping had completely lost his patience with him. Some individuals, when met with kindness, fail to appreciate it and only desire more. However, once you reveal your true strength, all hesitation and dissenting voices vanish entirely. Li Yunping sat silently on the chair, and the others too remained mute, the room enveloped in a tranquility so profound that one could discern the breath of each individual. Wu Bin, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, mustered the courage to speak. Esteemed Director Li, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude upon your delightful conversation with the ladies. Li Yunping remained silent, while beads of perspiration dotted Wu Bin's forehead. Bowing slightly and clasping his hands, he cautiously retreated. Once he had exited, Li Yunping let out a cold snort and remarked, Wu Bin truly lacks discernment. Repeatedly attempting to play both sides, Wang Shiyan, seated beside him, offered a comforting word, do not be angered, Brother Peng. It is understandable that a small figure struggles in the apocalypse, seeking personal gain. Yet, he has yet to realize that this world has become far more straightforward, without strength. All schemes are mere illusions. Li Bai, send someone back to the base to request another squadron. I am determined to seize these individuals back. Li Yunping commanded in a low voice. Yes, I will make the arrangements at once. Wait, instruct the soldiers below to construct nearby defensive fortifications, in case the people from Longhu Mountain stir up any trouble tomorrow. Although Li Yunping outwardly dismissed Longhushan, he understood the wisdom in preparing thoroughly. For even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Li Bai set forth to execute the commands of Li Yunping. A contingent of elite guards stood sentinel at the entrance, leaving the expansive hall occupied solely by Li Yunping and 3 exquisite women. He arranged the sofa before the west-facing floor-to-ceiling windows, situated no less than 50 meters above the ground. Surrounded by enchanting beauties and gazing upon the breathtaking sunset scenery, the mounting pressure to upgrade the base finally eased somewhat. That evening, Li Yunping spent the night in the Sky Pavilion. Li Yi received orders, and, under the cover of night, swiftly mobilized a company of guards to converge with Li Bai, effectively sealing off the gathering place. At dawn the following day, Li Yunpeng was awakened by the golden rays of the sun. Approaching the window, he surveyed the meticulously arranged defensive formations of the guards below, a smirk playing on his lips. Longhu Mountain, I shall see what gives you the audacity to take the inhabitants of the Steel Tower settlement. Wu Bin had earlier instructed for breakfast to be delivered, which, after undergoing rigorous inspections by the guards, was finally presented to Li Yunpeng. He invited the captain of the guards and Wang Shiyan to join him, relishing a delightful breakfast while admiring the distant, mist-shrouded mountains. The meal concluded swiftly, and the battle plans were solidified during the gathering. Li Yunpeng was poised for action, commanding Wu Bin to mobilize all civilians for a mass relocation. Wu Bin sighed inwardly, acknowledging that what was inevitable could not be evaded. Thus, making a commendable effort now could be seen as a belated attempt to mend the situation, not yet too late. Utilizing the authority he had built over time, he persuaded everyone to pack their belongings and follow the guards to a safer stronghold. Although the populace was reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with the orders under the firm yet gentle insistence of Wu Bin and the soldiers. Li Yunpeng sat patiently in the Hummer, awaiting the arrival of his companions. An hour later, they finally organized their belongings and began descending from the steel tower one by one. Li Yunpeng stood atop the vehicle, casting a glance toward the north. In the distance, he observed a billowing cloud of dust. They've arrived. He returned to the vehicle, maneuvering the Hummer to the forefront, settling into the driver's seat to await the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Ning sat in the rear seat of a swiftly moving off-road vehicle, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose features were striking and whose thick brows framed expressive eyes that often betrayed a sense of indulgence. Father, this time I must seek revenge. I have been terribly wronged, Ning declared. The middle-aged man, Rong, the leader of the Longhu Mountain settlement, replied, Ning, is Li Yunpeng truly as despicable as you say? And Ning immediately adopted a pleading tone. Of course he is. Otherwise, just ask all. He is an utterly ruthless scoundrel, taking advantage of his men and committing all manner of atrocities. With that, she kicked the front seat, causing Au, who occupied the passenger seat, to flinch. And Ning had repeatedly warned her bodyguards to emphasize the extent of Li Yunpeng's wickedness. Ahem, what the young lady says is not without merit. Li Yunpeng is indeed loathsome, injuring the crippled, insulting the simple-minded, and even humiliating children. He commits all kinds of misdeeds, all managed to assert, albeit reluctantly. Preposterous. And Rome dismissed the claims as dubious. Yet, as his only daughter faced humiliation, he felt compelled to rectify the situation, simultaneously aiming to annex Wu Bin's settlement to bolster Longhu Mountain's strength. Thus, he had brought along a contingent of 1,000 men. The convoy surged toward Wu Bin's settlement with formidable intent, reaching its vicinity in mere minutes. However, the sight before Rome was utterly shocking. Surrounding Wu Bin's settlement were hundreds of heavily armed soldiers, taking cover behind fortifications. A plethora of automatic rifles pointed menacingly in their direction, complemented by 5 trucks mounted with machine guns and an armored Hummer. And Rome silently lamented, "What a predicament! This is hardly the bully with just a handful of thugs. What sort of person has this girl entangled herself with? With such strength, it would be prudent not to provoke him at all." And Ning, equally astonished, gaped in disbelief. She had only seen Li Yunpeng accompanied by a few subordinates the day prior, unaware of the hidden guards stationed throughout the area. "Father, perhaps we should retreat," she whispered, tugging gently at Enrong's arm, her voice laced with fear. Enrong sighed. Retreating was not an option. If the situation escalated poorly, they might find themselves unable to leave. His men were not without firearms or ammunition, yet their arsenal consisted primarily of civilian weapons, and their military training was subpar, rendering them incomparable to the elite soldiers before them. He had no doubt that should a conflict arise, they would face certain annihilation. With a heavy heart, Enrong exhaled deeply. Some encounters cannot be avoided. He exited the vehicle, raising his hands in surrender as he stepped forward alone. Li Yunpeng sat in his car, observing him with a pensive expression, contemplating. And Ning's father still possesses a semblance of masculinity and courage, though he has failed to manage his own daughter properly. At a distance of several dozen meters from Li Yunpeng's formidable Hummer, Enrong was halted by the soldiers of the security detail. Standing firm, Enrong proclaimed loudly, "Commander Li, I am Enrong from Longhu Mountain. My daughter has caused you much offense, and today I have come personally to offer my apologies, hoping that you, as a magnanimous individual, will overlook her transgressions." Li Yunping did not exit the vehicle. He wished to observe how Enrong would handle the current situation. Ning, witnessing her father's imposing approach only to apologize upon arrival, felt a profound sense of humiliation. The critical aspect was that Li Yunping remained inside the car. Overcome by her rebellious temperament, she stepped forward and shouted, "Li Yunpeng, come out. My father has already apologized to you. What more do you desire?" Enrong felt a sudden pang of regret, realizing for the first time that she had indulged her daughter too much. If Li Yunping were a person of narrow-mindedness, the situation could become quite troublesome. Li Yunping sat in the car, addressing the loudspeaker. "Anning, considering you are a lady, I do not wish to engage in a dispute with you. However, should you continue to act willfully and capriciously, I would not hesitate to take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your father." Upon hearing this, Enrong felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Li Yunpeng was not the overbearing type, but rather, it was her daughter who had gone too far. "Li Yunpeng, you..." Anning was about to explode with indignation, but fortunately, Enrong swiftly covered her mouth and whispered, "Be quiet at once. Do you wish for your father to risk his life for your folly?" Enrong then raised her voice, "I am grateful for your generosity, Officer Li. I shall ensure my daughter is strictly disciplined henceforth." Only then did Li Yunpeng alight from the vehicle, his figure swaying as he approached Enrong. Her pupils constricted. She understood all too well what this meant. Li Yunpeng had undoubtedly consumed evolutionary crystals found in the brains of zombies, and certainly not in small quantities. For such prowess was beyond the ordinary. Previously, at Longhushan, they had suffered grave losses yet managed to eliminate a particularly agile zombie. Initially, Enrong had no idea what the evolutionary crystals were useful for after acquiring them, so she stored them in her studies cabinet. Little did she expect that Anning would sneak in and rummage through her cabinet, discovering the exquisite blue crystals, and by sheer coincidence, she was caught in the act. In a moment of panic, Anning hastily concealed the evolutionary crystal in her mouth, thus uncovering the secret of its power. Enrong had repeatedly admonished her to keep this secret, for it was crucial to their rise in this apocalyptic world. Now, witnessing Li Yunpeng's capabilities, Enrong was certain that he had ingested more than one evolutionary crystal, and the ability to consume such a quantity implied he had vanquished a significant number of evolved zombies. "Officer Li, I did not realize you were so young," Enrong remarked casually, attempting to mask her astonishment. Li Yunpeng smiled faintly and remarked, "I did not anticipate that Leader would be such a reasonable person. What are your thoughts regarding the matters at hand?" Enrong was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Commander Li, you jest. How could I dare to compete for the populace with you? Everything here belongs to you, and I shall not interfere." "That is good to hear. In that case, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again." Having received the answer he sought, Li Yunpeng turned and departed, while Li Bai led the team in their journey. Ning's eyes gleamed with reluctance. "It is mine, and I shall reclaim it." Enrong felt a twinge of headache. Whether in a one-on-one confrontation or a collective brawl, how could they possibly compete? Yet he understood Ning's character. Once she had made up her mind, not even 8 horses could pull her back. "How do you intend to deal with him?" Enrong asked with concern. Ning pondered for a moment, recognizing her inability to match Li Yunpeng in any aspect. A glimmer of inspiration struck her, and she declared, "If all else fails, I shall simply take him away. Then everything he possesses will become mine." "Ah." Enrong inhaled sharply, astonished by her audacity. "What about your engagement to Shintu?" Upon mentioning Shintu, Ning's expression darkened, but she defiantly lifted her chin and replied, "That will depend on Shintu's capabilities. If he can truly reclaim me from Li Yunpeng, then I shall have no words to say." Sigh. Enrong exhaled deeply. The Shintu family had once been a prominent clan before the apocalypse, and at the onset of the disaster, they had armed nearly 10,000 troops with weapons produced from their industrial park and machining factory. They openly proclaimed themselves as a formidable military force. Shintu Siping, the head of the family, had long set his sights on the Longhu mountain settlement, hoping to bring it under his control, while his only son, Shintu, had taken an interest in Ning and had sent suitors to propose. Enrong wished to refuse but was daunted by the Shintu family's immense power. Now, Ning was recklessly contemplating a scheme of misdirection, and Enrong worried she was playing with fire. If she antagonized both sides, neither he nor the Longhu mountain settlement would be left unscathed. Just as Enrong was consumed by anxiety, he noticed that Ning had driven off in pursuit of Li Yunpeng. With a resigned shake of his head, he inwardly prayed for her safety. Compared to the perpetually brooding Shintu, he preferred for Ning's future partner to be Li Yunpeng. However, these matters were beyond his control. After standing in place for a while and seeing Aning's vehicle disappear from view, he turned and led the team back to Longhu Mountain. After instilling fear in Enrong, Li Yunpeng returned first. The multitude of people in Wu Bin's settlement rendered vehicles inadequate, necessitating a slow march under the protection of the guards. Among the weary civilians, complaints echoed, yet Li Yunpeng's heart brimmed with joy. Bringing these individuals back should suffice to meet the conditions for upgrading the base. Once the upgrade was complete, he would devise a strategy to incorporate Longhushan into his domain. A thought that delighted him immensely. Upon reaching the entrance of the base, Li Yunpeng glanced back and noticed an unfamiliar vehicle trailing behind. Li Yunpeng instructed Huofeng to turn around and investigate the situation. Upon approaching, he was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, Aning. Li Yunpeng's expression darkened. "What brings you here?" Ning stammered, struggling to find an appropriate excuse. "You insolent wretch. Get back, or I'll make mincemeat of you and feed you the dogs." Li Yunpeng threatened with a menacing glare. One must not show kindness to such a person, and Ning was the type who would blossom with even a hint of sunshine. Feeling somewhat wronged, she, who had grown up in a honeyed environment, had never been spoken to in such a manner before. Wang Shiyan, pondering for a moment, leaned in and whispered, "Pingge, do you have any thoughts regarding the Longhu Mountain settlement?" Li Yunpeng was taken aback, nodding absent-mindedly. Wang Shiyan continued, "If Ning were here, his father would eventually arrive as well. Upon witnessing our strength, matters may become considerably more manageable." Li Yunpeng contemplated the situation. Recognizing that since the upgrade conditions had just been met, it would be prudent to allow Aning to remain at the base for a few days. Once the upgrade was completed and everything was in order, he hoped to leverage her connections to bring Longhushan entirely under his control. Observing Aning, who was on the verge of tears, he softened his demeanor and asked, "Do you wish to come here?" Aning nodded in response. "Well, that is permissible, but I must caution you to behave yourself. Otherwise, I shan't hesitate to dispose of you, and even your father won't be able to save you. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," Aning replied softly. "That's more like it," Li Yunpeng said, pressing the accelerator as he made his way toward the base. Aning watched the receding silhouette of the vehicle for a long moment, feeling shame for her pitiful display. "Li Yunpeng, just you wait." When the guard troops returned to the base with the civilians, the issues became apparent. The living space was utterly insufficient, with 50,000 people crammed together. The logistical support system was on the brink of collapse. Upon arrival, Wu Bin found himself besieged by complaints. Although their previous living conditions were not spacious, they had not been this cramped. Surrounded by a crowd, Wu Bin felt overwhelmed as people accused him of being heartless for bringing them to endure such suffering. "Listen to me," he implored. "This hardship is temporary. Commander Li will ensure we are properly accommodated." Sweat dripped from Wu Bin's plump face. He was equally baffled. The living conditions at the Steel Tower settlement had been comfortable, yet here under Li Yunpeng, it was a different story. The original inhabitants of the base were also agitated by the influx of newcomers. Many of Li Yunpeng's staunch supporters stood atop a high vantage point, shouting through loudspeakers, "Everyone, please be patient. Trust that our commander will soon arrange suitable housing for all." However, the newcomers were unconvinced and retaliated with vitriol. "To hell with your arrangements. This place is too small, and there's a crowd everywhere. We can't even queue for the restroom," one shouted. "Easy for you to say. You're not the ones without homes." Another chimed in. "I say this base is a scam. Let us pack our bags and go back." The crowd erupted into chaos, and Zhang Tao, with a grim expression, led the security team in an effort to maintain order. Amidst the external turmoil, Li Yunpeng was seated in the base's armored vehicle, brimming with excitement. The population had finally reached the requisite number for an upgrade. "System, elevate the base vehicle to level 2, he declared eagerly. "System, congratulations. You have met the upgrade conditions. Deducting 300,000 points, the base vehicle has been upgraded to level 2, unlocking the transformation ability and the new building, Vehicle Factory. This upgrade comes with 2 rewards. First, the Commander-S Battle Blade, which allows for form selection. Once determined, the form cannot be changed. If damaged, it can be automatically repaired in the Vehicle-S recycling chamber. Second, the Commander-S Hound, which is immune to the zombie virus, currently at level 0, with a maximum upgrade potential of level 3. Suppressing the pain of losing 300,000 points, Li Yunpeng inquired, "What is transformation?" The system responded, "Upon the commander's choice to initiate transformation, the base vehicle will descend underground, while on the surface, it it can be transformed into a villa, serving as the commander's residence. As the level increases, the quality of the transformed house will also elevate. Astonished, Li Yunpeng felt an overwhelming joy within. Although the base vehicle was commendable, it was hardly suitable for living, overwhelmed by metallic and technological elements. In contrast, a villa would be far more comfortable. Instantly, Li Yunpeng envisioned the plethora of villa designs provided by the system, revealing a remarkable variety, with sizes predominantly around 500 square meters. Li Yunpeng selected a standalone villa designed in the exquisite Tuscan style, silently invoking the word transformation. Subsequently, he sensed the entire space beginning to collapse, a sensation that lingered for quite some time. The original entrance of the base's battle vehicle had vanished, replaced by the emergence of an elevator shaft beside the elevator doors. It indicated that he was currently on the basement level. Li Yunpeng stepped into the elevator and ascended to the first floor. As the doors opened, he was greeted by a spacious living room, whose overall design exuded a classical European style, radiating opulence. Pushing open the door to step outside and glancing back, he found it to be precisely as envisioned in his mind, a three-story abode. The first floor, boasting an impressive area of over 200 square meters, encompassed a living room, kitchen, dining room, and 2 servants' quarters. Ascending to the second floor, the space was slightly smaller, featuring a cozy reception area and study, along with 5 rooms, each equipped with its own private terrace. The third floor, spanning over 100 square meters, was exclusively reserved for Li Yunpeng. As he climbed the staircase to the top level, he first encountered a small lounge. Passing through this area led him to a central courtyard, with a dressing room and a sunlit study on the left, along with a luxurious bedroom. To the right were a makeup room, restroom, and sauna, supplemented by several smaller rooms likely designated for storage. Li Yunpeng's heart was filled with a tumultuous joy. He had never resided in such a splendid abode throughout his past and present lives combined. He inwardly sighed, truly, after enduring hardships, one is rewarded with sweetness. It was worth every peril he had faced. Li Yunpeng reclined on the spacious sofa chair in his study, a look of pure contentment adorning his face. After a while, he recalled the 2 rewards awaiting his attention. He first examined the commander's saber, various styles of blades from both ancient and modern times dancing through his mind. Li Yunpeng had grown accustomed to the Tang Dao and decided to select a style that suited his personal taste. Instantly, a slender Tang Dao materialized upon the table before him. The scabbard did not embody a vintage style, rather, it radiated a sense of mechanical futurism, complemented by a hilt that mirrored the same aesthetic. As he drew the long blade, a chilling gleam emanated forth, and Li Yunpeng could distinctly sense the razor-sharpness of the weapon. The blade was adorned with intricate forging patterns and numerous hollowed sections, exuding an undeniable mechanical allure. Li Yunpeng had never encountered such a striking Tang Dao. It resembled a weapon from an interstellar war. He grasped the previously used Tang Dao, eager to compare the sharpness of the 2 blades. With a resounding clash, the metallic sound of swords colliding echoed, and the former Tang Dao shattered, its breakage clean and smooth. Upon inspecting the commander's battle blade, he found not even the slightest nick. Astonishingly, it could indeed slice through iron as if it were mere clay. Li Yunpeng's heart raced uncontrollably, as if he were cradling not a cold, unyielding weapon, but rather an unparalleled beauty. After a considerable effort to calm his exhilaration, he examined the attributes of the commander's hound, discovering it possessed immunity to the zombie virus. Among the myriad canine options available in the system, Li Yunpeng chose his favorite from his past life, the German Shepherd, a breed widely utilized as military dogs. Once selected, a colossal creature materialized before him, its size akin to that of a newborn calf, with a gleaming coat, fierce eyes, and a mouth agape, revealing a flickering tongue and menacingly sharp fangs. Li Yunpeng was suddenly startled by the unexpected appearance of a German Shepherd, poised to draw his blade. My goodness, how enormous! Even though he was aware of the system's unwavering loyalty to him, an instinctive caution restrained his movements. This German Shepherd was even larger than an Alaskan Malamute. Who has ever encountered such a creature? Woof! The hound barked at him, seemingly displeased with the commander's momentary stupor. The sound was deep and resonant, shaking the very soul. Well then, I shall name you Xiaohong. Sit. Xiaohong blinked its large eyes and obediently settled down. Upon observing, Li Yunpeng noted that the creature was indeed obedient, and subsequently commanded, roll over. Little Black promptly executed a roll on the spot, causing the floor to resonate with a thunderous sound. Remarkably perceptive, Little Black performed a ballet dance. Little Black widened his eyes, filled with disdain. What sort of expression is that? System, has this dog become sentient? System, the intelligence of the commander hound is comparable to that of a human adolescent. Such high intelligence? Li Yunpeng was astonished. The world's most intelligent dogs possess intellect akin to that of human children, yet Little Black surpassed even them. As Li Yunpeng pondered this revelation, faint footsteps echoed from downstairs, approaching the third floor. Penggu, are you there? Wang Shiyan's voice resonated. No sooner had she spoken than she turned towards the courtyard and approached. Upon noticing a stranger, Little Black sprang up, adopting an aggressive stance and emitting a low growl as a warning. Wang Shiyan was taken aback at the sight of an enormous and fearsome dog, instantly startled. Li Yunpeng hurriedly said, Xiaohei, sit down. This is one of our own. Xiaohei cast a glance at him, and only then did he retract his fierce expression, settling down to wag his tail in place. How did such a large dog come to be here? Wang Shiyan, still frightened, dared not approach. Li Yunpeng approached, pulling her to the table and embracing her, saying, This is Xiaohei, my trained pet. Wang Shiyan was filled with numerous questions, particularly regarding the sudden appearance of this opulent villa. However, since Li Yunpeng did not voluntarily elaborate, she refrained from probing further. She settled onto Li Yunpeng's lap, her body slightly tense as she cautiously observed the imposing Xiaohei. Xiaohei, this is one of us, do you hear? Li Yunpeng stated. Woof. Xiaohei barked in acknowledgement. Curiously, Wang Shiyan inquired, Penggu, can it understand what you say? Indeed, Xiaohei is the most intelligent hunting dog. You may pet it. Do not be afraid, Li Yunpeng assured her. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyan quickly shook her head. No, thank you. It seems rather fierce. Not to worry, Xiaohei. Come here and let Shiyan pet you. But do not move, Li Yunpeng commanded. Xiaohei, with an obedient tilt of its head, leaned closer to Li Yunpeng, lowering its head as instructed. Li Yunpeng held Wang Shiyan's nervous little hand and placed it on the large head of the little black creature. Wang Shiyan was too frightened to look. It was not until she felt the soft texture beneath her fingers that her body shivered, and after a moment of adjustment, she dared to open her eyes. She saw the little black creature with its head lowered, wearing a blissful expression, completely devoid of the fierce demeanor it had shown moments before. Wang Shiyan marveled at how expressive its face was. Such a large creature could indeed appear so endearing. Li Yunpeng mused to himself, you may find it adorable now, but should it reveal a fierce side, it could easily frighten you to tears. Observing the docility of Little Black, Wang Shiyan's courage began to swell. She descended from Li Yunpeng's lap, gently stroking the soft, lustrous fur of Little Black, gradually attempting to embrace its neck. Throughout this interaction, Little Black showed no signs of resistance. Wang Shiyan was filled with delight, finding the experience far more enjoyable than playing with the plush toys at home. While she and Little Black frolicked around the study, Wolfinger approached, and this time, Little Black refrained from initiating an attack. Wow, what a big dog. I love it. Wolfinger exclaimed, ready to pounce. Upon seeing Wolfinger charge towards it, Little Black instinctively dodged, resolutely refusing to let her make contact. Li Yunpeng found it peculiar that while he could enjoy playful interactions with Wang Shiyan, he did not permit Wolfinger to engage. What could be the rationale behind this? Wolfinger, pouting in displeasure, chased after the little black dog, which deftly evaded her attempts. All right, enough of this. Be careful not to provoke the little black into biting you, Li Yunpeng warned ominously. Wang Shiyan, though equally puzzled, felt a surge of happiness within. For this indicated that the little black dog favored her more. It was not merely a result of Li Yunpeng coercing it into play. As the two girls circled around the little black dog, Li Yunpeng took the opportunity to examine the final and most crucial feature unlocked after the upgrade, the battle vehicle factory. The data indicated that one could spend 100,000 points to directly construct a level 2 battle vehicle factory, thereby unlocking two types of vehicles, the multifunctional infantry vehicle and the rhinoceros tank. Li Yunpeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He finally had access to heavy artillery, tanks. Although he was eager to understand the specifications of the Rhino tank, he realized that he would only be able to view detailed data once the vehicle factory was established. Shiyan, what is the situation outside? Li Yunpeng inquired. Wang Shiyan had approached him for precisely this matter, but momentarily forgotten it due to a scare from Xiaohei. Upon hearing Li Yunpeng's question, she recalled the pressing issue. Oh, right. New arrivals are complaining that the base is excessively crowded, and the discontent is quite substantial. It truly is overcrowded. Even using the restroom requires waiting in line. With so many people flooding in, the logistics department can only ensure everyone is fed, while all other functions have essentially ground to a halt. Li Yunping found the situation unsurprising. Having 50,000 people crowded in the base was indeed excessively congested. However, he anticipated that this predicament would soon transform. Shiyan, please step outside to reassure the crowd while I contemplate how to address this issue, Li Yunpeng remarked, knowing full well that these were merely excuses. He desired the opportunity to deliberate earnestly on the expansion of the base. Ah, very well, Brother Peng. Do not rush, if necessary. We can set up tents outside the city, Wang Shiyan consoled him before reluctantly departing with Woofing. Xiaohe, guard the entrance and permit no one to disturb me. Li Yunping commanded. Wang, Xiaohe replied, turning to descend the stairs, taking his position at the center of the gate, vigilantly surveying anyone who might approach. Li Yunpeng then accessed the system panel, discovering that the perimeter wall was now eligible for an upgrade to level 2. The original red brick wall, measuring 2 meters in height and 1 meter in width, would transform into a formidable concrete fortress standing 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Even if zombies were to assault the base, they would find it insurmountable for a considerable period. This upgrade brought an abundance of joy to Li Yunpeng. The outermost perimeter wall of the base initially spanned 500 meters, and he decided to deconstruct it. The system charged a fee of 20 of the wall's construction value, leaving him with 160,000 points. After contemplating his options, he resolved to construct an outer wall with a length of 1 kilometer, ensuring ample space for the 50,000 inhabitants within. Li Yunpeng first elevated the perimeter wall to level 2, then established a new outer wall with a 1 kilometer radius centered around the base. Outside, the newly arrived civilians were embroiled in a cacophony of disputes, their agitated sentiments teetering on the brink of insurrection. The guards stood at the ready, rifles cocked, while Wang Shiyan anxiously attempted to assuage the crowd's concerns at the entrance. Suddenly, the outer wall encircling the entire base vanished without warning. A collective gasp filled the air as the raucous crowd fell into an astonished silence, each person appearing as though they had encountered a specter. Though the indigenous residents were taken aback, they surmised that it was likely another mysterious alteration of the base's layout. Before anyone could fully comprehend the astonishing occurrence, the inner and middle walls surged upward to a height of 5 meters, transforming into imposing fortifications. The sheer scale left everyone bewildered, prompting exclamations of disbelief. Was this sorcery? As the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, a towering new wall unexpectedly materialized in the distance, encasing the entire base. Goodness, pinch me, am I dreaming in broad daylight? They exclaimed. Could it be that the tales of these people were true, that their commander is a celestial being? One exclaimed in shock, while another quipped about an unfortunate mishap with a cigarette. The series of monumental changes left everyone momentarily petrified, but the indigenous inhabitants were the first to regain their composure. Gazing at the majestic new walls, they felt an unprecedented sense of security, far surpassing the meager 2-meter red brick walls of yore. Zhang Tao was the first to snap out of the astonishment, seizing the moment of tranquility to bellow through a loudspeaker. As you can all see, our base has ample space. Let us cease this uproar, set down our belongings, and direct our tents. Tomorrow, we shall commence the construction of our new home. The newcomers, startled and shaken, quickly regained their wits. Regardless of the base's myriad issues, they realized that it was futile for their unarmed group to instigate change. It was wiser to comply with the directives of those in charge to avert hardship. Thus, a chaotic atmosphere was dissipated by the transformative presence of the base. Li Yunpeng contemplated converting the entire administrative sector into a military encampment, reserving only a few private residences for his most trusted allies. He positioned the armored vehicle factory adjacent to the barracks, simultaneously upgrading both the barracks and the military factory to level 2. Once all constructions were completed, the attributes of 2 newly unlocked armored vehicles materialized in Li Yunpeng's mind: the light armored vehicle and a heavy tank. The multifunctional infantry vehicle could accommodate 10 soldiers, featuring 8 wheels on each side, with an armor thickness of 20 millimeters capable of withstanding close-range rifle fire. It boasted a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Armed with a single M1 general-purpose machine gun, with a production cost of 50,000 points per unit. The Rhino tank, manned by 5 crew members, extended 6 meters in length, with a frontal armor thickness of 110 millimeters. It was equipped with a 105 millimeters main cannon and an M1 general-purpose machine gun, capable of traversing up to 200 kilometers, with a production cost of 100,000 points per unit. In Li Yunpeng's eyes sparkled with golden stars. He finally possessed artillery. The next time he encountered a formidable fortress like Wuyou City, he would bombard it into oblivion. After upgrading the barracks to level 2, the speed of soldier recruitment doubled, reaching an impressive rate of 12 soldiers per hour, along with the unlocking of a new unit type, the Special Forces Squad. This elite squad, synonymous with the finest warriors of the Guard Army, excelled in various operations such as protection, special assaults, and decapitation missions consisting of 5 members. Summoned at the steep cost of 100,000 points. What a staggering expense, Li Yunpeng lamented, realizing that one Special Forces soldier equated to the price of 20 Guard Army fighters. Clearly, deploying Special Forces on a conventional battlefield was not cost-effective. They would only be practical for protection and specialized missions. Upon upgrading the armory to level 2, the regional radio communication system was unlocked, allowing handheld walkie-talkies to communicate with the radios mounted on tanks. Additionally, the M1 general-purpose machine gun could now be directly exchanged for 1,000 points. A significant improvement from the cumbersome and expensive machine guns previously salvaged from gun fortifications. Now, machine guns could be mass-produced, significantly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, various models of 105mm tank shells became available for exchange at 200 points each, ensuring that any adversary could be swiftly dealt with for a mere 2,000 points. Thus, all enhancements brought by upgrading the base vehicles to level 2 were fully realized. Li Yunpeng gazed at the single-digit score on the system panel with a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, the completion of the armored vehicle factory had bestowed upon him a multifunctional infantry vehicle and a Rhino tank. Otherwise, he would have found himself devoid of resources for production. Eagerly, he made his way to the administrative district, where the staff were busily engaged in their tasks. Amidst the military encampment, surrounded by a cluster of system buildings, a new arched factory had been erected, harmonizing with the architectural style of its counterparts. All structures had been upgraded to level 2, presenting a more futuristic appearance with enhanced structural integrity. At the entrance of the armored vehicle factory stood 2 colossal iron beasts. Li Yunpeng first approached the multifunctional infantry vehicle, striking its robust armor, which produced a deep, resonant sound. In stark contrast to the wheeled infantry vehicle, the Rhino tank's broad steel tracks exuded an undeniable sturdiness, and its imposing 105mm main gun instilled a sense of formidable intimidation. Li Qi, are you proficient in operating these machines? Li Yunpeng inquired. Report, Commander. Operating land combat equipment is a mandatory course for squad leaders. I can handle these machines with ease, Li Qi replied, brimming with enthusiasm. For a professional soldier, there was no greater joy than encountering such formidable weaponry. Very well, expedite the organization of soldier training and swiftly assemble an armored squad for me, he commanded. Li Qi solemnly declared, Indeed, I assure you that the task will be accomplished. A fervent light sparkled in his eyes. Each soldier of the Guard force, upon being promoted to the rank of squad leader, experienced an enriched emotional depth. By the time they reached the rank of platoon leader, their emotional responses bore a striking resemblance to those of ordinary humans, to the extent that they could even perceive faint sensations of pain. Li Yunpeng expressed his astonishment, pondering the origins of a system capable of cultivating such soldiers perfectly suited for the demands of warfare. However, he realized that this question could not be answered swiftly, and he harbored no certainty that an answer would ever emerge. He decided not to hastily convene a meeting with the key personnel from various levels within the base. There is no need for urgency, Li Yunpeng remarked. After Li Qi's departure, Li Yunpeng arrived at the conference room alone, taking his seat at the head of the oval table, leisurely savoring his tea. Within a few minutes, mid to high-level military and administrative personnel hurriedly approached the conference room, tidying themselves before forming an orderly line to enter. With the base's population exceeding 50,000, Li Yunpeng had long since promoted a cadre of grassroots managers to address the current situation. The meetings were no longer the intimate gatherings of just 3 or 5 individuals. Now, over 20 people occupied the circumference of the oval table. To Li Yunpeng's left sat Captain Li Qi, followed in succession by Li Yi, Li Er, Li Bai, and several other captains. On his right was Zhang Tao, the chief of base affairs, followed by Wang Shiyan, the logistics minister, and then Su Meng, who had been elevated from the head of the logistics support brigade to the base's security commander, overseeing internal security and external war logistics. Next was Xiao Medai, the director of the base's affiliated hospital in Montian, the head of the Agricultural Reclamation Office, with various deputy heads from other departments filling the remaining seats. Seated at the very end was a somewhat unique figure, Zhou Gu, who had yet to fully acclimate to life at the base. He had been directly appointed by Li Yunpeng as the head of the Industrial Expert Group, primarily responsible for developing the bullet production line. In this post-apocalyptic world, Li Yunpeng prioritized loyalty above all, with capability coming second, for if one lacked loyalty, greater ability could pose an even greater threat. Thus, many of the long-tested veterans received well-deserved promotions. Li Yunpeng surveyed the room, setting down his teacup in preparation to speak. The individuals present, adept at reading the subtle cues of those around them, immediately adopted a posture of attentive seriousness upon noticing the commander's intention to address them. Today marked the inaugural meeting for mid to senior level management. The recent surge in population undoubtedly heralded a host of associated challenges. We shall concentrate our concerns and address them collectively. We may begin, Li Yunpeng articulated. In terms of military affairs, there had been a notable absence of conflict recently. Thus, there were no pressing issues requiring Li Yunpeng's attention. The predominant challenges lay within administrative management. As soon as he concluded his statement, a man rose from the center of the room, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and impeccably groomed hair reflecting a polished demeanor. He exuded an air of competence. "Commander," he asserted, "the challenges stemming from the population boom are evident and will require a gradual approach for resolution. I propose that we first soothe the public's sentiments by organizing more group activities, enabling newcomers to integrate swiftly into the base, thereby enhancing overall work efficiency." Li Yunpeng recognized the individual before him. His name was Gong Lei, the deputy administrator of the base, personally recommended by Zhang Tao. Prior to the apocalypse, he held the distinguished position of chief executive officer at the Blue Dragon Corporation, a Fortune 500 enterprise. Possessing dual master's degrees, he excelled in administrative management, which led Zhang Tao to uncover his talents and propose him to Li Yunpeng. Gong Lei had consistently assisted Zhang Tao in handling various administrative tasks, yet he had never directly interacted with Li Yunpeng. He harbored dissatisfaction with certain policies instituted by Zhang Tao, perceiving them as excessively stringent. Thus, he seized this opportunity to present himself and articulate his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Tao was merely an executor of these policies, which were originally conceived by Li Yunpeng. After Gong Lei concluded his remarks, Li Yunpeng rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, inviting further discourse. Gong Lei hesitated momentarily before stating, "There is one more minor matter. At times, individuals express considerable discontent towards managers at all levels. I propose a rather unrefined suggestion. Why not conduct an election, allowing the people to vote for their management? This might yield more favorable outcomes." Li Yunpeng's gaze turned icy as he spoke in a grave tone. "Since this is an immature suggestion, I advise you to contemplate it more thoroughly before presenting it. It's utterly ludicrous. Everyone desires to be well-fed and warmly dressed without the need for labor. Can those chosen truly be the managers suited for our current circumstances?" Upon the conclusion of Li Yunpeng's statement, Gong Lei's smile froze upon his face. He had not anticipated such forthrightness from Li Yunpeng, a stark contrast to the upper echelon individuals he was accustomed to dealing with. "Are there any further inquiries?" Li Yunpeng inquired, shifting his gaze towards the others present. With Gong Lei's prior experience serving as a cautionary tale, those who initially sought to exploit the burgeoning scale of the base promptly abandoned their ambitions. The fear of leaving a negative impression on the commander could potentially truncate any future developments. The various ranks of officials proceeded to articulate a series of pragmatic concerns and deliberated on potential resolutions, while Zhang Tao diligently documented every detail. Once silence enveloped the room, Li Yunpeng retrieved the record book, briefly scanning its contents before remarking, "These are the issues at hand, most of which already possess viable solutions. After the meeting, each of you shall execute the necessary actions." The personnel from the administrative department nodded in agreement, pledging their utmost efforts to implement the commander's final resolutions. Li Yunpeng paused for a moment before speaking. Now that the scale of the base has expanded, the multitude of voices has increased as well. However, I wish to convey but one point. Within this base, there can be myriad voices, yet mine shall be the foremost. As his words resonated in the air, Li Yunpeng's previously indifferent demeanor gradually transformed into one of solemnity. The individuals below felt a shiver run down their spines, retracting their relaxed expressions, sitting upright in their chairs. gazing at Li Yunpeng with reverence. Li Yunpeng pushed the notebook forward and remarked, "There are two issues that remain unresolved. One is that when there are too many people, their mindset becomes unbalanced, leading to laziness and a lack of compliance with management. The second is the discontent with management personnel, with a desire for democratic elections." The gaze of the crowd instantaneously converged on Gong Lei, who felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, regretting his impulsive utterance. He had hoped that his seniority would earn him greater respect from this young man before him, but it seemed to have had the opposite effect. "These two issues can be easily addressed," Li Yunpeng continued. "Zhang Tao, please enlighten everyone on how to tackle the first issue regarding personnel. How shall we deal with those who refuse to comply with orders?" Turning to Zhang Tao, Li Yunpeng inquired. Zhang Tao, initially not focused on how to respond, quickly conducted a mental self-check to ensure he had not uttered anything that might have angered the commander before replying. In response to the esteemed commander, "Those who disobey orders shall be deprived of sustenance. Those who create disturbances will be expelled, and in more severe cases, they shall be dealt with lethally." Li Yunpeng nodded and remarked, "You see, the first question is rather easily resolved, isn't it? The best approach towards those who disregard respect is simply to withhold it. One may choose to disregard the rules, but they must either depart or face dire consequences. I certainly lack the leisure to attend to the happiness and joy of every individual, given the current circumstances. Simply having food to eat without the worry of being slain by zombies is already a considerable blessing." Li Yunpeng, after making his statement, forcefully slammed the notebook onto the table. The individuals present bowed their heads, too intimidated to speak, while Gong Lei trembled slightly. "As for the second issue, the solution should mirror the first. I shall grant you 1 week's time. I expect to see a well-ordered and unified base. Should it descend into the chaotic state of the past few days, you will no longer have a place here. Rest assured, Commander, we shall fulfill the task." Everyone responded in unison. "Very well. Henceforth, all administrative regions will be designated as military zones, and all existing administrative units will relocate their operations to the outskirts. With the increased space, the construction of infrastructure must accelerate. We cannot allow those willing to contribute to the base to find themselves sleeping on the streets." Each person attentively noted every command issued by Li Yunpeng, fearful of incurring the commander's wrath through any oversight. "Is there anything else? If not, disperse and proceed with your tasks," Li Yunpeng instructed. Just as the group was about to rise and take their leave, a faint voice emerged at the end. "See, Commander, I have a matter to report." Upon observing Zhou Gu's hesitant demeanor as he raised his hand to speak, Li Yunpeng urged him to proceed with his matter. Zhou Gu retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and stated, "Esteemed Commander, in order to establish a bullet production assembly line, we require these 3 types of equipment listed herein. With these devices, not only can we fabricate the bullet assembly line, but a majority of assembly lines can also be constructed. However, such equipment is only available at an industrial laboratory located in the outskirts of Wuzhou. What are your thoughts on this?" Li Yunpeng took the note and glanced at it, noting that the 3 types of equipment mentioned were entirely unfamiliar to him. Just by their names, he could tell they were exceedingly rare and specialized. This was a matter of utmost importance, and regardless of the challenges, it must be resolved. "I will arrange for the military to retrieve the equipment. At that time, you can send someone knowledgeable about these devices to accompany us," Li Yunpeng stated. "Perhaps I should go myself. The disassembly and reassembly of these devices must adhere to precise protocols. Carelessly handling them could lead to their destruction," Zhou Gu suggested. "Very well. Let us proceed with this plan for now," Li Yunpeng agreed. Li Yunpeng consented to his proposal, fully aware of Zhou Gu's intentions. He arrived at the base, where no progress had yet been made, eager to make a mark. The guards were under the diligent supervision of Li Qi, who was focused on training the armored squad, while Li Yi and Li Er were tasked with redeploying the base's defenses. "With an increase in our machine guns, I want additional gun positions established along the city walls. Everyone else should diligently fulfill their respective duties." The officers promptly acknowledged their orders, and Li Yunpeng felt the utmost confidence in the guards, knowing they were entirely loyal to him. After the meeting adjourned, Li Yunpeng was the first to exit the conference room, followed by the others in succession. As he made his way toward the inner city, Wang Shiyan and Xia Mingdai hurried to catch up from behind. "Commander, wait for me," Wang Shiyan called out. Li Yunpeng was taken aback, wondering why he was suddenly addressed in such a manner. Wang Shiyan shot him a glance and remarked, "Isn't it because of you? You were so fierce just now that I thought I had made a grave mistake." "Indeed," Xia Mingdai chimed in, "during the meeting, I kept replaying my words and actions in my mind, utterly terrified. "Huh." Li Yunpeng laughed heartily. "I wasn't even talking about you. Why are you all so anxious? Brother Ping, you may not realize it, but the aura you exude during meetings is quite oppressive. It instinctively makes others feel as though they have erred," Wang Shiyan explained. Really? Li Yunpeng had not paid much attention to it. Unbeknownst to him, both his elevated status and formidable prowess had subtly transformed him. Whenever he took things seriously, others could sense the latent air of authority that emanated from him. Just as Li Yunpeng was chatting with the two women, a figure suddenly vaulted over the 5-meter-high city wall and landed as if it were nothing, swiftly darting past. Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai only caught a fleeting glimpse of what seemed to be a woman's silhouette, while Li Yunpeng observed it distinctly. To him, the figure's movements appeared remarkably clumsy. Anning. Li Yunpeng's countenance darkened instantly. Allowing her to remain at the base was already an extraordinary act of leniency. How dare she wander about freely? It seemed that a lesson was imperative. Upon arriving at the administrative district, Li Yunpeng observed that Huafeng was locked in a fierce glare with Ning, while Li Qi and Li Yi hurriedly approached. Ning, who permitted you to enter the administrative area? Li Yunpeng's expression was far from pleasant. Ning, sensing Li Yunpeng's presence, instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Yet she steeled herself to remain composed. She was determined to reclaim what had been lost. Humph. Ning scoffed, asserting, "I entered here by my own merit." "So what?" "Ah, relying on your merit, are you? Today, I shall demonstrate my own prowess by turning you into mincemeat for the dogs." Li Yunpeng retorted. You. As the leader of a major settlement, you bully a weak woman like me? What will people say?" And Ning, feeling anxious at the thought of being reduced to dog food, exclaimed. Huafeng could no longer bear to witness her brazen behavior. Even if she could not defeat Ning, she felt compelled to intervene, for it was better than allowing Li Yunpeng to be placed in an awkward situation. Upon witnessing the young woman's insolent remarks directed at their commander, Li Yi and Li Qi promptly stepped forward, intent on administering a lesson. Very well. I permit all three of you to come at me together." And Ning retorted dismissively, assuming a combative stance while defiantly gazing at the trio. "Just you wait. Do you truly believe that becoming an evolver renders you invincible? You need not the strength of 3. Fengwu alone could leave you searching for your teeth," Li Yunpeng declared. Although the fiery Fengwu was known for her audacious spirit, the thought of engaging in a battle she knew she could not win left her in a predicament. Casting an awkward glance at Li Yunpeng offered her a comforting glance and said, "In 2 hours, if you are still here, you and Fengwu shall engage in a one-on-one match." And Ning rolled her eyes and replied, "Very well, I shall wait right here. I refuse to believe that within 2 hours you can transform her into a superhero." Li Yunpeng turned with the others and made his way towards the inner city. "My Lord Commander, do you truly wish for me to confront her alone? I am no match for her." Huafeng lamented with a distressed expression. Li Yunpeng smiled and remarked, "Not being able to win now does not imply that we will be unable to do so 2 hours hence." The three women, puzzled, followed Li Yunpeng into the villa, where they seated themselves in the living room, awaiting his return from upstairs. Shortly thereafter, he descended with a box, a mysterious expression adorning his face as he placed it upon the coffee table. "Brother Ping, what is this?" Fire Phoenix inquired with curiosity. "Do you wish to know what it is? Open it, and you shall find out," he replied. Fire Phoenix cast him a glance before stepping forward to gently lift the lid of the box, revealing 5 delicately arranged light blue crystals within. The evolution crystals were pure and translucent, resembling the most exquisite gems in the world. "Wow," exclaimed Wang Shiyan, instantly enamored by the sight of these crystals. Li Yunpeng was rendered speechless. It appeared that women were indeed enamored with glittering objects. He pondered how they would react if he revealed that these were remnants from the brains of the undead. "Fengwu, take one and place it in your mouth," he instructed. Fire Phoenix stared in bewilderment. Such a beautiful gem should surely be worn, not consumed. She hesitated, uncertain if she had misheard him. Put it in her mouth? Indeed. Li Yunpeng affirmed with conviction. Despite her inner doubts, Fire Phoenix instinctively trusted him. She delicately picked up a gem, hesitated briefly, and then slowly placed it in her mouth. The sensation was cool, and she could distinctly feel the shape of the crystal. Suddenly, the once rigid texture transformed into a liquid. Fire Phoenix's eyes widened in shock, and she made muffled sounds of confusion. "Swallow it," Li Yunpeng urged, fearing she might spit it out. "Once you do, you will possess abilities akin to tranquility." Upon hearing this, Fire Phoenix was intrigued by the extraordinary nature of the substance. Closing her eyes, she swallowed the evolutionary liquid. Afterward, she smacked her lips and remarked, "It's quite delicious." Li Yunpeng. Huofeng had not yet relished her moment of joy when a sudden wave of heat enveloped her, causing her fair skin to turn a vivid crimson, and a look of agony began to manifest upon her face. On the day of the zombie siege, Xia Dai had witnessed Li Yunpeng in a similar predicament. However, she had not seen him devour the evolutionary crystal at that time. Huofeng had now collapsed onto the carpet in torment. Wang Shiyan wore a worried expression, her eyes betraying a sense of urgency. "Shiyan, do not fret. It will soon pass. At this moment, no one can assist Fenger," Li Yunpeng reassured her. This brought Wang Shiyan a modicum of comfort. Yet as she gazed at Huofeng thrashing on the ground, she couldn't help but question if everything was truly all right. Huofeng felt as though the very fabric of the world was unraveling around her. Her vision blurred, and the excruciating pain threatened to render her unconscious. Her teeth ground together in a cacophony, yet she ultimately managed to endure. Li Yunpeng silently nodded. The girl's determination was indeed extraordinary. The anguish of Huofeng persisted for half an hour before it finally subsided. At this moment, her entire body was drenched in sweat, and her disheveled hair clung to her face, matted by perspiration. Li Yunpeng was filled with confusion. How could it be that his first experience lasted a full hour, while Huofeng concluded hers in merely half that time? In his mind, he pondered, "System, why does her evolution time require only half the duration compared to mine?" The system responded, "Only the commander can fully absorb evolutionary energy. Others can absorb varying proportions of this energy depending on their innate talents, with a maximum of 5 orbs per level." "Oh, so it is indeed like this." Li Yunpeng felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy. Did this not imply that he could now be invincible among his peers? After the evolution was complete, Huofeng experienced no trace of pain whatsoever. Instead, she felt significantly lighter. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and, due to her unfamiliarity with her newfound strength, leaped over a meter into the air. "Wow, I can feel my power has increased. I'm still getting used to it," Huofeng exclaimed with delight. Li Yunpeng nodded with a smile and urged her to wash up, remarking that both Shi Yin and Ming Dai seemed to be repulsed by the odor clinging to her. Upon turning her gaze, Huofeng noticed that Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai were delicately covering their noses, their faces adorned with playful smirks as they observed her. It was only then that she became aware of the peculiar stench emanating from her, and when she lightly scraped her arm, a layer of grease came off. An alarming situation for a beauty who prided herself on cleanliness. "Oh no, how embarrassing," Huofeng exclaimed, hastening up the stairs. Laughter erupted in the living room behind her. With 4 remaining, Li Yunpeng inquired whether Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai wished to partake in one. While both harbored a hint of desire, they ultimately shook their heads. "This must be quite precious. We can discuss it later," Wang Shiyan remarked. Li Yunpeng nodded to himself. The 5 evolution crystals were originally reserved for the squad leaders, but the absence of other evolvers had allowed the secret to be kept for a while longer. However, with the emergence of Anew, an outsider evolver, it was only a matter of time before more people learned of it. Now that his military strength was soaring, acquiring the evolution crystals should no longer pose a challenge. As he watched the fiery phoenix descend from upstairs, Li Yunpeng remarked, "To completely vanquish Anew, you will need to absorb another evolution crystal." Another one?" Fire Phoenix instinctively recoiled at the thought. The agony of the transformation was truly unbearable. Yet, recalling Anning's haughty demeanor, she resolved that enduring some pain was worth it. She picked up another crystal, placing it near her lips, her heart steeling itself. "Anew, the suffering I endure shall be repaid to you tenfold. To all my dear family members, thank you for your 5-star reviews, and to the newcomers, please bestow a 5-star rating as well. Thank you." The second evolution of Fire Phoenix was markedly less painful. She sat on the sofa, gritting her teeth, managing to endure it. After a thorough cleansing, the 3 women sat together, marveling at the significant enhancement in Fire Phoenix's physical prowess, utterly astonished. "Let us go. It's time for Anew to learn that there are greater forces beyond her own," Li Yunpeng declared as he rose. Fire Phoenix sprang to her feet, her eyes gleaming with combat fervor. "This time, I will not cease until I make Anew weep." Upon their arrival at the designated location for the duel, they found Anew engaged in conversation with Lu Zide, who stood before her, visibly uncomfortable, a distinct bruise marking his cheek. Li Yunpeng wore a gloomy expression. Had he only been away for a brief moment, and yet Lu Zide had been reduced to such a state? Upon seeing Li Yunpeng approach, Lu Zide hurriedly sought refuge behind him, as if he had encountered a savior. "Commander, I never anticipated that you would have such a legendary rise to prominence," Ning remarked, adopting an air of familiarity with him. Li Yunpeng turned to glance at Lu Zide. "Pingu," I said nothing. I was merely compelled by her to briefly recount the development process of our base, something everyone is already aware of, Lu Zide hastily remarked. Li Yunpeng shot him a glare, questioning why a grown man such as himself would fear her. Lu Zide, feeling aggrieved, replied, "It's not that I can't handle her. She's quite formidable. You all should be cautious." And Ning, upon hearing his words, was ready to explode, but Huafeng'er stepped in front of Lu Zide, declaring, "And Ning, your opponent is me." And Ning cast her a disdainful glance and retorted, "Oh, after just over an hour apart, have you mastered the art of sucking strength?" "You." Huafeng'er flushed with indignation and angrily warned, "Stop the nonsense. Don't cry later." With that, she ceased her banter and launched a punch toward Ning's face. And Ning rolled her eyes, standing nonchalantly while pondering whether the girl was unwell. This was merely the same old tactic, inviting defeat. Just as Huafeng'er's fist was about to reach her, and Ning intended to raise her hand to block it, but in an instant, Huafeng'er accelerated her attack. Bang! Ah! And Ning was caught off guard, and Huafeng'er's punch struck her squarely on the bridge of her nose. With a cry of pain, tears and mucus flowed forth. Huafeng'er, having successfully landed her blow, felt a chuckle bubbling within her as she witnessed Ning clutching her face in agony, grateful she had tempered her strength. Otherwise, she might have broken Ning's nose. And Ning, overwhelmed with a mix of shame and fury, wiped her tears and charged at Huafeng. However, this time, the scenario was entirely different. Despite exerting her utmost speed and strength, she couldn't even brush the hem of Huafeng's clothes. Huafeng'er toyed with her for a while. Then, seizing a moment of hesitation, sidestepped and delivered a kick to Ning's knee. And Ning felt her leg buckle, and she collapsed onto the ground. And Ning, don't think you can bully anyone, Huafeng'er admonished from her elevated position. You. And Ning stammered, filled with rage and confusion, unsure how to retort. Turning to the onlookers, she noticed their faces were laced with mockery, especially Lu Zide, who wore a look of vindication, having been the center of attention throughout her life. She now felt as though the entire world was reveling in her humiliation. The pain in her body was bearable, but the tears of injustice flowed uncontrollably. With a wail, she sank to the ground, crying, "You are all wicked. I want to go home. Woe is me." The crowd was momentarily frozen, witnessing the tempestuous little demoness breaking down in such a dramatic fashion. Li Yunpeng experienced a throbbing headache. Were it not for his ambitions regarding the settlement at Longhu Mountain, he would have gladly cast Anning out of the base. What nonsense is this? With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Upon witnessing Li Yunpeng's departure, Lu Zide hurriedly scurried away, fearing that this irate lady might soon unleash her wrath upon him. Huafeng'er, however, displayed no sympathy, crossing her arms as she observed Anning weep. Anning, feeling increasingly aggrieved by Li Yunpeng's lack of a comforting word before his abrupt exit, intensified her sobs, drawing the attention of passers-by at the outer city gate, who speculated over the cause of such heart-wrenching cries, equating them to the sorrows of a broken family. Huafeng'er, closest to the scene, felt her eardrums reverberate painfully. She pointed at Anning's nose, intending to scold her, but upon witnessing the torrent of tears cascading down her delicate face, her resolve faltered, and she stomped away in frustration. Xiaomingdai, who had previously felt irritation upon seeing Anning, softened at the sight of her helplessly seated on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Approaching her, she gently patted Anning's shoulder, attempting to console her. "Cease your tears. Did you not bring this upon yourself?" Anning shrugged off her hand, shouting, "What business is it of yours? Leave me be." Wah! Xiaomingdai was momentarily taken aback, and with a huff, she turned and departed. Wang Shiyan, observing that only she and Anning remained, contemplated the situation, sensing a possible opportunity. She stepped forward and spoke softly, "Sitting here, surrounded by onlookers, does it not amplify your embarrassment?" Anning's sobs momentarily halted as she glanced at the distant figures pointing and whispering, realizing the extent of her humiliation. "If you do not mind, come to my place. Wash your face and apply some anti-swelling ointment," Wang Shiyan continued. Anning, perceiving the sincerity in Wang Shiyan's voice, nodded through her sniffles. Wang Shiyan offered a gentle smile, extending her right hand to pull Anning to her feet. Anning, still sniffling, followed her. In Wang Shiyan's room, Anning sat opposite her, still sobbing intermittently. Wang Shiyan retrieved some ointment for bruises and applied it to Anning's swollen nose, while also dabbing away her tears. Yet, her tears flowed anew as if from an unending spring. Anning, do you harbor feelings for Yunpeng? Wang Shiyan inquired. Anning paused, her demeanor shifting. Who has feelings for him? He is unworthy of my attention. Wang Shiyan chose not to challenge her claim, saying, when I see you, I am reminded of my younger sister, who was spoiled by our family and often caused mischief. However, I understood that she merely sought her father's attention and desired more time with him. That's not true. I am nothing like your sister, Anning retorted defiantly. But upon hearing Wang Shiyan speak of a sister with a similar temperament, her curiosity piqued. What about your sister? She asked. Wang Shiyan's expression darkened as she lowered her gaze, revealing, she was unfortunate. She did not survive the outbreak. Anning's hopeful expression faltered, and she timidly replied, I'm sorry, Shiyan. I had no idea. Wang Shiyan looked up with a sorrowful smile and said, it matters not. In this apocalyptic world, who has not lost a loved one? We must strive to live on, carrying the essence of those we have lost. And Ning was touched by her words. Recalling her own unfortunate mother, and the looming threat of Shinta made her murmur softly, to live on? It is not so simple. As Wang Shiyan conversed with Ning, they gradually grew familiar with one another. Under her deliberate guidance, they discussed many matters concerning the settlement of Longhu Mountain, thus gaining a preliminary understanding. Not long after Li Yunping returned to the villa, a guard reported that Captain Li Qi's selected armored squad had completed their basic training. Oh, Li Yunping expressed some surprise. Was Li Qi truly this efficient? He instructed to notify Li Qi to prepare for live fire training. With an eager demeanor, Li Yunping donned his gear and swiftly exited the villa. Come, Xiaohei, let's take you for a stroll, Li Yunping called out. Wan, since being summoned. Xiaohei had yet to venture outside, and upon hearing this, he was filled with excitement, circling around Li Yunpeng while wagging his tail. As Li Yunpeng led Xiaohei out of the inner city, the residents busy relocating within the administrative district gazed in astonishment at the magnificent hound, speculating where the commander had acquired such a colossal canine. Xiaohei surveyed his surroundings, snorted proudly, and followed closely behind Li Yunpeng with his head held high. Hey, look at that dog, so proud, like a commander, one remarked. Damn it, you must be seeking trouble to speak of the commander like that, another retorted. The conversation was overheard by the security team, leaving the two men in shock before they lowered their heads and obediently followed the security officers, knowing they would not escape a session of labor education. Upon Li Yunping's arrival at the gates of the armored vehicle factory, Li Qi was already assembled with the members of the armored squad, fully prepared. Li Yunping's Humvee was parked at the forefront, followed by multifunctional armored infantry vehicles and rhino tanks, with a truck at the rear laden with shells and other supplies. Li Yunpeng opened the rear door of the Hummer, and the imposing figure of the large black dog nearly filled the entire back seat space, its head peering curiously out of the gun port atop the vehicle. Let us go, Li Yunpeng said, taking his place in the passenger seat beside the driver. An extraordinary convoy slowly departed from the military camp, traversing the broad thoroughfare in the heart of the outer city. Upon witnessing the commander's Hummer emerge, onlookers paused their tasks, captivated by the sight. Yet, what astonished them even more was the armored personnel carrier trailing behind. They pondered in confusion, having never heard of such specialized equipment stationed at the base. As the colossal rhino tank rolled out, the crowd collectively froze in disbelief. Is that a tank? Indeed, it is a tank. Our base now possesses a tank. They exclaimed. Goodness, Commander, we have tanks now. You're finished. The security team will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds, and the manure delivery package awaits you. Li Yunpeng led his team with a fierce determination as the heavy tanks rumbled past, causing the very ground beneath the people to tremble slightly. Report to the commander. A horde of wandering zombies has been sighted 2 kilometers ahead, estimated at around 2,000, with one level 1 mutated zombie observed. No agile zombies have been detected yet. They are likely hidden within the horde. The radio in the Humvee crackled with updates from the Vanguard squad. A horde of zombies? Just in time. Draw them in. Li Yunpeng, in need of practice targets, commanded the armored squad to stay close to the command vehicle. Prepare for combat. A horde of zombies has appeared 2 kilometers ahead, came the replies from various armored vehicles. The Vanguard squad drove their off-road vehicles ahead, luring the zombie army toward the convoy. As they approached within a kilometer, the soldiers dismounted to form a defensive formation. Li Yunpeng grasped his commander's saber and ascended to the roof of his vehicle, crossing his arms over his chest. The saber held firmly as he calmly observed the advancing horde of zombies. He couldn't help but reflect on how, not long ago, even a single agile zombie had sent him fleeing in panic. Yet now, witnessing such a scene, his heart remained untroubled. All units, obey my command. Engage normal zombies once within range. Armored squad, focus your fire on the mutated zombie, Li Yunpeng ordered. The zombies moved swiftly, and as they entered the 400-meter range, an array of gunfire erupted in unison. The mutated zombie crouched low, shielding its head as it charged toward the guards. The rhino tanks of the guard unit adjusted their turrets and recalibrated their firing angles. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the cannon. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, sending dust swirling around the tank. At the moment of the blast, the mutated zombie hesitated, instinctively sensing danger. However, before it could react, the 105mm howitzer accurately struck its body. The explosion centered around the mutated zombie, enveloped an area of 50 meters in smoke and debris. As the smoke cleared, no trace of the mutated zombie remained, only scattered remnants of its shattered form. Li Yunpeng, witnessing the formidable power of the rhino tank, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. On that day, he was besieged by a horde of over a dozen evolved zombies. If he had such a tank at his disposal, there would be no need for him to charge forth with a blade in hand. After vanquishing the evolved zombies, the tide of corpses momentarily descended into chaos. However, a portion of them maintained their formation, leading Li Yunpeng to surmise that an agile zombie was lurking among them. Attention everyone, should you spot the agile zombie, do not fire. Leave it for me to deal with, Li Yunpeng commanded. The guardsmen ceased their machine gun fire, intentionally allowing the horde to draw closer. Li Yunpeng leapt down from the top of the vehicle and approached the advancing tide of corpses with measured steps. His somewhat slender figure stood resolutely against the throngs of the undead, unwavering in the face of danger. Li Yunpeng's eyes flickered, a smile curving at the corners of his lips as he softly uttered, "Here they come." Upon witnessing him break away from the ranks, the agile zombies amidst the tide of corpses decisively launched their attack, their figures swiftly closing in on Li Yunpeng. Humph! A cold sneer emerged within Li Yunpeng's heart. Just as the claws of the agile zombie approached his neck, a sudden flash of cold light appeared, and the zombie's arms were instantly severed and sent flying. Bang! Li Yunpeng delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the agile zombie, which had lost both arms, sending it soaring over 10 meters. The agile zombie crashed to the ground, its eyes wide with terror. Li Yunpeng swiftly drew his blade and severed its arms, then sheathed his sword. To onlookers, the entire sequence appeared as a fleeting glimmer of cold light, and the dismembered arms soaring through the air, with no discernible movement from Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng approached him, placing a foot upon his neck. The zombie attempted to struggle, yet it felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon its throat. Crack! Li Yunpeng exerted a slight force, and with remarkable agility, the corpse of the zombie was severed. Alas, how feeble it truly is. Li Yunpeng sighed as he returned to the front lines, contemplating that the battlefield would naturally take care of itself, and such trivial matters did not require his intervention. At this moment, the score panel had skyrocketed to over 300,000. Indeed, engaging directly yielded swifter financial rewards, with minimal losses and substantial gains, he mused. The remaining 1,000 or so ordinary zombies were swiftly eradicated under the relentless firepower of several machine guns. Li Yunpeng sat in the passenger seat, patiently awaiting the arrival of his comrades. Before long, a soldier presented him with 2 evolution crystals. Li Qi, upon returning to the base, seek out a quiet room and consume one of these, Li Yunpeng instructed, handing him an evolution crystal. Understood. Li Qi did not inquire whether the substance extracted from the zombie's brain was edible. Although he harbored some psychological reservations, he would unfailingly adhere to the commander's orders. Such a minor zombie outbreak failed to fulfill the purpose of training. Li Yunpeng observed the surroundings for a moment before pointing towards a hillside and declaring, "Let us proceed there to continue our live-fire exercises." The truck behind was laden with a considerable number of shells, for an armored squad of 30 individuals. Each one was required to fire several rounds, a necessity for when the tanks would be more numerous and ready for immediate engagement. The convoy swiftly arrived at the foot of the hill, where targets had already been established. The armored squad took turns firing at the targets from beside a tank, bombarding the hillside until it bore numerous scars and billowed thick smoke, thereby achieving the desired training outcome. Li Yunpeng sat in the vehicle, feeling increasingly numb. Initially, He had taken an interest in personally firing a few rounds, but soon the thunderous explosions became a source of irritation, prompting him to retreat into the command vehicle and feign sleep. As the gunfire ceased, he understood that the training session was drawing to a close, and he was preparing to lead his team back when, suddenly, a sharp crack echoed against the windshield of the passenger seat. Li Yunpeng was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a bullet embedded in the surface of the bulletproof glass, with the center of the crack ominously aligned with his forehead. Moments later, the sound of a gunshot reverberated, and judging by the echo, it came from an immense distance. The bullet arrived first, followed by the gunfire, a feat achievable only by a high-caliber sniper rifle. Goodness, how fortunate it was that the glass was bulletproof. Li Yunpeng felt a chill of apprehension. He had initially regarded the vehicle merely as a means of transportation, unaware that, at a critical moment, it had ultimately saved his life. Li Yunpeng was instantly enraged. Who on earth is scheming against me? Li Qi swiftly grasped the situation and immediately commanded the soldiers to encircle the command vehicle, positioning multifunctional armored infantry vehicles and tanks in front of the Humvee. Fire the cannons at him, Li Yunpeng bellowed. 2 rounds at 11 o'clock, Li Qi commanded without hesitation. The mechanical whir of the tank turret echoed as it turned, followed by 2 resounding booms as shells were launched towards the general direction of the assassin, exploding amidst the distant rocky outcrop. However, everything appeared normal. The multifunctional infantry vehicles advanced to eliminate the enemy. Li Yunpeng ordered. 10 soldiers from the guard battalion leapt onto the multifunctional infantry vehicle, manning the machine gun as they surged forward, while the artillery failed to flush out the enemy. As the multifunctional infantry vehicle moved, a figure suddenly emerged from the rocky pile, darting aside to mount a dirt bike and flee at high speed. The tank fired 2 more rounds, yet failed to strike the agile motorcycle, which represented their last remaining shells. Li Yunpeng gazed at the departing assassin and commanded, Li Qi, summon him back. The killer exuded an air of seasoned expertise, evidently having come prepared. He only commenced his assault once the artillery had sufficiently weakened the defenses. Employing a mountain motorcycle to make his escape, deftly maneuvering through the narrow and rugged mountain paths, rendering pursuit by other vehicles virtually impossible. He had calculated every possibility, but had underestimated the resilience of Li Yunpeng's vehicle, which boasted bulletproof glass. The distance was too great for a sniper's bullet to penetrate. The assassin's arrogance was palpable. Had he dared to approach for a close-range shot, the high-caliber sniper rifle could very well have breached standard bulletproof glass. In truth, with Li Yunpeng's speed, he stood a chance of catching up. However, he had no intention of doing so, should the enemy have set a well-laid ambush. He might find it exceedingly difficult to retreat unscathed amidst a hail of gunfire. As he journeyed back, Li Yunpeng pondered the identity of his assailant. With both Huang Long and Huang Hu deceased, was there truly someone seeking vengeance on their behalf? The likelihood seemed slim. Could it be in Rome? His daughter had come of her own volition, not under duress from him. Thus, it seemed unlikely. He ruminated further, yet the answer eluded him. The foes he had encountered had largely been dealt with, and such a professional marksman was not typically afforded by ordinary factions. Let them come. I have weathered countless storms of blades and flames. Why should I fear a mere assassin? Li Yunpeng feigned indifference. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the attributes of the elite special forces within his camp. Special forces could not be summoned individually, but rather in teams. Each unit comprised 2 assault soldiers, 1 sniper, 1 machine gunner, and a team leader, totaling 5 members. Summoning a team required a hefty sum of 100,000 points. However, when weighed against the value of his own life, points seemed trivial. Without hesitation, Li Yunpeng opted to summon a unit, knowing it would take 12 hours to complete. He remained unperturbed. The assassin, having failed in his initial attempt, would likely refrain from launching another assault against the heavily fortified Li Yunpeng in the short term. Upon returning to the base, Wang Shiyan was taken aback by the pallor of Li Yunpeng's countenance and the evident bullet holes in the passenger seat. Brother Ping, did someone shoot at you? She inquired. Fortunately, the bulletproof glass held, replied Li Yunpeng. The Hummer had been sent to the logistics department for repairs, and with over 200,000 points remaining, Li Yunpeng decided to produce another Rhino tank, instructing Li Qi to prepare for an expedition to the outskirts of Wuzhou. Li Yunpeng felt a pervasive sense of unease throughout the day, as anyone would when being targeted by an unknown assassin. That evening, while dining in his villa, he learned of the assassination attempt he had narrowly escaped. In a gesture of solidarity, Wang Shiyan had invited Lu Zide, Xiao Mengdai, and others to join him for dinner. To Li Yunpeng's surprise, Ning was also present. In stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor, Ning now sat quietly beside Wang Shiyan, refraining from uttering a word. Li Yunpeng, feeling rather despondent, coldly inquired of Ning, "What is the meaning of your staying here instead of returning home?" Ning, seated at the dining table and already somewhat apprehensive, felt even more awkward upon hearing his words. Mustering her courage, she replied, "It's merely a matter of sharing a meal with you. I shall have my father send you double the provisions later." Li Yunpeng was instantly filled with rage. Slamming his chopsticks down on the table with a resounding clap, ready to unleash his fury, Wang Shiyan quickly tugged at his sleeve, prompting Li Yunpeng to suppress his anger. He then shook his head in self-deprecation, realizing that he was being unsettled by an unknown adversary, which was truly unwarranted. With his current strength and resources, he could not fathom what kind of enemy could instill such fear in him. Although confident in his own abilities, Li Yunpeng reminded himself to remain cautious. There were countless instances of those who had met their downfall through overconfidence. Li Yunpeng took a few bites before ascending the stairs to rest. Before leaving, he spoke to Wang Shiyan, saying, "Shiyan, there are several rooms on the second floor. If it's convenient, you may allocate and move in. The conditions are far superior to those outside." "Oh, all right," Wang Shiyan replied, her cheeks flushed. Would she really be living under the same roof? Though feeling bashful, a subtle sweetness and anticipation blossomed within her heart. Li Yunpeng reclined upon the spacious bed, expending an additional 100,000 points to summon 100 guardsmen, thereby depleting his points panel once more. By the morrow, his total military strength would ascend to 100, and after accounting for one company stationed at the granary, a remaining contingent of 800 guards would be left at the base. Li Yunpeng intends to lead 2 companies to the industrial laboratory to procure equipment. The number of machine guns at the base has increased more than tenfold, alleviating any concerns regarding safety. A special forces squad, accompanied by 2 companies of guard soldiers, is equipped with 20 machine guns, 1 multifunctional armored infantry vehicle, 2 tanks, 10 military trucks, and 5 logistics supply vehicles. Li Yunpeng has finalized the firepower configuration for this operation. By early the next morning, the assembled Special Forces squad was already awaiting outside the villa. Li Yunpeng surveyed the 5 individuals before him, their formidable presence filling him with satisfaction. The sniper's piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating all veils, while the machine gunner's robust physique rivaled that of a bodybuilding champion. The assault soldier appeared lithe and agile, yet the special operations team leader appeared rather unremarkable. However, given his position, it was evident that he possessed exceptional qualities. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Li Dun. Your team will undertake my security detail." Li Yunpeng addressed the team leader. "At your service, Commander," Li Dun replied. "I shall guard your safety with my life." Li Yunpeng nodded. And amidst the throng of the Special Forces team, he stepped out of the inner city. Xiao He, understanding that a mission awaited, closely trailed behind him. However, upon reaching the military camp, a predicament arose. Xiao He's imposing stature rendered him unable to fit comfortably into the Hummer, which was commandeered by the Special Forces. The only individual with whom Xiao He shared a semblance of familiarity was Wang Shiyan, yet it was inconceivable for Li Yunpeng to bring her along on the mission. Thus, he had no choice but to allow Xiao He to lie atop the vehicle, his keen eyes darting about in evident displeasure at Li Yunpeng's decision. Unfortunately, no better alternatives presented themselves, and he was averse to riding in a stranger's vehicle. The newly summoned guards and rhino tanks were all fully assembled, while Zhou Gu and the logistics support team had already boarded. Li Yunpeng sat in the central seat of the Hummer, commanding the departure. As the convoy entered the outskirts of the city, he caught sight of Lu Zide peering through the car window. With the expansion of the base, Li Yunpeng's influence had risen correspondingly, causing others to interact with him with increasing trepidation. Yet, Lu Zide, with his youthful exuberance, maintained his unaltered demeanor, representing the sole semblance of friendship that Li Yunpeng could still grasp. For individuals of high status, genuine friendship is undoubtedly a luxury. Thus Li Yunpeng cherished it all the more. He recalled the early days of the apocalypse when, in a dire situation while escaping the park, Lu Zide had even contemplated staying behind to assist him. Lowering the window, Lu Zide inquired, "Where are you off to, Brother Peng?" "Going to catch shrimp." Lu Zide responded with a stunned silence. The little black dog atop the vehicle barked at Lu Zide, and suddenly, Li Yunpeng felt the car sway as the dog leaped down, circling around Lu Zide. Lu Zide froze in fear, exclaiming, "Peng, Brother Peng, please get your dog away. It's utterly terrifying. Li Yunpeng felt a smile creeping into his heart, though he was also intrigued by the fact that Little Black, who seldom acknowledged others, seemed to take an interest in Lu Zide. Detsy, you have a mission today. Could you assist me? Li Yunpeng inquired. I can do anything, Brother Peng. Just hurry up and take it away. It seems ready to bite me. Lu Zide exclaimed. Little Black, come back. Seeing Lu Zide's genuine fear, Li Yunpeng called the dog back. Little Black squatted beside the Hummer, wagging its tail and tilting its head as it gazed at Lu Zide. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zide asked, Brother Peng, how can I assist you? Li Yunpeng remarked, it is quite simple. You shall drive a vehicle and transport Xiaohei. Lu Zide was taken aback. Soon, a soldier from the guard unit emerged, driving a robust Land Rover. This vehicle, with its elevated chassis, ample power, and spacious interior, was perfectly suited to accommodate the substantial figure of Xiaohei. Li Yunpeng tossed the car keys to Lu Zide, laughing heartily as he raised the car windows and led the convoy forward. Lu Zide gazed at the keys in his hand, then glanced at the imposing figure of the Dark One across from him, his palms drenched with sweat. Hey, Dark Brother, do you know how to drive? Woof. The Dark One seemed displeased with Lu Zide's hesitation, barking at him. Noticing that the intimidating figure did not harbor any ill intentions, Lu Zide cautiously opened the car door. The Dark One swiftly leaped into the back seat, causing the entire vehicle to jolt. Despite his immense reluctance, Lu Zide felt compelled to honor his promise to Li Yunpeng, and thus steeled himself to take a seat inside the car, driving to catch up with the convoy. Having never piloted a luxury vehicle before, he forgot to appreciate the opulent interior, instead obsessively checking the rearview mirror for any signs of trouble from the Dark One. Ready to leap from the car at a moment's notice should the situation turn sour. To reach the industrial laboratory, they had to cross the river via the towering bridge beside the base, the walls of which had been erected to a height of several meters. The convoy passed through the central gate, leading directly into the park. The guards regularly cleared out the zombies that wandered into the area, so they encountered only a few on the bridge. Those that appeared were easily dispatched, as the Rhino tank would crush them without the need for gunfire. However, as the convoy moved further away from the park, the number of zombies began to increase. After traveling several kilometers, they encountered the first wave of zombies, numbering around 1,000. Notably absent were any evolved zombies, although it was likely that some agile ones were concealed among the throngs. Li Yunpeng commanded the convoy to halt, for the opportunity to acquire points should not be squandered. He approached the Land Rover trailing at the rear, where Lu Zide lowered his window. Go, eliminate the agile zombies, Li Yunpeng instructed. Lu Zide shuddered, replying, Brother Peng, I would prefer my demise to hold some significance. Li Yunpeng was at a loss for words. I specifically instructed to have Xiaohei eliminate the agile zombie. Oh, Lu Zide sighed in relief, thinking I had asked him to test the sharpness of the agile zombie's claws. With a hint of sarcasm, Lu Zide leaped from the vehicle and opened the rear door. Xiaohei, target the fastest one among the horde ahead. Woof. Xiaohei barked excitedly and dashed towards the swarm of zombies. Its speed was astonishing, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. Lu Zide's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, Xiaohei is running that fast? Not even a leopard could catch up to it. As Xiaohei swiftly approached the horde, it maintained its speed, leaping into the fray. Before the ordinary zombies in the front row could react, Xiaohei's figure had vanished from their sight. Upon noticing the gigantic black dog charging directly at it, the agile zombie ceased its concealment, sensing that this formidable creature had spotted it from afar. The clash between the zombie and the dog erupted instantaneously amidst the horde, causing the surrounding ordinary zombies to be knocked askew. Li Yunpeng's eyes sparkled. Truly, the commander hound exhibited prowess that rivaled that of the agile zombies. Concurrently, the guard troops swiftly eradicated the ordinary zombies, and within mere minutes, only the agile zombie remained, engaged in a fierce battle with Little Black. With the distraction of the ordinary zombies eliminated, Little Black unleashed its full combat potential. It suddenly lunged behind the agile zombie, opening its cavernous jaws to deliver a precise bite to the creature's neck. The agile zombie flailed its arms wildly, yet failed to make contact with Little Black's form. Harnessing its extraordinary biting strength, Little Black decisively severed the zombie's neck, while simultaneously, Li Yunpeng's score panel surged by a staggering 100,000 points. The agile zombies, once a source of considerable frustration for the guard troops, often requiring sacrifices to vanquish, were thus dispatched by a mere dog. Little Black joyfully returned, clutching the severed head in its mouth, and upon reaching Li Yunpeng, it dropped the trophy to the ground, panting with its tongue lolling out, as if seeking praise for its triumph. Li Yunpeng praised the little black dog until he finally returned to the vehicle, satisfied. Lu Zide observed the slightly fatigued little black resting on the back seat, his scalp tingling in disbelief. Is this truly a dog? Even a tiger pales in comparison. Black brother, you are astonishing. You must protect me in the future. Wong. The little black relished the flattery. As they drew closer to Wuzhou City, the density of zombies increased, prompting even the guard army to exercise caution. The soldiers of the guard army maintained a relentless barrage, carving a path through the encroaching horde with a storm of steel. Zhougu, how much farther until we reach the industrial laboratory? Li Yunpeng inquired via the walkie-talkie. Reporting to the commander, we are 5 kilometers away. We shall arrive shortly, Zhougu responded. Li Yunpeng let out a sigh of relief. He had been concerned that maintaining such intense firepower for an extended period would lead to a rapid depletion of ammunition, making the return journey quite arduous. After continuing to drive for a while, Li Yunpeng suddenly discerned amidst the cacophony of gunfire that some of the shots were not emanating from the guards. There are others. Li Yunpeng was filled with a sense of unease. The occurrence of battle in this vicinity could either signify a desperate struggle or an overwhelming display of firepower. However, the gunfire from the opposing side did not betray any hint of panic. Rather, it exhibited a rhythmic precision, indicative of meticulous marksmanship. Could it be that they too were drawn to the apparatus housed within the industrial laboratory? At this juncture, retreat was not an option for Li Yunpeng. Even if their objectives aligned, he was resolute in his determination to contend fiercely. As the majority of the guard army drew nearer to the industrial laboratory, the presence of zombies seemed to have vanished, likely lured away by the intense gunfire ahead. Moving closer, Li Yunpeng finally grasped the situation before him. It was an independent edifice, towering at approximately 30 stories, accompanied by an expansive array of industrial facilities. At this moment, it was densely packed.